Chapter 91. Yuan knew Xie Yuan would come, just as Xie Yuan knew Yuan would wait for him. Their eyes met, and the coldness on Xie Yuan's face melted like ice and snow, returning to warmth. He took a few steps forward and lifted Jiuzhou from Yuan's arms. "I teach you a lesson later." Xie Yuan said Jiuzhou on the ground, his gaze settling on Yuan's face. Only after confirming that Yuan's complexion was still somewhat rosy did he feel relieved. Jiuzhou clung to Yuan's thigh with a droopy expression, listening to Yuan and Xie Yuan speak. Pacey watched the reunion of the three of them, but didn't interrupt. "Hey." Pacey approached Tiger, annoyed. "Why did you just leave like that? I called you brother so many times for nothing." Tiger teased him, clearly not acknowledging this adopted brother. Pacey finished complaining to him and pointed at Xie Yuan. "See? My father Xie, he's quite handsome, isn't he? Wouldn't he and Anan be a good match?" Tiger said coldly, "Not a good match." Pacey looked at Tiger, who was saying they weren't a good match, and suddenly became interested. "Can't you deformed people transform into humans? Why don't you try one?" A 05's Tiger form was quite intimidating. Pacey wondered what he would look like as a human. His father Xie was tall, handsome, and had the look of a powerful attacker. A 05 was a tiger after all. Between his human form and Xie's, it was unclear who was cooler. A 05 ignored the request. Everyone at the scene was talking to themselves. Only the old zombie, who had been brought in, was alone. He stood aside, not disturbing the others. Under a large tree, Yuan brought out the leftover barbecue and handed it to Xie Yuan, urging him to eat a little. He sat beside Xie Yuan and said, "My tiger cub is a little quiet, but don't mind. He doesn't mean any harm." Xie Yuan and A05 had never crossed paths before, and there didn't seem to be any animosity between them. A 05 lay on the ground, not even glancing at Xie Yuan. "Anan, what are your tiger cub's plans now? Is he going back with us?" Xie Yuan took a few bites of the barbecue and asked Yuan beside him. Yuan hesitated and replied, "He probably won't go back with us." The cubs had grown up and had their own minds. Yuan couldn't force them to stay with him. He respected their choices and wouldn't interfere. Xie Yuan was a bit surprised. He looked at the tiger and said, "This tiger is a bit large, but I can afford it. Why don't we take it back with us? We have to ask him." Yuan also wanted to take the cub back with him, but he wasn't sure if it would want to go with him. Xie Yuan's parenting principles didn't conflict with Yuan's. He even gave free rein to cubs like A05, who looked mature at first glance. But that little cub, Jiuzhou. Xie Yuan lowered his head, looking at the little Jiuzhou still leaning against them, and said coldly, "Did I try to coax you in vain? You heartless little thing, you dumped me just like that?" Jiuzhou's little face was pressed against his big brother's leg, not even raising its head. Yuan, seeing his expression, suppressed a smile and whispered to Xie Yuan, "Jiuzhou didn't want you at first, but later on, he regretted it." Little Jiuzhou still had a conscience, but possessiveness got the better of him from the beginning, making him want to dump the person who had kissed his older brother and demanded a separate room. Before he could dump her, Jiuzhou had secretly glanced back several times. His previous delay had also been partly due to Jiuzhou's involvement. Xie Yuan naturally knew what the little Jiuzhou was thinking, and could roughly guess what he was going through. He freed a clean hand and pinched the tips of Jiuzhou's wings. Jiuzhou had just been caught complaining, and Xie Yuan had accused her of being heartless. So now, Jiuzhou turned his head to look at his own wings, and surprisingly, his eyes didn't tear up as before. He sniffed, pretending that Xie Yuan hadn't pinched his wings. Xie Yuan teased the little Jiuzhou with a playful air. A 05, who was crouching not far away, slowly stood up. His size was enormous, and this beast naturally carried an intimidating presence. "Big brother." A 05 stood up, his eyes locked with Yuan. He asked, "Will you come with me? From now on, I will protect you." A 05 asked the question Yuan was about to ask. Yuan looked at him with a conflicted look and asked Tiger Cub, "Do you want to stay with Big Brother?" A 05 continued, "If you're willing to come with me, then I naturally be by your side." Yuan, It had to be said that his cub's logic was not wrong. Yuan mentally admired his cub's cleverness, but he didn't say, "Tiger Cub, I still have a lot to do." A 05 promised, "Whatever you want to do, I can do it for you." Yuan was stuck, unsure what to say for a long time. Jiuzhou interrupted again. "Big brother wants kisses, and he doesn't want to kiss just Jiuzhou, he wants to kiss Xie Yuan. With Xie Yuan around, Miao Miao can't take Big Brother away." A 05, and Yuan fell silent at the same time. The next second, Yuan, irritated, pinched Jojo's mouth. Stop talking about kisses. Why is the little cub's head full of kisses? Jojo was pinched on the tips of his wings and his mouth, heartbroken. Yuan didn't bother to comfort him, and went to see the tiger cub. Tiger cub, I can't go with you. Can you stay with Big Brother a little longer? He was reluctant to part with the tiger cub he had just met. His memory wasn't complete, but he still remembered a lot about him and the cub. Before the tiger cubs, before Jojo and the others existed, the tiger cubs were tiny, like kittens. Back then, the eldest cub loved clinging to him, while the second cub had a fickle, unstable temper. Of the 3 cubs' 24-hour workday, he could sleep 20. The tiger cub had no real advantage over the others, thanks entirely to his endearing growth. Yuan nurtured him, little by little, from a skinny little cat to a plump and strong one. Throughout the process, Yuan was apprehensive. The tiger cub listened to Yuan and nodded. Yuan's eyes lit up with smiles. He walked over, rubbed the cub's head, and lowered his voice. I don't think I told you yet. I miss you so much. He had personally raised the cub, witnessing its growth. From its fragile beginnings to its strong and robust growth. Perhaps only human parents, who have personally raised cubs, can understand this feeling. Xie Yuan also knew that Yuan's care for the cub was like his father's care for him. His father had only adopted him halfway through his life, but he was devoted to him, even leaving him his entire fortune. His father hadn't said anything cheesy, but Xie Yuan knew that, besides his wife, he was his son. With this analogy, Xie Yuan naturally wouldn't be jealous of the cub. After arranging the cub's temporary itinerary, Xie Yuan and Yuan didn't delay any longer and prepared to get down to business. They could finally turn their attention back to the poor old zombie, who, having been left out until now, was still a bit uneasy. Are you guys done chatting? The old zombie spoke clearly, a stark difference from the average zombie. Yuan leaned against the tiger cub and began to ask, what's the situation with the lab now? My cub is quite strong. I don't have to pay for destroying this rubbish lab, do I? Of course I don't have to. Pei Si, who wanted to capture someone alive, sighed. It's just that the damage was severe. Everything inside collapsed, and there's not a single survivor. I don't know if they're all dead or have escaped in the chaos. The tiger cub, being called out, ignored the call as if nothing had happened. Yuan felt a bit sorry, but a lab that harmed people was ruined. Even if anyone escaped, he let them go if they dared to cause trouble in the future. By the way, why did you come with me? Yuan looked at the old zombie, unsure of the point. A talking zombie like that, were they really going to recruit them? Seeing that Yuan wouldn't come over despite leaning against the tiger cub, Xie Yuan carried Jojo and went over to replace him. Jojo is for you, and Anin is for me. Jojo's tempers came and went quickly. He was clearly upset with Miaomia just a moment ago, but now that he's been picked up, he wants to play with her again. Being placed on the tiger's back by Xie Yuan, he excused himself. It's not that I'm here to play with you, I'm being blackmailed. He climbed a few times on the tiger's back, stopping at its neck. All right. I traded Big Brother away, and now I'm your Jio. The tiger turned its head, smirking at the excited Jojo, but said nothing. Xie Yuan successfully traded Yuan away. He embraced Yuan, and together they watched the zombie old man. The zombie old man said gravely, I want to cooperate with humans. After saying this, he revealed his identity. I was once the zombie king. Judging by the timeline, I appeared even earlier than the zombie king who was captured and studied. The zombie old man expressed his desire to cooperate with humans. He also said that his strength could be restored. He had no feelings for zombies, but he could help humans control and kill them. Yuan and Xie Yuan both found the idea of a zombie with such awareness alluring. Xie Yuan, should we give it a try? Yuan asked Xie Yuan's opinion. Humans and zombies collaborating would definitely cause a sensation if word got out. Chapter 92. Xie Yuan and Yuan were both joking about the zombies, and A05 was no exception. Before they made a decision, A05 coldly said, cooperating with zombies, how could you possibly do something as foolish as this? If it weren't for his eldest brother's sake, A05 wouldn't have bothered to bring it up. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan and Xie Yuan both looked at him. Yuan quietly reminded him, Tiger Cub, not all zombies are bad. There used to be a zombie king named Sun Imo. He's my friend, he's not bad. A05 raised his eyelids, and was about to continue speaking when Yuan added, Sun Imo not only has no ill will towards humans, but is also very kind to mutants. He especially likes Chiu Chiu. Yuan's words were full of praise for Sun Imo, and A05 half closed her eyes, and said nothing more. Xie Yuan had spoken to his father before, but at that time, he hadn't been able to stop Sun Mo, who had grown disillusioned with humans. If this old zombie could truly control the zombies and help humanity, that wouldn't be a bad thing. Perhaps with the example of a good zombie king like Sun Mo, Xie Yuan's acceptance of zombies had increased somewhat. Looking at the old zombie waiting for his response, he made a decision. Come with me first. I won't rashly place you on the human base. I take you to another place. The old zombie didn't object. He smiled and said, okay, anywhere is fine. But I have one request. I need crystal cores for food. I work for you, and you allow me to consume the crystal cores. This request wasn't excessive. After all, you couldn't just let people work and not eat. Xie Yuan hummed and took him on the road. The car was still parked outside. Pacey was driving, while Xie Yuan and Yuan sat in the back, and the zombie old man was at the very back. Jojo didn't want to sit in the passenger seat, but he didn't want Xie Yuan and Yuan's hugs. He climbed onto the tiger's back and sat there to show off. Jojo, you really don't want to get in the car? Yuan rested his chin on his hand, looking at Jojo on the tiger's back, and teased him, be careful. The cub might throw you off while running, and then Jojo won't be able to find us. Jojo wasn't afraid at all. He petted the tiger beneath him, and said proudly, Jojo knows how to find Meow Meow. Tiger, eh? The tiger's face darkened as he thought about how he had found him. A TENS targeted hunting was used against enemies in critical moments, and this Jojo seemed to have discovered a new use for this ability. Yuan tried to tease Jojo again, but Xie Yuan pinched the back of Yuan's neck, stopping him. Come here. Xie Yuan lowered his voice and said to Yuan, don't bother with him. If you do, we have another third wheel. Yuan turned around, glanced at him, and reminded him, even if Jojo isn't here, there's someone else in the car. Xie Yuan was completely shameless. Is there? I don't see anyone. The car was so small that even if Xie Yuan lowered his voice, Pacey, who was sitting directly in front of him, could still hear him. Pacey rubbed his ears and said numbly, it's okay. Just pretend I'm dead. Yuan fell silent, embarrassed. The car was about to start. Pacey looked at the tiger beside the car and raised an eyebrow. He wanted to see which was faster, his car or the tiger. Hey. Pacey turned his head and shouted to Tiger, want a race? Let's see who can outrun the other. Tiger didn't say anything. Pacey made his own decision. In an hour, whoever runs farther wins. If I win, you have to let me ride for a few days. If you win, you set the conditions. After Pacey laid out the rules, Jojo suddenly became serious. He patted Tiger's head and gave the order, Meow, let's go. The car shot off first, followed closely by Tiger. For the next hour, Xie Yuan and Yuan didn't even have a proper conversation. The car was so fast, it was shaking them to the point of no conversation. Pacey's winning attitude made Yuan, who was sitting in the back seat, dizzy, and couldn't help but look up. Pacey, do you want me to drive? Yuan was always a fierce driver. Pacey listened to the rest of the conversation and said calmly, no need. And then, you and your husband can continue being affectionate, and I be fine. Watch the race. Yuan stared at the back of his head, and silently tightened her grip on Xie Yuan's hand. An hour later, Pacey slammed on the brakes, and Yuan leaned forward by inertia. Just as his forehead was about to hit the seat in front, a large hand cushioned it. Be careful. Xie Yuan pulled him into his arms, and gently reminded him, sit tight. The atmosphere in the car, where Pacey had been racing for an hour, was tense. After stopping, Yuan was glad he hadn't let Jojo ride. The tiger was moving faster than the car. It was Jojo, who was already prone to motion sickness, who accidentally got dizzy at such a high speed. He held the tiger's neck tightly, and after it stopped, it took him several minutes to recover. Meow. Jojo pinched the tiger's fur, her voice less dignified than before. He looked back at the car and said aggrievedly, I want my big brother to hold me. Jojo said she wanted her big brother to hold her, but in the end, it was Xie Yuan who lifted him down. A 05 glanced at Pacey in the car. Pacey said quietly, tell me what you want me to do. As long as it's not excessive, I agree. A 05 spoke without hesitation. Don't call my brother daddy anymore. He thought for 2 seconds, then added, and don't call me mom either. He didn't understand the human habit of recognizing parents, nor did he want to understand it. As long as it didn't affect him and his big brother, he had no objection. Pacey had expected him to make some big request, but he didn't expect it to be just this one. He smiled. Okay, I get it. A dizzy Jojo settled into Xie Yuan's arms. He held the cup and gulped down most of the water. After finishing his drink, Jojo began to talk to them. "Can I have a cell phone?" Yuan tucked away his blanket and replied, "Of course. Xiao Lu and the others already have children's phones. When we get back to the island, I get you one too." Jojo nodded. He didn't yet know the difference between a children's phone and a smartphone. He simply stared at the big tiger outside the car window and said, "I want to call Meow Meow on my phone, but Meow Meow said he has to go out and isn't allowed to." Yuan thought to himself that a children's phone could certainly be used for calls. With a cell phone, he could call the tiger cub anytime he missed him. Besides phone calls, maybe we could arrange a time to meet again. Thinking of this, Yuan felt much better. They were supposed to go to the main base in the West District and bring the zombie old man back. But the cubs on the island were constantly throwing a tantrum, demanding a big brother. After Dr. Wan calmed them down, they continued to fuss after a while. Everyone on the island was getting annoyed by the cubs. Yuan, worried and missing her, suggested that she and Jojo return to the island while Xie Yuan went to the base to report to their father. "I have Tiger Cub take us back to the island." Yuan planned his itinerary. "You and Pacey go to the base, and we split up. We see each other when you get back." Xie Yuan wanted to take Yuan wherever he went. But obviously, with a family and cubs like Yuan, he couldn't be too carefree when he wanted to go on such a long journey. There was no other way. Xie Yuan had no choice but to agree to go their separate ways. Before leaving, he carried Yuan away in front of the tiger cubs, not even calling Jojo. "Yuan and I have something to discuss. Let's rest here for a while." As soon as Yuan was dragged away, Jojo pointed at Xie Yuan's back and complained to the tiger they must have gone to kiss. The big tiger's gaze fell on his elder brother's shadow, a dark glint in his eyes. He could tell that Yuan had feelings for Xie Yuan, but he didn't know how to handle this. He couldn't control his elder brother's feelings, nor could he swallow Xie Yuan just because he didn't like it. Watching his elder brother's relationship with humans grow closer, he felt worried and helpless. Meow. Jojo leaned over the tiger and began talking again. On the other side, Yuan, blushing, pushed Xie Yuan, saying, "If you have anything to say, we can just talk in the car. Jojo and the cub are still here. The cub just reunited with me. Let him see." Yuan hadn't finished his words when Xie Yuan grabbed the back of his head and kissed him. Thanks to Xie Yuan's persistent desensitization treatment, Yuan's fear of kissing was no longer as strong as it had been at the beginning. This kiss was different from the previous ones. It was more intense. Yuan's eyes misted from the kiss. He clung to Xie Yuan's shoulders, his breath robbed. Until Xie Yuan's smiling reminder echoed in his ears, and then, "Open your mouth and breathe." Yuan had been taught many times, but he couldn't learn. The corners of his eyes were red, as were his cheeks. This redness piqued Xie Yuan's curiosity. He whispered in an, "Are you red?" Yuan bit him, wanting to snarl at him, but his breath was unsteady after the kiss, and his words softened. "You're shameless." They already kissed so much, and Xie Yuan wanted to see more. "Why should I even have the nerve to be in front of you?" Xie Yuan took the word shameless as a compliment. He nuzzled Yuan's neck and breathed a sigh of relief. "And then, I love you so much." Xie Yuan lowered his head and sucked on his neck, leaving a few marks. "When I come back this time, can you let me become your permanent wife?" Yuan hesitated, unsure how to respond. Xie Yuan didn't push him. Anyway, aside from the lack of official status, he and Yuan were just like a married couple. He knew Yuan liked him just as much. From the beginning, he hadn't missed out on any benefits in this relationship. He knew full well that Yuan had feelings for him. Let him hold her, let him kiss her, let him cuddle with her. His little fool didn't let him feel wronged at all. Big head, I raised many deformed pups. I know, they'd be mine too. I wasn't in good health before, and I probably still am. I'm sick, and I don't know how long I can live. If I suddenly die. As soon as Yuan finished saying the word die, Xie Yuan interrupted him. I won't let you die. If you're sick, I treat you. When you reach a point where you can't be cured, we can talk about other things. And then, this isn't a reason for you to refuse. Yuan's heart ached. Now that the research institute was gone, and the doctors who had treated him were gone too, he truly didn't know if he survived the next time he got sick. Aye? Yuan still had a layer of his mask on. He looked at Xie Yuan, who was hugging him tightly, and suddenly sniffed, no longer wanting to be a coward. Big head, when you come back, I tell you something. If you're not afraid then, I stay with you. Xie Yuan went to the headquarters to discuss the crucial matter of cooperation between humans and zombies with his father. If this matter was concluded, perhaps there would be a period of easing tension between humans and special little zombies like him. Then, he could tell Sietchiyuan that he, too, was a little zombie. Yuan didn't want to reveal his true identity too early. He didn't want to be deprived of his freedom. Captain Yin's previous decision regarding Sun Mo was to deprive him of his freedom and make him work solely for humans. Sietchiyuan lowered his eyes and rubbed Yuan's head. He murmured, "Okay." Perhaps it was the atmosphere that was so good, and Sietchiyuan was just so good at sweet talk. Yuan leaned forward, clumsily trying to kiss him again. From cheek to lips, then to neck. Yuan was so kissed that he could barely stand. He was practically supported by Sietchiyuan to keep himself steady. You touch me," Yuan whispered. "Isn't kissing enough? Why do you always like to touch me?" Sietchiyuan kissed him and asked, "Why do you think it is? And then, why do you think I like this?" Yuan's eyes were blank. He had never been in love, and these past few years had been spent treating illnesses and raising children. He had no idea that Sietchiyuan was sending some kind of signal by doing this. Sietchiyuan's reaction only made him even more fond of him. It didn't matter if his aunt didn't understand. It was even more interesting for him to teach her step by step. It had to be said that this was the lowbrow, evil taste of an old man. After kissing for who knows how long, Yuan, thinking he wanted to be apart from Sietchiyuan for at least a few days, mustered up his courage, swallowed his shame, and lifted his clothes. Here. He still remembered Sietchiyuan's initial question. "Look for yourself, it's a little red, not too red." Sietchiyuan asked him if kissing would make his body red. Yuan let him see for himself now. Sietchiyuan looked at Yuan, who turned away, not daring to meet his gaze, his heart and eyes filled with fondness. How could his aunt be so obedient? Sietchiyuan lowered his head and began a new round of kissing. After a long time, so long that Pacey had dozed off and Jojo was snoring in the tiger's arms, Yuan and Sietchiyuan finally rushed back. The tiger cub was the first to notice them upon their return. The tiger cub looked at his older brother, whose legs were limp even as he walked, and then at Sietchiyuan, who looked content. His cold eyes narrowed slightly. Sietchiyuan noticed the tiger cub's gaze, and returned it with a composed look. He asked, "Tiger cub, have you rested enough? If you have, we get going." The tiger cub picked up Jojo, who was lying in his arms, and placed him on his back, saying coldly, "Let's go." Yuan looked at Jojo on his back and said worriedly, "Will Jojo fall down lying like this? How about I hold him while he sleeps?" "No need." As the tiger cub spoke, his body suddenly grew several sizes larger. This size was enough for little Jojo to sleep sprawled out on his back. Yuan, seeing Jojo sleeping flat on his back, immediately gave up the idea of carrying him to sleep in the car. Pacey, bleary-eyed, looked at the large tiger and said enviously, "I want to sleep like a tiger too. Such a tiger bed would surely be comfortable." They decided on their itinerary and, after a day's walk, parted ways. Sietchiyuan and Pacey took the zombie old man back to base, while Yuan and the cubs returned to the island. On the way back to the island, the tiger cub asked Yuan again, "Brother, you really don't want to come with me? I can go get Shalu and the others." "Tiger cub, big brother doesn't want to leave." Yuan now had another reason to stay. The tiger cub didn't force him. After dropping him off at the island, he stopped and said, "Big brother, I watch you get back. If you need to contact me in the future, feel free to contact me." The tiger cub also got a cell phone, given to him by 01. Jojo had memorized his number, and as he watched him leave, Jojo's eyes were filled with reluctance. "Meow, I call you when I get my phone back." The tiger cub hummed, then added, "Don't call all the time." Jojo nodded dejectedly. He held out his hands, asking for a limit on the number of calls. "Can I call 10 times a day?" The tiger cub, The tiger cub's eyelids twitched, and he refused. "No, that's too much." Jojo pursed his lips, lowered one hand, and reluctantly declined. "Then can you call 5 times a day?" The tiger cub continued to refuse. "No, that's too much." Jojo was about to cry, turned back and hugged his brother, heartbroken and speechless. Seeing the heartbroken Jojo, Yuan had no choice but to talk to the tiger cub on his behalf. "Tiger cub, how many times a day can you play with Jojo? You know, he usually plays with Shuchi and Little Spider. Now that Shuchi and Little Spider are gone, besides me, he loves you the most." The tiger cub originally wanted to say once every 10 days, but seeing the crying Jojo, he softened his stance. Once every 3 days. Jojo, shock. Jojo hugged her older brother tightly, tearfully angrily saying, "Jojo, please stop calling. Not even once." "Yuan, Oh. Yuan looked at the tiger cub again. The tiger cub listened to Jojo's cries, then looked at his embarrassed older brother, and continued to give in. 3 times a day. Once in the morning, noon, and evening. That's my bottom line. 3 times a day. Yuan thought this was okay. He used this to coax Jojo, and finally managed to calm her down. Someone from the island had been sent to pick Yuan up. Before anyone arrived, Yuan and the 2 cubs gazed at the sea. Although the tiger cub wasn't talkative, he never let Yuan down. He talked to Yuan about the other cubs, not mentioning 01, but mentioning 03 and 04. Just like the low-sequence aberrations often fought, there had never been harmony between these 3. Before, his relationship with 01 wasn't particularly good, but now they had temporarily reconciled. "I'll let you know when there's news about Shuchi," the tiger cub said. "Don't worry too much about 02, 03, and 04. There's an 80% chance that 03 is asleep, and the other 2 won't be in any trouble either." The tiger cub was comforting Yuan. Of the cubs currently missing, only Shuchi was unsure of his safety. The others would only put others in danger, not themselves. Even Shuchi was an A-series aberration. Looking around, he wouldn't be in too much danger. With the tiger cub's comfort, Yuan's heart slowly settled. "Tiger cub, if you need to find me, you can always come to the island." Seeing a boat approaching not far away, Yuan reluctantly hugged the tiger cub. The tiger cub closed its eyes in his arms. "Brother, if you ever feel wronged, be sure to tell me." The tiger cub whispered to him, "The other cubs and I will always protect you." Yuan nodded vigorously, and he also reminded the tiger cub, "Cub, you too. If anyone bullies you, tell me, and I protect you." In this world, two-way feelings are never just love. They also encompass the equally profound bond of family. The ship's whistle blared. The tiger cub took 2 steps back, ready to leave. Yuan stared at him without blinking. Jojo couldn't help but reach out to him. "Meow, meow, don't leave." 1 man, 1 Joe, and 1 tiger. They stared at each other in silence for a long moment, until finally, a tiger's roar pierced the sky. Before the boat sped up, the tiger completely disappeared from sight. "Anan!" The men on the boat jumped off and hurried toward him. "Anan, are you okay? Was there a tiger here just now?" Song Jun, who had come to pick them up, looked in the direction the tiger had left, unsure if he was seeing things. He wanted to chase after it, but he was afraid of delaying Yuan's arrival on the island. "Don't worry about it. My cubs were the ones who came to see me off." Yuan didn't let Song Jun chase after him. Song Jun had special abilities, and if he got into a fight with the tiger cubs, the consequences would be unpredictable. At Yuan's request, Song Jun weighed the situation for a few seconds before taking him aboard. The boat accelerated, arriving at the island half an hour later. Yuan, holding Jojo and carrying several bags of information, had returned with a full load. As soon as he returned, the cubs got the news. 8th cub was in Dr. Ruan's lab. He was a fiery little cub, having been getting into fights with others on the island these days. To keep an eye on him, Dr. Ruan simply placed him near him. After failing to wait for his older brother, Little 9 tried to persuade everyone to take him out. This scheming little mushroom nearly escaped several times. In the end, he also met his end in Dr. Ruan's lab. Dr. Ruan prepared a flower pot for him filled with a special soil, similar to a nutrient paste. In fact, it was easier for mushrooms to absorb than nutrient paste. As for Little 6, the flying cub, Dr. Ruan handed it directly to Dr. Tang. Everyone knew how much Dr. Tang valued the little butterflies. The cubs were each kept under separate care. Although Dr. Ruan hadn't managed to prevent them from escaping, he was a little tired from watching over them for so many days. At night, Dr. Ruan and Yin-Chin, who had rushed over, kept saying, "These cubs are so difficult to manage. I wonder how much effort and puts into raising them." Yin-Chin had no idea. The couple talked about Yuan and his deformed form as if it were just a casual conversation. Yin-Chin even said, "We're lucky that Yuan came to our East District and stayed here." Dr. Ruan smiled, agreeing with this statement. "Mr. Song, my cub." Yuan, who had just arrived on the island, was about to ask about his cub. Before he could finish his question, the cub came running towards him. Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw the cub wasn't surprised, but frightened. His silly little cub, its tentacles exposed. Chapter 93. 8th cub ran towards him, its tentacles flying. Yuan wasn't frightened by the sight. After all, he was used to seeing his cubs in all their forms. If there weren't any outsiders around, he might have even praised their cuteness. But now, Song Jun was standing right next to him. Yuan's mind raced. After watching 8th cub for a few more seconds, He stopped holding Jojo and turned sideways, clasping Song Jun's eyes with his hands. His mind went blank with anxiety. Close your eyes. Song Jun obediently closed his eyes, his voice filled with anticipation. And then, are you planning a surprise for me? Yuan mumbled a reply. He refused to let Song Jun open his eyes, and after releasing his grip, Song Jun didn't open them either. Eighth cub ran over, ignoring Jojo and Song Jun, and excitedly pounced on Yuan. The exposed tentacles also gripped Yuan's waist tightly. Big brother. The grumpy Bazai wasn't at all grumpy with Yuan. He buried his face in Yuan's arms and arched his back. You're finally back. Yuan pinched his little tentacle and silently mouthed, change back. Bazai looked at the little tentacle and put it away angrily. After Yuan confirmed that the little tentacle was no longer visible, he allowed Song Jun to open his eyes. He handed the little toy in his pocket to Song Jun. Here. Song Jun took it and discovered it was a porcelain doll. He smiled and asked, is this the surprise you prepared for me? Yuan nodded reluctantly. The porcelain doll was bought for him by Yuan. He had originally intended to bring it back for Bazai to play with. But to fool Song Jun, he had to hand over the only toy in his pocket. Song Jun was very fond of the porcelain doll. He examined it for a long time and commented, this doll looks quite like you. Yuan agreed. He withdrew his lingering gaze and returned his attention to the cubs. Have my cubs caused you any trouble while I was away? Yuan asked nervously, knowing his cubs might be a little misbehaving without him watching them. He was referring specifically to his eighth cub. Song Jun hesitated and said vaguely, not so bad. When Jojo returned, he was wearing a large coat. The coat perfectly concealed his tiny wings. At first glance, he looked no different from a normal child. Yuan held a cub in each hand and continued walking. He was puzzled. Eighth cub, where are sixth cub and ninth cub? Eighth cub whined, I don't know, maybe they're gone. Yuan, Poor unlucky cub, how could he curse the other cubs? If there hadn't been outsiders around, Yuan would have had to teach him a lesson. They hadn't walked for long when Jojo, looking at the crowd nearby, became unable to walk again. Seeing this, Yuan skillfully picked Jojo up. Eighth cub was envious of Jojo's treatment. Is Jojo still okay? He must be deliberately wanting you to hold him. Yuan had no choice but to explain, Jojo used to be afraid of people too. Their Jojo had always been a socially anxious Jojo. Back in the research institute, this socially anxious Jojo was the only one who stayed until the end. Yuan thought of Jojo's diary, and his heart ached. His socially anxious little Jojo must have missed him terribly for overcoming his fear and going out to find him. Eighth cub thought of Jojo's past behavior and fell silent. As a community leader, Bazai couldn't quite understand why social anxiety still existed in this world. On the way back, many people greeted Yuan, some even asking why Yuan hadn't come with him. Yuan acted as Yuan's messenger. Yuan has other things to do. He'd be back when he's done. Besides Yuan, some people also gave snacks to Bazai and Jojo. Especially Bazai. Yuan was stunned to discover that he'd been able to strike up a conversation with everyone along the way. Even the stern old instructor from previous training sessions smiled at Bazai. The stern old instructor called out to Bazai, hey Bazai, did you get your brother back? Bazai put his hands in the pockets of his overalls, acting like a big brother. He nodded coolly, replying to the instructor, yes, I brought my big brother back. The instructor, stifling a laugh, continued, Big brother, have you finished patrolling the island today? Did you find anything unusual? Bazai said arrogantly, no patrol today. I want to accompany big brother. The instructor waved at him, goodbye, big brother. Bazai waved back twice, goodbye, you too. Witnessing all this, Yuan was stunned. When did his big brother become a big brother? Jojo clung to Yuan's neck, a little envious of the cocky big brother. But looking at the people in the distance, he still didn't dare speak. The group reached the dormitory building, and Dr. Ruan came over, carrying a little big brother. Yuan was just about to look for Ruan-ku. He gave Ruan-ku all the information he had brought back, which he hadn't even finished reading. Ruan-ku hugged him, and said gently, you've been working hard out there. Come back and rest well. Yuan's mood calmed down when he saw Dr. Ruan's gentle demeanor. He thanked Dr. Ruan. Thank you for watching over my little one while I was gone. Yuan had brought back so much information, so Ruan-ku decided to go with him, taking both the information and the little one to the lab. Seeing his older brother carrying so much, Jojo obediently got off the ground and walked with Bazai by his hand. Bazai stiffened under Jojo's hand. Jojo whispered to him, I'm a little scared. Jojo wasn't familiar with Song Jun or Dr. Ruan, and neither were the people along the way. Botsy, hearing Jojo's whisper, snorted and taunted, "Coward." After his taunt, he covered Jojo's little hand with his hand in his pocket. He covered Jojo's little hand and walked forward with Jojo. Those who were about to greet him were stopped by him with a wave of his hand. Back to the lab. Song Jun wanted to talk more with Yuan, but his current status as a psychic meant he had a lot to do. "And then, I'm going to be busy for a while. I see you later." "Okay." Yuan said goodbye and watched him leave the lab. As soon as Song Jun left, the lab, which was already dinner time, was deserted. "Uncle Ruan, where's my little butterfly?" "With Tang Yi." Dr. Ruan said, and called Tang Yi. "I told Tang Yi you were coming back. I guess he didn't tell your little butterfly." The call connected. Yuan hurriedly said to the other end, "Dr. Tang, I'm back. I'm with Dr. Ruan now. Is my little butterfly still with you?" Tang Yi was silent for a moment, then muttered to himself, "How did you get back so soon?" Yuan pretended not to hear. After a few words, Little Butterfly's angry voice rang out from the other end. "You idiot doctor. Didn't you say my brother wouldn't be coming back?" Yuan? Yuan was stunned. Before he could say anything, the call was disconnected. Several seconds after the call ended, Yuan, as if waking from a dream, looked at Ruan Ku. "Dr. Ruan, did my little butterfly just speak?" Dr. Ruan nodded. He considered it, and told Yuan, "Little butterfly couldn't help but reveal herself. Judging by Tang Yi's reaction, he's okay with that. And I asked Little Butterfly." Although he spoke in front of Tang Yi, he never transformed himself. He also didn't tell Tang Yi his identity. While Little Butterfly hadn't said anything, Ruanka had no idea whether Tang Yi had guessed his identity. Not long after the call, the Little Butterfly hurried over. Tang Yi hadn't come, presumably because the Little Butterfly had taken care of her. While the Little Butterfly was flying over, Yuan and Ruanka were sorting through the materials they had brought back. Yuan flipped through the materials and muttered, "I think I lost something." He remembered that he had specifically taken down all of Number Zero's lab records. They were a thick stack. Could it be that he had forgotten to bring all the materials when he packed? Yuan couldn't find the materials, shook his head, and moved on to the next one. Ruanka's eyes lit up at the sight of this. He carefully sorted them, praising Yuan, and then, "It's great that you brought these back." Yuan rubbed the pages of the documents and couldn't help but say, "I feel like these are all old papers. Does this mean that the information this idiot lab obtained wasn't first-hand?" Ruanka examined it carefully, and quickly replied, "Not first-hand. This number of experiments, along with the signatures on the documents, couldn't have been performed by an unknown laboratory." Yuan and Ruanka looked at the documents together, while the cubs entertained themselves in the area Ruanka had assigned them. Ba Cub was examining Jojo, asking him what he'd done since he left. Yuan glanced at the cubs, and then they all became even more motivated. "Uncle Ruan, these stacks of documents are all research data on aberrants. Could the numbers on the experiments represent the serial numbers of the aberrants?" The data included information on aberrants, zombies, and even research on various human diseases. Yuan stared solely at the aberrant data. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Will my cubs be the subjects of these experiments?" After Yuan asked his question, Ruanka fell silent for a moment. After a moment, Ruanka asked him, "What would you think if they were the subjects of these experiments?" Yuan's fingers clutched the corner of the paper, his entire body, like an old machine stuck and unable to function. After an unknown amount of time, Yuan finally uttered an answer, "I personally raised my children. I never sent them for experiments. If these things really happened to them, I would investigate. I would investigate who was experimenting on them." As Yuan spoke, his mind inevitably turned to the Secret Shield Research Institute, where he had lived since childhood. To him, the Mitten Institute was like home. He remembered Selena hugging him with tears in her eyes at the end of his treatment. He also remembered Dr. Ono sneaking in snacks for him, while everyone wasn't paying attention. He also remembered a time when something went wrong during his treatment. Dr. Ono said he wanted to give him a new drug, but it was too irritating. The quiet Dr. Ming silently tested it on him. Mitten was the most beautiful thing in his heart. Ruanka noticed Yuan's expression and interrupted his recollection. "Inen, I'm not sure if this is part of the experiment on 01 and the others," he said. "I need to take a closer look before I can give you an answer." Yuan nodded. He looked up at Ruanka and couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Ruan, if one day you discover that some of the things you firmly believe in might be wrong, what would you do?" Ruanka touched his head. His hair was soft. "No wonder Qi Yuan always loved to touch it," he said gently. "There's rarely absolute right or wrong in this world. And then, I can't provide a standard, problem-solving answer. But I think I do my best in the present. Yuan didn't quite understand. He didn't continue the conversation. It felt strangely heavy, and he didn't want to make himself too sentimental. The cubs were all around him, and Little Butterfly remained the same noble and cool little butterfly. After flying over, he landed on Yuan's shoulder. Yuan tilted her head and nudged him with her finger. "Six cub, how are you getting along with Dr. Tang now?" Yuan asked Little Butterfly. "Did you talk in front of him? Wouldn't that scare him?" Little Butterfly thought of a certain quack doctor and said in a displeased tone, "I rather scare him to death. He's so annoying all the time." Tangy acted like a shrew outside, keeping strangers away, but back in the bedroom, he went berserk with him. He never met a doctor who disliked people and only loved animals. How bizarre. Yuan stroked his fur. "Be good. I think Dr. Tang treats you well too. Thanks to you, Dr. Tang always gives me his little first aid kit whenever Big Brother goes out." Little Butterfly was finally soothed by this. He nudged Yuan back and muttered, "If you took me with you, there wouldn't be any need for a first aid kit." He wasn't a loser. He would definitely protect Big Brother. Yuan listened, curled his eyes, and said nothing. After meeting the tiger cubs, Yuan finally understood that when they grow up, they too will have their own things to do. He shouldn't have kept all of them confined to his side. His cubs were independent and free. Yuan was preoccupied with his cubs' futures, while the cubs around him had simpler thoughts. They simply thought, "It's so wonderful to be with Big Brother." Time slipped by. On the day he returned to the island, Yuan got Jojo a cell phone. Initially, it was a children's phone, but it didn't have WeChat. Under Jojo's eager gaze, Yuan simply called. Jojo, tears welling in his eyes, refused to answer. He pointed at the phone and begged, "Big Brother, I want to see Meow Meow." Because Jojo still needed to video chat, Yuan had to upgrade his phone. Thanks to the invention of the internet, Yuan and Tiger Cub could still see each other even though they were thousands of miles apart. Tiger Cub, the new boss in the East District, doesn't seem like a particularly honest person. You should be careful in the East District. Don't get caught for experiments. Tiger Cub hummed, then replied, "I know. He's safe in the East District. Nothing will happen to him." Yuan finished chatting with Tiger Cub, and Jojo took over. Jojo sat obediently in a chair, holding his phone, and spoke to Meow Meow in a serious tone. "Meow Meow, hello." Jojo, making his first video call, began his novel video calling experience. The big tiger on the other side looked at Jojo in the video, paused, and then responded in a deep voice, "Hello." Jojo complained, "You haven't even called my name yet." The tiger was silent for 3 seconds, then said again, "Jojo, hello." Jojo happily swung her feet. Yuan no longer participated in their conversation. He had his own phone, on which was a new message from P91. "Big Head, we're almost there. Big Head, we expect to arrive tonight. I'd probably be very busy then. Go to bed early, and don't wait for me. Big Head, kiss." Yuan looked at the little yellow bean emojis in the chat box, thought for a moment, and then reciprocated with a bunch of kisses. Soon, their chat boxes were completely flooded with kiss emojis. Pacey, who was standing nearby, glanced over and accidentally saw their chat box. He felt like his eyes were about to go blind. "Brother Xia, can you please not be so sour about relationships?" Pacey, a longtime bachelor, was deeply disturbed by this scene. He said bitterly, "Have you forgotten what you once said? Love is for dogs." Xie Yuan narrowed his eyes, his memory lost. "Really? I said that?" Pacey firmly replied, "You did?" Xie Yuan clung to his phone and chuckled, "If I can get a wife, I be a dog." Pacey withdrew. Lu Chao had told him last time that he had a crush on a girl at the base, but he hadn't confessed his feelings yet. Now, he was the only one left alone. Xie Yuan wasted no time in continuing to chat with Yuan on his phone. He didn't even glance at the withdrawn Pacey, only perfunctorily promising, "Don't worry, I find time to look for you. See if there's any good girl willing to save you from being single." Pacey hummed a little, then reminded him, "Don't be too particular about gender. I'm a face lover. I'm all about looks. As long as they're good looking, he accept them, male or female." Pacey added, even more impudently, "For example, our little lucky girl is very good looking. Brother Xia, can you find me someone based on these criteria?" Xie Yuan finally raised his eyes from his phone screen and said coldly, "Are you still dreaming?" Even with his discerning eyes, his daughter and Anne's appearance had already sealed her as beautiful at first sight. Could it be that Pacey was coveting his Anne? Xie Yuan hurried along, without Yuan by his side. With only Pacey and the zombie-like old man, the journey seemed particularly dull. Night fell. Yuan lay down on his bed, where several of the cubs lay scattered about. Jojo was now familiar with the other cubs, so he agreed to let them sleep together. Big brother, stop playing with your phone. Ba-Zi waved his little tentacles, still energetic in the middle of the night. He used his little tentacles to wrap around Yuan's wrists. Play with us. Yuan, unable to play with his phone due to Ba-Zi's little tentacles, sat up helplessly. Ba-Zi, look at yourself, what time is it? It's only 1 o'clock. Yuan took a deep breath. If he hadn't been waiting for Xie Yuan's message, he would have gone to bed long ago, and he wouldn't have allowed the cubs to stay up. Ba-Zi was making a lot of noise, leaving Jojo and Little Butterfly alone, chatting quietly to each other. Yuan figured Xie Yuan wouldn't send any more messages. He rubbed his eyes and placed his phone on the bed. Okay, big brother, stop playing. Everyone, close your eyes. No one's allowed to talk. Yuan carefully checked the children's eyes. Noticing they were a bit restless, he pondered for a few seconds before suddenly picking up his phone again. Dr. Wan said today that you need to learn more about culture, so we need to start cultivating good study habits from now on. After Yuan finished speaking, he began playing an English audio track for them. It was an English children's song for beginners. The lyrics, repeating over and over, softly rang in the children's ears. Ba-Zi frantically tried to memorize the lyrics, but after less than 2 minutes of concentration, his tentacles, which had been flaunting for a moment, slowly fell. Jojo and Little Butterfly also resisted for a few minutes before both fell into a deep sleep. Yuan listened to their breathing even out, but he didn't turn off the audio. Leave this on all night for the cubs, maybe they learn something even in their dreams. With the English listening sessions, Yuan and the cubs slept through until noon the next day. When they woke up, their phones were dead. Children, go wash up first. I'll be right there. Yuan dressed the cubs one by one and laid them down. His room wasn't particularly large, but with so many cubs living there, it was already a bit cramped. Wanka had suggested getting him a new room. He hadn't agreed yet, his room was next to Xie Yuan's, and he didn't want to move. After washing up, Yuan went to the lab to help Wanka. He occasionally continued to participate in training on the island. His former teammates had all been on numerous missions. Wanka said that new trainees would be arriving soon. Yuan, unknowingly about to become a senior, happily promised, then I'd be able to teach them too. Wanka smiled and agreed to let him be a trainee instructor. And then, you made the most progress of all the students. When the new students arrive, you can go and give them a good lecture. Life on the island was comfortable and relaxing. Yuan followed Wanku, contentedly living each day. Uncle Wan, didn't you say you were going to find Dr. Ingjian? It's been so long. Have the people we sent found him? Yuan and Xie Yuan had originally planned to go find him themselves, but something delayed them, so they sent someone else to look for Ingjian. It's said that the person who went was someone with special abilities and quite capable. Dr. Wan thought for a moment and replied, we don't have any information on him yet. Ingjian is Dr. Gu Ainan's student, and he still has the traditional nutrient paste for the mutants. If we don't find someone like him, he'd be a serious threat. Yuan naturally knew this. Thinking of Xie Yuan, who had been in the West District for a few days, he suggested, Uncle Wan, wait until Xie Yuan comes back. Why don't I go with him and look for him? The few times he gone out with Xie Yuan, he always gotten something. Regardless of whether it was really the little Lucky Charm buff, he felt that when he and Xie Yuan went out, it was easy to get good things done. Wanku neither agreed nor refused. Let's wait until Yuan comes back. Yuan nodded. But then, for several days, Yuan didn't even receive a call from Xie Yuan. Looking at his silent phone, he couldn't help but wonder, is Big Head planning a divorce? Chapter 94. I don't know if Big Head wants a divorce, but the cubs all seem to be changing. 6th and 9th cub have been recovering from their injuries, especially 9th cub, who only maintains his cub form. When Yuan was away, he simply planted himself in a flower pot. The flower pot contained Wanku's specially prepared nutrient soil, and the little mushrooms all said they were enjoying it. In the past few days, since Yuan returned, the little mushrooms, fascinated by the growth in the flower pot, have been unusually well behaved and not competing for attention. Over the past few days of quiet growth, the little mushrooms have gradually transformed. The original white mushrooms have become more translucent. As 8th cub said, Little 9 looks even more delicious. These grilled mushrooms will surely taste even better when served. The tastier little mushroom has also become stronger. He clung to Yuan, making up for the past few days' time. Meanwhile, Yuan absent-mindedly scrolled through his phone. He hadn't replied to Xie Yuan's message yet. Pei Si, however, had replied. Pei Si, Brother Xia is busy with Grandpa. He hasn't had his phone with him lately. Don't worry about him, he's fine. Yuan saw the message and couldn't help but send Ruanku another one. Yuan, Uncle Ruan, did Xie Yuan tell you when he's coming back? It was already night, and Yuan wasn't sure if Ruanku was asleep. He sat on the bed, his chin resting on the cap of a small mushroom, staring intently at his phone. A few minutes later, Ruanku replied, I didn't ask when Yuan would be back. If you want to know, I asked his dad. Yuan hesitated, but finally said boldly, okay, thank you. Ruanku video called Qin constantly at night. Even when they were busy with their own things and not talking, they usually didn't hang up. He casually propped up his phone and wiped his hair in front of the screen while talking to Qin. Ah Qin, when will Yuan come back? And is getting so anxious. Qin thought of Yuan and smiled. I never thought Yuan and Yuan would actually be together. After the joke, he got back to business. Yuan won't be back for a while. The zombie he brought back is said to be the Zombie King, but he says his abilities have deteriorated a bit. If humans and zombies are collaborating, then the Zombie King, representing the zombies, naturally can't be too weak. Qin never hid anything from Ruanku. He mentioned what Xie Yuan had been busy with recently. Yuan is sort of training with this Zombie King. He's going to ensure his stability for us. As the boss of the West District, Qin, with humans and zombies locked in a standoff, had taken a considerable risk by making the decision to collaborate with the Zombie King. Ruanku understood his pressure. Can I talk to An about what Yuan's doing? Otherwise, An's going to be worried every day here. Okay, go ahead. Perhaps because Qin had a wife, he felt a bit of pity for his son, who couldn't return home to be with her. I arranged for Yuan to return as soon as possible. Tell Yuan to relax. Ruanku nodded. He relayed Qin's words to Yuan, reassuring him, don't worry, Yuan will be back once he finishes this. Yuan felt relieved after hearing this, but still felt a pang of worry. He wanted to thank Yuan. Big brother. Xiao Ba and Xiao Jiao huddled against him, while Jiao played with his phone. The two cubs looked up at him and asked, are you unhappy? Yuan didn't want to spread bad vibes in front of the cubs, so he shook his head and lied, I'm not unhappy. You're overthinking it. Little Butterfly didn't stay up late, and was already asleep. Yuan confiscated Jiao's phone, and tucked Xiao Ba and Xiao Jiao into bed. He turned off the light, then stared at the ceiling for an indescribable amount of time. The next day, the cubs held an emergency meeting, excluding Yuan, in secret. The meeting took place in the medical room, where Tangy had been kicked out. Yuan was busy outside, and had no idea a cub meeting was taking place. The meeting began. Xiujio was the first to criticize Jiao. Jiao, you're not allowed to use your phone during a meeting. Jiao blinked, and put her phone away. Xiujio looked at the other cubs, and nodded with a hint of satisfaction. Very good. I declare the meeting officially open. The theme of our meeting today is how to make Big Brother happy. Although Yuan tried to hide his bad mood, to the cubs who clung to him, all his feelings were transparent. The cubs had all seen Big Brother's unhappiness these days. As soon as Xiujio started talking, Jiao asked in confusion, Big Brother is happy just because Xie Yuan is back. Why are we still having a meeting? The other cubs, The cubs fell silent. They knew Big Brother would be happy when Xie Yuan came back. But given the current situation, isn't Xie coming back? Jiao, raise your hand before you speak next time. After picking on Jiao's faults, Xiujio returned to the point. We have to rely on ourselves to make Big Brother happy. If you have any good suggestions, please raise your hands and tell me. Botsy raised his little tentacles, his expression serious. Big Brother loves us the most. We can be with him 24 hours a day, and that will make him happy. Jiao, who was the most attached to Yuan, opened her mouth when she heard Botsy's words. Big Brother doesn't let us take showers with him. Botsy continued. Stay serious. We can squat by the bathroom door. Little Butterfly was so infuriated that she wanted to give them wings. None of your words are helpful. What Big Brother needs right now is to go out and relax. As soon as Little Butterfly said this, the clever little Nine had an idea. Yes, Liuzi is right. Big Brother stays on the island all day, it's easy for him to miss Xie. Let's take Big Brother out more often to relax. He might even forget about Xie. Little Butterfly and Little Nine reached a consensus. Little 8 lost his vote because his previous suggestion was too stupid. Socially anxious Jiao didn't want to go out, so he voted against it. Xiujio made the final decision, 2 votes in favor, 1 vote against, and 1 abstention. I declare that the proposal Shujou and I raised has been adopted. With Shujou's final decision, the final outcome of the cub meeting was, take big brother out of here. Jojo pinched Bazai's little tentacles in frustration, struggling, there are so many people outside, I'm scared. Shinya Bazai let him pinch his little tentacles, and promised him casually, from now on, you stay with Bazai. Bazai will protect you. Isn't it just that you don't want to see anyone? I won't let them talk to you, okay? Jojo hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded. With Shinya's comfort, Jojo finally felt less averse to going out. The people on the island weren't here to retire. Every day, there were many missions waiting for the islanders to complete. The trainees here, through repeated virtual environments, had gained extensive experience dealing with zombies, mutants, and even those with special abilities. Captain Yin Feng, Vice Captain Song Jun, and Ho Ying, who trained with Yuan, all wanted to go out from time to time. Yuan hadn't planned to go out originally, Ruanka didn't want him to. But the cubs were making a fuss. 8 cubs were throwing a tantrum, and Little Tentacles was clinging to Yuan's legs, howling, brother, we want to go out, we want to go out. Little Mushroom looked at Yuan pitifully and begged, brother, we've been on the island for a long time. Please take us for a walk. The usually cool and elegant little butterfly was incapable of throwing a tantrum. He merely stood by, giving orders. Jojo, taking a cue from Little Butterfly's eyes, looked from the writhing 8th cub to the pathetic 9th cub, and the tips of his wings froze. Used by Little Butterfly's gaze, Jojo put down his phone and trudged slowly over to Yuan. Yuan was watching the tantrums with a nagging headache when his eyes caught sight of Jojo. He swallowed, nervously looking at the most well-behaved Jojo. Jojo, what are you doing? You're not. Before Yuan could finish his words, Jojo slowly laid down on the ground right in front of him. Big brother, Jojo is going to throw a tantrum. Jojo, equally nervous, lay on the ground, alerting her big brother. Yuan, Yuan's mouth twitched. Unable to bear it any longer, he picked up all the pups, lined them up on the sofa, and began to interrogate them. What's going on? Why do you all suddenly want to go out? Xiao Jiao hung his head, exuding a sense of dejection. He said weakly, brother, you never take us with you when you go out. We've been waiting for you on the island every day, trying to keep our identities hidden. We're actually a little depressed. Xiao Jiao looked so pitiful. Yuan's heart ached. He patted Xiao Jiao's head and soothed, I'm sorry, I didn't consider your feelings. You just want to go out and relax, don't you? I take you out. Since Xie Yuan didn't know when he would be back, Yuan looked at the unhappy pups and decided to prioritize them. While Xie Yuan was away, he and the pups could enjoy some quality time together. After receiving Yuan's promise, the cubs, who had been feeling depressed just moments before, suddenly brightened up. They pounced on Yuan, kissing him vigorously. 6 cub thought Bobo was too childish and didn't join in. Jojo still didn't want to go out, so she was also in a daze and didn't go any closer. It was late at night and quiet. Yuan, having been disturbed by the cubs' commotion, had no time to think about Xie Yuan. He held the cubs in his arms, and at his feet lay an 8th cub. Surrounded by the cubs, Yuan fell into a deep sleep. He rarely dreamed, but this time, he had a long dream. In his dream, it was him and Xie Yuan. He didn't know why he and Xie Yuan were in the same kindergarten. A kindergarten kid was playing house, and he was wearing a red handkerchief on his head, pretending to be a bride. A child's voice reached his ears, hey, he's very pretty, but I don't want him to be my wife. Another child chimed in, yeah, he's a little freak, let's just leave him alone. Amidst these children's voices, the cub Xie Yuan walked up to him and said firmly, I want Yuan to be my wife. Child Xie Yuan's voice was hoarse, but it instantly reassured Yuan, also a cub. Yuan. The red handkerchief was lifted, revealing the cub Xie Yuan's face. He leaned over and loudly promised, be my wife, and I give you all the white rabbit candies, and all the money I earn from now on will be yours. Such an absurd dream left Yuan dazed even after waking. Not to mention that Xie Yuan didn't even exist in the kindergarten he attended. The term wife alone wasn't something a child could say. He raised his hand and rubbed his face. I'm really going crazy, he muttered, the blush taking a long time to fade. It was all Xie Yuan's fault. He kept calling her wife all the time. It was probably because he was thinking about all those times he called her wife, which was why he was dreaming about them at night. Yuan lay in bed for a long time, only fully awakening when the cubs woke up one by one. After taking care of the cubs, Yuan went to find Ruanku alone. Ruanku was a little surprised by his request. And then, are you bored on the island? Missions are so hard, why do you? Uncle Ruan, I already promised the kids. Yuan didn't want to break his promise to the kids. He looked at Ronku intently and said, "Can the kids and I go to the Me Shield Research Institute? You said last time that the people we sent out hadn't found Ingjian yet." Ronku was startled. "And then, wait until Qi Yuan comes back. It's not too late for you to go. Yuan still wanted to go now. We don't know when Qi Yuan will be back, so I want to take the kids out for a bit." He thought about it carefully. It had been a long time since he'd taken the kids out. Under Yuan's insistence, Ronku finally relented. However, he didn't send Yuan to Me Shield. Instead, he assigned him a separate mission. "And then, do you remember the old city of Feiyu?" "Yes." Yuan was in the old city when Qi Yuan brought him back. After they left the old city, the West District sent troops there. After the Red Bird organization evacuated, it was said that the army had rescued many people. Ronku gave Yuan a small mission. He explained, "There's been some unusual activity in the old city lately. It's possible someone has returned. Your mission is to check the old city." In fact, this mission was rated F. In other words, it wasn't dangerous at all. The only reason any noises could be heard in the deserted old city was because of survivors or zombies. Yuan's job was to check and bring back any survivors. If there were only zombies, he could just kill them. Although the mission was simple, Ronku still tried to trick Yuan. "And then, this mission is quite demanding. You need to investigate carefully. The mission will take a week. You must be back on time in a week." Yuan agreed without hesitation. Ronku assigned him more help. "Yin Feng has other things to do. I call Song Jun and Ho Ying and have them accompany you." "No need." Yuan understood. Song Jun is a psychic, so he'd definitely be useful in many areas. "Uncle Ron, I have my kids to keep me company, so I don't need any extra help." Ronku looked at him and asked, "Are you taking all the cubs with you? Can you take care of so many at once?" Ronku was suggesting that he leave 2 behind. The cubs, who had secretly followed Yuan here, lay at the doorway, listening to the noises inside. When they heard Ronku tell Yuan to leave the cubs behind, their faces trembled. "Come on, follow me." The 8th cub's face was solemn as he led the other cubs out. After leaving, the cubs convened another emergency meeting. They hid in a corner at the bottom of the building, a spot no one usually passed by. The 8th cub's tone was heavy. "We are all deformed. If Big Brother takes us all away, it would be very likely that he's running away with us." Although the cubs were having a good time on the island, they weren't fools. They knew that everyone treated them well because they didn't know they were A-sequence mutants. Once they knew, not only would they not be treated well, but they might even be afraid of them. After all, they were different from the little waste duo and the low-sequence bugs. A-sequence mutants were enough to terrify humans. The little butterfly pondered for a long time before finally speaking. "Our purpose, this time, was to take Big Brother out for some relaxation. There's really no need to send so many pups out at once. Big Brother wants to make friends with these people. We can't let Big Brother become estranged from Dr. Wan and the others because of us." What even the most clueless little 8 could see, little 9 naturally understood as well. He said bluntly, "Let's just send 2 this time, leaving 2 pups on the island." With that, they all looked at the socially anxious Jojo. But Jojo didn't want to stay. While he didn't want to see too many people, he also didn't want to be separated from Big Brother. I want Big Brother." Jojo still clung to Big Brother, but the other pups around him surprisingly didn't object. "This stinky Jojo is insecure. If we leave him here, he'd probably cry every day." Crybaby Jojo took up 1 spot, leaving only 1 more. Little 6 offered it up. "I stay on the island. There aren't many psychics here, and I don't think it's been very peaceful lately. I stay here and wait for you to come back." After Shallow gave up his spot, the final spot fell between Botsy and Josie. The 2 cubs exchanged glances, their eyes filled with murderous intent. I'm going! The 2 cubs spoke simultaneously. Shallow, flying in midair, said coldly, "Deal with it yourselves. Only one of you can go anyway." The cubs were deciding who would go. After an unknown amount of time, Botsy narrowly won. Shujio still had to live in a flower pot every day. His growth period was accelerating. At this critical moment, staying on the island and continuing to grow mushrooms was the best thing for him. Botsy was overjoyed. He was a very active person, and the island was almost too big for him. After deciding which cubs would depart, 6 flew to the lab. Yuan was still talking to Ronku about taking all the cubs with him when Little Butterfly flew in, interrupting their conversation. "Little 9 and I will stay, while Little 8 and Jojo will accompany our eldest brother. Don't you 2 want to go out?" Yuan asked, frowning. Little Butterfly shook her head. "There will be plenty of opportunities to go out in the future, Big Brother. Just take these 2 this time." The cubs had already been assigned a certain number of people, so Yuan had no choice but to take the 2 cubs with him and board Song Jun's helicopter, heading for the abandoned old city. The plane took off. Ruan looked at the sky, muttering to himself, Qi Yuan should be somewhere nearby these past 2 days. It depends on whether you can run into him. Thanking Qi Yuan for the mission, Ruan couldn't just squeeze Yuan in. He assigned Yuan a minor, if unnecessary, task. Firstly, it fulfilled Yuan's wish to go out, but also tried his luck and saw if they could find a break from their busy schedules to meet. And then Song Jun spoke to Yuan while flying the plane, you really don't need me to accompany you. I'm worried about you being out there with a little cub. Seeing that his older brother was holding Jiuzhou, Ba Zi had no hands free to hold him, so he had become a miniature octopus and was nestled in his older brother's pocket. Jiuzhou, wearing a large, cute jacket with cartoon prints, sat on Yuan's lap. Our cubs are all very capable. This mission, just me and the cubs are enough. Yuan generously praised his cub. Song Jun smiled and agreed, your little Ba, the one we call Ba Gu, is quite capable. Last time we had training, he even stayed with us for a whole day. He was amazing. Ba Zi didn't just occasionally sneak in for training, he was always busy on the island. Even the old man sweeping the floor was on good terms with him. As the 2 chatted about Zai Zai, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Song Jun stared ahead, his heart racing for a moment before he spoke again. And then, are you in a relationship now? Yuan was stunned by the question. He and Xie Yuan had agreed that he would give Xie Yuan an answer when he returned. He had already thought of that answer. If Xie Yuan wasn't afraid of this little zombie, he would date Xie Yuan. Even after asking, Song Jun felt uneasy. He and Yuan hadn't spent much time together, and they hadn't had much opportunity to develop a relationship. But when Yuan risked her life to save him last time, Song Jun felt, I can't repay you in any way, so I might as well give myself to you. I think I do have one. Yuan's ears flushed, and his hands clenched tightly around Jiuzhou's sleeves. His mind was filled with the thought of Xie Yuan's face, and his voice was tinged with an indescribable sweetness. Song Jun's heart sank, and he subconsciously asked, who is it? Yuan pursed his lips, and after a moment's pause, he replied, it's Xie Yuan. I like Xie Yuan. Yuan spoke these words quietly but firmly. After returning to the island and unable to contact Xie Yuan during these days, Yuan slowly realized how much he missed him. He wanted to hear Xie Yuan speak to him, even if his words were always frivolous. He wanted to see Xie Yuan's face, to hug him. He missed Xie Yuan so much. Song Jun's heart ached. He heard rumors about Xie Yuan and Yuan before, but he didn't believe it, always feeling that since they hadn't made their relationship public, they weren't necessarily a couple. Now that was it. He was completely heartbroken. Song Jun numbly flew the plane, feeling as if all his boyish passion had flown away with the plane. After Yuan boldly confessed his love for Xie Yuan to Song Jun, he couldn't help but share his innermost feelings with him. Xie Yuan said he likes me, but I haven't told him yet that I like him too. I want to tell him when I see him. Oh, I really want to see Xie Yuan. Song Jun was deeply moved by Yuan's confession. While feeling this way, he suddenly grasped a sharp point. Wait. Song Jun asked, slightly panicked. And then, you told me your feelings for Xie Yuan before you told him? Yuan uttered a heavy hum. Song Jun was indeed the first person to hear his confession. Song Jun, who had been feeling heartbroken just moments before, panicked at the word him. I'm done. Instructor Xie was not a magnanimous man. His wife's confession had been overheard by another man. He had a feeling Instructor Xie might get jealous. And then, don't tell Instructor Xie about our conversation today. Song Jun's will to survive was still strong. He was adaptable and decisive, swallowing his unspoken thoughts. He wasn't worthy of competing with Instructor Xie for his wife. As Yuan boarded the plane, in the ruins, Xie Yuan Bin Yuan, looking displeased, was also irritated. What a crappy place. No internet, no cell phone. I shouldn't have taken this job. He was so annoyed that he glanced behind him again. It was almost time. After accompanying this zombie king through all the tests, he could go back to an inn. This time, he thought, he should at least get a regular job. Chapter 95. Yuan continued to chat with Song Jun intermittently, but Jiuzhou remained silent, not interrupting. In his pocket, Xiao Ba, whether asleep or awake, made no sound. And then, are you really going alone? Song Jun asked Yuan for the 108th time. He was genuinely concerned about Yuan taking this obviously fearful child on a mission. If something really happened, Instructor Xie would probably go crazy, wouldn't he? Another important reason why Song Joon gave up on trying to steal his instructor's girlfriend after a bitter experience was that instructor Sia was much older than him, and this was his first time in a relationship. He was still young, so there was no need to compete with an instructor who had been single for so long. Ewan replied again, I'm really fine. Don't worry about me. I have 2 more children on the island. I have to trouble you to take care of them. 2? Song Joon seemed to be lost in thought. He counted, feeling as if there was only 1 child left on the island. He and Ewan couldn't stay any longer. The plane landed at the exit of the old city. During the outbreak of the infection, nearly every district had built walls at its entrance. This retro method could sometimes be useful. However, for the abandoned old city of Yu, already ravaged by zombies and mutants, the walls now visible were like useless ribs. Ewan went out with a large backpack, and Jojo also wore a lizard skin bag. Traveling with children requires a lot of necessities. And then, can I help you set up the tent? You can't just live in the city right after you arrive. Get a feel for the situation before you act. I get it myself. Ewan didn't let Song Joon waste any more time getting down. Song Joon had already accomplished his mission by getting him here. Seeing that he wanted to be independent, Song Joon didn't want to force him down any further. And then, we have a signal here. If you encounter any problems, remember to contact us immediately. Okay. I got it. Bye. After seeing Song Joon off, Ewan glanced at the sky. He then glanced at the nearby old city. With his cubs by his side, he felt safe wherever he went. But they had just gotten off the plane, so he had to let them rest. Chiu. Ewan set Chiu down on a rock and brought Bazi out. You and Xiao Ba sit here and play. Big brother will set up the tent for you. We sleep in it tonight. Chiu, his phone clasped around his neck and a lizard skin bag slung across his body, wiggling his little feet as he obediently agreed. Bazi couldn't sit still. Seeing Ewan setting up the tent, he came over to help. Xiao Ba has many tentacles and is very strong, so having him help really made things easier. It didn't take long to set up the tent. Ewan put the night light away and lay down inside to test it out. There's enough space. I can lie down with the cubs. The cubs had never lived in a tent before and were extremely curious about it. Ewan took out the nutritional paste and milk from his bag. He and the cubs ate dinner, sitting at the entrance of the tent, looking out at the night. The night was quiet, with the occasional soft buzzing of mosquitoes in the grass. Jojo lay on Yuan's lap, watching everything unfold with his wide eyes. After a moment, he took Yuan's finger and said, Brother, this is beautiful. The quiet tent, the quiet surroundings. Quietly, as if only he, Xiao Ba, and his older brother were there. Yuan savored this rare family moment, his eyes narrowed, his tone tinged with contentment. Actually, the scenery here is quite beautiful. It's a shame not many people get to see it. Not long after he finished speaking, someone contradicted his assessment. In the quiet night, several people stumbled out of the old city's gate. Some supported each other, while others ignored everything and simply rushed forward. Ewan heard footsteps and looked in the direction they came from. The person at the back slammed the gate shut. The gate was a modern, technological gateway, and once closed, it felt a little safer. Ewan stared blankly at the survivors. He had only landed less than 2 hours ago. Could this mission be over? Jojo also saw the others, but he didn't move, only glancing at the little octopus still wallowing in the tent. Chi, go back to the tent. Ewan didn't call out rashly, but cautiously walked toward the group. As he approached, the group had already noticed the tent. Help! A hoarse cry for help struggled to escape his throat, revealing a desperate need for water. When Ewan saw them clearly, he was stunned. He thought he had seen these faces before in the basement of the old city. But it seemed unlikely, it had been so long since his last visit. The military had come in person. If they were the survivors from last time, they would have been taken away long ago. If we can't get out, how can we survive so long in the old city? Help! Save us! The boy running in front threw himself into Yuan's arms. His clothes were still stained with blood, and behind him were 2 other boys. The 2 boys looked exhausted, and they saw Yuan as their only hope. Yuan glanced at them, and after finding nothing unusual, he led them to the tent. You go ahead. Yuan pointed to the grass and told them to sit down. Sit here and catch your breath. I get you some water. He handed them bottles of mineral water, and the 3 boys didn't refuse. They eagerly opened the caps and drank them down in big gulps. After drinking the water, they sat on the ground for a while to relax. The 3 boys finally looked better. Thank you. One of the handsome boys spoke up, thanking Yuan. I haven't had any water in 2 days. The boys looked incredibly shabby. their spirits and faces radiating exhaustion. Ewan heard their voices grow less hoarse, so he asked, "How did you escape from the old city? Are there any survivors left? Our hometown is here. We rushed back from outside not long ago, hoping to find our family. But we couldn't find them, and we were trapped inside. The zombies inside are different from the ones we encountered outside. The zombies here are very intelligent." Hearing this, Ewan thought they were probably intelligent, evolved zombies looking for a place to stay, so they chose this deserted old city. There weren't many survivors living in the old city to begin with, and a large number were evacuated last time. Normally, it was a suitable place for non-humans to live. After the West District relocated the survivors, they didn't pay much attention to the area. Before Ewan arrived, Ronka had told him to come in and take a look. If there were no survivors, he could return. Supplies weren't much in the city. We've been hiding here and there, and we couldn't find our families. We couldn't afford to live there any longer, so we fled. Ewan didn't think they looked infected, at least, their exposed parts weren't bitten. Jojo and Bots's reactions were also unremarkable. These three people probably weren't mutants. Having eliminated two dangerous options, Ewan felt a little more at ease about the three young men. He brought them some food and handed them an unused tent bag. "Here, you build your own and sleep here tonight." "Is it safe here?" "It's safe." Ewan reassured them. "Actually, I'm here on a mission. My mission is to search for any survivors in the old city. With me here, you don't have to be afraid tonight. Just get some sleep." Several people glanced at Ewan's face, their expressions filled with suspicion. The curly-haired man, who had been silent until then, hesitated to ask, You can really protect us?" "Of course I can," Ewan confidently explained. "I've been rigorously trained. Don't be fooled by my small size, I'm actually incredibly formidable." It's unclear if Ewan's words dispelled their suspicions. After a moment's silence, the three boys pitched their tent together. Before crawling into the tent, they anxiously reassured Ewan, "Are we really out of danger? There are still zombies in the city, and we're staying outside. This distance isn't too close." Ewan assured them you'd be safe. "Go to sleep." Jojo and Botsy were in the tent, too lazy to show up. Wamao looked at him and suddenly asked, "It's very crowded with the three of us sleeping together. Can I sleep with you?" "I sleep very well and don't snore." Ewan shook his head without even thinking. He said sternly, "No, I have someone I like. I can't sleep with anyone else." Wamao hesitated. "It doesn't matter, does it? We're both men." "Your girlfriend." "Who said I like girls?" Ewan corrected him, "I like boys." "Well, it's getting late. You guys should squeeze in and sleep together." With that, he also crawled into his own tent. Curly watched him disappear, his mouth gaping in surprise. The other two boys behind him were also stunned. After a long moment, silence returned. Ewan, holding one cub in each arm, lowered his voice and spoke to them. "Good boy, you've been on the plane for so long, now get some rest, okay?" Both cubs nodded. 8, on the other hand, had had enough of rolling around in the tent and was eager to go out and play. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Jojo quietly complained, "Brother, Meow Meow won't let me see him today." Ewan was stunned. "Why won't you?" Jojo complained, "Meow Meow needs a bath, and I want to see him playing in the water, but he won't let me." Ewan, It's no wonder Meow Meow is bathing. Ewan patted his head and coaxed him, "Meow Meow, bathing is a private matter. Just like you don't want others to see you bathing. Other cubs don't want to bathe." Before Ewan finished, Ba Zi said casually, "I'm bathing for you to see. Forget about wanting to see me bathing, stinky chick. I let you bathe with me next time." Ba Zi had no concept of privacy. When he lived in the ocean, he bathed with his little brother. Ewan pinched his little tentacle and said, a little harshly, "Don't teach chick." After his lecture, he continued, "Ba Zi, if you transform into a human, and someone says they want to watch you bathe, that person is a bad person, understand? If you encounter such a bad person, tell Big Brother immediately." Although the cubs were strong, they still needed to be properly educated. Who knew if there was any way to show disrespect to his cubs? His cubs, each one a cutie after transforming into a human, were so handsome. Ewan looked at the unsafe 8th cub and couldn't help but think of the others. Among them was the 3rd cub, who had a rather lazy personality. This lazy cub, please don't let anyone fool you. Besides the lazy cubs, there was no telling if his little 7 had encountered any danger. Little 7 was quite clever, but usually a fence-sitter in cub fights. He was erratic, sometimes siding with one cub, sometimes with another. In short, most of the time, he didn't suffer any setbacks. Ewan held the cubs in his arms, thinking about them, and for a moment, he had no time to think about Yuan. Alas, thinking was useless. He even prepared to confess his feelings, but the person he was confessing to hadn't returned a single word. Yuan's overflowing sorrow, with nowhere to vent, finally found its way into his dreams. In his dreams, he was cold and murderous, slaughtering people indiscriminately. This murderous dream lasted all night. The next day, after waking up, Yuan sighed repeatedly. The one slaughtering people indiscriminately could only be Yuan, not him. It seemed he was subconsciously thinking of Yuan again. Yuan didn't wake the still sleeping Zai. He quickly tidied himself and went outside to see what was going on. In another tent, all three young men had woken up, having slept so comfortably. The young men saw Yuan and greeted him. "Brother." "Good morning, everyone." After a full night of sleep without incident, Yuan had a rough idea of the danger level in the city. He asked them, "What are your plans now? Do you want to leave?" Curly-haired boy quickly replied, "Can we follow you? We just can't hold on any longer." "Brother, didn't you say you were going on a mission? After you're done, can you take us with you?" Yuan was willing to take the survivors with him, but he pointed to the city gate and said, "I'm going into the city. If you want to come with me, you have to wait until I get back." The moment they heard he was going into the city, their expressions changed. "It's dangerous in the city. Do you really have to go in?" "Yes, I definitely will." Yuan's attitude remained unwavering. The boys looked at each other, and finally, curly-haired boy spoke up. You're going into the city to save people?" "Yes." After receiving Yuan's affirmative answer, Curly gritted his teeth and, as if making a desperate move, said, "As long as you can lead us, I'm willing to accompany you into the city. I know there are still a few survivors in the city, and I can guess their location." Although Curly agreed to go, the two boys next to him had no intention of going. They chose to wait where they were until they returned. Seeing this, Yuan naturally had no objection. "Whether you want to stay or leave, I respect your wishes." Yuan began packing his backpack. He gave some of his supplies to the two boys and packed the rest. After breakfast, Yuan packed up the tent, revealing Jojo inside. This time, Bazai wasn't in Yuan's pocket, but in Jojo's coat pocket. Jojo rubbed his eyes, yawned, and opened his arms to Yuan. "Hold me." Yuan skillfully lifted him into his arms. He held Jojo in his arms, strapped on his backpack, and, with Curly, a look of uncertainty on his face, headed towards the city gate. The gate opened, revealing zombies not far away. Curly, his face pale, trembling, said behind Yuan, Shouldn't we get out first? We're too few, and against so many zombies, we're not at all at an advantage." "It's okay, I can fight." After so much experience, fighting zombies was no longer a problem. Besides, if he couldn't win, he could always just join in. "Jojo, can Big Brother hold your hand?" Carrying him like that, Yuan was having trouble moving. Jojo nuzzled Big Brother's face and jumped out of his arms. Yuan turned to look at Curly. "Take me to the survivors. I take care of the zombies." Curly seemed a little distrustful of him. But then, Yuan slashed at the shaky zombies one by one. The evolved zombies were a bit more formidable than the regular ones, but they couldn't defeat Yuan. Curly was clearly surprised. He glanced at Yuan and, without a word, began to lead the way. Not long after Yuan entered the city, in a tent outside the city, the two boys who had stayed behind lay on their backs, their eyes narrowed, looking like they were about to give up. "Hey, do you think this pretty boy, who looks like a vase, is really on a mission?" "Who knows? He looks like he's here to deliver food." All one took the head this time. "Next time it'd be my turn, and you two are not allowed to compete with me. The number of people coming here is decreasing. This month's quota is probably in jeopardy." "It's okay, there are still people coming here and there." The two chatted idly. They weren't zombies, but they weren't afraid of him. They had made a deal with the city. If they could bring someone in, they would receive a reward. They acted as bait, luring people in. With zombies, and a few aberrations, said to be of lower sequence but stronger than humans, protecting them, they felt they lived a comfortable life. Compared to the survivors fleeing here and there, or those trembling in fear, even in the base, where safety was uncertain, they lived a much more comfortable life. In the city, Yuan tried not to use firearms, as the noise was too loud and would attract more zombies. Curly led the way cautiously, but perhaps out of sheer fear, he frightened them several times, making noises that attracted waves of zombies. Time slipped by slowly. Curly led Yuan into the basement he had been in before. He whispered, "People are usually found hiding here. I hidden here before. If we can't find them here, we can go to the residential complex." Ewan nodded and followed him. However, as they searched, Ewan paused. He stared at the door ahead, a strange feeling building up inside him. Does anyone live there? I don't know. Curly, still looking fearful, stepped back and said, I only know there are survivors in the city, but I can only guess where they are. His statement sounded quite believable. But Jojo, who had been holding her brother's hand obediently, sniffed and whispered to the gate ahead, It stinks. Those are the zombies that have gone bad. He added, There are a lot of them. The octopus extended its tentacles and poked her brother. His voice rang out from his pocket, Big brother, something's happening. The cubs were on high alert. With their warning, Ewan didn't rush to push the door. But the door slid open from the other side with a slight impatience. Curly behind him, watching the door open, continued to push back. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. Ewan looked at the scene inside the door. Before he could react, a cub jumped down. He stood in front of Big Brother, waving his small tentacles. He's back to life. Dr. Wan said, When you come to the city, fight any zombies you see. Once you're done, your mission is over. Perhaps because A08's features are too obvious, the zombies inside aren't at the level of a zombie king like Sun Mo. Upon realizing it was A08, these intelligent but underdeveloped zombies' first reaction was to run. Ewan effortlessly dispatched the zombies, leveraging the power of his cubs. Everything was going smoothly for them. The more intelligent the zombies, the more timid they became when they saw A08 and A10. Curly was completely unprepared for this situation. He blindly followed Ewan, his mind completely blank. Since the zombies fled rather than attacked upon seeing A08, Ewan was unable to capture it. This situation continued for a while, until a dense roar of zombies erupted from a black communicator, installed by an unknown person. The roar stirred all the zombies. Ewan, not yet versed in zombie language, frowned, unable to make out what the zombies were saying. Jojo perked up his ears, listening intently. Just as Ewan was bewildered, Jojo tugged at his sleeve. Brother, Jojo understands. Jojo looked up. This little Jojo, so beloved by the zombie king, had actually learned a bit of zombie language without his brother's knowledge. He said, A zombie king has appeared, and he's gathering them. Ewan was puzzled. What for? Jojo shook his head. He didn't know. Given that there weren't many zombie kings these days, you could count them on one hand. So, the zombie king gathering the zombies was most likely Sun Mo. Jojo hadn't seen Sun Mo for a while. He clutched the small whistle on his chest and looked at his brother eagerly. Brother, let's go check it out. Ewan picked him up. Okay. The zombies in the city were all heading out. There was no need for Ewan to gather them together, nor to chase them away. In this situation, they could escape completely on their own. The zombies were about to leave, and Curly, who had just taken advantage of the chaos, wanted to take advantage of the situation as well. But unexpectedly, one of his regular customers spotted him and shouted, Roar! The food delivered this time couldn't be eaten. Even for intelligent zombies, eating is their instinct. Flustered, Curly tried to beg for mercy. He turned around, wanting to ask Ewan for help. But Jojo stopped him. Brother, these are bad guys. Jojo wouldn't let you save them. Curly, who had collaborated with the zombies, ultimately fell into their clutches. Ewan was no saint. Upon hearing that Curly was collaborating with the zombies, he simply played dumb. The zombie army marched forward, with 3 entangled figures at the rear. At the destination where the zombies were heading, Yuan pressed his temple and wrote a note, 8th test passed. The 8th test was also a test. To cooperate with humans, they would have to repeatedly confirm whether the zombie king truly accepted humans. Can he overcome his instinct to treat humans as food? He had passed all the tests so far. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by this progress, the official announcement of the human-zombie cooperation plan wasn't far off. The zombie king had proven he could overcome his instincts. Now it was time for him to demonstrate his sincerity. He had taken control of the zombies in a nearby city, and then, in front of Yuan, he would cause them to self-destruct. If he could accomplish this, his value would become immeasurable. The distance was neither near nor far, and after more than 3 hours of walking, the zombies finally reached their destination. A long series of howls echoed one after another. Ewan, holding Jojo at the back, barked a few times to fit in. Shortly after he finished barking, something seemed to miss around him. Some zombies began to mutilate themselves. No, commit suicide. Ewan, the small zombie hanging from the back of the car, took 2 steps back in fear. What's going on? What's wrong with him? Chapter 96. Ewan was bewildered by his fellow zombies' behavior. He hugged Jojo tightly, muttering, They're not normal. Let's retreat. Jojo buried her face in his neck and nuzzled. Okay. Yuan, holding Jojo and holding Octopus, turned and ran. After only a few steps, Jojo couldn't help but remind him, Brother, isn't Brother Sun here? Yuan thought for a moment and said, I'll look for him later. Jojo nodded, agreeing. The octopus in his pocket poked its head out, peering out. Just as Yuan was about to evacuate with his little one, Xie Yuan stood not far away behind the old zombie, lazily observing the scene before him. Not bad, he said nonchalantly. We summoned quite a few zombies. Are you confident you can handle them all? The old zombie, who had been brought back earlier, looked old and withered. The zombie old man, while not entirely transformed, looked vastly different now. His aging seemed to have regressed slightly, and his overall appearance was much more energetic than before. Don't worry, the zombie old man said confidently. I can summon them, and I can handle them. Xie Yuan shoved his hands in his pockets, not even drawing his bone blade. He didn't participate in the zombie old man's actions, he simply watched from behind, like an invigilator. An unknown amount of time passed. Among the summoned zombies, the lowest level ones had already obediently chosen death. But the slightly more advanced zombies, who had evolved slightly, began to doubt the orders from the zombie king. The aura of death spread, enveloping the entire land. The corpses of the low-level zombies fell one by one, and Xie Yuan narrowed his eyes, observing the remaining zombies. As he watched, Xie Yuan's expression suddenly froze. His gaze caught sight of someone who shouldn't be there. Anan! Xie Yuan's gaze focused on the person running away in the distance. Just the sight of their back was enough for him to recognize them. While the zombie king was still ordering the high-level zombies to self-destruct, Xie Yuan had already descended the stairs and strode towards the end of the zombie horde. Anan, stop! Xie Yuan called out several times, but failed to stop Yuan. He had no choice but to run after them. And behind him, the zombie king, standing still, wasn't staring at the zombies as he had before. His gaze was fixed on Xie Yuan's figure. His eyes were heavy, his emotions unpredictable. Brother, slow down. Jojo pricked up her ears, thinking she heard Xie Yuan's voice. He wanted to warn his big brother, but then wondered why Xie Yuan was here. One ran, the other chased. After Yuan completely escaped the zombie horde, he finally leaned against a tree and began to rest. The little octopus crawled out of his pocket, and Jojo jumped out of his big brother's arms. The two cubs, too busy trying to comfort their big brother, all looked back. Sure enough, a few hundred meters away, standing there was Xie Yuan. The cubs looked at each other. Finally, Jojo honestly called out to his big brother, Big brother, it's the real Xie Yuan. Yuan, holding onto the wall, stared blankly in the direction Jojo was looking. Big head. It was Big Head. Yuan hadn't expected to see Xie Yuan here. He didn't even bother with the cubs, rushing towards Xie Yuan like a gust of wind. Their eyes met in midair, and Xie Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yuan running towards them. The little fool, carrying the baby, ran quite fast. A few hundred meters wasn't a short distance. Yuan finally threw himself into Xie Yuan's arms, his tired, red face buried in his neck. Big Head, you're here. Yes. It had been countless days since they last met, and Yuan's eyes were almost red with longing for Xie Yuan. He hugged Xie Yuan tightly, all his longing pouring out in that moment. I miss you so much. Yuan nudged him, his voice thick with longing. Xie Yuan rubbed the back of his head, asking him to look up. The next second, their lips pressed hard. Yuan had always been a bit clumsy when it came to kissing. But this time, he tiptoed slightly, and took the initiative to open his mouth. Xie Yuan's expression suddenly changed. The cubs behind him watched this scene. Jojo's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Wow! Eighth cub was also stunned. Wow! After the two cubs watched for a few seconds, eighth cub, feeling the elder, stretched out his little tentacle and slapped it over Jojo's eyes. You can't look. Eighth cub's little tentacle instantly turned pink. He used another tentacle to cover his own eyes, but it was forked, clearly still peeking. Yuan's body quickly softened, and he struggled to pull away from Xie Yuan, cooperating with him. Xie Yuan had never seen Yuan so passionate. The kiss between them grew increasingly uncontrollable, but Yuan finally regained some composure. He thought of his cubs, so he stopped in time. Children. Yuan turned around to look at the children. Doing this in front of the children would have a terrible impact. Xie Yuan used his free hand to wipe the corner of his lips and watched with him. A small pink octopus firmly covered Jojo's eyes. The two children looked well behaved and knew how to avoid him. But Yuan saw through it immediately. Ba Zi, you're peeking? Xie Yuan raised an eyebrow, but didn't stop Ba Zi's peeping. His and Yuan's blatant kiss only served to let the children know. Yuan was not just theirs, but his too. With the children around, the two adults couldn't afford to be sentimental. Xie Yuan simply whispered in Yuan's ear, and it is so good this time. She kissed him obediently. She even opened her mouth obediently. Yuan smacked him to stop him. If it were just the two of them, Xie Yuan would have been more lenient even if he said something rude. But we couldn't let Zizi hear those rude words. The two men walked up to Zizi. Ba Zi, you're the cool guy, don't hug me. Only Jojo wanted to be hugged. He held out his arms, and Xie Yuan lifted him up. Let your big brother rest a bit. Xie Yuan said to Jojo, I hold you for him. Jojo wasn't picky. It wasn't the first time Xie Yuan had held him. After picking Jojo up, Xie Yuan didn't immediately try to understand why Yuan had taken such initiative this time. He checked the time and said, come with me. Yuan followed him without a second thought. On the way, Xie Yuan told Yuan about his mission, and that he had just arrived. These past few days, without a phone or internet connection, he'd been closely observing the Zombie King. Once my mission is complete, we can return. Xie Yuan didn't hide it from him. It won't be long before our cooperation with the Zombie King is officially announced. The East District's proposal to legalize mutants will have a result in the next 2 days. The probability of approval is 80%. The temptation of mutants to each district is too great, and no ruler can truly resist it. The East District proposed legalizing mutants, while their West District proposed cooperation between humans and the Zombie King. As for the other 2 districts, there doesn't seem to be much movement at the moment. Yuan took Xie Yuan's arm, and the two walked side by side. It wasn't long before Xie Yuan led Yuan to where they had stood at the beginning. Zombie corpses were scattered everywhere, and the old Zombie King was consuming the crystal cores he had dug out. Crystal cores are a tonic for zombies. Watching the old man cleaning up the crystal cores, Bazai immediately tried to grab them from him. Yuan held his head down, preventing him from lunging at the zombies. But while Yuan and Xie Yuan weren't paying attention, Bazai colluded with Jojo and secretly went to get the crystal cores. Baba wiped the crystal cores clean and secretly hid them in Jojo's pocket. Jojo was a little disgusted by the crystal cores that had grown out of his head. But thinking that this was a good thing for his big brother, Jojo held his nose and allowed it to be put into his bag. As Bazai was packing, he wondered, there aren't many high-level zombies. It was strange, he remembered seeing quite a few high-level zombies when he followed the zombie herd earlier. There weren't many high-level zombies left on the ground now. However, after careful selection, Bazai still managed to find 2 large handfuls. Xie Yuan, along with Yuan, spoke to the Zombie King. Are all of them taken care of? The Zombie King nodded, yes. He added, low-level zombies are easy to control, but higher-level zombies are a little more difficult. Captain Xie, you've seen my ability to control zombies. Next, I think if I could form a zombie team and have them perform dangerous missions on behalf of humans, we could reduce human casualties. The Zombie King's proposal was bold, but also very useful. The base and the military both frequently need to perform many missions. The military's missions, in particular, are incredibly dangerous. If zombies were used to perform these missions, this proposal is a good one, but whether it can be implemented remains to be determined by my father and the others. The assessment here was almost over. Yuan thought about his own mission and decided to go back and clean up. I was running after them just now and got a little anxious. Big Head, do you have anything urgent to do right now? If not, could you please come with me? Yuan had now met Xie Yuan, and he didn't want to be apart for a moment. Xie Yuan shared the same sentiment. Okay, I go with you. For several consecutive days of assessments, the Zombie King's performance had been above average. As long as the results were passed to his father, he wouldn't have to be involved in this matter anymore. After all, his father was still in charge of the West District. Since Xie Yuan wanted to follow Yuan, the Zombie King naturally didn't want to be left alone. He glanced at the cubs Yuan was carrying and said friendly, do you need me to hold them? Jojo shook his head like a rattle. He didn't want to be held by this zombie. Jojo was delicate and picky, and there were only a few people he would allow to hold him. Xie Yuan said to the old man calmly, our child is shy, so we won't bother you. Soon, they returned to the old city of Feiyu. With the Zombie King present, they entered the city openly, as if they were visiting their own supermarket. The city was deserted, and any vacant houses could serve as temporary shelter. With Xie Yuan around, Yuan didn't even think about setting up camp in the wild. They picked a relatively clean house with folded blankets in the closet. Xie Yuan quickly changed the blankets and tidied up the unoccupied bedroom and bathroom. The cubs stayed with him, while Yuan took the zombie old man to the city to check for any survivors. Xie Yuan. That's rude. Call me big brother. Xie Yuan didn't consider himself a sister-in-law, and he didn't want to be called uncle, so he simply treated him as Yuan's equal. Botsy snorted coldly, ignoring the extra brother. Leaning against the doorframe, he asked coolly, "Want a deal? Keep it secret?" Xie Yuan paused as he made the bed and looked back at him. "Oh! What deal?" Botsy, as steady as a boss, negotiated with him. "This deal involves my big brother's love life, and you'd definitely be interested. If you want to talk to me, you have to show sincerity." Xie Yuan, seeing his demeanor, walked over, bent down to meet his gaze. "Alright, what sincerity do you want?" A few minutes later, Xie Yuan sat in a chair beside the bed, intently watching Botsy's unique rendition of the family drama. Bazai played two roles, vividly recreating the conversation on the plane. Xie Yuan was indeed annoyed. He gritted his teeth, but couldn't help but curse. And Anne's first confession had actually been overheard by Song Jun. Xie Yuan had been secretly anticipating Yuan's confession for who knows how long. He even thought about what he'd do next if Yuan could actually say those few words. After all this time of thinking, someone else got the advantage. Bazai had no moral integrity, using his eldest brother's confession as a bargaining chip. Jojo watched them for a while, feeling rather bored. He grabbed the phone hanging from his neck and ran to the living room to make a video call for today. "I want to see Meow Meow on the video today." Xie Yuan was almost done with Bazai, who only made his request at the very end. He glared at Xie Yuan, taunting him with his subtle cunning. "We agreed to keep your word. You must agree to my request and not shirk it." Xie Yuan thought to himself, "You little octopus, what could you possibly ask for?" He continued to sit, saying, "Okay, go ahead." Botsy's eyes grew increasingly sinister, and he said crisply, "My request is that you don't sleep with my big brother. My big brother wants to sleep with me and Jojo." Xie Yuan? Xie Yuan's previous composure vanished in an instant. He surveyed the octopus TSK. "Botsy, you're already a mature cub. You need to learn to sleep on your own, understand?" Botsy refused to accept his words. He said firmly, "I was supposed to be mature, but I fought with you so much that I'm now a cub. The cubs can sleep with their big brother." Xie Yuan thought about the tentacle he cut, feeling as if all the bricks he moved had now fallen on his feet. Eighth cub earnestly fought for the rights of the cubs, but his cunning was ultimately no match for Xie Yuan, who had been single for years, and finally found a wife. Xie Yuan stared at him for several seconds, then nodded. "Okay." He emphasized his words. "I won't sleep with your big brother." Eighth cub looked at the easygoing man suspiciously, feeling he stepped into a trap. But Xie Yuan clearly agreed to his request, leaving him at a loss as to what else to do. A long while passed. Xie Yuan cleaned up his living quarters, and had the cubs bathe early. He checked the house for any useful supplies. The family seemed well off, with many luxury items hanging in the closet. Xie Yuan also saw some unopened designer clothes, but they were a bit large for Yuan or the kids, so they needed alterations. He was quite skilled at altering clothes. An hour later, the door was pushed open from the outside. Yuan didn't bother Jojo, who was lying on the sofa, video chatting. He simply slumped into Xie Yuan's arms, who had also taken a seat on the sofa. Xie Yuan leaned down and kissed him on the lips. They didn't make much noise, fearing Jojo would catch them. Xie Yuan pointed to one of the rooms and said to the old man, "You can stay there tonight. I checked, and it has everything you need. You won't need anything." The old man didn't want to stay any longer. He and Xie Yuan had little in common, and he wasn't particularly compatible with Yuan or the deformed creature she brought with her. As soon as the old man returned to his room, Xie Yuan started chatting with Yuan. He asked, "Did you two encounter any problems on your outing? Did you find any survivors?" Yuan sighed and replied, "Traveling with him went smoothly, but we didn't encounter anything, not even any survivors. Given the current situation, the chances of any survivors remaining in the city were slim." He knew all about the people who had come seeking help before. They weren't good people. Those three had harmed many innocent people. They were clearly human, yet for survival and profit, they chose to murder their own kind. Those three were gone, but there might still be others like them. Yuan rubbed his face and sighed, if only there were more people like Xiaomutu. "By the way, I wonder where Xiaomutu has been rescued." Xie Yuan didn't respond. He held Yuan in his arms, letting her mutter in his arms. "I cleared out a room for Bazai and Jojo, and I have one for myself." And then, which one do you want? When Xie Yuan asked this question, Bazai had just come out excitedly to find his eldest brother, hoping to sleep with him. Before he could run over, he heard his eldest brother reply, "Well, I sleep with you. Let Bazai and Jojo sleep together. They're both small, so they sleep more easily together." Bazai froze for a moment, then angrily shouted at Xie Yuan, "You lied to me. You said you wouldn't sleep with my eldest brother. Xie Yuan put his arm around Yuan's shoulders and spoke to him with reason. I didn't lie to you. I said I wouldn't sleep with your eldest brother, but I didn't say I wouldn't let your eldest brother sleep with me." Fish, as expected, don't understand some of humanity's most common word games. 8 Cub was pissed off. He glared at his eldest brother, hoping he'd speak up for him. But his eldest brother and Xie Yuan were so close together, the atmosphere between them so sultry, that there was no room for a cub like him. 8 Cub finally hurriedly rolled Jojo back to his room. Jojo was still upset. "Don't bother me. I haven't finished my call yet. I want to hear Meow Meow sing me a meow song." 8 Cub said arrogantly, "No. Lao Si is a tiger, not a meow. He can't sing a meow song at all. Don't call him anymore. I'm in a bad mood. You need to talk to me." Jojo wasn't happy. He was a staunch Meow Meow supporter. Between Meow and seafood, he chose Meow. 8 Cub violently hung up Jojo's phone. The second before the call ended, the tiger on the other end heard a loud cry. Without a doubt, it was Jojo who was made to cry. Tiger stared at the darkened screen of his phone, a dark look in his eyes. He didn't call back immediately, but instead stood up and went to find 01. When the incident at the Mishealed Research Institute occurred, all the mutants fled, with only a small number remaining inside. Some of those who escaped, like him and 01, left on their own. Others were taken away by others. He was about to go on a field trip, and casually, he said to 01, "Xiao Ba's regenerative abilities are quite good. If you need him, you can contact him." A 01 hummed. He was busy mass-producing mutants, and his schedule was very tight. A 05 stopped bothering him, and turned to leave. Elsewhere, Yuan also heard Jojo crying. He hesitantly asked Xie Yuan, "Did you hear Jojo crying? Did he have a fight with Bazai?" The soundproofing in the house wasn't great, but it wasn't great either. Jojo's crying was still audible. But it didn't last long before it stopped. Xie Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, and didn't let Yuan leave. He kissed Yuan's cheek and urged him, "Go take a shower. We can have a good chat." Yuan was a misophobe, and wouldn't even sit in bed without a shower. He hurried to shower. Xie Yuan stood at the door and asked, "Anan, can you get clean by yourself? Do you want me to come in and help?" Yuan blushed and refused, "No." He was just about to confess his feelings to Xie Yuan, but Xie Yuan wanted to take a shower with him. His progress bar couldn't even compare to Xie Yuan's. Yuan bathed while Xie Yuan listened to the sound of the water. They were both aware of each other's presence. Though they weren't hugging at the moment, it felt more blushing and heart-pounding than a kiss. Yuan lingered as she finished her shower and emerged. Xie Yuan scooped her up and laid her on the bed. "All right. No more unnecessary things to interrupt, nothing more to do." The two of them finally had some quiet time alone. "And then, it's time to resolve our issues." Yuan had said that he would give Xie Yuan an answer when they met again. Although Xie Yuan already knew the answer from Bazai, he still wanted to hear it from Yuan himself. Big head. Yuan stared at Xie Yuan without blinking. He cleared his throat and, without a trace of ambiguity, fulfilled his promise. I like you. I don't know when I started liking you, but I know I like you very much now." To express his sincerity, Yuan thought for a moment and said seriously, "I like you so much that I want to raise a cub with you." The cub was his most precious treasure. The fact that he was willing to raise one with Xie Yuan was, to him, a testament to his deep love for him. Xie Yuan had initially felt a surge of affection, but the news of raising the cubs together abruptly shattered his feelings. 10 cubs, plus the 2 he had on the island. 12. Even though some of these 12 cubs were more mature, it was clear that a few still needed their older brother to sleep with them. He pinched Yuan's face sweetly and helplessly, then replied, "I like you too. I like you so much that I'm willing to give you my entire wife's savings. I'm also willing to save a baby's savings for our little one." Chapter 97. Yuan's confession was like a fuse, lit, setting Xie Yuan ablaze. He barely spoke a word before Yuan's thoughts were drawn away by him. Don't touch me." Yuan pried his large hand apart, trying to calm his mind. Xie Yuan lowered his head, his nose touching his, their breath mingling, the air thickening with viscousness. "And then, I will support you and your children from now on. I will care for everyone and everything you care about. Xie Yuan's words were serious, but the hand that Yuan hadn't pried apart was anything remotely serious. Yuan had a ticklish spot on his waist, and when it was touched, he suppressed a smile. He avoided Xie Yuan, wanting to continue his conversation. But Xie Yuan didn't give him the chance. Be good. Tonight's our confession night. You can't hide from me. Come closer. Yuan refused. He had just gotten used to Xie Yuan's kisses, and seeing Xie Yuan's current posture, he felt like he was about to be devoured. I'm ticklish. You can't touch me. Yuan struggled to gain some distance, negotiating terms with Xie Yuan. You can hug me and kiss me, but you can't touch me. Xie Yuan raised an eyebrow at these terms. Before Yuan confessed her love, he could kiss and hug her. Now that they'd both confessed their love, they were still limited to kissing and hugging. Did his and treat him like a vegetarian? The two of them remained in a standoff for a moment, until Xie Yuan saw Yuan clutching the pillow, ready to run. His eyelids fluttered, and he tactically compromised. Okay, I won't touch you. He took a step back. Let me kiss you. We haven't kissed in so long, and don't you want one? Yuan kind of wanted one. He still really enjoyed kissing Xie Yuan. Under Xie Yuan's gentle coaxing, Yuan hesitantly moved closer. He tilted his head back, as if letting Xie Yuan kiss him. Xie Yuan wasn't some gentleman who could remain calm. He embraced Yuan and lowered his head to kiss him. This time, he could finally call her something else. Baby, good girl. Yuan was so dizzy from the kiss that his mind lost all ability to think. Xie Yuan truly possessed a natural talent for rascally behavior. He gradually guided Yuan, letting the kiss slowly spread from lips to lips. In the next room, Jiujie was angered by Bazai and cried for a while. Not long after, the two cubs awkwardly reconciled. To be precise, Bazai was the only one who was awkward. He returned the phone to Jiujie and, under Jiujie's tearful gaze, whimpered, I won't say anything bad about him. You're the only one crying. Jiujie would cry too, but it was mostly fake. Unlike the silly Jiujie, who was practically puking herself to death from crying. Jiujie sniffed, clutching the phone, wanting to make another call. He looked at Bazai, still letting out a small sob. You, don't look at my phone. Bazai pulled out his own children's phone, which also had mini games. He opened a match 3 game, using several of his tentacles simultaneously. I'm not looking at your phone. I have my own. The two kids, one on the phone and the other playing a game, seemed quite harmonious. Bazai simply waited for Jiujie to hang up before finishing his game. The two cubs exchanged glances, each thinking of their big brother next door. Jiujie, what do you think Xie is doing right now? I don't know. Jiujie paused for a moment, then said, Big brother loves to sleep, so he should be asleep now. Eighth cub stared at the wall with a heavy heart. Big brother might not be able to sleep. Jiujie didn't understand. Why? Xie Yuan won't let big brother sleep? Why don't we go find Xie Yuan and have him put big brother to sleep? Eighth cub didn't want to talk. Desperately, he flattened his little tentacles and lay flat on the bed, muttering, Big brother's grown up, we can't control him. Besides, Big brother had always been the one who took care of them, they hadn't really cared about him. As cubs, they had no say in matters, like finding a sister-in-law. Alas! What a waste of his little tentacles. The cubs lay down beside each other, chatting about Big brother until late at night. Finally, Jiujie was so sleepy that he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Botz's little tentacles grabbed the quilt and tucked him in tightly, protecting him from the cold. The cubs fell asleep, but Yuan didn't. Only now did Yuan understand the deception of a man's words. They agreed to only kiss, but Xie Yuan's kiss. He kissed him all over. It had to be said that this was a bit perverted in Yuan's eyes. He was being manipulated, an experience he never experienced before, making him feel like he was floating in the clouds, unsteady and ungrounded. In the middle of the night, Yuan rolled himself up in the quilt and pleaded with Xie Yuan, no more kissing. I make my skin peel off. Xie Yuan wiped the corners of his eyes. Hearing his uneven breathing, he finally felt a flicker of pity. Okay, let's stop here for today. He kissed Yuan's sweat-soaked forehead and whispered, go to sleep. I hold you. Yuan was exhausted. His eyelids were drooping, his head was a mess, and he couldn't think of anything. After Xie Yuan told him to sleep, he closed his eyes without a second's delay. When Yuan fell asleep, Xie Yuan lowered his gaze and looked at him intently. Yuan's features were beautifully formed. His lingering innocence and the occasional hint of confusion in his eyes and eyebrows blended perfectly, making him look like a young fox, still naive to the world. Yuan contentedly held him in his arms, thinking of what Yuan had said before. She'd tell him something when they met again. He figured he heard it now. It was Yuan's confession. Yuan radiated the excitement of finally being single, a feeling that made it impossible to sleep. After lying in bed for a while longer, hugging Yuan, Yuan couldn't resist and headed for the shower. The icy water poured down on his head, and Yuan brushed back the damp hair on his forehead with his hand. He closed his eyes, thinking about Yuan's appearance and voice for a long time before the sound of water stopped. Coming out of the bathroom, Yuan sat at the head of the bed. He looked at Yuan while turning on the camera on her phone. The fingers of their hands clasped together, and with a click, the picture was captured in the camera. He finished taking the photo, logged into his WeChat, and began editing his moments. X. Putting the baby to sleep. Photo of hand X1. In the middle of the night, this moment's post received a surprising number of likes and comments in no time. Pacey. Sia dad, find me a date. Crying.jpg. Lu Chao. You're still up so late at night, Sia dad, you're such a jerk. Our lucky charm can't stand it. Hoing. Applause. 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 Hoing. Instructor, who's this baby you posted? Although Yuan and Yuan were rumored to be dating, there had been no concrete evidence, so some believed it, while others didn't. Yuan, who was on his phone, saw Ho Ying's question and replied, "Do you know her?" Ho Ying replied, ? Ho Ying replied, "How would I know her?" Yuan replied, "It's an N." After these 3 words were sent, Ho Ying remained silent for a long time. At the same time, in a dozen or so large and small groups, everyone tacitly posted a few emojis. The emojis were exploring the situation. After seeing that some people were still awake, a screenshot of Yuan's moments was posted. Spectator 1, is Instructor Sia officially announced? Holy crap, I'm finally going to see him get married in my lifetime. Didn't he swear off dating? Spectator 2, honestly, Instructor Sia's hands are so beautiful. Handjob satisfaction satisfied, slurp. Spectator 3, oh wow, I never thought Instructor Sia would call his partner baby, so sweet. No one has ever called me baby in my entire life. Spectator 4, the forum is open. Hurry! Yuan is a well-known figure in District 4. His every move is always a hot topic on the forum. Previous rumors about him circulated for a while, but then died down. No one expected Yuan to openly show off his baby in the middle of the night. Naturally, this baby was the subject of everyone's attention. Those who added Ho Ying and Yuan on their shared WeChat accounts could see their comments and interactions. So, unsurprisingly, this NN appeared on Forum 818 in the screenshot. NN. As soon as these 2 words came out, those who had been teammates with Yuan on the island, or who had seen Yuan and Yuan together at the base, instantly understood the code. First floor, NN is actually Yuan. I seen him in person. He's worthy of Yuan. Second floor, this is hilarious. I never even heard of this Yuan. How can he be worthy of Yuan? Who is Yuan? What kind of person is he? They're not even a match. Third floor, TSK, why are Yuan's dream girls and dream boys here? I'm calling him baby, and you're still trying to attack him. You're crazy. The forum is quite large, especially night owls. Yuan's looks and abilities have always been exceptional. He was often secretly photographed during previous missions. He's always had plenty of girlfriend fans on the forum. This time, he personally posted the photos, undoubtedly shattering the dreams of those who were either girlfriends or boyfriends. Watching the building grow taller and taller, while Yuan's information hasn't been uncovered, the criticism of her is piled up by the hundreds. Pacey saw someone in the group pointing him to the forum, so he opened it and took a look. Unexpectedly, the sight of it instantly ignited his fury. He rolled up his sleeves and launched into a barrage of abuse. The forum erupted in a flurry of insults, and those who had left the smaller groups were all defending Yuan. Their repeated exchanges of insults with the forum members eventually attracted the attention of the administrators. When the administrators arrived, their accounts were immediately shut down. Amidst this online chaos, a strange digital ID kept popping up, constantly speaking, but unfortunately, no one paid any attention. 180th floor, where is this Yuan you're talking about from? 187th floor, how could Yuan and Yuan be together? Yuan is so fierce, he's not worthy of Yuan. 197th floor, haha, you must be spreading rumors. 250th floor, can anyone tell me Yuan's location? This digital ID was active in several threads. From his initial composure to his final outburst of abuse, it was clear his emotions were greatly affected. He kept repeating the same sentiment. Xie Yuan doesn't deserve Yuan. Until the moment before his account was blocked by the administrator, he was still furiously cursing at the haters who dissed Yuan. The parties involved in this online quarrel were unaware of it. Yuan had no experience in love, especially not with an old scoundrel. Tonight's events were truly a bit too much for him. He buried his face in Xie Yuan's arms, sleeping soundly. But Xie Yuan glanced at his arm before falling asleep. The bite wound on Yuan's arm had already scabbed over, but the surrounding skin was still a different color than before, looking a bit strange. But then, thinking about the tattoo Yuan had mentioned, Xie Yuan finally suppressed his suspicions. He kissed Yuan's cheek and drifted off to sleep. The next day, when Yuan woke up, Xie Yuan was still asleep. It was rare for him to wake up later than him, so he didn't disturb him. Outside, it was quiet. Yuan tiptoed up, pushed open the door to the next room, and checked on the two cubs in bed. Jiujio was huddled under the covers, his face flushed. Ba Zi was sprawled out, his tentacles still pressing against Jiujio's body. Yuan walked over, lifted Ba Zi's tentacles, and lifted the blanket off Jiujio a little. The cubs had been sleeping soundly since early morning, so when Yuan came over, they had woken up drowsily. Big brother. Jiujio instinctively grabbed Big Brother's hand, asking him to hold him. Jiujio was dreaming. Yuan picked him up and expertly changed his clothes. What did our Jiujio dream about? Jiujio thought for a moment and replied, "It was a sweet dream. I dreamed Ba Zi made me a barbecue. His tentacles smelled delicious when they were roasted." The newly awakened Ba Zi? ? What the hell? Seeing the two cubs about to clash again early in the morning, Yuan quickly gathered them all up and gave each of them a tube of nutritional paste. After the children finished breakfast, and the zombie old man sat in the living room, Xie Yuan finally emerged. Yuan looked at him, and was about to speak when Xie Yuan spoke first. "And then, are you still going to search the city for survivors? If so, I go with you." Yuan had already walked around the city several times, and the old man had told him that there was no trace of life in this city. Even if he continued searching, it would only be futile. No more. Yuan belatedly understood why Ruan had assigned him this task. Ruan probably knew Xie Yuan was nearby. Xie Yuan hummed. He packed up Yuan's belongings and called the old man over. "We should go back." Yuan hesitated. "Where to?" Xie Yuan pinched his cheek and chuckled. "I take you home to meet my parents. You met Uncle Ruan, but you haven't officially met my father yet." Yuan and Yin Qin had met before, but at that time, they had merely seen each other and hadn't exchanged a single word. Xie Yuan was going to take the old man back to the West District and hand him over to his father. With Yuan by his side, he could conveniently complete the process of meeting his parents. If conditions allowed, he also liked to propose, get engaged, and get married. If Yuan got even bolder and could get pregnant, he wouldn't mind raising 2 more biological children. It would be best if the children resembled Yuan, so he could see what a smaller version of her looked like. Yuan was a little nervous. "Your dad doesn't seem very easygoing." Chief Yin, aside from being gentle with his partner, was stern with everyone else. And having held power for so many years, he carried an intimidating aura, which put Yuan under great pressure. Xie Yuan picked up Jiujio and comforted him. "Don't worry, my dad is very easygoing with his family, and doesn't put on airs." Yuan hesitated for a few seconds, but finally nodded. He was now somewhat attached to Xie Yuan. Since Xie Yuan was going to the West District, he naturally had to follow. Since he had already followed, it seemed a bit rude not to see Chief Yin. "Okay," he said dryly, "I meet your dad." He added, "When I find my dad, I let you meet him too." Xie Yuan smiled. "Okay." The old man listened to them, trying his best to minimize his presence and avoid being an annoying third wheel. A little while later, the group set off. You had observed Xie Yuan's attitude toward the old man. He wanted to point at him and say that he and Chief Yin were of the same ilk. But thinking about his impending meeting with Chief Yin, he didn't dare. He rubbed his face, planning to make a big move after meeting Chief Yin. If Chief Yin was also friendly with the old man, he'd do something big. Unmask both father and son at once. This would save time, as they could both be notified at once. With this in mind, Yuan felt even more nervous about the upcoming meeting with the parents. On their way back, the old man mostly escorted them. The old man seemed to have a stronger connection with humans than zombies. He also told Yuan about his past as a human. The village we lived in was very backward, with no school or roads. It wasn't a peaceful place. The local gangsters forced us to work for them. I worked for most of my life before I finally got married. My wife was a little clueless, but she was capable of everything. We lived together for decades, and in all those decades, we never had a bad temper. Then, I don't know how, the zombies came. More than half the people in the village died. My wife, usually clueless, was very shrewd at that moment. She immediately took me and hid. We hid in the cellar. No matter how chaotic it was, we wouldn't go out. Ewan listened, wondering, so how did you end up turning into a zombie? The old man paused for a moment, then continued, on the 8th day of hiding in the cellar, the local boss, who exploited us, came. I don't know how he got to me. He was injured and had a gun. He robbed my wife and me. My wife and I were about to leave, but he wouldn't let us. He told us to stay and take care of him. Then, he mutated and bit my wife and me. My wife wasn't just bitten, she was eaten. The old man's past was indeed quite heavy, and Ewan carefully chose his words to offer some counsel. The old man and they got along quite well together along the way. Yuan didn't bring his phone, so he used Yuan's phone to log into WeChat to post to his friends. After getting his phone back, Ewan didn't check his WeChat moments at all. He had very few friends, and he didn't usually post or read any of theirs. After Yuan posted about his baby, he was expecting the baby to reciprocate by posting about himself. But now, nothing has happened. He subtly reminded her, "Enin, aren't you going to share the fact that we're together?" This wasn't a hint, but an explicit statement. But Ewan still whispered, "How are we going to share this? I tell everyone when we get back to the island." Besides, in Ewan's opinion, a relationship between two people didn't really matter to anyone else, so there was really no need to tell too many people. Due to the constant rush and the presence of the cubs, Yuan had few opportunities to take advantage. Thankfully, after several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived. The old man performed very well, and all assessments showed no problems. Based on the current results, there was a 99% chance that the West District would cooperate with him. "Enin, I go take over and I be back with you later." When they arrived at the West District, a special person came to meet them. Ewan was taken to Yuan's room to store their luggage. The room next to Yuan was empty, perfect for the two cubs. The cubs were reluctant, but this was Yuan's territory, so the 8 grumpy cubs had to keep their tempers. Giorgio was as socially anxious as ever, not speaking to the old man along the way. Yuan was handing over his work. Ewan was touring Yuan's room. He saw a photo album on the bookshelf containing all the photos of Yuan since he was adopted. Ewan flipped to the front and saw Yuan, still a child. After taking in Sia's appearance, Ewan was startled. Why does he look familiar? Has Yuan been to me done before? But that shouldn't be the case. He didn't remember seeing Yuan as a child, and besides, Yuan had no reason to go to me done. He shook his head and continued flipping through the pages. As expected, Yuan's looks had always been top-notch. Ewan was so engrossed in his studies that he didn't even notice when Yuan returned. And then, a voice echoed overhead, and the next second, Ewan was pulled into Yuan's arms. "I'm done." "Where are the puppies?" "They're next door." Yuan paused, seemingly debating whether to take the puppies with him. After some thought, he decided to take Ewan with him first. "My dad's free now. Shall we go for dinner?" "He said he wants to see you." Since the elders had already agreed to see him, Ewan naturally had to go. He left the puppies behind, and went with Yuan alone. Everyone at the headquarters was familiar with Yuan, and many had seen his high-profile and frequent WeChat moments. His WeChat moments was filled with his babies. Ewan, the newly minted baby, was being scrutinized all the way. Click. The sound of candid photos continued. Although Yuan tried to stop them, some still managed to capture some of the details. A new photo appeared on the forum. A previously banned digital ID bought a new account and stormed back with force. Everyone on the forum knew him. "Hey, Yuan's diehard fans are here." Undeterred by the attacks, Digital ID continued to assert his point. Yuan is the best in the world. Yuan is shameless. He must have been the one to start the plot, seducing the naive Yuan. Yuan was oblivious to the bloody situation on Digital ID's side. He was listening to Yuan explain the handover. Having a zombie king like Sun Mo had left a good impression on everyone, so everyone was accepting the old man. After all, his value was clearly visible. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Chief Yin accepted him. He took Yuan's hand, his eyes narrowed. Let's go find your dad." He was about to start exaggerating. Yuan led him to his father's office with familiarity. There was no one else in the office except Yin Qin. Seeing them approach, Chin stood up and prepared to take them to dinner. But Yuan swallowed hard and shouted, "Wait a minute, don't rush. Uncle Yuan, I have something to tell you." Chin glanced at him and said, "Let's talk in the dining room while we eat." He looked at Yuan as if he needed some nourishment. Yuan shook his head, unmoved. He had finally mustered up the courage. He absolutely couldn't give up now. He greeted them, even called them uncle. Yuan clenched his fists and threw it all out. "I never told you who I am. Now I don't want to hide it from you." Under the gazes of Chin and Yuan, Yuan rolled up his sleeves and said, I'm not human." He rolled up his sleeves a bit too much, and unfortunately little strawberries were still growing on his arms. Chapter 98. After becoming a regular employee, Yuan had essentially become a completely different person. His kissing with Yuan gradually teetered on the edge of perversion. Since Yuan had agreed to kiss him, she didn't have the confidence to stop Yuan's kissing. Yuan had only just rolled up his sleeves. If he had completely unbuttoned his shirt, the strawberries Yuan had planted could have filled a strawberry garden. Chin and Yuan's eyes simultaneously fell on the strawberries. Yuan froze, feeling as if Yuan had just called him a jerk. Chin cleared his throat, his thoughts echoing his son's. He also felt that Yuan was calling him a jerk. He averted his gaze from the strawberries on Yuan's arm, and said solemnly, "Yuan is being a bit too naughty. Don't worry, I teach him a lesson." Yuan stared blankly at the father and son, a little confused about the situation. "What's going on?" He hesitated for a few seconds, then repeated, I'm not human." Yuan stepped forward, pulled his sleeve down, and coaxed him in a low voice, "Baby, I'm not human. Let's handle this ourselves, and not let the elders get involved, okay?" Yuan took 2 steps back, feeling that communicating with both father and son was a bit difficult. He set a stern face and seriously added, "I'm not human. I'm a zombie. A zombie that smells bad." After he finished, not wanting to scare them, he clarified, "I never bitten a human, nor have I done anything bad. All human blood smells foul to me. Only Yuan smelled good." Yuan made it perfectly clear this time. After he finished speaking, the air instantly fell silent. It was unknown how long passed. Yuan, as if waking from a dream, snapped out of his wits. He said, stunned, "Zombies? Impossible. And are you kidding me?" Yuan said nothing, simply staring at him quietly. Yuan had to accept this fact. He knew Yuan wouldn't joke with him like that. But Yuan couldn't understand. When did it all start? We spend most of our time together. How could I not know what happened to you?" Yuan had already confessed, so he didn't mind recounting the details. He honestly told him when and how he had been bitten by a zombie. Yuan felt a tightness in his stomach. The time Yuan mentioned was the time they had first met. After their first meeting, Yuan got into a car he thought was safe in front of him. Then, Yuan had an accident in that car. Yuan was bitten. Yuan's chest tightened. He only thought of Yuan's transformation from human to zombie in the hours since their first separation. This feeling of powerlessness nearly suffocated him. Yuan finished explaining everything about his zombie career. He looked at the silent Chief Yin and the somewhat sad Yuan, and his heart sank. He lowered his head and stared at his feet. "I really don't bite. You can't accept me, right? If you can't, that's okay." Yuan had already mentally prepared for the worst. His tone was filled with unconcealed disappointment. "I take the cubs away, and won't cause you any trouble." After saying this, Yuan didn't want to continue the standoff. He turned and was about to leave. Yuan grabbed him, holding him in his arms, and asked through gritted teeth, "You're taking the baby away? Where are you going?" "You're not taking me with you?" Yuan said sullenly, "You're the one who doesn't want to talk to me." Yuan rubbed his head and said softly, "It just feels a little sudden, not that I don't want to talk to you." Yuan, truly a man who could accept raising a deformed person as a baby, calmed down and said soothingly, "It was my fault just now, baby. Don't be angry with me, okay?" Yuan looked up, observing Yuan's expression. Yuan didn't seem to be being perfunctory. The warmth in his eyes was the same as always. Yuan, however, still felt a bit insecure. He ignored Chin's presence and whispered, "Do you really not mind that I'm no longer human? I'm a very bitter zombie." "No." To prove he didn't mind, Yuan, regardless of his father's presence, lowered his head and kissed Yuan on the lips. After the kiss, he corrected her, "Our baby isn't bitter at all, it's sweet." The sight of the two kissing each other made Chief Yin, who was without his wife, frown. "All right, let's get down to business." Xie Yuan wanted to talk to Yuan alone, but Yuan had revealed herself directly in front of him and his father. He couldn't easily bypass his father and take Yuan away. Qin studied Yuan carefully. After a moment, he asked, "And then, are you the zombie king?" Yuan shook his head. He felt a little embarrassed. If there were too many zombies, I'd be hard-pressed to defeat them. The other zombies won't listen to me. They all dislike me. So much so that if they bit him, they have to go vomit. Qin hadn't seen anything he described, so he wasn't sure it was true. Yuan, noticing Qin's concern, offered, "I can collaborate with you on an experiment. Do you have zombies here?" "In the lab. Since the zombie outbreak, each district has captured zombies for research, but the base's research is humanitarian. They don't abuse them maliciously. Their goal is to develop a vaccine and a way to suppress the zombie virus." Yuan knew there were zombies in the lab and asked to go. The zombies lived in a comfortable environment, all dressed in uniform blue, like hospital gowns. Yuan pushed the door open and walked in. Before he entered, Xie Yuan's expression was tense, as if he was afraid something might happen to Yuan. But Yuan insisted on showing it. He put his arm close to the zombie's mouth, practically forced the other zombie to bite him. After the bite, the zombie immediately ejaculated. Outside, Qin and Xie Yuan watched this miraculous scene, both amazed. Yuan wiped his arm hygienically and walked out. As soon as he emerged, Xie Yuan pulled him forward and looked down at his arm. Although the zombies were eating the nauseating little zombie, Xie Yuan could not detect a single bitter taste. The lab manager came over and exchanged a few words with Qin. Soon, Qin asked Yuan, "And then, your case is very unique. Can I draw some blood from you so the lab can study it?" Yuan nodded. He generously extended his arm. "You can draw more." The lab drew half a tube of Yuan's blood, and afterward, the female doctor who did it, like coaxing a child, gave him 2 candy beans. Yuan gave one to Xie Yuan and one for himself. In addition to the blood draw, Yuan also underwent a physical examination. The results showed that his body did indeed possess zombie characteristics, but he also retained human speech, taste, and several other sensory functions. The female doctor presented the results and announced, "Yuan poses no threat. He's a harmless little zombie. There's just one thing. He's a little malnourished." She then smiled. "Don't worry, Xia Yuan. I'm optimistic about your marriage to Yuan. Your child is a good match." Xie Yuan embraced Yuan and politely thanked him. "Auntie, thank you for your blessing." The test results were in, and Yuan was cleared of any danger. Qin had no reason to break up the couple. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's go have dinner. The restaurant is ready." As he spoke, he suddenly glanced at Yuan again. Yuan sensed a hint of hesitation in his gaze, but he didn't yet understand what it meant. Until they arrived at the restaurant. Qin had made this meeting with the parents a priority. The table was filled with dishes, and the chef had prepared each dish with exquisite taste and flavor. Yuan couldn't even tell what the ingredients were. A few dishes were placed in front of him, just for him. Xie Yuan didn't care much for food. He took a few bites, and then began to tend to Yuan. "Those dishes in front of you are new. Try them. If you like them, come eat here again." Qin wasn't a talkative person, but overall, he wasn't difficult to get along with. Yuan, with a try-it-out attitude, tried the dish in front of him. The ingredients in the dish were invisible, but the presentation was beautiful. Crunch. Yuan's eyes lit up as he took a bite. He looked at Qin with delight, and before he could even say anything, he lowered his head and continued to eat voraciously. It was the first time Xie Yuan had seen him eat so happily. In the past, he always been sullen and uninterested when asked to eat. Yuan devoured all 3 dishes in a single gulp. After finishing, he patted his bloated stomach and said happily to the 2 people at the table, "I'm finally full." Even if a zombie didn't eat, it wouldn't die for several months. But even if he couldn't die, he was hungry. Yuan, who had been hungry for who knows how long, finally ate his fill for the first time in his life. Upon hearing his words, Qin and Xie Yuan felt a surge of pity, the former determined to give the child a good rest for the next few days. Xie Yuan, on the other hand, was deeply distressed. He had never known that, right under his nose, his beloved child hadn't even gotten a full meal. As long as Yuan had eaten his fill, it didn't matter whether father and son ate or not. Qin didn't say much else, simply instructing Xie Yuan to take Yuan for a walk to help digest his food, and then go back to rest. "Dad, then and I will be leaving first." "Okay, go to bed early." It was now completely dark, but with the bright lights at the base, he could still wander around. Xie Yuan didn't plan to go back too early. After returning, there would still be other cubs trying to snatch him away. It was cool outside, and he could find an excuse to cuddle and cuddle. The two walked slowly, hand in hand. Yuan freed his free hand and sent a message to his father. He asked, "What ingredients are used in the dishes we're making tonight?" He had a rough guess in his mind, but he wasn't sure if it was accurate. Not long after, Yuan received a reply on his phone. Crystal cores. Sure enough, it was just as Yuan had thought. If they didn't take the zombie crystal cores, they would only benefit other zombies. Other zombies would gradually evolve after consuming the crystal cores. So, when the army went on missions or went to kill zombies, they would take the crystal cores away. The crystal cores could be used for research or stored to prevent other zombies from eating them. The zombies Chin had taken out had all been graded and identified, and all contained high-quality crystal cores. Yuan put away his phone and glanced at Yuan beside him. It seemed he couldn't just leave immediately after killing the zombies next time. He had to stock up on food for his baby. And then, Yuan scratched Yuan's palm and spoke to him. "Were you nervous when you confessed today? What were you thinking? Suddenly revealing your true self in front of my dad?" Yuan's palm was slightly damp. He thought about the recent incident and felt no regrets. "Before I confessed, I wanted to tell you. But you kissed me so hard that I fainted. I thought about it and decided to save the trouble and tell you and your dad all at once." Yuan figured that telling Chief Ian would be the same as telling Ruanku. When they returned to the island, he wondered if Ruanku would blame him for keeping it a secret for so long. "Big head, you really don't mind me?" "No." Faced with Yuan's repeated questioning, Yuan patiently gave a firm answer. "I like you, even if you're a little zombie. Even if you're a mutant, I still like you." Yuan was quick to accept. After hearing that Yuan was a zombie, he only had to think about it for a moment before coming to his senses. He still liked Yuan. Hearing his latter assumption, Yuan quickly replied, "I'm probably not a mutant. Before I became a zombie, I was a human. And a sick little loser who'd been sick for a long time." Yuan hummed a little, then continued holding his hand. The two of them strolled to the planting area. It was guarded, but with Yuan there, they could easily enter. As soon as they entered, someone on the forum reported them again. Surprise! X took his baby into the small woods in the dark. There's a small wood in the planting area, and what this post said isn't a lie. Just venturing into the small woods in the dark, it exudes an indescribable color no matter how you look at it. The onlookers in the forum sighed. "Third floor. I used to think X was a celibate type, but now I realize I was just too superficial. How can an old man be pure?" "Sixth floor. Give me the address. I go see if there are many insects in the small woods. I've been enjoying pest control lately. Definitely not going to watch her play outdoors." "10th floor. I heard Yuan is still a little beauty. Isn't it a bit too much for X to take her out into the wild?" 45th floor. They seem to be at the base. I remember there were cameras everywhere. Maybe in my lifetime, I can snag a high-definition video? I pay for it. 54th floor. You bastard, just wait. I'm on my way to find you. 56th floor. After days of cursing Digital ID on the forum, he successfully caught the attention of others. Did Digital ID change his username again? TSK, he's so filthy, all the words are blocked. Is Digital ID related to Yuan? Is he one of Yuan's admirers? That's why he hates X so much. Ha, he said he was going to find X, but is he going to get killed? After a few sneering comments about Digital ID, the forum members let it go. After all, Digital ID's posts were mostly in, with barely a single Chinese character to be found. The bolder ones on the forum started asking for a video. The video featured the protagonist sitting in the woods, innocently just cuddling and watching the night. "Big head, I love you so much." Yuan nuzzled his cheek, unable to restrain his feelings. He looked up at the handsome Yuan, feeling a warmth well up in his heart. When he first met Yuan, he had never imagined he would end up liking him so much. Yuan bent down and kissed him, surprisingly polite. They stayed outside for a while longer. Yuan poked Yuan, reminding him, "Our son is back. The kids must be waiting for us." Yuan knew there were a lot of surveillance cameras outside, so he didn't do anything. He took Yuan, who had finished digesting his meal, back to their residence. Before entering, Yuan spoke, "And then, remember what you promised me. We sleep together tonight. Don't worry, I won't bully you." Yuan had originally agreed, but now that he was about to meet the cubs, he hesitated. Yuan lowered his voice and repeated what he had said on the way. The cubs should have been independent long ago. At least they should be able to sleep on their own. Human children have their own rooms by the age of 3 or 4. Yuan had never seen how other people raised cubs, so upon hearing Yuan's words, he asked uncertainly, really? Do human children stop sleeping with adults so early? Yes. Yuan affirmed. Besides, our cubs are good-looking and might even start a family in the future. These days, people aren't looking for a partner who's a mama's boy, a dad's boy, or a brother's boy. Yuan's words were serious, and the more Yuan listened, the more they made sense. He didn't want the cubs to be a brother's boy. I go in and spend some time with the cubs. I be out after I'm done. Okay. Yuan pinched his face and watched him enter the cub's room. He figured Yuan would be a while away, so he simply returned to his bedroom to find some clothes and shower. Time slipped by. Yuan sat on a chair, sternly reasoning with the cubs in bed. Human cubs sleep on their own. Look at Duo and Chong. They don't sleep with adults either. Ba Zi angrily retorted. Because they don't have adults, they can't sleep with adults. Yuan remained unmoved. Anyway, you should be obedient and stop sleeping with Big Brother all the time. If this gets out, you never get a wife. Ba Zi had never considered wanting a wife. Seeing Yuan's resolute attitude, he was so angry that he threw himself backward, his little tentacles emitting the aura of a tantrum. I don't want a wife, I want Big Brother. Yuan didn't believe him at all about not wanting a wife. As someone who never considered falling in love before, he advised, son, don't be so absolute. When you meet your wife, you only want to sleep with her. Eighth cub glared at his older brother and pointed out sharply, you're like that now. Once you find a wife, you won't sleep with us anymore. Yuan had always been called wife by Yuan, and now that Yuan was his wife, he suddenly felt a secret excitement. Ahem. Yuan stroked eighth cub's little tentacle, stroking it like a cat. Big brother, you're an adult now. It's time you found a wife. Eighth cub said nothing, clinging to him with his little tentacle, unwilling to let him go. Jojo, who had fallen asleep and woken up holding her phone, wasn't as dramatic as eighth cub. He simply hugged Yuan, eyes barely open. Brother, sleep. Yuan watched Jojo, who was about to fall asleep in his arms, his heart wavering. The cubs were so adorable, half asleep. Sleeping with the cubs, or with her boyfriend, this was truly a dilemma. Jojo tucked her entire cub into Yuan's arms. He leaned against Yuan, his eyelids fluttering shut. Brother, pat me. Jojo's favorite way to coax her to sleep was to be gently patted. Yuan looked at the two cubs, then thought of his boyfriend next door. He decided to evenly balance the two bowls of water. He quickly took a bath, came back, hugged the two cubs, and kissed each one. Brother is coaxing you to sleep. Be good and good. Seeing this, the eighth cub finally quieted down. Yuan mustered his energy, coaxed the two cubs to sleep, then quietly opened the door and walked out. Soon after he left, the little octopus behind him lashed out with anger. Big brother, you lied to me. He promised to coax the cubs to sleep, but he fooled them after all. The 8 cubs were so angry they couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. Somewhere in the distance, someone else was clutching a keyboard, furious. He tucked his keyboard into his arms and furiously packed his luggage. Inside his luggage were a variety of snacks, a cell phone, a computer, and a game console. After packing, he opened the door again. When he saw someone standing at the door, the anger on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a pitiful, frail expression. He clutched his chest, his voice weak and limp. I'm sorry, I've been hiding something from you. I have a terminal illness, and I die in 3 days. In these last 3 days, I want to go out and find a grave for myself. Let's say goodbye now. We meet again in the next life. Before he finished his words, he was carried back, his bag and his body. Then, the beautiful young man, frail, and as weak as a porcelain doll, was unable to leave the house all night. The next morning, early in the morning, the young man slipped away again. Before leaving, his face pale, he hesitated to speak to everyone he met, and said a pitiful message, I'm leaving. I'm leaving of my own free will. No one is forcing me to leave. I'm very happy to have met you. We meet again someday. With that, the young man shouldered his bag and walked off, no one trying to stop him. Everyone looked at him with pity. After he had slipped away for a distance, the young man's seemingly harmless face lost all trace of fragility. He fumbled with his portable keyboard and headed in a certain direction. The other half. Yuan wasn't surprised to see Yuan come in. He sat at the head of the bed, staring intently at Yuan. Before coming, Yuan had deliberately chosen pajamas that covered her up completely, buttoning them all the way to the top. What a shame. For some old scoundrels, unbuttoning is a pleasure. Big head. Yuan leaned forward and kissed Xie Yuan's chin obediently. I put the little one to sleep. He looked at Xie Yuan, treating his husband like a little one. Close your eyes, and I put you to sleep too. Xie Yuan, hearing his sonly tone, raised an eyebrow slightly. No, my husband doesn't want to sleep right now. Who are you trying to protect by buttoning your shirt like that? Yuan blinked, playing dumb. I'm not protecting anyone. I'm afraid of the cold, so I buttoned it like that. Hearing this, Xie Yuan performed a one-handed unbuttoning trick. Yuan struggled to stop him, but the collar tightened, nearly strangling him. After a commotion, the little lamb still couldn't outwork the big-tailed wolf, and he couldn't keep a single button off. Xie Yuan followed Yuan's kiss-only rule, and began to kiss tonight. He kissed Yuan's scabby arm, his voice filled with tenderness. Baby, if only I had shown up earlier. Or rather, if only I had fallen in love with you from the very beginning. With him watching constantly, he would never let Yuan get bit. Yuan wouldn't turn into a bitter melon-smelling little zombie. Yuan would be safe and sound, a normal person. Yuan's eyes were wet from the kiss. He dazed for a moment at Xie Yuan's tender words, then, stunned and shocked, he pushed Xie Yuan away. Why are your clothes still scratching me? Xie Yuan, Chapter 99. Xie Yuan was caught off guard when he was pushed away, nearly falling off the bed. He watched Yuan, who was about to dive under the covers after pushing him, and grabbed him. Come here. Xie Yuan said angrily, are you playing dumb with me? Yuan said nothing, simply burying his head in the covers. A muffled voice came from under the covers. I don't understand what you're saying. Anyway, don't get too close to me. It's uncomfortable. Xie Yuan snorted coldly and pulled him into his arms, holding him tightly. Who said I'm uncomfortable? I feel very comfortable. There was almost no space between them. Once Yuan got on Xie Yuan's bed, he couldn't escape. He humped in Xie Yuan's arms, like a little bull. They kept arguing for a while. Xie Yuan saw beads of sweat on the forehead of the man in his arms, and finally stopped. Okay, enough playing, he said. If you don't go to bed soon, it'd be dawn. I noticed we haven't gone to bed early in ages. Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. Ever since he'd been with Xie Yuan at night, they've been having a blast every day. He'd forgotten how long ago he'd gone to bed early. Xie Yuan kissed his cheek and whispered, go to bed. We try to go to bed early from now on. Although Xie Yuan was a bit of a scoundrel, he hadn't actually gone against Yuan's wishes or deliberately forced him to do anything. The level of intimacy between them was currently under Xie Yuan's control, and within Yuan's acceptable range. Yuan hugged his neck and kissed him back. On a night with lovers, the bed felt warmer than when they were single. The next day, after waking up, Yuan had intended to return to his room before the cubs noticed. But when he returned, he found the two cubs already sitting on the bed, playing. When the two little ones saw their big brother, their faces dropped. Jojo had thought she slept with her big brother in her arms last night, but when she woke up this morning, she realized he was holding the eighth cub. The stark contrast was so stark that it left Jojo a bit shocked. Yuan walked over and pinched each of the cubs' faces, coaxing them, good boys. Why are you all up so early? Jojo tugged at his hand and asked, Big brother, don't you like Jojo? Yuan was stunned. Big brother loves Jojo. Jojo pointed at Ba Zi and lowered her voice. Then why did Big brother let Ba Zi hold me? His tentacles were so heavy, I almost got crushed. Yuan smiled. Ba Zi didn't mean to crush you. I guess he was afraid you catch a cold, so he wanted to cover you with a blanket. Both cubs were easy to soothe. Yuan hadn't needed them long to soothe them. He had recently arrived at the West District headquarters. Xie Yuan had been drafted by his father, and would have to stay for a while to work. Yuan wanted to stay with Xie Yuan, so he took his cubs with him, and stayed there temporarily. Xie Yuan had said they would be leaving soon, so Yuan could treat the next few days as a vacation. Yin Qin treated Yuan very well, and even his subordinates knew that Chief Yin had accepted Yuan into his fold. So, in the West District, Yuan could be expected to live comfortably. The overall flow of people in the base wasn't large, but those who entered and exited were generally not ordinary people. In today's critical social situation, various exchanges between the 4 districts, between certain organizations, and so on, were necessary. Yuan didn't join in Yin Qin and Xie Yuan's interactions. In each base, he was fascinated by one particular area. The planting area. He still had the seeds he obtained from base number 5. Whenever he found an opportunity, he would go to the planting area to ask the people for advice on how to plant and grow vegetables. He didn't just go alone, he brought his 2 cubs with him. 8th cub, transformed into a human cub, followed his elder brother to the fields every day. He said he was going to plant, but in reality, he was just playing in the mud. There was a small ditch near the fields in the planting area, where fish were raised. The ditch stored rainwater, which could be used to irrigate the fields and, when the fish grew up, to eat. Eighth cub, having not seen the ocean in a long time, didn't miss the small ditch. On his first day, he rolled in it, and even pulled Jojo in. They played until noon. Ewan emerged from the grounds and followed the others out. When he saw the two clay dolls by the ditch, he didn't recognize them at first. Until he walked around the clay dolls and turned to speak to his older brother beside him. Whose kids are these? They're so crazy, the adults must be pissed off. Everyone around scratched their heads, not recognizing the two dolls. Ewan sighed and continued walking. After taking a few steps, the clay doll behind him ran towards him, saying, "Brother, didn't you see us?" Ewan stared blankly at the two dolls, their faces filled with only their eyes rolling and their noses breathing. He nearly blacked out. He trembled in disbelief. Eighth child. Chirp? Eighth child excitedly confessed, "It's me." Jojo felt a bit embarrassed. With so many people around his big brother, he felt a bit awkward. Niba Jojo looked at his big brother, ran over, and then clung to his legs. Ewan's pants, which hadn't been dirty even after being in the dirt for a long time, were instantly stained by Jojo's embrace. He took 2 deep breaths, grabbed Jojo by the back of his shirt, and lifted him up. "Did you let me play in the mud?" Eight boy. Jojo, having been lifted up, lowered his head and answered honestly. Eight boy had been excited, but when he saw something was wrong, his eyes rolled, and the next second, he took off running. Ewan, shock. Ewan was furious. "Stop right there, little bastard." Baba, the bastard, had a bad feeling and ran like a rabbit. As he ran, he rushed into the crowd. Big brother wanted to save face, and he knew he wouldn't get beaten if there were more people around. Bazi's thoughts were beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Ewan was already furious when he saw that Bazi not only didn't stop, but actually ran faster and faster. It was embarrassing enough to be in this state, and now he was running into the crowd. Everyone in the base knew Ewan. Ewan chased him all the way, feeling completely humiliated. Bazi ran very fast, and Ewan had a hard time chasing him with the muddy kid in his arms. After chasing him for 3 blocks and having countless photos taken of him, Yuan, who had just finished a meeting with his father, happened to see the muddy kid flash by. He instinctively gave chase and pulled him back. Whose unlucky child is this? Yuan wondered, how did he get into this state? As soon as he finished speaking, Ewan, who had caught up with him, appeared in his sight, panting. Ewan called out to Yuan, "Keep an eye on this jerk. It's pissing me off. How can he run so fast? When he goes to kindergarten, I make sure he participates in the long-distance running meet." Yuan looked at Ewan, then at the mud-soaked child he was holding, and belatedly realized, "Is this ours?" Ewan was exhausted. He shifted the mud-soaked child in his arms, and leaned against a utility pole himself. "What else?" Yuan choked. He glanced at the onlookers and said coldly, "Why are you looking at us? Haven't you seen anyone taking care of a child?" Both parents were clearly embarrassed. In the end, Ewan and Yuan each carried one of the unfortunate children back to take a bath. Behind them, Inchin watched the scene, his gaze lingering for several seconds. When he was raising his son, he had experienced similar distressing situations before. Now, it's time for his son to get a taste of what he'd done to him. Perhaps this is what they call tit for tat. Inchin watched his son leave. He took advantage of lunch break to video call his wife. Normally, at lunchtime, unless there were special circumstances, he would video call while eating. Watching his wife, he ate. 10 minutes later, both mud cubs stood naked underwater. 8 cub had returned to his original form, because it was so resilient. He lay in the water, his tentacles drooping. Somehow, the mud in the ditch stuck to him, making it difficult to wash off. 8 cub was still there. He was aquatic to begin with. The hardest thing to wash off was Jojo. Jojo had a pair of small wings, and they even had feathers on them. The muddy water seeped into his fur, making it impossible to wash it clean. Ewan brought a small stool, sat on it, and took a soft gauze to slowly rub Jojo's wings. Jojo regretted it now. He looked at his dirty little wings, tears welling up at his eyes. Brother, are Jojo going to get even uglier? His wings were already ugly, and now that they were covered in mud, they were bound to be even uglier. Ewan was patiently doing this delicate task. He lowered his head and continued rubbing the wings, calming himself and coaxing Jojo. "Once you wash your wings, they won't be ugly anymore." While Yuan was rubbing Jojo's wings, Bazai had already washed himself clean. Yuan looked at the clean Bazai and, without even looking up, ordered Xie Yuan, take Bazai out and give him a good spanking. Jojo wasn't born in water and wasn't familiar with the water. Bazai is so bold. This time he took Jojo through a mud ditch. What if he takes Jojo directly into the sea next time? The most important thing is, Jojo's wings are really hard to wash. Yuan was washing Jojo's wings in the bathroom until he was questioning his life. Outside, Bazai and Xie Yuan looked at each other, neither of them saying anything first. Xie Yuan glanced in the direction of the bathroom. Do you know you're wrong? Botsy saw that Jojo's wings were still being scrubbed clean, and his big brother was struggling to wash them. Jojo's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked like she was about to burst into tears. He knew he was wrong, but he denied it. Xie Yuan poked his little tentacle and made a deal. Call me brother, and I won't beat you, and I won't let your big brother beat you either. Ba Zi snorted, no way. If Xie told him to call him that, wouldn't that be embarrassing? The two of them didn't remain in a stalemate for long. Ba Zi, unable to wait for his eldest brother to come out, peeped through the crack in the door to peek into the bathroom. When he returned, it was eerily quiet. He swallowed hard, and after a long pause, he finally gave in. You said you couldn't let my eldest brother beat me. Yuan was generally gentle with his children, patiently caring for them. But there's no one in this world who doesn't lose their temper. Even the most affectionate eldest brother has his moments of beating. Ba Zi was the one who got punished the most among the children. He tugged at Xie Yuan's sleeve and reluctantly called out, Sister-in-law. Xie Yuan, alright. At least he's given her family status. Xie Yuan wasn't picky about names. After Ba Zi called her sister-in-law, he took her to the bathroom. Quickly, Yuan, freed from the bathroom, took his place on the small stool, brushing Jojo with a small brush, and became Ba Zi. Before coming out, Yuan issued an order, when Jojo is clean, you can come out. Also, don't hurt Jojo. If Jojo cries, you have to cry too. After taking care of the two cubs, Yuan changed his clothes. After changing his clothes, lunch was delivered. Yuan still didn't know what the lunch was made of, but he was extremely satisfied with the restaurant. The restaurant at the main base had become his dream restaurant. Thanks to Ba Zi running around in the streets, everyone in the base now knew that Yuan had a child. As the news spread, somehow, Yuan was portrayed as a divorced parent, and Xie Yuan as the stepfather. When the two heard the news, Yuan was stunned. I'm not divorced. Xie Yuan was his first love. Xie Yuan pinched his face and smiled. They were just teasing you. Some people also said you have a baby, saying that Bazai and Jojo were both my children, but I was a jerk and didn't acknowledge you before. Now that I felt guilty, I adopted you. Yuan was stunned. He reflexively glanced at his belly, puzzled. Why would they spread such a ridiculous rumor? Men can't have children. Xie Yuan thought for a moment and replied seriously, they probably think that since we already have zombies and mutants, and all kinds of mutations happen every day, a boy carrying a baby might not be too ridiculous compared to that. Indeed, things that break the mold happen every day in this world. By comparison, the rumor that Yuan was carrying Xie Yuan's baby was, at first glance, quite plausible. Humans have such a rich imagination. Yuan concluded, I stopped listening to random gossip. Days at the headquarters passed leisurely. The two of them took care of the pups together. Xie Yuan worked, and Yuan learned to farm. The four of them seemed busy every day, each had something to do. Recently, after the East District's decriminalization bill for deformed individuals was passed, additional regulations were drafted. The regulations were generally beneficial to humanity. After learning about these regulations, Yuan was somewhat disapproving. His own pups were all deformed individuals, so he naturally considered the protection of their rights. If the rights of deformed individuals were not protected, what would become of his pups in the future? Yuan had a lot on his mind, but in this case, no matter how much he thought, it had nothing to do with him. He wasn't the boss of District 4, nor did he hold any official position there. To put it bluntly, he had little say. That was all good. After Xie Yuan's proposal for the East District came out, he shifted his focus to securing benefits for the aberrants. Although the East District was currently garnering attention due to the aberrants, and other districts were already praising it, hoping to acquire them from it, the West District wasn't at a disadvantage. The West District's Human Zombie King collaboration plan was proceeding smoothly. The Zombie King had successfully completed one mission after another. The East and West Districts were equally powerful. Yuan knew his tiger cub was in the East District, and whenever he contacted him, he would ask about his situation. Brother, I'm safe in the East District. When his brother inquired, the tiger cub always gave him good news. He had to go out soon, but after some thought, he decided not to tell Yuan where he was going. Yuan saw the tiger cubs every day in Jojo's videos, so he wasn't too worried about them. He could tell that his cubs were very strong. Alas, strong tiger cubs aren't as easy to rub as they were when they were young. No matter which area you're in, just let me know you're safe on time. Yuan wasn't a feudal patriarch, he was quite lenient with the cubs. The cubs hummed and continued talking. Halfway through the conversation, Xie Yuan came over, carrying one cub on his back and another in his arms. Baby, we almost packed our belongings. We can go back now. They've been at the main base until now, it was time to go back. Yuan quickly responded. After hanging up the phone, the two of them prepared to leave together. After walking a few steps, before even getting into the car, someone hurried over. It was one of Commander Yin's adjutants. The adjutant looked at Xie Yuan, then at Yuan. The expression on his face clearly read, "Something's happening." Chapter 100. Yuan looked at the person blocking his way and asked, "Do you want me to recuse myself?" He hadn't inquired about the meetings between Chief Yin and Xie Yuan these days. Unless Xie Yuan told him personally, he wouldn't participate. No need. Yin Qin's deputy was no stranger to Yuan. He knew Yin Qin was prepared to pass the position to Xie Yuan. Yuan was Xie Yuan's personal advisor, and would be the wife of the West District. The wives of the West District wouldn't be so cautious. The deputy highlighted the key points. Yin Feng, Song Jun, and several other team members from Chenyu Island, who were on a mission, have all disappeared near midden. Song Jun sent out a distress signal before he disappeared. There has been no further news since. All the people on the island had been trained by Xie Yuan, so as soon as the news reached him, Yin Qin had his deputy relay it to Xie Yuan. As expected, Xie Yuan listened and accepted the job without hesitation. Got it. Tell my dad, and I will be there right now. After hearing that the people who had left the island had all disappeared, Yuan chose to join Xie Yuan without hesitation. The deputy handed Xie Yuan the things Yin Qin had given him before he arrived and watched them leave. The car was loaded with a lot of stuff, mostly from Yin Qin. Yuan even had a large red envelope in his pocket. The car sped along. Yuan thought about the missing people and felt a little worried. Xie Yuan, do you think they are safe now? Xie Yuan hadn't been to the scene, so he naturally didn't know. However, he still tried to reassure Yuan. They are very experienced in missions, and Song Jun is a psychic. Normally, the chances of them being killed are very small. Song Jun's abilities emerged early, and he's mastered them ever more proficiently. After so many missions, Song Jun has never had a car accident. Yuan thought about Song Jun's abilities, and his worries lessened a bit. The car they were driving had been specially modified, offering excellent performance and speed. The navigation system had mapped out the nearest side roads, which would greatly save time. The car drove for an unknown amount of time. The two cubs in the car, Jojo, were pulling at the window for some fresh air, while Botsy was watching Jojo nervously. Are you still nauseous? A little bit. Maybe it was a side effect of riding in Yuan's car, but Jojo is now carsick. Botsy was afraid he vomit on him, so he was cautiously observing his reaction. The window was half open, letting in a breeze. Jojo was caught in the wind, and the plastic bag he was clutching hadn't been used yet. Yuan felt a moment of guilt when he saw Jojo, who was carsick. He sighed and said to Xie Yuan beside him, "Last time I was driving, Jojo vomited all the way." Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan cleared his throat and soothed him. Jojo just gets carsick. It doesn't matter who drives. Next time, if you want to drive again, I go with you. The atmosphere between the two of them was perpetually reeking of love. The other kids in the back were forced to eat dog food. Night fell. Yuan looked at Xie Yuan, who was still driving, and offered, "Let's switch shifts. We can't have you driving all the time. If you drive tired, we might overturn the car." Xie Yuan smiled. "No need to change shifts. Just close your eyes and get some sleep. We're almost there." The kids, wrapped in their little blankets, were already snoring. Yuan looked at Xie Yuan, still driving through the night, heartbroken and unable to sleep. He shook his head, ate the snacks Chief Yin had given him, and forced himself to stay awake with Xie Yuan. The car drove into the middle of the night. They passed the entrance to a small base. Originally, they were going to drive straight through, but Yuan, rubbing his eyes, spotted a man and a woman standing guard at the gate. He said happily, "Xie Yuan, aren't these the students we met before?" After accepting the supplies, the students insisted on writing them IOUs. Yuan craned his head, wanting to greet the students at the gate. Before he could say anything, the other man, after a moment of stunned silence, ran towards him. Brother, don't leave. Chen Nan, who was at the door, strode towards their car, his posture just as he had stopped them. Xie Qiyuan braked. Yuan opened the car door and exchanged glances with the girl before them. Finally, the girl spoke first. It really is you. I thought I hardly see you again. Yuan curled his eyes at her, genuinely happy for her. I didn't expect to see you here either. You guys really did find the base. That's great. Brother, it was you who gave us food and guns to get us to the base. Chen Nan said, handing him the gun he had brought with him. Here, it's time to return it to you. Yuan didn't take it. Xie Qiyuan approached from behind and gave her a few extra boxes of ammunition. We don't need this. You need it to defend the base. Take it. Chen Nan hesitated, but finally, persuaded by Xie Qiyuan and Yuan, he put his gun away. Yang Xiaowei, who had been guarding the gate with Chen Nan, also rushed over. He was a very capable person, and upon arriving he said, It's getting late now. Why don't you rest here for a while? It's not too late to leave during the day. Yuan and Xie Qiyuan were not too far from their destination. After a few seconds of thought, Xie Qiyuan nodded. We won't go into the base. We just rest at the gate. Xie Qiyuan planned to rest in the car, leaving the back seat for Yuan and Zizi. He could just sit and take a nap. Chen Nan was reluctant. There are rooms in the base. They aren't very nice, but at least there are beds. You can at least get some sleep in the beds and leave tomorrow morning. Sleeping in a bed was more comfortable than sleeping in the car. About 10 minutes later, Yuan, holding Zizi, followed Xie Qiyuan into the base. There were also patrollers at the base, and they all looked very young. Chen Nan took the initiative to explain, We're the High School Student Alliance, and 80% of the people here are high school students. Some are middle school and elementary school students we picked up from school. Xie Qiyuan had never heard of this High School Student Alliance before, and he hesitated. How did you guys build this base? Chen Nan smiled, a hint of pride in his tone. We picked up this base by accident, but we did all the subsequent improvements ourselves. Also, some of our classmates are boxers. Besides those with great physical strength, there are also several with special abilities. After Chen Nan's introduction, Yuan and Xie Qiyuan gradually understood that the special abilities within the base had contributed significantly to its current state. Yuan thought for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, Why don't you go to another base? There are only adults in other bases, and for younger people like you, it's not as hard as it is now. Chen Nan said without hesitation, I don't find it hard. No one else finds it hard either. She looked at the base she and her classmates had gradually built up and smiled. We don't want to be controlled by adults. In this base, we can still take care of ourselves and live and study well. Yuan could sense from her words that she truly had no dissatisfaction with her current life. Soon, Yuan and Xie Qiyuan arrived at their room. After a quick tidy-up, they hurried to bed. Time was running out. They only needed to rest for half the night before they had to continue their journey. That night, the tired children were carried from the car by their eldest brother, without even opening their eyes. Xie Qiyuan watched Yuan tuck the cubs in. He leaned over and kissed Yuan on the lips, and then, go to sleep. They all slept in one large bed, albeit a bit crowded. But this allowed Xie Qiyuan to hold Yuan even tighter. Yuan nuzzled his chin and, without further ado, gently closed her eyes. That night, they all slept soundly. The cubs woke early, and after waking, two of them spontaneously clung to Yuan and Xie Qiyuan, respectively. They thought their eldest brother was about to be strangled to death by Xie Qiyuan. Before they could separate the two, everyone involved was startled. Yuan didn't realize what the cubs were doing. Reflexively, he patted each one's head and nudged Xie Qiyuan again, saying, they're waking up. They woke up early, and didn't stay at the base for breakfast. It wasn't easy for these half-grown children to live together, so there was no need for them to cling to the children's rations. They reached the base gate. Chen Nan and Yang Xiaowei, who had been on guard all night, looked very sleepy. Chen Nan wanted to keep you in here. Would you like to stay a little longer? There's a lot to do at our base, including a library. Yuan thanked her. We have urgent things to do. We come back to see you when we're done. Chen Nan nodded. She looked at Yuan and Xie Qiyuan reluctantly, offering them the things she had in her hand. Brother, you gave us supplies back then, and we wrote you an IOU. Now, it's time to pay them back. Chen Nan, neatly dressed, was a very pretty girl. Her hair was naturally curly, and paired with her bright black eyes, she exuded a refined air. When Yuan gave them the supplies, she hadn't considered asking them to return them. He was afraid Chen Nan would insist, So he found a different way to politely decline. We have an urgent mission, so it's not easy to carry so many things. Next time we come to the base, can you give us more? Chin-Nan hesitated, then agreed. She felt increasingly embarrassed that the supplies hadn't been returned, and she hadn't even been treated to breakfast. Brother. Chin-Nan bit her lip, and when she looked up again, her eyes sparkled. Thank you for your kindness. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I'd be as kind as you. Little girls are always sentimental, and Chin-Nan is no exception. She mustered her courage, took 2 steps forward, and hugged Yuan, but didn't dare hug Xie-Yuan. Xie-Yuan looked at Yuan, but he didn't soften his gaze. Brother, I wait for you next time. The little girl whispered a promise to Yuan, insisting on walking them a few steps. They didn't walk very far, as the people who had gone out returned not far away. They were accompanied by a few children, wrapped in coats and looking bleak. They looked like they had been picked up again. Yuan opened the back door and let the children in. He glanced at the people. For some reason, the 2 children who had been picked up looked familiar. Yuan pondered for a moment, but couldn't come up with a conclusion. He shook his head and got back into the car, no longer bothering with the thought. When Xie-Yuan and he were out and about, they occasionally run into survivors. It was normal for them to have children among the survivors. He probably looked familiar because he'd seen them before. Xie-Yuan paid no attention to the child he had found. He started the car, turned his head, and urged Yuan, fasten your seatbelts. Yuan replied, okay. The car drove off. Yuan's eyes casually glanced at the rearview mirror, where the child he had found also saw him. For a moment, Yuan thought the child's eyes in the mirror were somewhat creepy, as if they hated them. Before Yuan could get a closer look, the mirror disappeared as the car started moving. He opened the window and looked back. Alas! He couldn't see anything clearly. Xie-Yuan, gripping the steering wheel, casually asked Yuan, why are you looking back? What? You want to live in the high school student alliance too? Speaking of this, Xie-Yuan suddenly became curious. He asked, and then, have you ever taken the Gaokao? Yuan shook his head. Xie-Yuan smiled and said, the Gaokao is quite interesting. Once we're settled, I'd take you to try it. Yuan declined, no. He added, I haven't taken the Gaokao, but I've done the exams, and they're not difficult at all. I got 730 points. My dad said he used to get more than me. After Yuan finished speaking, an eerie silence fell over the car. Even Xie-Yuan, the academic superstar of his time, didn't get such a high score. The kids in the back seat, however, sat cross-legged on the chairs, munching on potato chips while innocently asking their eldest brother, Brother, is 730 a very high score? Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded, I guess so. 8th Cub was the first to respond. Then I take the test too, brother. I want to get 1,000. Xie-Yuan coughed and then, unceremoniously, teased him. The full score is only 750. 8th Cub was unfazed. Then I get a perfect score. Xie-Yuan chuckled. Very good, you're ambitious. I send you to kindergarten later. I hope you can still maintain that ambition of getting a perfect score. Jiujiu, chewing on potato chips, was sober. He crunched his chips, his cheeks puffing. I don't want to take the test. I don't want to go to kindergarten. He wanted to be a stay-at-home mom, never going anywhere else. The others chatted in the car. Yuan couldn't forget the look he'd seen in the mirror just now. At the same time, an indescribable unease welled up within him. Xie-Yuan, did you see those 2 children we picked up earlier? I looked. What's wrong? Yuan paused, then explained the look he'd seen in the mirror. I don't know if I'm seeing things, but they made me feel very uncomfortable. After Yuan finished, he wanted to hear Xie-Yuan's opinion. But suddenly, Xie-Yuan turned the car around. His expression was grim. We ran into those 2 kids on our way to the East District for an investigation. We gave them food, but their parents asked us to take them all with us. Not to mention they were on a mission at the time. The car they were driving couldn't possibly accommodate so many people. So they only gave them supplies, and refused their request to board. Now that only these 2 children were there, it was very likely that their parents were no longer with them. The 2 children glared at Yuan with such hatred, it was clear they were holding a grudge against him. If they were simply jealous of them, that would be fine, but I'm afraid these kids might harbor malicious intentions. Xie-Yuan drove very fast. Jiujiu's chips flew to his feet, and he frowned. Then, not wanting to waste them, he picked them up and poked Bazai. They're dirty. He pointed at the chips. Bazai glared at him with disdain. The car isn't dirty, you're so pretentious. Jiujiu said nothing, simply staring at the chips he had picked up. Bazai impatiently stretched out his little tentacles, wrapped them around the chips, and devoured them clean in a few bites. Okay, no more dirty chips. Thank you, Bazai. Courteously, Jojo even shared an unopened jelly and handed it to Bazai. This is for you. The kids were enjoying themselves, while the adults ahead were all in a daze. They had left their contact information with the high school student base, but it was Chen Nan's. Yuan called several times, but no one answered until the end of the call. We're here, we're here. As soon as they arrived at the base, Yuan opened the car door and walked in. Let the kids stay here, we go in and take a look. Okay. The car door closed again, and Yuan and Xie Yuan's hearts instantly jumped to their throats when they saw that the base gate was still open. Before they left, the base gate was either tightly closed or guarded. But now, the gate was half open, and no one was guarding it. Chen Nan! Yuan called Chen Nan's name. Upon entering the base, he saw a fight taking place. The protagonists of the fight were clearly the two children they had brought back. The children looked completely different from a moment ago. Their original human features visibly vanished, their faces unmistakably zombie-like, with cloudy eyes and teeth stained with blood. Besides these two children, there were other zombies in the base. Yuan didn't know exactly what had happened, but he knew the most important thing right now was to resolve this chaos. Xie Yuan, kill them! Okay. The number of psychics in the base was still too small, and they were unable to control the situation. Xie Yuan struck, and within 10 minutes, all the zombies were dead under his bone blades. The last to die was the child Yuan had seen in the mirror. The child was ferocious, and nearly bit Xie Yuan. Yuan blocked the blow for Xie Yuan. He was a zombie himself, so he wasn't afraid of being bitten by zombies at all. Besides, what could a bite from a zombie child do to him? While Yuan didn't mind the bite, he had to admit it hurt quite a bit. He ignored the bite, and watched Xie Yuan and the child confront each other. The child stared intently at Xie Yuan, the venom in his eyes matching Yuan's description. His voice was harsh as he cursed Xie Yuan. Why aren't you dead yet? He had intended to sneak up on Xie Yuan, but his attack had failed. He only managed to bite Yuan once before Xie Yuan's bone blade pierced his body, paralyzing him. Xie Yuan lowered his head, examining the dying child. After a long pause, he slowly asked, Do you hate me for not bringing you on board? I actually regret it. The child's eyes shone with hatred as he heard this. Regret? It's too late to regret. He hadn't bitten the man in front of him, but biting the people traveling with him wasn't a loss. Xie Yuan pinched his chin and said coldly, I regret giving you food. People like you should have disappeared sooner rather than later. The completely zombified child couldn't continue to vent his malice, because the next second, his head was completely twisted off. The situation was stabilized. Yuan ignored his still aching forearm, and turned to look for Chen Nan. Chen Nan! He remembered Chen Nan saying that the people guarding the gate outside needed to arrange for new people to come in. These two zombie-like ungrateful bastards would be arranged by Chen Nan and Yang Xiaowei. He called out twice, and a cry echoed through the crowd. It was Yang Xiaowei. He grabbed Chen Nan's shoulders, and was using a handkerchief to stop the bleeding. Chen Nan was bitten. He wailed, What should I do now? Can anyone save him? Yuan heard Yang Xiaowei's cries, and looked in the direction of the sound, seeing Chen Nan lying in Yang Xiaowei's arms. The color drained from the little girl's face, replaced by a terrifying paleness. Chen Nan. Yuan's face paled. He walked a few steps to Yang Xiaowei, and knelt down before him, his eyes fixed on Chen Nan in his arms. Chen Nan, don't be afraid. He held Chen Nan's hand, his mind almost blank. Being bitten by a zombie doesn't necessarily mean you die. You might even become a mutant. Hold on, you won't become a zombie. Yuan desperately tried to find a reason for Chen Nan to persevere, but she didn't seem to be listening. Her pupils were slightly dilated, and her voice was so soft it seemed as if it would fade away at any moment. Brother Yuan, the zombies are not right. She shook Yuan's hand back, forcing a voice through her throat. They were originally human. I checked, no bite wounds, but they suddenly mutated. And it was as if they knew they would mutate beforehand. This is not right. The two abnormal zombies were already dead, along with the students who had been infected and biting madly. Now, only Chen Nan was left. Chen Nan could clearly feel that she was losing control of herself. She propped herself up, looking at the dead street, pinching herself hard, using painkillers to maintain a last bit of consciousness. And then, she said to Yuan, Take me away, for experiments. Everyone infected at the scene was gone, only she was still alive. To understand these two unusual zombies, we can study them from the victim. After saying this, Chen broke free from Yang Xiaohui's arms. She picked up a brick from the ground and smashed it against her teeth with all her might. The tooth loosened and fell, blood dripping. A vibrant young girl, before Yuan, slowly began to transform into a zombie. She smashed her teeth and her hands, leaving herself in no position to hurt others. Yang Xiaohui's sobs were deafening. He tried to continue holding Chen Nan, who struggled to escape, but Yuan stopped him. Yuan's eyes were red as he took Chen Nan in his arms. I'm going to notify the people at headquarters to come and take her away. Yang Xiaohui's face was covered in tears and snot, and he looked utterly miserable. Brother, take me too. I stay with Nan. The 17 or 18-year-old boy finally revealed his true feelings at this moment. I like Nan. I failed to protect her. Now I have to stay with her. Yang Xiaohui wanted to accompany Chen Nan, but Xie Qiyuan calmly refused. A teenager caught in the act of impulse is prone to foolishness. He might very well commit suicide for love, perhaps even turning himself into a zombie. Xie Qiyuan had seen too much death. The little girl before him was indeed unfortunate. But he couldn't let this misfortune spread. Xie Qiyuan and Yuan helped clean up the scattered bodies. They left the base with the bound Chen Nan. They were on a mission, and it would be inconvenient to take Chen Nan with them. Not long after leaving the base, they dropped Chen Nan off at a residence. The people at the main base had received the news, and would rush over as quickly as possible to take Chen Nan away. Time will not mercifully turn back because of anyone's death. Yuan had been in a bad mood for days. Dejected, she leaned against the window, not wanting to even talk to her husband. Xie Qiyuan had contacted headquarters several times, and the high school student alliance's base was located within the West District. With the cooperation of the Zombie Queen, the West District had always had smooth sailing in dealing with zombies. This time, Xie Qiyuan didn't ignore the situation. He finished his work and began to coax Yuan. We found traces of Yin Feng and the others yesterday. They should still be alive. Aren't you a lucky charm? Come, let me touch you. I touch you. May your blessing help us find them today. Yuan pushed his head away, refusing to let him touch her. As the two of them played around, the two cubs behind them watched anxiously. The eldest brother had been in a bad mood the past few days, and the two cubs were worried too. Not only were the cubs worried, but they also tried their own ways to comfort their eldest brother. Bazai found the iron plate and lighter, and took a closer look at his tentacle. He wanted to grill some tentacles for his big brother. He had taken a bite himself last time, and it was quite delicious. After learning of Bazai's plan, Jiujiu took a closer look at himself. Babazai was going to grill octopus. Jiujiu was torn. Grilled octopus wouldn't taste as good as grilled octopus. After pondering it for several days, Jiujiu finally came up with an idea. He could give his big brother another cub. The two cubs whispered to each other, daily planning how to give their big brother their gifts. Jiujiu's gift wasn't as convenient as Bazai's. He eagerly asked Bazai, who was about to cut up the tentacle, Babazai, can you lend me a tentacle? I let you pluck the feathers off my wings. Plucking feathers from wings hurts. At this request, Bazai, about to start, froze his tentacle. Chapter 101. He looked at Jiujiu, who had come to borrow his little tentacle, for a long moment before he said stiffly, don't you treasure your little wings so much that you won't even let me touch them? Jiujiu was deeply concerned about his little wings, but he had no other choice. He wanted to cheer up his big brother. The two cubs exchanged glances, and finally, Ba Zi agreed, okay, I grill two, and one is yours. Jiujiu nodded hurriedly. Just as Ba Zi took the saber he had pulled from Xie Qiyuan's pocket, and continued to slice at the little tentacle, the saber's owner caught sight of the scene. Stop! Xie Qiyuan's eyelids twitched, as he snatched his own saber away. He looked at the audacious little seafood in front of him, suppressed his emotions, and asked, what are you doing? Yuan was already in a bad mood. If he saw the little tentacle on the plate again, he'd be in trouble. Ba Zi had no idea he was doing anything wrong. He said angrily, stingy. I just needed your knife, didn't I? Jiujiu thought for a moment, and fished out a small knife from his pocket. It wasn't as big as a military knife, but it was just enough to be used. Here you go. If I don't want it, return it. Xie Qiyuan snatched the knife from him unhappily. He picked up Jiujiu and commented, you're quite generous. All right, both of you, come with me and get scolded. Both cubs were brought before Yuan. After listening to Xie Qiyuan's account of what had just happened, Yuan was practically pissed off. Even though Ba Zi's tentacles regenerate, cutting too many wouldn't be good. Severing a tentacle would be damaging to his body. Once injured, even a deformed form needs to be healed. Yuan, irritated by the cubs, had a touch of life in his face. Compared to the slump of the past few days, he looked more lively now. After scolding the cubs, Yuan took them away for reflection. Without the cubs' interruptions, the two sat on the ground, their backs against a normal tree, quietly leaning against each other. Big head. Yuan couldn't get over the pain in his heart. He leaned his head against Yuan's shoulder and said sullenly, I noticed something was wrong in the mirror that day, but I didn't say anything right away. If I had seen her look then, I would have told you to stop the car immediately. Maybe. And then Yuan interrupted him, pulling him into his arms. It's not your fault. No one had expected the two children, who had already been examined, to suddenly mutate after entering the base. No one could have predicted this. The people at the main base have already begun their investigation, and the High School Student Alliance's base will also receive assistance from the main base. In the future, this base will definitely be much safer than it is now. Yuan counseled Yuan, his low, gentle voice echoing in his ears, carrying a soothing magic. Yuan closed his eyes. He spoke softly, Big head, I think the reason I like humans isn't because I used to be human, but because most of them are worthy of my affection. Humans have survived in this world for so long, and they win by more than just numbers. They possess so many shining qualities. Yuan's bad mood finally dissipated. He had the cubs to comfort him, Yuan to keep him company, and a host of more pressing matters awaiting him. He couldn't wallow in sadness any longer. Yuan kissed him soothingly. Well, the one who deserves your love the most is me. Isn't that right? Yuan narrowed his eyes and uttered a heavy He emphasized, I love you the most. The two of them hadn't sat for long before they arrived near the Miss Heald Research Institute, the location where Song Jun and the others had last disappeared. The institute was located in a very remote area, with no thriving towns nearby. Only desolate villages could be seen occasionally, traversing the mountain roads. These villages, due to their geographical location, were usually isolated. There were houses in the village, but it was hard to say whether anyone was still there. After all, it was very close to Miss Heald. When Pacey led the team into Miss Heald, the entire area was teeming with infected people. No one could be sure if any of the infected had escaped before the team opened the Miss Heald. If they had, the village would have been in jeopardy. Have you two finished reflecting? Yuan walked over, holding Yuan's hand with one and tapping the car window with the other, looking down at the two cubs reflecting in the car. Ba Zi saw him and snorted in dissatisfaction. Snitch. Yuan raised an eyebrow. If I don't complain, your tentacles will be gone. Ba Zi remained unconvinced. Even if they're gone, they come back. Besides, didn't you cut off my little tentacles before? In the past, whenever Yuan saw him, he treated him like a seafood buffet. Yuan, Yuan touched his nose and ignored the question. The main thing was that he couldn't deny it. When he cut into that plate of seafood, he never imagined that this little seafood would one day become his cub. Ahem. Yuan sidestepped the topic and turned his attention to Jojo. Jojo was looking down at her phone. Yuan scratched Yuan's palm and reminded him, "And do you think Jojo spends too much time on her phone? Playing with it day and night isn't good for your eyes." Yuan frowned. Clearly, he, too, was aware of the problem. Jojo's little ears twitched. He caught the snitch complaining to his big brother. "Big brother, I'm texting Miao Miao. Miao Miao said he's out, and I invited him over. Big brother, you be happy to see Miao Miao." Jojo brought up a topic that interested Big Brother before he could start criticizing him for his phone use. As expected, after hearing this, Yuan stopped talking about Jojo's phone time. He pinched Jojo's cheek, appreciating her kindness. "Miao Miao, he might be busy out. Be good, don't call him. It would be bad if we delay him." Jojo was a little slow, blinking and saying okay. Time passed slowly. Aberrants have a keen sense of smell and hearing, and A-sequence aberrants naturally have even stronger sensory abilities. Yuan and Yuan each led a cub, searching carefully. Yuan held Jojo, patiently searching for clues with Jojo. Yuan, with the eighth cub, was more straightforward and ruthless. He used the little octopus he was carrying as a military dog. "Smell it again. You met Song Jun and the others, so you should know what they smell like." The eighth cub was unhappy. "I'm not a dog. I can't smell it." Yuan remained undeterred. "If you can't smell it, just listen carefully. Listen for any movement near us." Yuan made it clear he was going to use the little octopus. Man and fish locked eyes, the octopus wishing he could transform into a giant shark and devour this disgruntled, cheap sister-in-law. Unfortunately, with Big Brother in charge, he couldn't fulfill his wish for the time being. The atmosphere here was tense. Elsewhere, Jojo hugged Big Brother's neck and spoke close to him. Big Brother, I see a house. Due to its remote location from the highly modern city, the environment here is unpolluted. Various unspoiled plants grew freely, shielding them from inquiring gazes. In the end, Jojo, held in Big Brother's arms, proved even more useful than the struggling 8 cub. Yuan called Yuan over and pointed in the direction Jojo had just spotted. There's a house over there. Shall we go take a look? Okay. Walking further, Bazai looked from his elder brother to Yuan and demanded, switch. I want my elder brother. Yuan had no idea how to carry a cub. He followed Yuan and even had to walk on his own. Yuan looked at Bazai and agreed, then get smaller and climb onto my shoulder. Bazai shrank and climbed onto Yuan's shoulder. Yuan sighed. He scooped up Jojo and stopped Yuan from carrying him. Little Jojo has gotten a bit heavier lately. You get tired if you hold him for too long. Yuan was much larger than Yuan, so holding Jojo was naturally easier. The road was unpaved. It had rained recently, and the already difficult road was even more difficult. The vines and branches along the path often caught clothes. Yuan's sleeve got caught, and he gasped and hissed. What's wrong? Yuan, hearing his voice, immediately approached him, freeing a hand to grasp his wrist. Yuan tried to shake it off, but it didn't move. His sleeve was rolled up, revealing his bandaged forearm. Under the bandage was a bite from the mutant child at the base a few days ago, which hadn't healed yet. Not even a scab. He'd been feeling down the past few days, so Yuan hadn't been too affectionate with him. It was for this reason that Yuan hadn't noticed his unscabbed wound. Yuan's face darkened as he looked at the bandage. Yuan could sense his low mood and hesitated for a moment. I have Pacey come over. Yuan treated the wound and replaced the bandage. You can go back with Pacey when Pacey arrives. Uncle Juan has also returned to the main base this time, which is convenient. Let him check you out. His words were calm, sounding more like a notification than a negotiation. Yuan couldn't help but protest, I'm not going back. Yuan didn't even raise his eyelids as he said coldly, you have to go back even if you don't want to. Yuan pulled his arm back, his face sullen, and remained silent. He's a zombie. Even if his wounds don't heal, he won't die. As long as no one blows his head off, he's an immortal little zombie. Yuan letting him go back on his own was a reckless decision. One of them didn't want to go back, the other insisted, and for the first time, a disagreement arose. The little octopus perched on Yuan's shoulder had a quick look, ready to take advantage of the opportunity to do something bad. But before he could open his mouth, he met Yuan's glance. The next second, the octopus cub raised its tiny tentacle and nonchalantly tickled itself. Jojo sat in Yuan's arms, looking from his elder brother to Yuan, a little scared. Brother, don't argue. Yuan pursed his lips and replied, Brother, we're not arguing. Anyway, he wouldn't leave no matter who came. Song Jun, a psychic, had disappeared here. It was said that In Chin had also sent psychics before, and if psychics could disappear, who knew what dangers might lurk here? He wouldn't be a burden to Yuan with his 2 cubs, on the contrary, they might even be of help. Yuan looked at Yuan, who refused to cooperate, and said nothing. After Yuan turned his head, he sent a message to Pacey. Yuan didn't see the message, but she could vaguely sense that he really wanted to send her back. The atmosphere, which had been so peaceful just a moment ago, had turned deadly. Yuan didn't speak to Yuan, only to his cub. Little 8, have you returned to your adult form now? Little 8 nodded hesitantly. A mature octopus is enormous, a giant in the ocean. He can switch between mature and juvenile forms freely. In front of his big brother, he's more comfortable in juvenile form. Yuan stroked his little tentacle and chatted with him. Next time we go back to the island, transform back into your adult form and show me. Yes. As they chatted, they quickly arrived at the house that Jojo had discovered. To call this a village is an exaggeration, but there were only a few shabby families living nowhere near each other, hardly neighbors. The house was a self-built structure, at least 3 rooms long. The vegetable garden in the yard hadn't been tended in ages, and the weeds were taller than the vegetables. Yuan and Yuan's goal was to first find a habitable place. Only after finding a habitable place could they move on. After all, whether it was Ingjian, the initial arrival, or the West District team looking for Ingjian, they all needed a place to stay. Ba Zai, crawl back into my pocket. Yuan saw the heavy accumulation of dust in the house, and was afraid he'd get it on himself. Just keep your head out. Ba Zai wasn't afraid of getting dirty. He sat up and surveyed the house ahead, keenly interested in exploring. They walked in. Yuan and Yuan moved aside, he inspecting the west room while Yuan went to the east. The room's lighting was poor, and without the curtains drawn, his vision was obscured. Yuan examined carefully, not missing a single detail. There's a packaging bag and some debris. It doesn't look like it's been here long. Someone lived here a while ago. Yuan also made a discovery. He quickly finished his inspection here, and moved on to check other houses. Yuan stared at his back, hesitated for 2 seconds, then called out, Yuan. Yuan paused, but didn't turn around. Yuan called out again, his voice dripping with grievance. Yuan, are you really ignoring me? At this aggrieved tone, Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. Then, he sighed softly, knowing he could no longer hold back. Come here, he called out resignedly to Yuan. When Yuan came closer, he hugged her tightly, so tightly that there was no room between them. And be good. This unusual zombie incident hadn't been fully investigated yet. Even though Yuan himself was a zombie, Yuan still worried. Yuan buried her face in his arms, and whispered softly, I want to be with you. I don't want to be separated from you. Please don't let me go, okay? After we complete the mission, we go back together. Yuan lowered his head, and kissed the top of his head. He didn't respond to Yuan's plea. But the Cold War between them had completely dissipated. The two cubs, who had been silenced by the oppressive atmosphere, could finally breathe freely. Brother, hold Jojo. Yuan had just come to hold Yuan, so he put Jojo down. Now, seeing them reconcile, Jojo immediately opened her arms. Yuan hugged Jojo and told Yuan about his discovery. There are signs of habitation here. If we had come here a few days earlier, we might have come across it. Don't worry, it's not too late to find it now. This discovery was also a clue for them. If they continued searching, they would surely find more clues. The other houses indeed provided them with more clues. In the last room, there was leftover food in the kitchen. It was slightly rotten, but the smell wasn't overpowering. It was probably made yesterday. Yuan and Yuan looked at the rotten food and exchanged glances. Someone's staying here. Well, we just wait here. They didn't stay in the room directly, but waited outside. That way, if the person inside came back, they could go straight in. It would be more convenient for them to block the way from outside. Time flowed quietly. Yuan looked toward the door, unsure how much longer he had to wait. Yuan pulled his head back and whispered, It's not even dark yet, so they probably won't be back. No need to keep staring. Yuan retracted his gaze upon hearing this. The two sat shoulder to shoulder beneath the cucumber vines, exchanging information. It's not Ingjian. Ingjian's status is special. He can't live a rural life here. He's most likely going to pursue something related to his major. Ingjian's major involves various experiments. The new nutritional cream sold in the West District has practically monopolized the market. If Ingjian heard about it and wanted a piece of the action, he would at least use the traditional nutritional cream formula he knew and make a tube of it. If it's not Ingjian, then why are we waiting? Because the person we're waiting for has very likely met Ingjian. This area isn't big, but it's not small either. They should look for more survivors. There's a chance they might learn something useful from them. Yuan nodded. The cubs couldn't sit still, so they didn't sit there with them. Yuan occasionally glanced in the direction the cubs were going to play, then turned his attention back to Yuan. Yuan was studying his arm. Don't block for me next time. No matter what happens, don't block in front of me. Oh! Yuan's promise was a bit perfunctory. So perfunctory that Yuan seemed to want to teach him another lesson. The white gauze was removed and replaced, and Yuan felt the pain again. He looked at the wound. There was nothing unusual about it, but for some reason, it was healing much slower than the first time he was bitten. Could it really be the effect of this special zombie? Yuan was more thoughtful than Yuan. As he looked at the wound, he wondered about another reason. Could it be that his own ailing body was about to become ill? The latter reason made his eyelid twitch heavily. It was his right eye. There's a superstition that says a twitching left eye means good fortune, a twitching right eye means disaster. Is he about to have a disaster? Yuan, can zombies get sick? I don't know. Yuan truly had no experience with zombies, and his research on zombies at the base hadn't yielded any detailed observations. Yuan's question left him at a loss for words. Thankfully, Yuan didn't delve into it. While Yuan was distracted, he suddenly leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Yuan, even if I'm sick, I remember that I love you. Slina had said that when he was sick, his state would be very different from his usual state. Yuan thought back to his own illness, but he couldn't recall what it was like. If he forgot something again, he had to remember it. He must never forget. He was in love with Yuan. Under the cucumber rack, the adults were in love. In the weeds not far away, the cubs were playing a game. The cub had returned to maturity. While he could shrink, that didn't mean he was still weak. He grew slightly larger, his tentacles tightly wrapped around Jojo. Amidst Jojo's exclamations, he flung Jojo up. Jojo's exclamations instantly turned into cheers. Could. Throw it higher. Throw it higher. Jojo was rarely so lively. Without even moving his wings, his entire body was wrapped around by the tentacles, thrown high and hard. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, he was reeled up with a thrilling jerk. This kind of excitement drove Jojo, who usually avoided strenuous activities, wild with excitement. A giggling sound echoed nearby. Yuan knew from the sound. Jojo, you're really having fun. Yuan was unconcerned. I'd play this little game with you when we get back. It's just lifting up, right? Your husband will lift you as high as you want. Yuan blushed. He said, I don't play games like that for kids. Yuan raised an eyebrow, getting excited. Then let's play some grown-up games? In grown-up games, you can lift up. Taking advantage of the children's absence, Yuan said nothing they could understand. Yuan's face flushed. Yuan thought about sending him away, wondering when they would see each other again. His eyes darkened, and he raced against time to start discussing the farewell. The young couple was acting out their love scene, while the children's game was drawing to a close. Bazai tossed Jojo until his tentacles were sore. He took a breath and told Jojo, Smelly Jojo, we're done. I need to rest for a while. My tentacles are all dry. Jojo was considerate, and upon hearing that, he quickly indicated he was going down. Botsy held up his tentacles, intending to let Jojo play with him one last time. His tentacles were indeed a little dry, so he rolled Jojo up, intending to lift her over the creek before calling it a day. Jojo happily let himself be lifted up. After the lift, Bazai, who was about to dive in, glanced into the water. Floating in the water was a figure with long hair, its hair swaying in all directions, creating a terrifying visual effect. Botsy, surprise! Bazai's tentacles loosened, and Jojo, still held by him, fell tumbling into the water. Botsy, surprise! Bazai jumped in terror, fearing his big brother would discover him. But the sound of someone falling into the water was hard to ignore, especially since Jojo immediately burst into tears and called for his big brother. Yuan, forehead to forehead with Yuan, jumped to his feet upon hearing the sound. Yuan? A few minutes later, Yuan, with a scowl on his face, patted Jojo's back as she spat out water. Guilty Ba Zi, looking at his big brother with a gloomy expression, desperately wanted to distract him. That way, he wouldn't get beaten. Yuan settled Jojo and went to settle with Ba Zi. He turned around and suddenly saw the back of a head with long, wet hair. Yuan nearly fainted. Chapter 102. Yuan hadn't expected Bazai to be so ferocious. He swiftly tried to remove the person Bazai had dragged over, but just as he did, his eyes shifted slightly. There's still a heartbeat. The heartbeat, though faint, was present, beating again and again, indicating that the master could still be saved. Yuan laid the person flat on his back and began rapidly administering first aid. Yuan also recovered. His frightened, pale face slowly regained color after seeing the woman's face on the ground. Luckily, she's alive. Bazai hadn't expected him to scare his eldest brother, and now he was completely limp. Alas, he better just take the beating. After spitting out all the water, Jojo lay in his eldest brother's arms, watching Yuan rescue the person. The long-haired woman on the ground had beautiful features, but her complexion was too unpleasant, marring her beauty. She seemed truly lucky. After a while of pressure, she actually began to respond. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Cough, 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 cough. A violent cough erupted, and after it subsided, the woman's heartbeat returned to a normal rhythm. But perhaps she had other health issues from the drowning, and after a brief resurgence, she fainted again. Before fainting, her eyes scanned the people around her. Finally, her gaze fixed on Yuan's face. Yuan. She called out Yuan's name. Yuan? Yuan was stunned. Do you know me? He had already seen the woman's face, and he didn't recognize her. Before she could say anything else, she collapsed and closed her eyes again. Yuan made a quick decision. Take her away first. The woman was soaking wet. They couldn't just leave her by the river and wait for her to wake up. Yuan nodded. They wanted to take the woman away, But who would continue to watch the house they had just been monitoring? Yuan thought for a moment and called Bazai. Bazai, come here. Bazai walked over with his head down, dejected. Yuan pinched his little tentacles, but didn't punish him. Instead, he gave him a task. Will you help me keep watch? Bazai agreed without hesitation. Okay. Yuan had Bazai watch the house while they moved to the nearest room and put the woman on the bed. The woman was soaking wet, and in her current state, she undoubtedly needed clean clothes. But Yuan and Xie Qiyuan were both men, so it was not appropriate to touch her too much. In the end, Xie Qiyuan called Bazai over, having him extend his little tentacles, and quickly change the woman's clothes. She also found the clothes in the closet. Yuan, on the other side, was changing Jiujio's wet clothes. While changing, Yuan couldn't help but ask Jiujio, Jiujio, do you recognize the man we just rescued? Jiujio shook her head. He sneezed, his voice a little hoarse. No. Yuan frowned. This was odd. Why would the man know him? The woman hadn't woken yet, so Yuan had no idea what was going on. He and Xie Qiyuan went to the kitchen to work. There was a vegetable garden in the yard, so they could still pick some vegetables. And then, don't you recognize that man? Xie Qiyuan asked as he washed the pot. He couldn't help but feel that the look the woman had given Yuan earlier wasn't entirely innocent. I don't know her. Yuan searched for his lighter, but couldn't find it, only a box of matches. He sat behind the stove, lighting a fire, his face sullen. I don't know her, and neither does Jiujio. I feel like I never even met her. Who knows how she knew my name? Hearing this, Xie Qiyuan didn't force him to think about it, but simply said, if you don't know her, forget it. Don't dwell on it. Time slipped by. Jiujio had clearly cried while playing with Ba Zi, and now, seeing Ba Zi leave, he followed her. With the two children gone, Xie Qiyuan and Yuan were the only ones in the kitchen. They made some vegetable soup, waiting for the woman to wake up. And then, Xie Qiyuan chose a clean chair and sat down. He pulled Yuan closer, letting her sit on his lap, facing him. Their eyes met, and without Xie Qiyuan saying anything, Yuan leaned in and kissed him on the lips. Xie Qiyuan chuckled softly, good boy. He cupped the back of Yuan's head and deepened the kiss. In the small, undisturbed space, a silent intimacy brewed. The kiss spread, little by little, leaving tiny pimples on the fair skin. Lovers, even without words, seemed content just looking at each other's face. Until Yuan groaned. He rested his head on Xie Qiyuan's shoulder, his face flushed, and whispered no. Xie Qiyuan pinched him lightly, not too hard, and said with a hint of resentment, the parents have met, so why not? Under the old road's insinuations, Yuan already knew what he was up to. He was afraid. Xie Qiyuan continued to ask him, dear boy, tell me, when are you willing to spend your wedding night with me? Are you annoyed that I didn't buy you the 3 golds? Or that your name isn't on the property deed? When we get back, I buy you a gold bracelet and give you half of my property up front. No, all of it. Xie Qiyuan kept his hands moving. Yuan soon couldn't resist. He didn't understand the 3 golds and the property deed, nor did he know that it was standard practice for getting married these days. All he knew was that his whole body was trembling slightly. Xie Qiyuan looked frivolous, but in reality, he was observing Yuan's reaction. Perhaps, as Yuan said, he'd been ill for so long, so his reaction to intimate moments like this was a little different from a normal person's. He was clearly sensitive. After just a few kisses, his skin flushed. But other than that, Xie Qiyuan glanced down, still unresponsive. Enan, what illness did you have before? Who was the doctor who treated you? The medical facilities in the West District are pretty good. We can do another checkup. Yuan opened his mouth blankly, then replied, I don't know what I have. I only know it's a genetic disease, inherited from my mother, who is no longer with us. Xie Qiyuan, Xie Qiyuan hadn't expected to ask about his mother's condition and immediately felt apologetic. I'm sorry, I didn't know about that. Yuan shrugged, it's okay. I don't get upset that easily. His mother had been gone so long ago that he barely remembered anything. But he knew his mother was a truly gentle and beautiful woman. Xie Qiyuan paused and recounted his own experiences. I don't have biological parents, only an adoptive father. He was very kind to me, just like my own father. As the two discussed their family situations, Yuan hesitated. Just as he was about to continue, he heard a noise from the room. He and Xie Qiyuan exchanged a glance and immediately stood up. They strode back into the room. Sure enough, the woman in the bed had awakened. She was struggling to sit up, and halfway through, she spotted Yuan. To be precise, it was Yuan and Xie Qiyuan, but Xie Qiyuan's presence was negligible in her eyes. Yuan. The woman's voice was a little hoarse. She stared intently at Yuan, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. My clothes? Did you change them for me? Yuan quickly clarified, No, I asked the kids to change them for you. I didn't look at your body. Yuan knew there were differences between men and women, and he was a married man now, so he couldn't just look at other people. The woman uttered an "oh" after hearing Yuan's clarification. Xie Yuan, standing behind Yuan, narrowed his eyes at her. TSK, why did he feel that "oh" tinged with regret? Yuan heard her words falter, so he went to the kitchen to get her some soup. We just made some soup for you in the kitchen. Sit a little while, and I bring it to you. Okay. Quickly, the hot soup arrived. The woman took the soup and took a sip before her eyes lit up. She said with joy, Yuan, you made this for me? It's so good. Before she could utter a single word, Xie Yuan interrupted her coldly, I made it. The woman's eyelids drooped, her joyful tone becoming calm. It's so salty. Xie Yuan, ? Xie Yuan's rival radar was ringing so loudly it was practically giving him tinnitus. Yuan was stunned. Is it salty? I just tasted it, and it's okay. The woman finished the soup in a few gulps, her face growing even more rosy. She looked at Yuan and smiled. It's drinkable anyway. My soup is pretty good. I make you some next time. This obvious attempt at undermining made Xie Yuan's eyes darken even more. He casually took a few steps forward from behind, his large hand naturally clasping Yuan's shoulder, pulling her closer to him. It was an intimate and possessive gesture. Okay. If there's a chance, I try your cooking next time. He used his foot to lift a chair over, and asked Yuan to sit down. Now, let's get down to business. Xie Yuan's gaze fell on the woman's face, and he asked bluntly, what's your background? How do you know Yuan? As he asked these two questions, a flicker of emotion flashed across the woman's eyes, one that he couldn't quite capture. The next moment, a look of astonishment took hold. Yuan, don't you recognize me? Yuan looked at her innocently. Should I know you? The woman was silent for a moment, then she said, Of course you should know me. We used to have a good relationship, and you even like me. These words were like a bombshell dropped from the sky. Xie Yuan's gaze immediately shifted from the woman's face to Yuan's. Yuan was confused and aggrieved, feeling like he'd been ripped off. This pot was so big and round, it was going to crush him. I didn't. Yuan was furious. He argued, I didn't like you before. Who knew the woman had a hidden trick up her sleeve? She asked Yuan with reasoned conviction, Do you have a lot of memories from the past that you can't remember? You always had this problem. You told me. If our relationship wasn't good, if you didn't like me, why would you tell me all this? The woman's words sounded somewhat logical. Yuan looked at her, unsure what to say for a moment. The atmosphere visibly stiffened. Yuan felt he really didn't like the woman before him. She was pretty, but clearly older than him. Before he met Xie Yuan, he imagined what kind of wife he'd find for his children. He imagined a gentle woman around his age, someone he could raise with him. Seeing Yuan remain silent, the woman pressed the issue. Yuan, you can't abandon me just because you can't remember me? I don't believe you'd be such a jerk. Yuan was even more speechless. Why would he be such a jerk again? Luckily, Xie Yuan's intelligence was up to par. Even at this moment, he remained calm and considered the flaws. He confidently exposed the woman, Stop lying. I'm Yuan's legitimate wife. You're trying to fish in murky waters and steal my love. Who gave you the guts? The woman, looking at him with disdain, spoke in a harsh tone, Who's taking advantage? I'm telling the truth. When Yuan and I were close, you didn't even know where you were. If we're talking about poaching, it's you who's poaching me. The woman's last words were clearly sincere, and sounded like the truth. Xie Yuan didn't buy it. He simply said coldly, Do you know Jiuzhou? The woman was slightly stunned. Xie Yuan observed her every expression. After seeing this one, he felt even more certain. This person is Yuan's good friend. Yuan has told me a lot about Jiuzhou. Has he told you? The woman's hands clenched the quilt silently. She replied, Yes, Yuan told me a lot about Jiuzhou. Before the woman could continue her story, Xie Yuan's expression, which had been tense for a long time, completely relaxed. He sneered and taunted her mercilessly, Yuan doesn't even have a friend named Jiuzhou. I was just lying to you. Now tell me the truth. What was your purpose in pretending to be Yuan's girlfriend and trying to steal my girlfriend, woman? The woman's face was turning green. She gritted her teeth and looked at Xie Yuan, her expression becoming increasingly hostile. Yuan had finally cleared himself of the accusation of being a scumbag. He and Xie Yuan stood together and demanded, I knew I wouldn't like you. What's your purpose in accusing me so unfairly? He finally understood. If he were truly in a relationship, how could the children who were with him day and night be completely unaware? Unless he was secretly in love and hadn't told them, but that was impossible. Yuan thought that secret crushes were only for cowards. If he loved someone, he wouldn't be able to hold it back. Just like if he loved Xie Qiyuan, he would definitely be with Xie Qiyuan. Ideally, they could be together every day, never apart for a single moment. After being exposed, the woman kept her mouth shut, refusing to cooperate. Yuan and Xie Qiyuan couldn't possibly force a confession out of her, and the three of them just wasting time like that wasn't a solution. Just as Yuan was considering whether to talk to the woman again, she reluctantly spoke again. My name is Yin Ming, and we really do know each other. But it's not that you like me, it's that I like you. Xie Qiyuan had already guessed this. Even if someone has lost some of their memories, it's impossible for them to be without even a trace of a past love affair. His and only him, and only his. Yin Ming might truly have a crush on you, and seeing Yuan and Xie Qiyuan so close together, her eyes felt uncomfortable. Could you two please stop getting so close? Even if it's just for the sake of my patient's feelings. Xie Qiyuan clearly didn't have such good intentions. He said coldly, this is the normal distance between me and an N. If you're feeling down, just answer all the questions we want to ask. After that, I leave you alone. He then began to ask questions. What's your background? What are you doing here? Have you met Ing Jian? What do you know about Yuan's past? After Xie Qiyuan had asked all the questions he could, he added calmly, of course you can lie. But lying repeatedly to someone who claims to love you doesn't seem like a good thing. Perhaps this statement was particularly poignant. Yin Ming bit her lip and looked at Yuan's face. After a brief pause, she finally blurted out a bit of the truth. Yuan and I met by chance before. Yuan, he's my hero. I was in a bad situation back then, and he pulled me out of it. In Yin Ming's description, Yuan was his light. Xie Qiyuan's teeth ached after hearing this. He interrupted Yin Ming's tedious, lyrical narrative and reminded her to answer another question. What are you doing here? I'm Dr. Ing Jian's personal physician. Yin Ming continued, not waiting for Xie Qiyuan to question further. I don't know why Dr. Ing came here. I'm just his personal physician, and my job is to take care of his health. Not long after he arrived, someone came looking for him. Yin Ming's eyelashes fluttered, a hint of weakness in her voice. I left to protect him, but was accidentally discovered. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead here by now. Who is trying to harm Ing Jian? Xie Qiyuan knew that after the West District issued the order to find Ing Jian, none of the missions they sent out included any attempt to harm him. Ing Jian was too important. He was very useful to all of humanity. His expertise, his identity, everything about him. The West District wouldn't let him die. But Yin Ming, with resentment, accused people from the West District. It was people from the West District who wanted to kill Dr. Ing. Yuan and Xie Qiyuan frowned simultaneously. Are you sure it was someone from the West District? Why would someone from the West District want to kill Ing Jian? Yin Ming, not sure if she recognized Xie Qiyuan, taunted, people from the West District wanted to kill Dr. Ing. Do we even need to ask for the reason? Wonka made a new flavor of nutritional paste, and Dr. Ing happens to know it. And Dr. Ing can do it even better than him. How can the West District maintain its monopoly while Dr. Ing is still alive? Yin Ming was clearly convinced that the West District was determined to kill Ing Jian. Given Xie Qiyuan's status as the only son of the West District boss, asking Yin Ming where Ing Jian might be would be a challenge. Yin Ming's body was also beginning to strain. Fatigue washed over her face, clearly in need of rest. Yuan tugged at Xie Qiyuan, signaling him to hold back. You should get some sleep. Call us if anything happens. Yuan put the bowl away and told Yin Ming to rest. The two of them left the room for some fresh air. It was already completely dark, and Yuan, remembering the two cubs still watching nearby, decided to go check on them. Xie Qiyuan accompanied him. Oh, if only I could remember everything. Yuan kicked clods of dirt as he walked. He was utterly depressed. I won't forget important things, but if I could remember the unimportant things, it would save a lot of trouble. Yin Ming's description of being a hero or not was ridiculous to Yuan. He was so sick before, how could he possibly be a hero? Xie Qiyuan held his hand, his mind replaying the information Yin Ming had just shared. The two of them walked on, and soon Yuan saw his cubs. Eighth cub had grown a little bigger, with Jiuzhou sleeping on his back. The other two cubs were still guarding the area where they could see the door. Eighth cub, listening to Jiuzhou's little snores, fell asleep. Jiuzhou, in particular, mistook him for fifth cub when he slept. Eighth cub coldly refused to be a stand-in, so he neither howled nor meowed. Yuan walked over and gently lifted Jiujiu off Botz's back, cradling him in his arms. After he finished, he looked at Xie Yuan raised an eyebrow, then picked Botzi up as well. The young couple raising the baby together looked quite harmonious. Yuan was still thinking about what had just happened. So many people are looking for Jian. Tell me, are they looking for him, or for his teacher? Jian's teacher was Gu Einan. If Gu Einan were gone, Jian's value would undoubtedly be even higher. But when Jian and Gu Einan were put together, everyone knew Gu Einan was the preferred choice. Xie Yuan was adjusting the sleeping position of the octopus cub in his arms. He didn't notice Yuan's expression and casually said, "It's also important to ask Jian about Dr. Gu Einan." When Yuan hid his cover, he also concealed the fact that he was Dr. Gu's son. After hiding it for so long, it felt awkward to bring it up again. Now, by bringing this up, Yuan wanted to acknowledge Xie Yuan as his father. His father worked at Midden, and Midden was a sensitive place. Yuan knew it was a sensitive place. So that was one of the reasons he hadn't spoken. Xie Yuan, what kind of person do you think Dr. Gu is? Yuan looked at Xie Yuan, trying to set the stage. Usually, people mentioned his father, with all sorts of nice words. Yuan naturally assumed that Xie Yuan was like everyone else. After Yuan said a few words about his father, he admitted, "That's my dad." But just as Yuan was about to finish his words, Xie Yuan sighed and began, "Dr. Gu has a lot of good things to say, but I heard some of his private affairs. He's not just arrogant. He's not easy to deal with." Xie Yuan said this with a smile. "No matter how arrogant he is, it has nothing to do with us. If we really find him, it will be Uncle Ruan who will deal with him. I don't think we can even get a word in." Yuan looked at him, his displeasure visible. After Xie Yuan finished criticizing the arrogant and difficult Dr. Gu, he saw Yuan's sullen face and wondered, "Dr. Gu, why are you upset? Are you a fan?" Yuan clarified expressionlessly, "I'm not a fan." Xie Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan continued, "I'm his biological son, his only child." Xie Yuan, ? Xie Yuan was stunned, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 103. The two men locked eyes, and Xie Yuan's Adam's apple rolled heavily, as he finally recovered from his shock. "You're Gu Einan's son? Then why isn't your last name Gu?" Yuan, hearing Xie Yuan's question, pointed out, "You don't have Commander Yin's last name either." Xie Yuan had to remind him, "I was adopted." Yuan choked. He said weakly, I'm your biological son." After saying he was his biological son, Yuan went on to explain, "I have my mother's last name, Yu." Xie Yuan had only heard of Dr. Gu's name, but knew nothing about his family. He naturally didn't know Dr. Gu's wife's last name, nor did he know he had such a son. This news was both sudden and unexpected for Xie Yuan. Yuan had already revealed everything about his father, and he knew other things couldn't be hidden. For example, he actually lived at the Mi Shield Research Institute. "Xie Yuan, should I tell anyone that I'm my father's son? Have you always been prejudiced against the Mi Shield Research Institute? Don't rush to tell anyone yet." Yuan didn't know much, especially about some of the West District's internal affairs. These internal affairs included information about the Mi Shield Research Institute. Yuan was right not to rashly reveal his identity in front of his father, as he had done last time. "That's all I need to know." Xie Yuan kissed him on the forehead and reminded him again not to tell anyone. Yuan nodded, seeming to understand. As they spoke, they glanced at the room not far away. The room not far away looked the same as before, with no sign of anyone returning. "Let's go check it out." Xie Yuan led the way, deciding to focus on important matters first. As for Yuan's identity, they had plenty of time to discuss it in depth. The two of them, each holding a child, went to the surveillance room. As expected, there was no sign of human presence inside. The person they were watching hadn't returned. Yuan looked at the sleeping child in his arms and asked Xie Yuan uncertainly, "What should we do now? Should we continue watching? Will you stay here, or will I?" Xie Yuan frowned. If the two of them were to guard this place, they would inevitably have to separate. After all, there were still many questions to be asked about Yin Ming, the person they had rescued. Yin Ming was Jian's personal doctor. By keeping an eye on Yin Ming, perhaps they could even lure Jian out. No need to guard. Xie Yuan had an idea. He turned on his phone's camera and pointed it towards the main entrance. That way, if he could spot a person, he could quickly arrive. Yuan didn't particularly want to stay here alone, so he nodded, agreeing with Xie Yuan's approach. Soon, Xie Yuan finished the job and took Yuan back home. The camera he left behind had a simple app. Whenever it detected someone in the camera's view, Yuan's linked phone would ring. At that moment, they essentially received a notification. When they returned, Yin Ming was still resting. There was a bed in this room. Xie Yuan and Yuan put the cubs in the next room, and they went to sleep in this room. After a quick wash, they laid down on the bed next to each other. Yuan's voice was soft. Someone's still here. Be careful. Xie Yuan, still moving his hands, lowered his voice and asked about his father. You haven't been able to contact your father? Yes, I left a message on his phone, but he hasn't returned it. Yuan used to wait for his father to contact him. He never took the initiative to contact him. His father was very busy and his whereabouts were erratic, so he couldn't find him. Xie Yuan, do you think my father is still alive? Yuan occasionally felt a little uneasy with no news from his father, but he usually tried to suppress it. Xie Yuan patted his back and soothed him. Dr. Gu should have plenty of people around him. If he were ever in danger, he has someone to protect him. A national treasure like Gu Einan would definitely have people around him to protect him. Yuan was still worried. My father isn't very good at socializing, and I'm worried he won't get along with the people around him. My father had some personality issues. After Mom passed away, he became a bit of a loner. Xie Yuan soothed him calmly. When we find Jian, we first ask him about your father's whereabouts. If he knows, I go with you to find him. He had already taken Yuan to meet his parents, and now it was his turn to meet them. Since there were outsiders present, Xie Yuan didn't mention the secret shield. It was already late, and their affection was subtle. Xie Yuan only routinely nudged the person in his arms a bit, before closing his eyes, and falling asleep in his arms. The night deepened. Yuan, however, remained asleep. He kissed Xie Yuan's chin, and after confirming that he was asleep, he quietly sat up. He didn't sit up on his own. He heard a small noise. In the darkness, his eyes met Yin Ming's, who was in the other bed. Yin Ming seemed to know he'd wake up. Shoo. Yin Ming gestured for silence, and the two of them got out of bed, one after the other. At the door, they both paused. You're more alert than the one inside. Yin Ming stood there, saying, Yuan, I'm leaving. Yuan knew she was leaving, so she followed him out. Are you going to finding Jian? Will you come with me? These two questions rang out simultaneously, and they both paused. After a moment's silence, Yin Ming spoke again. Yuan, follow me. I won't hurt you. Yuan pointed at Xie Yuan in the room. I'm taking Xie Yuan with me. Yin Ming shook her head. She took a step back. You can take the cub you brought back tonight, but not Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan is from the West District, and there aren't many good people there. Her prejudice against the West District was visibly strong, and Yuan knew it. A few words wouldn't change her mind. Can you take me to finding Jian? After asking this, Yuan continued, does Jian know where my father is? If he does, I go with you now. Yuan had little contact with Jian. Among the students his father had taken in, only the first two had met him more often. Yin Ming thought for a moment and replied, I can't give you a definitive answer about your father. But if you follow me, your chances of finding your father will definitely be much higher. Yin Ming let him choose. Think about it. Do you insist on staying here with Xie Yuan, or do you want to follow me and take a shortcut? One is a boyfriend, the other is a father. Yuan pursed his lips, lost in a struggle. Yin Ming couldn't possibly bring Xie Yuan with her, nor would she reveal too much information to him. With Xie Yuan around, they couldn't get Yin Ming to tell them about Jian's whereabouts. But without Xie Yuan, Yuan found the decision even more difficult. Time ticked by. Finally, Yuan asked again, have you seen the psychics in the West District? One of them can use ice. Are they safe? I don't remember the psychic you're talking about, but several people from the West District died. Yin Ming's words made Yuan's eyelids jump. How many? Do you know who died? Several people had been dispatched from the island, and others from the base had also been dispatched. Yuan wondered if any of his friends were among the dead. Yin Ming pondered for a long moment, then said regretfully, I really don't have a habit of remembering people. Yuan, I don't want to waste any more time. Make a decision now. Do you want to come with me? Yuan could see that Yin Ming was getting impatient. He no longer hesitated, but decided, I go with you, but I want to take my child with me. Yin Ming nodded, okay. Yuan added, I need to kiss Xie Yuan again. I don't know when I see him again. Yin Ming, Yin Ming gritted her teeth, then be careful not to wake him up with your kiss. Yuan agreed and turned back. He kissed Xie Yuan first. Just as he expected, Xie Yuan opened his eyes after the first kiss. Not only did Xie Yuan open his eyes, but his clothes were also cold, clearly having just gotten up to overhear their conversation. I'm going to go with Yin Ming. Even if Xie Yuan hadn't eavesdropped, Yuan would have told him everything that had happened. He wasn't about to go it alone, trying to show off his prowess. I got a tracking device in my pocket. Be careful and follow me. 2 cubs. I leave 1 for you. Yuan even divided the cubs. I take Jojo, and you take the cub. That way, no matter if either of us gets into danger, we have a little helper. Yuan's voice was so soft only they could hear it. He finished what he needed to say, and continued kissing Xie Yuan. I'm going to kiss you hard. Don't move. When the kiss ended, Yuan's legs were so weak he could barely get out of bed. Xie Yuan was such a great kisser. Yuan felt that every time he was kissed, his body reacted in a way it had never before experienced. Xie Yuan was pleased with his small reaction. Okay, I'm leaving now. You have to follow me. Yuan looked at Xie Yuan reluctantly, but finally went to carry Jojo out. He woke Botsy, and briefly explained the situation to him. He told Botsy and Xie Yuan to follow, while he and Jojo led the way. Botsy was dazed, but since he didn't have to be separated from his big brother, he kindly agreed. After taking care of the cubs, Yuan finally carried Jojo out. Yin Ming hadn't left alone. She was still waiting for Yuan outside, but the impatience on her face was even stronger than before. What took you so long? As soon as she saw him come out, Yin Ming couldn't help but ask, Did you wake Xie Yuan? Yuan denied without hesitation, No. Xie Yuan is very wary of you. If he knew I was going with you, he wouldn't listen, no matter what excuse you gave. Yin Ming sneered. He's wary of me, and I'm wary of him too. Although the night was long, a little delay wouldn't matter. But Yin Ming didn't want to waste any more time so close to Xie Yuan. Let's go, Yin Ming called to Yuan. If we don't leave now, it'd be dawn. Yuan, holding the still-awake Jojo, followed her. The two walked along, neither of them speaking. When they reached the surveillance room, Yin Ming suddenly said, I used to live here. Yuan, No matter how polite Yuan was, he was starting to lose his composure. If he had known it was Yin Ming who lived here, Xie Yuan, and their 2 cubs wouldn't have stayed here for so long. You live here alone? Yuan asked. You don't live with Ying Jian and the others? When it came to Ying Jian's whereabouts, Yin Ming was a tight-lipped person, unwilling to reveal anything. Seeing he hadn't gotten any more information, Yuan stopped asking. They walked ahead, and soon Xie Yuan passed by from behind, retrieving his phone. The phone camera still showed no sign of him. Yuan. The road was dark, so they had to rely on a flashlight for illumination. Yin Ming and Yuan would occasionally chat. Are you really planning on dating Xie Yuan? Haven't you heard of him? Yuan corrected him. I know everything about Xie Yuan. He knew how fierce Xie Yuan used to be, slaughtering zombies and mutants without blinking an eye. But now Xie Yuan was in love with this little zombie, raising a bunch of mutant pups, and Xie Yuan was constantly giving up his principles for him. He loved Xie Yuan too. Yin Ming had originally intended to sow discord between them, but she ended up eating a ton of dog food. She was furious. The dirt road was difficult to navigate, and Yin Ming walked in front. She wanted to hold Jojo for Yuan, but Yuan refused. We're almost there. Yin Ming took a few deep breaths. She was quite strong. She had managed to hold on even after such a long walk. Yuan's arms were sore from holding Jojo. The wound on his forearm was aching even more. As daylight began to grow, Yin Ming finally stopped completely. A faint smile crossed her face, her expression relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Okay, let's go in. Directly in front of them, a factory building appeared as if out of nowhere. Crucially, the factory building was adorned with the Midden logo, signifying that this was a Midden location. Yuan looked at the factory buildings. They looked exactly like where Ying Jian would be. With Xie Yuan following him, he felt undaunted. Following Yin Ming's lead, he took a step forward. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after entering, Yuan felt a split second of dizziness. It was a fleeting second, almost like an illusion. Yin Ming called out to him, This place is very secluded, most people wouldn't find it. Dr. Ying and his team are all inside. The words were so tempting that Yuan's eyes scanned the surroundings as best they could. He wanted to see Ying Jian. Meanwhile, Xie Yuan, who had only been a few minutes late, stepped in and saw no trace of Yuan. What lay before him wasn't a factory building. 8 cub, whom he had brought with him, had even crawled out of his pocket. Something's wrong with this place. 8 cub waved his little tentacles seriously and directed Xie Yuan. Let's retreat. Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan was awed by these people. Every day they either mess with his wife or him. Were they jealous of other people's relationships? Just as Xie Yuan was feeling frustrated, Jojo, in Yuan's arms, opened his eyes. He hugged Yuan's neck, pressed his face against hers, and stared at the man before them together. Dr. Ing. Yuan hadn't expected to see Ing Jian so easily. He glanced back casually. Ing Jian had already come out, so his boyfriend, who was following him, could go up. Yuan didn't catch sight of his boyfriend. Ing Jian, standing in front of him, spoke softly, and in, long time no see. How are you? Ing Jian was his father's student, after all. Yuan carefully considered his generational status and called out, Uncle Ing? I'm fine. Ing Jian was older and looked older, so he couldn't continue calling him Brother Ing. Thankfully, Ing Jian didn't take the name too seriously. He continued, as if he were an elder, with concern, I've been thinking about you all these years. The teacher said you weren't feeling well. How are you now? Yuan replied honestly, I can jump around now. Much better than before. The two chatted, still reminiscing. Outside, the giant tiger had just put away his phone when a familiar voice called out, Hey, Five Cub. The tiger looked displeased and turned around. It was a young man leaning against a tree, half bent over, looking exhausted. Chapter 104. The tiger cub noticed the person behind him and ignored him. He averted his gaze, staring straight ahead. His phone screen was still lit, with A01's WeChat message second on the list, and a pinned message at the top. Fifth Cub. The young man leaning against the tree saw that he had no intention of leading him any further, so he stubbornly took a step forward and approached the imposing tiger. Why are you here? The young man had never expected to encounter other cubs here. The tiger cub's attitude remained the same, cold and indifferent to all the other cubs. I'm busy here. What do you want me to do? The young man smiled. I'm coming with you. He was trying to befriend the tiger cub, but the tiger cub knew that this fence-sitter was definitely plotting something against him by siding with him. No need. The tiger cub didn't want to go with anyone. He always preferred to be alone. The fence-sitter cub refused to give up. He shamelessly followed tiger cub, relying on the fact that tiger cub couldn't drive him away, and was determined to use the five cub as a shield. The two cubs couldn't find anything to talk about intimately, so the fence-sitter cub simply stated his purpose. I'm looking for our big brother. Do you know where he is? Tiger cub naturally knew. In addition to video chatting with him, Crybaby Chu sent him his location several times a day, asking him to go find big brother. The fence-sitter cub looked puzzled. What reason do I need to find big brother? I just heard about him, so I came to find him. He had passed through many places along the way. Originally, he had planned to head straight to the West District, but he saw on the forum that Xie Yuan was no longer at the West District headquarters. Forums often featured candid photos of Xie Yuan and his whereabouts. Following these clues, and conducting a sharp analysis, the fence-sitter had finally found his way here. He felt he'd never been this attentive in his relationships. Did you know our big brother was kidnapped? That guy named Xie from the West District. He kidnapped our big brother. The fence-sitter gnashed his teeth at the mention of Xie. He had no personal connection with Xie Yuan. His impression of him was still of him killing a lot of mutants. I know. Tiger Cub uttered these two words calmly. The fence-sitter, ? The fence-sitter was stunned. He was waiting for Xie Yuan to continue, but after a long wait, nothing came. Tell me more. The fence-sitter poked his fur. How do you know Xie? Didn't you two get into a fight? Didn't Xie Yuan claim to kill every aberration he saw? He and Big Brother have a stable relationship. Tiger Cub was frugal with his words, briefly describing the situation. Xie Yuan has changed a bit. He won't kill aberrations anymore. Not only will he not kill them, he raised them as his cubs. The fence-sitter was bewildered. Xie had changed. What had happened during his time wandering around? Tiger Cub wasn't one for much explanation. By this point, his patience had worn thin. Remembering that 01 was still short on manpower, he spoke again. 07, do you want to meet 01? Seventh Cub, The fence-sitter Seventh Cub looked at him with a complicated expression and asked, do you think Big Cub and I can talk about anything? When they lived at the Research Institute, 01 and 05 had ignored them. Now, even when they met, there was little to talk about. But the fifth Cub insisted on a video call. Seventh Cub missed his phone and accidentally saw his pinned post. Who's the person pinned to yours? Why does the profile picture look like you? In the small box at the top of Tiger Cub's WeChat account was a picture of a paw. A him. Yes, it was his paw. And his own profile picture was also a paw, just in a different pose. Seventh Cub had a strong curiosity, but Tiger Cub didn't answer the question he asked. The video call was connected. 01's image appeared on the screen, and Seventh Cub was a little surprised. Why don't you use your original form? From what he knew of 01, 01 still preferred to use his original form. 01 didn't respond to his nonsense. 07, I'd like to invite you. 01's tone was steady. He looked at 7th Cub and slowly stated his intention. The two of them video called for a long time. When it ended, 7th Cub was silent, saying slowly, I need to think about it carefully. Yes. 01 hung up the phone without a single gentle solicitation. But the Cubs understood each other's personalities, so there was no need to pretend. 7th Cub sighed as he looked at the darkened screen. Big Cub is a very cold person, cold-blooded to the core. He'd do anything to achieve his goals. 7th Cub asked Tiger Cub, are you really going to side with him? Tiger Cub and Big Cub had only recently reunited, but he knew Big Cub had been planning this for a long time, and would never give up on his current plan. According to the eldest Cub's plan, the deformed creatures would have a say in the future. Not only would they have a say, they would also have a new social system. In this system, they, and their eldest brother, would find true security. The Tiger Cub nodded. Here, the two Cubs' conversation had unknowingly strayed off topic. Elsewhere, Yuan had completely lost track of Yuan. After a long exchange of pleasantries with Jian expressed regretfully, I haven't been able to contact the teacher either, but I've been trying to find out about him. While the teacher's away, I take good care of you on his behalf. This is my way of doing my part for the teacher. Jian acted as if he was ready to take good care of him. Yuan blinked, but didn't bother to be polite. Uncle Ing, can you help me find a few people? They're from the West District, and they mean no harm to you. Perhaps you misunderstood them. They're just here to pick you up for a meeting with Dr. Wan. Yuan finished, pointing at Yin Meng and adding, Yin Meng told me you already met. This statement put a stop to Jian's claim that he didn't recognize the people from the West District. Jian looked up, giving Yin Meng a suggestive glance. The West District sent quite a few people. And then, which ones are you looking for? Tell me so I can see if I remember them. Yuan had his phone with him, and he opened his photo album and showed Jian the group photo he'd taken on the island. Jian studied the people in the photo, thinking, I'd definitely seen a few of them. He gave a location. That's where I last saw them. They're not hurt, so don't worry too much. Yuan noted the location, but he couldn't be sure if they were injured. If they weren't injured, why would they have lost contact? Jian wanted to work on his project here, and he said it was the one he had reported to his professor. The best environment for research is at the Minden Research Institute. Alas, it's a shame the institute is closed. Yuan immediately offered a suggestion. You could work on your project in the West District. The people there would welcome you. And Dr. Wan, you both have PhDs, so you get along very well. Jian smiled and offered no comment on Wan Ku. In his opinion, Wan Ku was far inferior to Gu Ainan. In this field, there was only one top performer, Gu Ainan. And he was Gu Ainan's disciple. One day, his achievements would rival hers. As for Wan Ku, he couldn't compare to him yet. Jian hadn't told Yuan his project. He only vaguely said it was in biology and genetic diseases. Yin Meng took Yuan downstairs. To prevent him from getting bored, she even handed him a video game console. Stay here and enjoy. Dr. Ing promised to take good care of you, and he won't break his promise. Just wait here for news from your father. Jian had prepared a nice room for Yuan, and he kept sending him gifts. Yuan hugged Jiao and refused Yin Meng's offer to stay with him. As soon as Yin Meng left, Yuan immediately closed the door and started calling Yuan. Strange. He and Yuan weren't that far apart, so why hadn't he shown up yet? Beep beep. He called several times, but no one answered. Yuan looked at his phone, then at Jiao, his face grimacing. Jiao, we can't contact Yuan and Batzi. Jiao froze. He had seen them earlier, when he leaned on Yuan's shoulder and looked back. Yuan didn't panic. He knew Yuan was following him closely, so he must be nearby. Jiao, let's go look for him. Yuan picked up Jiao, opened the door, and walked out. There was someone guarding their door, to put it nicely, protecting them. Yuan didn't mind. He simply said politely, my little one doesn't want to stay inside, so I'm taking him for a walk. The guard at the door hadn't received any orders to restrict his freedom, so naturally, they wouldn't interfere with his request to wander around. The two walked out and began to observe the factory. It was unknown what was inside the factory shell. Yuan, following his memory, walked back to where he had just entered. Standing there, he could clearly see the path he'd taken, but he couldn't see Yuan on that path. Yuan couldn't see Yuan, but Yuan could sense his presence. 8th Cub. Yuan, holding a bone blade, flanked by 8th cub, who had grown so large that he was deliberately a head taller than him, frowned and asked, "Have you figured out a way out?" They had undoubtedly stepped into a trap they hadn't figured out how to set up. The things around them were almost all hallucinations, like the aberration Yuan had killed, reappearing before him. The food 8th cub had once eaten also lingered, like a ghost, blocking their path. These hallucinatory images had the power to harm them. Bazai ate his food again, feeling like he was eating leftovers. He resisted the urge to vomit and replied, "Not yet. These things are endless. How many sins have you committed in the past?" Both the man and the cub were so busy killing monsters that they couldn't spare the time to think about how to defeat the mechanism. They were both violent, but violence couldn't continue indefinitely. Ever since following his eldest brother, Bazai had just eaten and slept with Jojo every day, never suffering a single sin. Now that the fight had begun, and it was so protracted, Bazai felt he had suffered greatly. It would have been better if he had fought for his eldest brother, but he had to help this vixen-like sister-in-law who was so good at pleasing his eldest brother. Sia had a good appearance, so the vixen didn't wrong him. Bazai felt wronged, but even after feeling wronged, he still had to continue fighting. Yuan looked around the factory and realized that something had gone wrong when Yuan followed him. "Uncle Ing." Yuan approached Ing Jian and asked, "There should be surveillance cameras at our entrance, right? I'd like to see them." He stopped trying to hide his feelings and said bluntly, "I came here without telling my boyfriend, but he came to see me. I can't contact him right now, so I wanted to see if he made it to our place." Ing Jian usually agreed to Yuan's requests. He had someone take Yuan to view the surveillance footage, which only showed them entering. For at least an hour after they entered, no one was seen at the door. The person who showed him the footage explained, "Our place is quite remote. Without someone to guide us, few people would find our way here." Yuan stared at the surveillance camera, silent. After a long day of work, Yuan initially held Jojo, but later, he couldn't hold him anymore. Jojo, holding her older brother's hand, her face wrinkled as she walked. Night fell. Yuan couldn't sleep, still thinking about how to find Yuan. The locator he was wearing was still flashing a small red light, indicating that it was working properly. Yuan could still find his location through the locator. "Big brother." Jojo, clutching her phone, turned and asked, "Are you worried about them?" "Ba Zi is a good fighter, he won't be bullied. And Yuan, of course." In Jojo's mind, she was convinced that Yuan was very strong. Yuan was naturally confident in her boyfriend's abilities. He just had to wait patiently, he would find him. There was no doubt about it, it was just a matter of time. Yuan had no mood to play with his phone. Perhaps it was a bit of restlessness that had caused his long healing injury to flare up. He looked down at the bite wound. It had healed a little, not as severe as before. As long as the bite wound healed, it wasn't a big deal. Yuan rolled his sleeves down, planning to go for another walk. Jojo had already finished his bath. He was sitting on the bed in his pajamas, video chatting with the tiger cub. Big brother was leaving, but Jojo didn't follow. "Jojo, until Big brother comes back, don't open the door to anyone who comes, okay?" Yuan wanted to carry Jojo out, but Jojo was acting coquettish and wouldn't budge, so he had to give in. "Okay, Jojo, got it." After sending Big brother away, Jojo continued talking to the tiger cub. "Meow meow, 8th cub hasn't come back yet, and we don't know when he'll be back." The tiger cub paused and asked casually, "Are you guys back together again?" Jojo was still talking yesterday about how 8th cub accidentally threw him into the water while playing games with him. He cried for a long time, and it took Big brother to comfort him. Tiger cub counted the number of times. These past few days, Octopus had made the crybaby cry 13 times. "We made peace." Jojo rubbed his eyes, feeling a little sleepy but not wanting to sleep. He used his little tentacles to tuck me in. "Oh, and he even said he'd secretly roast them for me next time. We won't let Big brother know." Jojo recounted a long story about his time with Ba Zi. Finally, he mumbled, "I hope Ba Zi will come back soon." Ba Zi would come back and play with him. Tiger cub listened quietly to him, and finally, he said calmly he'd be back soon. Chapter 105. The video was still playing, and the phone was propped up on the bedside table with a small stand. Jojo closed his eyes, his hands tugging at the quilt, and fell asleep to the sound of storytelling. To be fair, Tiger Cub's storytelling was so even and steady, without a single ups and downs. If he ever had to make a living doing this, he would starve to death. But Jojo didn't mind. With his big brother away, he needed Tiger Cub's watchful eye to keep him awake. An unknown amount of time passed. "Tiger Cub, watching Jojo sleeping soundly on the screen, slowly stopped talking. Seventh cub, beside him, yawned when he saw him stop. You really need to improve your storytelling skills. Seventh cub offered him advice. You don't put any emotion into your stories, so they come out dull and unpleasant. Tiger cub gave him a cold look. He didn't tell stories to impress, but simply to find some peace and quiet. Get him to sleep as quickly as possible, and he won't have to worry about it anymore. Just as Tiger cub finished his work, he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening and footsteps from Jojo's side. Seventh cub was startled. Is Big Brother back? Tiger cub also looked up. The screen showed the back of a person's body, with a thick waist, not Yuan's size. There was someone else following behind him. Are you asleep? Asleep, hold. Before the person could finish his words, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the room. Get out. The person who was about to bend down to hold Jojo froze, then looked around warily. Who? Who's talking? Deformation A05. Tiger Cub's voice was almost chilling as he introduced himself. At the same time, the person standing by the bed finally saw him on the video feed. The Tiger Cub in the video was its original form, its body so massive it barely fit on the screen, exuding a strong sense of oppression, and its cold, vertical pupils were even more terrifying. Even though they were only separated by a screen, the awe-inspiring presence of A05 remained undiminished. Seventh Cub also spoke up. We're near you. I advise you to leave now. Otherwise, not only A05, but also many A-sequence mutants. I wouldn't mind going over there. One A-sequence mutant might not be a threat, but if several more arrived, or even if they were all present, the consequences would be horrific. The person at the head of the bed finally stopped hesitating and withdrew his hand, preparing to leave. Seventh Cub continued to warn, Yuan is staying with you temporarily. If anything were to happen to him, A01 and we would kill you all. No matter how paranoid and crazy A01 was, his ultimate goal was to create an environment that was easier for their big brother to survive. Before that, if anything truly happened to their big brother, 01 would probably go crazy on the spot. A05 and A07's warnings were somewhat effective. One of the people who entered responded, Yuan is our guest, and we had no intention of harming him. That was the statement, but how credible it was unclear. The door closed again. Jojo, sound asleep, rolled over under the covers, his small hand reaching to the side, as if hoping to find his big brother. Finding nothing, Jojo frowned, but at least went back to sleep. Outside, Yuan, tired from walking, sat down on a rock. He looked down at his phone, racking his brains to locate P91. P91 loved the feeling of ritual, which included, but wasn't limited to, using romantic profile pictures with Yuan, using photos of each other as the background for their moments, and even using photos of the two of them kissing as the background for their chats. The screensaver was supposed to be changed to a kissing photo, but Yuan wasn't thick-skinned enough to do that, so she firmly objected. Even after the objection, he still used a photo of P91 hugging him as his screensaver. Besides these photos, there were also several couples apps. Yuan was flipping through them when his gaze suddenly fixed on them. Location sharing. There was a hidden feature on a couples app. This hidden feature allowed couples to share their location. In the app's comments section, someone who's used this feature gave it a thumbs up. As long as this feature is turned on, it won't affect you even if you're offline or in a low reception area. My boyfriend lost his internet connection and didn't reply to my messages, so he went out for a pee with his roommate, and I found him. After reading the comment, Yuan said, The commenter was a young woman with a boyfriend who cheated on her with her roommate. Wait, is this roommate a man or a woman? Yuan's brainstorming continued as he enabled couple location sharing. This type of location sharing is actually an invasion of privacy, but the app is quite overbearing, requiring users to sign a bunch of unfair terms upon registration. So, if we really investigate this location sharing feature, it's going to be hard to find a solution. Yuan's mind was swirling, but his hands had already honestly enabled location sharing. Now was the time to test the waters of this overbearing app. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The small icon in the center of the screen spun in circles until the 4th minute, when it finally stopped. The small red dots representing the couple's locations were accurately displayed on the map. The map now showed them 642 meters apart. Yuan, shock! Yuan stood up, dusted off his pants, and followed the small red dot. A few hundred meters wouldn't take long to walk. Yuan held his phone, carefully studying the coordinates, fearing he strayed. Thankfully, the app was incredibly helpful, providing detailed directions. After walking for a few more minutes, Yuan stopped and looked at the 2 overlapping red dots on his phone. He looked blankly into the air before him. Yuan? Eighth child. After calling out, Yuan reached out and felt ahead. But he felt nothing but air. He lowered his head. The location was right there. He looked up, only to see nothing in front of him. Yuan dug out the official phone number listed on the app and called it. Soon, his call was answered by a 24/7 customer service representative. Then, politely, please hold. I transfer you to our team leader. From customer service representative to team leader, then from team leader to manager. After several successive calls, Yuan couldn't remember the position of the person who finally answered the phone. He repeated his question, and the other party's voice was cool but gentlemanly. Would you mind temporarily granting me access to your phone? I can check it for you remotely. Yuan hesitated. There wasn't anything shameful on his phone, just lots of displays of affection. Besides text and photos, there were also some audio and video clips. Yuan wouldn't force him to record videos with people in them, but there were some dim videos where you couldn't see the figures clearly, but you could hear the voices. In these videos, Yuan would say rude things to him, and he awkwardly respond occasionally. Yuan had saved some of them himself, and he also had a copy with him. Yuan had also said that if they ever had to be apart, he listened to them and think of him. Yuan knew without even thinking that this kind of thinking wasn't serious. Okay, I can give you permission. Yuan gritted his teeth and went all out. But don't look at anything on my phone. The other person hummed, showing no interest in what was on his phone. He just wanted to fix a bug in his app. A few seconds later, a floating window popped up on Yuan's phone, a message requesting permission. Agree was written on the bottom left, and reject on the bottom right. He clicked agree. After clicking, Yuan noticed his phone's camera had activated. The camera captured several detailed photos, simultaneously capturing information from other apps. The information was categorized and analyzed. Yuan waited patiently, knowing someone was watching him nearby. It was impossible for him to walk all the way here without being noticed. But he didn't care. Jian had already said in front of everyone that he would take good care of him. Having said that, he couldn't just go back on his word so quickly, could he? Besides, he was just walking outside. At least on the surface, he was still behaving himself. Jian had no reason to interfere. Just as Yuan was getting anxious, the person on the app finally spoke. It's done. He said calmly, I analyzed the air in front of you. It's consistent with the existence of a folded space. My app's location is correct. Your boyfriend is right in front of you. Yuan, ? Yuan's eyes widened. Is he going to have an invisible boyfriend? How do I enter this folded space? Yuan heard the other party's intention to hang up and asked hurriedly. He had turned on location sharing so he could find his boyfriend. The problem, at its core, hadn't been solved yet. The person on the other end said indifferently, I'm just a mini-program developer. I don't do anything else. He had originally created this mini-program out of personal need, so he just built it. After he finished it, his partner called him a pervert, who's so possessive and sharing when in a relationship. Location sharing? That's completely perverted. The man was always good at pretending, and the fact that he could spout so many emotionally charged words at once was practically a loss of composure. Thankfully, he immediately started acting. He leaned in, looking like a delicate and innocent little white lotus. As in, I believe you. You definitely wouldn't be interested in such a perverted program. He was lost in thought for a few seconds, and when he came to his senses, he heard the client say, I can't see you, how can I be sure you're telling the truth? Your location sharing is just a scam, isn't it? I'm a VIP member, and I even spent money on it. Tan John pursed his lips. He was still very protective of his own app, out of some selfish reasons. Yuan, still suspicious, asked him, Are you kidding me? If you are, can I give you 1 star? Tan John, no. 1 star would be an insult. Under Yuan's skeptical questioning, Tan John's attitude cooled, but he wasn't in a hurry to hang up. He remotely controlled Yuan's phone again, this time for even longer, so long that Yuan, standing there, had to consider whether to transfer the several thousand yuan on his phone to Yuan first, rather than keep it to prevent it from being transferred away. Because he stood there for so long, the people following him also noticed something was wrong. Late at night, Jian, still awake, received the message but didn't pay much attention. The message said Yuan was just standing there, not making any other movements. A while later, Tan John said, Go back and rest first. I tell you how to get in tomorrow. Yuan hesitated. Tomorrow. What time tomorrow? Tomorrow morning. Tan John gave a precise time, and they added each other directly on WeChat. Tan John had added him on a private WeChat account for the first time. After all, he could always delete it after the problem was resolved. Yuan, convinced by Tan John's confident response, chose to believe him. He turned and left the spot where he had stood for a long time. As he left, the people following him breathed a sigh of relief. By the time Yuan returned to his room, it was even later. Jojo's phone had died, and it had turned off. Yuan walked over, took it off the holder, and charged it against the wall. He wasn't one for staying up late, and by now, he was actually feeling sleepy. Putting his phone away, he returned to bed, hugging Jojo and falling asleep. Jojo, sensing a familiar scent, instantly nuzzled against his familiar chest, feeling reassured. Yuan patted him twice and joined him in sleep. He slept, while Tan John stayed up all night. In between sleep breaks, he glanced at his client's messages. They were all displays of affection. He was no stranger to those displays of affection. It was Yuan, the man everyone knew. It was also the one he didn't particularly like, Yuan. Anyone who frequently searched for Yuan would probably feel similarly unhappy. The next day, just as dawn broke, Yuan, who always loved to sleep in, was startled awake by a knock on the door. He sat up drowsily, and the first thing he did was reach for his phone. Tan John, whom I had just added, was still online. He squinted at the screen and typed out the question he had been thinking about all night. Have you figured out a way to get me in? Tan John was still awake. He took a sip of coffee and replied, I have. It would be beneficial for him if this client could find Yuan as soon as possible and lock him in together. Yuan's sleepiness instantly vanished when he saw the reply. The knocking continued. Yuan held his phone in one hand and went to open the door with the other. The door opened, revealing Yan Ming. Yan Ming came to tell him, we're going out for a while. Dr. Ng said they'd take you with them. Pack up and let's go. Yuan was stunned. Where to? Yan Ming offered him a tempting bait, to your father's old job. Maybe he's trapped there. Chapter 106. Yuan frowned as he stared at Yan Ming. His phone vibrated, probably another message from Tan John. Leaving now? Yes. Yan Ming stood at the doorway and offered, if your belongings are too hard to pack, I can come in and help. No thanks. Yuan declined, I do it myself. His belongings were all packed neatly, and he hadn't taken much out, so he could leave at any moment. The door closed. Yuan opened his phone and glanced at WeChat. The WeChat chat box was already filled with a lot of messages, all from Tan John. Yuan carefully read them. Will this work? Tan John, yes. Tan John had been up all night, and now he just wanted to close this client quickly. He pondered for a few seconds, then typed again, the end of superpowers is science. Don't worry, just do as I say. Yuan had no other choice but to do as he was told. It didn't take long. Yuan wiped Jojo's face clean and carried her out. He still had his own luggage slung over his arm, and he refused to let anyone help him carry it. I'm going to look for Uncle Ng. He wanted to find Ng Jian, and no one stopped him. Where Ng Jian was, there was no shortage of bottles and jars. Yuan himself had lived at the research institute for a while, so he knew a lot of them. He had never imagined that a supernatural space could one day be opened in this way. The strangest thing was that he had broken into the magician's space directly the last time, but this time, he couldn't see anything. Tan John's steps were very clear, a foolproof tutorial that was easy to follow. After finishing the tutorial, Tan John left a message. I have other things to do. Once you solve your problem, remember to give me a 5-star rating. Yuan found time to reply, okay. Yuan, when I find my boyfriend, we both give you 5 stars. Tan John, who had been working late, finally felt a bit better after seeing the message. He stood up, grabbed a coat, and headed out. He wasn't in an office anymore, but a motorhome. The interior was exquisite and luxurious, stocked with all the necessities of life. Besides the necessities, there were also plenty of clothes and shoes. None of the clothes or shoes were in his size. Yuan could tell from the chat logs that the other person had been busy for a long time. He decided that if this person was reliable, he'd give him a red envelope later. And then, what are you doing with all this stuff? Ng Jian saw Yuan collecting bottles and jars, and didn't stop him. He seemed quite indulgent towards Yuan. After all, in their circle, respect for teachers was still very important. Gu Einan, the teacher, held an even more prominent position. As expected, Ng Jian would do the most basic things to maintain his dignity for his teacher's only child. Yuan, picking up his belongings, casually replied, I want to do a little experiment. Uncle Ng, can you wait for me a moment? It be quick. As Yuan's son, Gu Ainan's son, and having grown up at the Midden Research Institute, Ing Jian had no doubts about his ability to conduct experiments. Uncle Ing, wait for me for 10 minutes. Seeing Ing Jian about to rush him off, Yuan had to shorten the time he requested. He requested 10 minutes, a short time that no one thought he could accomplish anything. Yuan picked up Jojo, still carrying all his luggage. He was hesitant to leave his luggage with anyone else, even though they had no interest in his meager belongings. Brother, why hasn't Bazai come back yet? Jojo asked, pressing his cheek against Yuan's. Yuan held him steadily, leading him back to where he'd been yesterday. We see him soon, don't worry. Jojo nodded. As if remembering something, he suddenly said, Meow Meow said he'd come over, but he's been nagging and hasn't come yet. Yuan coaxed him. Meow Meow might have something to do. He come see you when he's done. The two of them walked along, quickly arriving at the same spot as last night. He stopped where he was, then immediately poured the substance he just made from the bottles and jars forward. Less than 3 seconds had passed. The invisible air finally reacted, and a transparent, film-like substance appeared before them. Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled out his phone, sending out red envelopes and giving 5-star reviews. Yuan, you're amazing. Yuan, wait until my boyfriend comes out, and I give you another thumbs up. Now that he had a visible space, Yuan, holding Jojo, strode directly inside without even glancing behind him. Once the space was visible before him, he could enter with ease. The person following him stood there stunned upon seeing this. Where's the person? He ran over, but couldn't enter the space Yuan had just entered. After searching for several minutes, the person, sweat dripping from his forehead, had no choice but to call for help. Brother. Jojo hugged Yuan's neck, stunned. It's hot in here. It was a chaotic mess, and no one knew what had happened in the space. The heat wave swept through almost every corner, leaving traces of violent destruction everywhere. Yuan, watching this, also felt a surge of anxiety. 8 Cup! His 8 Cup, afraid of the heat, Jojo jumped out of Big Brother's arms and took his hand instead. The two, large and small, searched the space. After a few steps, they were both sweating. Jojo shook his wings and looked up. Big Brother, your wings are wet. Yuan touched his wings. Big Brother will take you out in a moment. In a corner of the space, Yuan put the shrunken octopus baby into his pocket. He leaned against a tree and whispered, 8 Cup, can you still hold on? The octopus baby was listless and didn't want to talk. Yuan gasped softly. He wanted to give the dried-up octopus a few sips of blood, but was rejected. The octopus baby huddled limply in his pocket, adamantly refusing his blood. Yuan was Big Brother's food. He didn't want any. Yuan frowned, watching the cub, who looked like he was about to be dried up. If he continued to suffer like this, even if they escaped, Yuan would probably be furious. Time ticked by. Yuan didn't need Bazai's help anymore. His bone blade flashed with a cold light, and his body formed a protective wall around Bazai. Even as powerful as Yuan couldn't enter and exit the space at will. Outside the space, Ing Jian followed the others and stood where Yuan had just disappeared. Yan Ming also approached. Doctor, should we go in? No. Ing Jian said calmly, he can get out. Yan Ming pursed her lips, a little self-reproachful. I didn't keep a close eye on him. If I had kept a closer eye on him, I could have taken him away. I don't blame you. Ing Jian's expression remained calm. He hadn't grasped Yuan's intentions. He ordered the others to prepare to leave, as usual, and had them wait here, telling him once Yuan and the others emerged. He knew Yuan had wounds on his body. He had spotted them while Yuan was rolling up his sleeves. If the wounds were minor, entering a place like this might not have much of an impact. But if they were more serious, the consequences might be more troublesome. Outside this area, A05 and A07 stood side by side. When are we going in? Later. A05 and A07 both knew there was a folded space inside, and A05 even had some knowledge of what lay within. But he didn't know what he was waiting for, so he didn't go in. A07 stayed with him, still unsure of his intentions. Woozy, are you here looking for Big Brother? Savinci suddenly remembered that Woozy seemed to have been here a long time when he arrived. And Big Brother didn't seem to be coming here to join him. It seemed more like they had just happened to bump into each other. As expected, Woozy replied calmly, no. His target was someone else. Savinci couldn't figure out whether Woozy was going to go in and find his eldest brother. He looked ahead, and as he did, his phone rang rapidly. He had accidentally turned the silent mode off, which was why the ringing sounded. He glanced at the caller ID, Another familiar number. Woozy. Savince's eyes rolled, his voice even gentler than before. Woozy listened to his tone, then took in his expression, and knew for sure. This fence-sitter was making another choice. It was always like this when he made his choice, his seemingly affectionate eyes shifting, their depths shrouded in deep thought. The fence-sitter lived up to Woozy's suspicions. He rolled his eyes and spoke, "We're all Big Brother's children. If I get into trouble, will you protect me?" Woozy replied without hesitation, "No." Fence-sitter, so heartless. Undeterred, he continued, "Do you think I could seek Big Brother's protection?" Woozy's expression had turned cold, and he said coldly, "No, get out." Seventh cub, like a weed, could no longer move towards Woozy. He lowered his head to look at his phone again, a subtle hint of anxiety in his expression. "Okay," he muttered, his gaze fixed back on the front. "If you won't let Big Brother protect me, then I go protect Big Brother." As long as he could answer to Big Brother, he was done with being a prodigal. He didn't want to be a prodigal anymore. Woozy tilted his head to look at him intently, his eyes clearly, as if he were a troublemaker. He didn't want this troublemaker to bring trouble to his elder brother. Just as the two cubs were staring at each other, there was finally movement not far away. Yuan found Xie Yuan in the space. He could easily enter and exit the space, but he wasn't feeling well inside. The blood in his body felt like it was burning, and his throat felt a burning pain. The uncomfortable wound was even more noticeable at this moment. The phone still worked, and the couple's app's location function was still working. Using this function, Yuan found Xie Yuan in his nearly roasted octopus cub 10 minutes after entering. Jojo slurped and asked, "Is Bazai grilling those little tentacles?" Yuan, His Bazai couldn't possibly want to eat him all the time. Yuan strode forward, first hugging Xie Yuan. Before Xie Yuan could hug him back, he switched targets and scooped up Bazai. "Bazai's done it." Yuan didn't dare delay. He stuffed Bazai into his pocket, shoved Jojo into Xie Yuan's, then grabbed Xie Yuan's arm, and ran towards the entrance they had just entered. It was not only hot in here, but also stinking. Yuan felt utterly uncomfortable. With him around, no space could contain them. The walking space shredder, accompanied by her husband, Zizi, rushed out in a whirlwind of activity. The family of four rushed out without a single heartfelt exchange. Chapter 107. Before he could even stand still, Yuan bumped head-on into the person waiting for him. Yuan. When Yan Ming saw Xie Yuan, held by his arm, his face turned grim. "Didn't you promise not to tell him?" Yuan, Yuan also gave him a grimace, his tone unkind. "You trapped him here, so you knew he was coming, didn't you?" Yan Ming choked. The two looked at each other, neither of them quite right. Yan Ming snorted and explained, "We just casually set up safety precautions." Who knew he'd be caught? The person standing next to Yan Ming had already informed Ying Jian of the situation. Not long after, Ying Jian, dressed neatly in white work clothes, walked over. He wasn't nearsighted, but he wore a pair of black-framed glasses. Anan. He walked over and addressed Yuan in the same tone of an elder. "What's wrong with you? Go take care of it." Seeing Yuan holding Xie Yuan, Ying Jian frowned, then looked at Yuan and sighed. "Anan, you should know that the West District is not good for me. This man you're holding, he won't harm you." Yuan interrupted him and introduced him seriously. "He's my boyfriend, Uncle Ying. You trapped him and didn't tell me." Ying Jian stared at him intently. Seeing Yuan's gaze, he seemed to compromise. "Anan, I care about you, but I can't treat such a dangerous person with this attitude." After saying this, he pressed his temple and sighed. "Do you really have to be with him now?" Yuan nodded. Ying Jian looked Xie Yuan up and down with the eyes of a parent. "Mr. Xia, please forgive me for my earlier disrespect," he said calmly. "An An's father is my teacher, and I am considered an An's elder. In his absence, I have an obligation to take care of an An. I won't comment on your relationship, but if you insist on being with an An, I will carefully examine your feelings for him." He said a lot, then instructed, "Leave tonight, and let An and Mr. Xia rest." Xie Yuan had been trapped for so long that his clothes were no longer acceptable. He glanced at Ying Jian, not interrupting him the entire time. Yuan just wanted Xie Yuan to relax first. He led Xie Yuan away, and back to his room. There was a bathroom in the room. The dried little octopus was soaked in the water, and Xie Yuan quickly undressed and showered under the shower. Jojo was outside and didn't come in. Yuan blushed as he watched Xie Yuan strip off his clothes. He held his hand. "Baby, the baby is still here. At least keep one piece." Xie Yuan looked down at the octopus, submerged in the water, its eyes closed, occasionally blowing bubbles. He said helplessly, "This baby's eyes haven't even opened yet." As soon as he finished speaking, the octopus stubbornly uttered 2 words, open. Even squinting is still open. In a place like the bathroom, he had to keep an eye on Yuan to make sure he didn't do anything strange to his big brother. This was the first time Yuan hadn't been able to completely undress in the shower. He glanced at the baby in the water with a complex expression. After a few seconds of observation, he carried the octopus out, along with the basin and baby. Chew, watch over the baby. Octopus can soak anywhere. There's no need to squeeze into the bathroom with him. The bathroom is so small, it's just enough for him and an in. 80, being dragged out, said, ? How dare you, 80, before he could even curse, Chiu grabbed him with a pair of tiny hands. 80, you have to soak properly. Chiu squatted beside the basin, carefully supervising him. Don't run around. Your tentacles aren't as pretty as they used to be. 80, 80 looked at his tentacles and sank back into the water, feeling frustrated. With Chiu watching 80, the 2 adults in the bathroom had a break. They could have a little time alone. Baby? Yuan kissed Yuan's lips. He loved calling him all sorts of adorable nicknames. Are you worried about me? Yuan ducked aside at the kiss, mumbling a muffled him. How could he not be worried? Although Yuan seemed omnipotent in his eyes, Yuan would still think he was worried about him when he couldn't see him. After Bazai left, Yuan stopped being so reserved. He rubbed Yuan's head and washed the dirty clothes. Yuan wanted to leave, standing there, his eyes lost. But Yuan wouldn't let him. Yuan washed the clothes quickly. He was used to doing work and had been independent since childhood. After washing the clothes, he stood under the shower, almost done. And then, come here. Just now, Yuan had only held Yuan loosely. He knew Yuan loved cleanliness, so he didn't want to hold her too tightly until she was completely clean. Now that she was clean, he could finally hold her firmly. Yuan was held, her hands resting on his back. The muscles on Yuan's back were firm and pleasant to the touch. Yuan whispered, you got my clothes wet. Yuan's Adam's apple rolled. Take your clothes off to the side, so they won't get wet. Yuan, Never mind, it's okay. He closed his eyes and quietly hugged his boyfriend for a while. The sound of water dripped in the bathroom. Yuan lowered his head and continued to kiss the person in his arms. After kissing him thoroughly, he began to interrogate, how have you been here these past few days? Pretty well. Yuan answered honestly, Ingjian seems to be very nice to me, but I don't like him. He didn't know what his father's criteria were for accepting students, but based on his feelings, Yuan wasn't very satisfied with this student of his. Yuan recalled his earlier observation of Ingjian and whispered, your father's student must be quite capable. Gu Einan was a very arrogant person, not just any ordinary person. He probably wouldn't even look at her, let alone recruit her as a student. I don't think he wants to let you go. Now that I made it clear in front of him, he'd probably keep me. Yuan continued, I can stay with you. We can keep an eye on him together. Yuan nodded yes. Outside, Tiger Cub had excellent eyesight and clearly saw Yuan and Yuan leave together. It was obvious that they were likely staying together. Tiger Cub frowned. With Yuan around, Ingjian would probably be concerned. It was uncertain whether his next move would proceed as planned. Thinking of this, Tiger Cub had another opinion of Yuan. As expected, dating is a recipe for disaster. The cub next to the tiger cub had already run away. Just a moment ago, seconds before seeing his eldest brother emerge, he glanced down at his phone. Who knew what flood beast was hidden in the phone? His face changed drastically after taking a look. Then, without paying any attention to his eldest brother, he simply tossed the phone to the cub beside him. They located my phone again. The 7th cub gritted his teeth. After throwing the phone away, he asked 5th cub, do you have a spare phone? Let me use it. The 5th cub paused, then finally got him a new one. The eldest brother had said last time that he missed this cub. He didn't want him to get involved with the troublemaker, but if the troublemaker could get rid of the trouble, it wasn't impossible to give him a chance. The 7th cub didn't stop with the new phone. After thinking about it, he simply took the previous phone and prepared to throw it away somewhere else. 5th cub, you stay here and watch. I'll be over when I'm done. 7th cub hurried away, and 5th cub didn't ask any further questions. The forest was covered in brush, so the giant tiger found a more comfortable spot and lazily lay down. He was silent most of the time. Even when chatting with A01, they usually finished talking about serious matters and fell silent together. 9 out of 10 words he spoke during the day were in his videos. Even so, he still checked his moments. That's Chirp Chirp, holding a grudge. Meow Meow said 3 fewer words to me today than yesterday. Picture, a pissed-off internet celebrity cat. The lazy giant tiger still occasionally glanced at his phone. In a bathroom somewhere, Yuan was pressed against the wall, his face flushed red. His palms were burning, and the shower water couldn't even wash away the heat. Xie Yuan found his bewildered expression utterly adorable. Baby? Xie Yuan chuckled softly, then asked, his cheek against his, do you like it? Yuan, eh? Yuan turned his face away, trying to sound tough but ultimately lacking in energy. No, I don't. Xie Yuan took his hand and kissed it. Little liar. Yuan didn't want to talk, only to shut himself in. He pulled his hand back angrily, pushing his face away with the back of his hand, preventing him from continuing the kiss. My hands are dirty. Xie Yuan raised an eyebrow and replied, I don't mind them being dirty. After all, they're all. Yuan covered his mouth with a slap. In broad daylight, Xie Yuan truly had no shame at all. The bathroom wasn't very soundproof, and Yuan hadn't expected Xie Yuan to be so bold just now. His eyes were still misty. It was Xie Yuan who had been serving him, but judging by his state, it looked more like he had been tormented. Xie Yuan couldn't help himself as he stared into his eyes. With a hint of helplessness, he rested his forehead against Yuan's and asked, Baby, how come you're so pretty? If they could have a baby, it would definitely be a beautiful one, like Yuan's. The tips of Yuan's ears were red as he answered Xie Yuan's question honestly. My dad says my mom is very pretty. He had also seen photos of his mom when she was young. She was gentle and beautiful, like a fairy. His dad said he looked a bit like his mom. Xie Yuan found his seriousness in answering questions even more endearing. If it weren't for the wrong time and place, he probably wouldn't have been able to handle it. Alright. Xie Yuan was worried he'd catch a cold if he stayed any longer, so he dried himself with a towel and took him outside. Let's go see how the dried-up little octopus is doing. Yuan and Xie Yuan had been in the bathroom for so long that the octopus babies had fallen asleep in the basin outside. Jojo also lay on the bed, head poked out, and fell asleep in a seemingly unruly position. The two babies' breathing was even, and Yuan breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. Luckily, the babies were all asleep, so they probably didn't hear their bathroom antics. Yuan straightened Jojo's body, so his head rested flat on the sheets. After he finished with Jojo, he went to check on the 8 baby. The 8 baby isn't as active as before, Yuan said, and changed the water for the 8 baby again. Xie Yuan watched him busy himself while he lay down on the bed. The bed was big enough for him and Jojo, and even Yuan wouldn't be too crowded. Yuan wasn't sleepy. Seeing Xie Yuan waving at him, he thought for a moment, and went over to lie with him for a while. You should get some sleep. Yuan tilted his head back, and rubbed his face against his chin. Xie Yuan's chin had just been shaved, and there was still a little stubble, not noticeable, but it tickled and felt very comfortable. Xie Yuan kissed him. The two of them lay close together, the atmosphere warm and sweet. Yuan didn't want to talk too much, for fear of disturbing his sleep. After enduring the kisses and lulls, Xie Yuan finally closed his eyes. Quickly, Xie Yuan fell asleep. Yuan slept with him for a while before waking up. He was still very wary of this place. Fortunately, nothing happened while Xie Yuan was asleep. Yuan, bored while awake, found some time to browse the forum. There was a post he'd been making for a long time. When he first posted it, he'd been feeling uneasy and apprehensive. After all, being confessed to by someone like Chui Liang was unbearable. But when he opened the post again today, Yuan's mood had completely changed. He curled his eyes, scrolled to the bottom, and solemnly announced, We're together now. I love him, he loves me, and we're so happy. The sudden resurfacing and updating of this old post really attracted a crowd of people to come and see the gossip. Especially those who had read the gossip before, exclaiming, Hey he! 634th post. This is incredible. How come this fabricated post by the original poster has a follow-up? 635th post. I'm dying of laughter. This is such a fascinating idea. A friend confessed to me, and we're together. For a moment, I couldn't tell if it was Chui Liang who was just too lovesick, or the original poster who was even more lovesick. 636th post. Original poster. I'm the one who's always believed in you. Don't let other people's opinions sway you. Love is free, and being with Chui Liang is worth blessing. Yuan was replying to post 635L. My boyfriend says he's a lovesick person. He says he learned that from his dad. After typing, he continued to post 636. Thank you for your well wishes. I also hope you find someone you love soon. Most of the people on the post were just there to have fun, but Yuan didn't mind. After replying to about 10 comments, he rubbed his eyes and logged out. He still had someone on WeChat to thank. Yuan, thank you. I found my boyfriend. Yuan, red envelope. Yuan initially sent a message, but received no reply. Until he sent a red envelope, which Tianjun instantly received, and replied modestly, thank you. Yuan, Yuan, you're welcome. He sent another emoji. I already left you a 5-star review using my boyfriend's phone. I hope your app continues. Although this app is a bit overbearing, it's also incredibly useful in crucial moments. Furthermore, the app has a detection function. If it detects a breakup, it disables all features, eliminating any location sharing. All in all, Yuan was very satisfied with the app. After thanking them, the two of them stopped chatting. They were strangers to begin with, and now that the issue was resolved, there was no need to talk further. Perhaps because of the red envelope, Tianjun politely told Yuan before deleting him, my boyfriend checks WeChat. He'd be upset if I had strangers on my WeChat account he doesn't know. Sorry, I have to delete you. Yuan, This boyfriend is so pretentious. Tianjun didn't think his boyfriend was being pretentious at all. Even stating the reason was just a subtle show-off. See, my boyfriend really cares about me. Yuan didn't sense the hidden boasting. He simply deleted the contact immediately after he had expressed his feelings. The two of them deleted each other peacefully, without any further delay. After deleting the message, Yuan put down his phone and continued to watch Yuan. His boyfriend was still the best. At least he wasn't as fussy as that guy I was dating earlier. Maybe everyone has their own filters for their partners. They all thought their boyfriends were the best boyfriends in the world. Time passed slowly. Yuan slept until the evening, finally waking up. Botsy was still soaking in the water, and Jojo, perhaps from oversleeping, had a dazed look on his face. Yin Neng had called them once for lunch, and now, just in time, she was calling them for dinner. Yuan didn't feel like eating dinner. He sniffed, intrigued by another smell. It was Yuan's wound. Yuan had bags of snacks Qin had packed for him, so he wasn't really hungry anymore. So, he could usually tolerate the scent emanating from Yuan's wound. But if he smelled it too much, he'd start to crave it. Yuan was a little greedy. The baby octopus floated up from the basin, seeing its big brother's nose twitching. For once, it reacted quickly. Big brother, are you hungry? Yuan was about to shake his head to say no, when the baby octopus turned to Yuan and said, Yuan, let big brother have a bite. Yuan, 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 and Yuan were both silent for a moment. Yuan hadn't reacted, but Yuan had. Yuan had previously told Yuan and Qin that he didn't like human blood, it all smelled bad to him. But he hadn't mentioned that Yuan's blood was fragrant. Yuan was quick-witted, and after a brief moment of thought, he roughly guessed, and then you like my. I don't. Yuan wanted to lie and deny it. He thought the reason Yuan and the others accepted him, as a little zombie might be, because he didn't resemble a zombie in any way. But if he said he liked Yuan's blood, Yuan barely dared look at Yuan. In the basin, still unaware of what he had done, 8th Cub stared blankly at his elder brother and Yuan. Why suddenly, was there something strange going on between his elder brother and Yuan? Stinky. 8th Cub called out softly, his will to survive strong. I suddenly need to get some fresh air. Can you take my basin out? Jojo was being particularly patient with 8th Cub today. He slipped on his shoes and carried 8th Cub to the door. The two cubs sat at the door dazed. Inside the room, Yuan lowered his eyes, looked at Yuan, who hung his head, and whispered, baby, look up at me. Yuan didn't move. Seeing this, Yuan cupped his face, forcing him to look him in the eye. Be good and tell me. Do you like my blood? Chapter 108. Seeing Yuan still didn't answer, Yuan simply unbuttoned his shirt, exposing his upper body and revealing numerous scars. Some new, some old. Yuan, both distressed and fascinated by his scars, hadn't had time to process his thoughts when Yuan raised his hand and gently incised a spot just above his collarbone. Blood oozed instantly, and a fragrance filled the air. Yuan's gaze shifted uncontrollably to his collarbone. Big head, you smell so good. Hooked by the scent, he murmured. Yuan's expression remained calm throughout. Yuan couldn't guess his emotions, nor could he even infer his intentions from his actions. As the murmurs faded, Yuan's head, dazed by the fragrance, finally cleared a little. He tried to take a step back, but Yuan held his waist, preventing him from retreating. And then, Are you afraid of me? Xie Yuan's eyes, which looked incredibly cold when he wasn't smiling, were now fixed firmly on Yuan. Yuan felt a slight unease. He truly couldn't fathom what Xie Yuan was up to. The two of them spent a while like this, until Yuan grew increasingly bewildered. Xie Yuan's drooping eyelashes fluttered slightly. Okay, I won't scare you anymore. Xie Yuan raised his hand and brought his face closer, so close that his lips touched the tiny wound where the blood was drying. He coaxed, try it, don't waste it. Yuan didn't have the willpower to resist the delicious food right before his eyes. He mustered his courage, extended his tongue, and took a quick lick. Delicious. The familiar taste awoke memories of his previous meals. With Xie Yuan seeming tacit approval, Yuan boldly licked several more times. Finally, he simply grasped Xie Yuan's shoulders and began to eat greedily. The sting of teeth-biting skin was palpable, but this pain didn't make Xie Yuan irritated or even angry like other pains. He quite liked this feeling. Yuan hadn't had a delicious meal in ages. Neither of them spoke, one focused on eating, while the other let the person in his arms eat. An unknown amount of time passed. Finally, Yuan was satisfied. He secretly glanced up at Xie Yuan, maintaining his movements intermittently. Xie Yuan wasn't in a hurry either, quietly waiting for him. A while longer passed. As expected, Yuan knew he couldn't avoid it. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out and hugged Xie Yuan tightly. Big head. Yuan's voice was a touch of cuteness. He nuzzled Xie Yuan's cheek, kissed him twice, and then said, I'm not afraid of you. This answer made Xie Yuan's face look a little better. Yuan observed his expression, and then slowly said, all human blood stinks to me, but not yours. He revealed his little secret, hidden until today, your blood is fragrant, and it fills me up. Xie Yuan hadn't yet realized that what he had thought were sneaky kisses were actually Yuan eating. When did you realize my blood was fragrant? Well, a long time ago. Yuan said casually, without giving a precise time. Fortunately, Xie Yuan didn't delve into this. Xie Yuan had other questions for him. Enan, is it because I don't give you enough sense of security that you haven't told me this? Yuan shook his head and told the truth. No, it's not that I'm insecure. He buried his face in Xie Yuan's arms and said sullenly, I just feel like I can hold it in. I don't need to crave you. I can eat other things to fill my stomach. He wanted to have a proper relationship with Xie Yuan, not just treat him as a reserve food supply. Xie Yuan listened to his reasons, and didn't think they were the main reason for his reluctance. Yuan didn't dare tell him, still afraid. He was afraid that knowing this would change his feelings for him. He didn't want to be seen as a little zombie. Baby? Xie Yuan made his words clear. I tell you again, no matter what you are, a zombie, a mutant, a person with special abilities, or an ordinary human, I will love you, and I will always love you. If you're hungry, I feed you. Whatever you want, as long as it doesn't harm innocent people, I satisfy you. Xie Yuan's words were not only clear, but also firm. Yuan nodded slowly, as he repeated his emphasis. His eyes were red, and his nose felt a little sore. Xie Yuan, how much do you love me? It seemed like couples all like to ask these questions. Do you love me? How much do you love me? Will you always love me? Yuan always found these questions cheesy, so he rarely asked them. Even if he didn't ask, Xie Yuan would tell him the answers during countless intimate moments. Xie Yuan kissed his eyelids and, as he had imagined, whispered, I love you, so much. I only want to live with you for the rest of my life. No one else but you. He repeated these sweet nothings over and over again, though they were only a few words. Yuan loved hearing them, no matter how many times Xie Yuan repeated them. Xie Yuan proved his acceptance of him by feeding him himself. And his actions had indeed successfully reassured Yuan. The wound he had just scratched was slowly healing. Yuan's saliva posed no danger to Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan slowly and methodically buttoned his shirt, one by one. Yuan stared at his buttons, checking that they weren't all buttoned, and then stood on tiptoe to help him button them all up. That's how it looks, Yuan said guiltily. Only by buckling it up tighter would he avoid being constantly reminded of what happened just now. The two of them cuddled in the room, while the children at the door chattered in a daze. Jiujio, who do you think Big Brother loves the most right now? Us or Xie Yuan? Eighth child asked Jiujio, idly blowing bubbles. Jiujio rested his chin on his hand and replied, both. Jiujio was surprisingly clear-headed about this. He said, we are Big Brother's children, and Xie Yuan is Big Brother's wife. You can love both your children and your wife. Eighth child snorted coldly. He actually understood what Jiujio was saying. Family and love can exist at the same time. It's just that, With Big Brother having a lover, it felt like a child from a single-parent family suddenly having a stepmother, something that always felt awkward for a while. The cub stayed at the door for a long time, until Yuan and Siechiyuan came over. The tension between them was clearly gone, and Ba Cub breathed a sigh of relief. Great. Big Brother probably won't beat him again. Yin Meng would come to get Yuan for meals 3 times a day. Yuan brought his own rations, and the cub's new nutritional paste. So they didn't have to eat with him. But this time Yin Meng said, the doctor has food for 8-10 too. You can take him there. And your food. Yin Meng seemed to emphasize the words more strongly as she spoke them. It's food the doctor made specially for you. After leaving that place, Yuan needed food. He needed food made by the doctor. Yin Meng felt her hint was obvious enough, but Yuan didn't react at all. I have food. No need to go over there. Even if you have food, A10 doesn't. Yin Meng was thinking about Wanka's new nutritional paste, which now had a monopoly on the market. She frowned, unimpressed by the new nutritional paste. The food A10 ate before was the most suitable for him. The doctor had studied the new nutritional paste, and it was a disaster for aberrants. The meaning of aberrant survival was to continuously grow stronger, to constantly pursue greater power. But the new nutritional paste had a suppressive effect on them. Even if the new nutritional paste would repair their bodies and allow them to feel comfortable, aberrants never enjoy comfort. They were meant to be like killing machines. Yin Meng's thoughts reflected many people's inherent impressions of aberrants. Yuan finally understood what she meant, and he asked bluntly, has Uncle Ing made the traditional nutritional paste? With Siechiyuan around, Yin Meng couldn't talk too much. Siechiyuan was from Ruanka's family, and Ruanka's new nutritional paste was the opposite of the doctor's traditional one. She said calmly, no. The doctor has no shortage of good things. If you bring me A10 back, he naturally love it. Yuan hesitated. He wanted to see if Ing Jian had actually made the traditional nutritional paste. Siechiyuan shared his thoughts. Their eyes met for a moment, and the next second, Yuan spoke up. Does Uncle Ing really have anything for Jojo to eat? Jojo has been a bit picky lately. Jojo, who was called out, responded with a question mark. Jojo isn't picky. Yuan forced Jojo to be picky and took her to find Ing Jian. Siechiyuan didn't receive the same treatment as Yuan. He was also served a meal, but it was just ordinary. Egg drop soup, stir-fried pork with green peppers, and a serving of rice. Botsy remained undiscovered. He could change size on his own, so Yuan deliberately kept him in his pocket, rarely showing his face. Not long after, Yuan carried Jojo to Ing Jian, who was also eating. He pointed to a chair and said kindly, "Enen, sit down." Yuan sat down and placed Jojo on the chair next to him. The plates on the table had already been divided. Ing Jian's portion looked quite plain. In contrast, Yuan's overflowing plates and Jojo's, piled high with nutritional paste, were visibly richer. Try it. If you like it, remember to come on time next time. Oh! Yuan wasn't hungry at all. He already been well fed by Siechiyuan in his room. Even Jojo, while he was dazed with Bazai at the doorway, had finished 3 tubes of spicy noodle-flavored nutritional paste. On the way here, Yuan heard him burp. The two, one big and one small, were just here to hang out. Enen, I heard you were injured. Is it serious? Ing Jian took the initiative and asked, I have a full set of equipment here. I'd like to give you a full-body checkup. Is that okay with you? Without waiting for Yuan to refuse, Ing Jian continued, I only feel at ease if you're healthy. Otherwise, if I see my teacher one day, I don't know how to explain it to him. Yuan slowly bit a leaf and declined, Uncle Ing, I know you're trying to do this for my own good. But I checked my body a while ago, and there's nothing wrong. As for his injuries, they were already healing, so there was no need to worry about them. Yuan felt deeply uneasy about having Ing Jian's medical checkup. He would rather have it done at the West District base than here. Ing Jian paused, then didn't force him. Okay. If you feel unwell, remember to come see me. Yuan nodded obediently. Because Yuan and his son were so slow at eating, Ing Jian had already finished his meal, while they still had more than half. Yuan said considerately, we eat slowly, so you don't have to wait for us. Ing Jian, Ing Jian had to remind him, and then, we still have to leave. He then added, if you insist on taking Siechiyuan with you, it will be very inconvenient for us. This won't be good for finding your father either. Yuan was puzzled. What does this have to do with me finding my father? Ing Jian patiently explained, your father may not want to see Siechiyuan. If he saw you with Siechiyuan, he might get angry and refuse to see you. Yuan, question mark. Yuan firmly said, impossible. He said seriously, My father wouldn't refuse to see me just because of Yuan. He said he could get married when I grow up. Now that he's about to get married, his father must be overjoyed. Jian was silent for a few seconds, then said sincerely, the wife your father wants you to marry is definitely not someone like Yuan. Yuan glanced at him. As long as it's the wife I want to marry, my father will definitely be satisfied. He now surfs the internet from time to time, and after spending so much time online, he's discovered something. Finding a partner is so difficult for everyone. For example, Pei Si and the others around him are all single. Especially Pei Si, Yuan feels like he's going crazy wanting to find a partner. Yuan secretly told him that Pei Si's condition is called marriage anxiety. It's the desire to get married right away. Yuan thinks his father should be happy that Yuan has successfully found a partner and found a beautiful and attractive wife. Jian told him he didn't understand. Anyway, the wife the teacher wants isn't a man who's 2 heads taller than Yuan. Yuan's conversation with Jian wasn't going anywhere. In the end, Jian only said, eat well. We call you when we leave. He had to take Yuan with him. Yuan was very useful to him. But with the added burden of Xie, Jian suppressed his emotions, not letting them show on his face. He didn't bother Yuan and A10 anymore, and stood up to leave. As soon as Jian left, Jojo dropped her spoon. Big brother. Jojo said pitifully. Jojo can't eat anymore. Jojo had just taken a few bites of the nutritional paste from his plate, and now his stomach was bloated. Yuan reached out and felt his stomach. He couldn't eat anything he wanted. He asked Jojo, most crucially Jojo, is the nutritional paste on your plate the same as before? Before he meant a long time ago. Jojo understood and nodded. It tasted the same as before. It wasn't as good? It's not as good as Dr. Ruan's spicy strips. It wasn't just Jojo. Many of the aberrants were now obsessed with the various flavors of nutritional paste Ruanka made. To make the aberrants more interested, Ruanka even changed the nutritional paste into a biscuit-like shape, adding a richer texture and flavor. Brother, do you want to eat more? I don't want to either. After eating the delicious big head, eating this was a huge difference. The two packed up the food and put it in the bag that Jojo was carrying, and they walked back together. Jian didn't like to procrastinate. But with Yuan and Yuan around, they kept him busy. Night fell. Jian still hadn't let anyone leave. They seemed to be in a meeting, and Yuan didn't see many people. In the house, Yuan reported Jian's development of the traditional nutritional paste. Ruanka said on the other end of the video, our orders for the nutritional paste have been increasing. There's no news about the traditional nutritional paste on the market. Yuan pondered. He's already made the traditional nutritional paste, so there's no way he wouldn't sell it. So, who did he sell the nutritional paste to? Yuan was video chatting, while Yuan played with baby octopuses in the water nearby. He was playing when Jojo came over, his face full of mystery. Brother, I have a secret to tell you. What secret? Jojo was so easy to coax. Yuan patted his head and heard the secret. Meow Meow is outside. He's here. Chapter 109. Yuan really didn't know this little secret. His eyes widened, and he subconsciously glanced toward the door. Is Meow Meow right outside? Jojo nodded. Outside. He had recognized Meow Meow's background when he was on the phone with her. Yuan's first instinct was to check on his cub, but before he could get up, he remembered that he also had Tiger Cub's WeChat. When Jojo video called him, he would often go over and chat with Tiger Cub. If Tiger Cub wanted to come see them, there was no need for him to remain silent until now. After thinking it over, Yuan calmed down. He didn't rush out to find Tiger Cub. Instead, he patted Jojo's head and soothed her. Be good, wait until we're done with our work, then we go find Meow Meow. Okay. Jojo nodded hesitantly. Yuan pinched the tip of his wings and continued to coax him. Our Jojo is the best. Yuan had coaxed Jojo down, and Yuan had finished his call. They slept a lot during the day, so they weren't feeling sleepy for a while. The cubs looked especially energetic, especially Jojo. Yuan had been observing Jojo's reaction. He lowered his voice and said to Yuan, Jojo ate the traditional nutritional paste he uses for meals. I'm worried he might have some adverse symptoms. Traditional nutritional pastes have their pros and cons. Yuan didn't expect his cubs to become stronger or more powerful. He just wanted them to be safe. Yuan casually pinched the back of his neck and reassured him. Hasn't Jojo eaten it before? It should be fine. Don't worry too much. Despite his words, Yuan's worry remained undiminished. Jojo's health hadn't fully recovered, and there was no telling when it would. Yuan was only thinking about Jojo, completely ignoring himself. The night was growing darker. Although none of them were sleepy, Yuan forced them to sleep. You can't mess up your biological clock. If you don't sleep now, you'll be sleepy again tomorrow. And if you do, you won't be sleepy at night. This kind of reverse sleep schedule was definitely not a good idea. Yuan and the cubs were coaxed into bed. It must be said that the cubs' sleep quality was excellent. They were allowed to sleep, and surprisingly, they all managed to fall asleep. Yuan and Yuan listened to the cubs breathing, their eyes meeting, and they both smiled. They looked like piglets. Yuan chuckled, I have a piglet in my arms too. Yuan slept like his piglets. One big, two small, all cut from the same mold. The piglet in his arms got a little aggressive, biting his chin and whining, I'm not a pig. Both of them moved very quietly, afraid to wake the pups. Before falling asleep, Yuan rubbed Yuan's back and asked, Baby, after you eat me, how long can you keep from starving? Several days. Yuan answered honestly, I have a small appetite. Yuan smiled, it's okay. I can still support you with a bigger appetite. Yuan loved his blood, and anyone who loved him was the same to him. He kissed Yuan's cheek and sighed, Baby. Next time we go out, can you leave the pups with my dad and the others? He wanted to spend some time alone with Yuan. Because of the cubs, his intimacy with Yuan felt like an affair, requiring constant vigilance. Yuan hugged him tightly, blushing as she agreed. It was late at night. The only sound in the room was breathing, and Yuan had fallen into a deep sleep. The dim light barely revealed a blurry figure. Yuan sat up silently, not moving, but simply lowering his head to observe the occupant in the bed. The cubs had poor sleeping posture, and Octopus, unwilling to soak in water tonight, had also climbed onto the bed. The two cubs slept soundly, their mouths slightly open, a look of complete comfort. Yuan had a beautiful sleeping posture. Even in sleep, he remained incredibly handsome. Yuan watched them from the darkness. Through the unobstructed window, occasional moonlight filtered in. The bright moonlight illuminated Yuan's face, a cold, icy one. His face was devoid of any softness, only sharp as a knife. The moonlight, unable to discern emotion, still struggled to illuminate the room. Yuan sat on the bed, raised his hand, and touched the little boy's face. Little 8. Little 10. He murmured, and the boy stirred under his touch, then, as if sensing a familiar presence, instantly relaxed. Yuan carefully examined the boy, and after a moment, his voice seemed slightly dissatisfied. So small. Why hasn't he grown up yet? After examining the boy, Yuan's gaze fell on Yuan's face. Finally, a barely perceptible flicker appeared in his icy expression. His lips moved, as if about to say something. But in the end, he simply lowered his head and grasped Yuan's wrist. There were no marks of bruises or any other marks on his wrist. Just like his former existence, not a trace remained. About 10 minutes passed. Jojo suddenly whimpered, his wings fluttering and his face wrinkled. It hurts. His face turned pale, and his eyelids and corners were red. Jojo's voice was soft, and he was crying out in pain. Yuan picked him up the moment he cried out. Jojo could feel his big brother's presence and offered no resistance. He obediently clung to his big brother's neck and was carried away. My wings hurt. Jojo clung to Yuan's neck, his voice dripping with tears. He was in so much pain that his panda pajamas were soaked with sweat. Yuan skillfully pinched the base of his wings. Jojo's wings usually wouldn't be touched, but now that Yuan was pinching them, he felt a tingling sensation, a pleasant sensation. But this comfort couldn't offset the discomfort. Yuan knew this himself. He methodically massaged the base of Jojo's wings, then touched several other areas of Jojo's body. Finally, without blinking, he casually found a sharp object and slit his wrist. The blood didn't end up in Jojo's mouth. It ended up on Jojo's wings, where it had been massaged. Yuan ignored the blood on his wrist. He stared at Jojo's wings, and seeing that the blood hadn't yet absorbed them, he slit a little open. The blood mingled and absorbed them. From beginning to end, Yuan handled the situation as casually as if it were food or water. Jojo's tiny wings had grown. He flapped his wings. The grown wings were strong and beautiful, though still dark. Yuan looked at the black wings, a flicker of guilt flashing across his eyes. Sorry, big brother really doesn't know how to whiten skin. Jojo's large wings had already shown the signs of full maturity, and his appearance had grown from a cub. A mature Jojo was a successful whitening Jojo. He might have been diligently trying to whiten his skin, so his human form was fair and handsome, except for his almond-shaped eyes, which curved slightly downward at the corners, giving him an innocent and pitiful look. Yuan watched him intently for a second. Yes. Mature cubs are still as beautiful as ever. The small wound on Jiujiu's wings quickly disappeared. He slumped in exhaustion, and Yuan caught him and placed him on the bed. Perhaps accustomed to his cub form, Jiujiu soon shrank back to his original size. His wings had also shrunk to their smallest size. Aside from the reddening of his eyelids from crying out in pain, he otherwise looked the same as before bed. Yuan patted his back twice, then stopped looking after hearing his breathing even out. He lowered his head and rolled up his sleeves. The wound, now scabbed and healed, looked ordinary, but if it were truly ordinary, it wouldn't have hurt. He carefully scraped open the scar and dug out the rotten flesh inside. After finishing, he bandaged his arm. As for the shocking cut on his wrist, the bleeding had stopped without the need for hemostasis. His healing speed was enough to make even the deformed creatures with similar healing abilities call him daddy. The night would eventually end. The moon, having been burning all night, drowsily retreated into the clouds to rest. The sun arrived on time, always generous, bestowing not only light, but also warmth upon the world. Xie Yuan felt he slept a bit too deeply. He opened his eyes, and saw Yuan in his arms. Good morning, baby. Since they'd been sleeping a lot these past 2 days, Xie Yuan didn't let him stay in any longer, and decided to wake him up. But before he could, he heard Yuan's hungry stomach growl. Xie Yuan, Yesterday, Yuan had confidently declared, I have a small appetite. Now, someone with a small appetite, after just one night, was already growling with hunger. He laughed. The next second, he tucked Yuan's head into the crook of his neck. Yuan, almost starving, sniffed. His eyes weren't open yet, but his mouth was open. It smelled so good. Yuan's throat gulped. His hands clutched Xie Yuan's back tightly, his entire body clinging to him. Xie Yuan soothed him. Don't worry, eat slowly. Perhaps it was Xie Yuan's tone that was too gentle, or perhaps it was because his hunger had been quenched, but Yuan's swallowing slowed down. A few minutes passed. Yuan licked his lips, finishing his meal. Xie Yuan lowered his eyes, meeting his upward gaze. Yuan's gaze was lost for a second, then quickly regained clarity. He looked at Xie Yuan's neck and said blankly, I bit him. If his infection were contagious, Xie Yuan would have been a zombie long ago. Xie Yuan didn't care at all that he bit him. He only cared about whether Yuan could eat his fill. Full? I'm full. Yuan touched his neck, guiltily trying to cover up his crime. As soon as he raised his hand, Xie Yuan noticed his wrist. The moment he saw it clearly, Xie Yuan's eyes suddenly changed. Anen? He grabbed Yuan's wrist just below it, his eyes fixed on it. What's wrong with your wrist? Yuan had a light scar on his wrist, but it wasn't there yesterday. Yuan also looked at his wrist. He was stunned for a few seconds, then asked suspiciously, Did someone tattoo me last night? He had even had a blue dragon tattooed on his arm before. Xie Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he scolded him lightly, Don't joke with me. Yuan wasn't kidding. Yuan genuinely didn't know what was going on. He had been fine before going to bed last night. Aside from the slight pain from the newly healed scar, there was nothing else wrong. The two of them exchanged glances. Xie Yuan appeared serious, but Yuan's expression was one of grievance and innocence. Their movement also woke Jiujiu. Every morning when Jiujiu woke up, besides rubbing her eyes, she would habitually flutter her wings. This time, the fluttering of her wings startled him. Big brother. Jiujiu completely recovered his previous memories. He remained undeterred, and instead stood up to show his big brother his wings. The wings were strong and sturdy. Yuan looked over and discovered the key. Jiujiu has reached maturity. It seemed that the traditional nutrient paste he had used yesterday, despite its drawbacks, was also effective in restoring and enhancing Jiujiu's abilities. With Jiujiu interrupting, Yuan and Xie Yuan temporarily stopped talking about the wrist. Before Jiujiu could even think about it, Jian, who had been delayed for several days, informed them to leave. This time, they were leaving for Real. Jian didn't want to wait even a second longer. Yuan and Xie Yuan followed him, and they also wanted to follow Jian. Jian knew the whereabouts of many people, and the West District was closely monitoring his every move. After following Jian for a whole day, Yuan and Xie Yuan still didn't know their destination. Jiujiu had been lying in Yuan's arms, looking a little listless. His listlessness reminded me of my own experiences, but also of when we lived at the research institute. Miao didn't like him. Miao didn't like him at all. Now Miao was calling him so many times, surely because she was doing it for her big brother's sake. I guess deep down, Miao was fed up with him. Having thought things through, Jojo ignored Miao for the entire day. He didn't send videos, and sure enough, Miao didn't send him any either. Jojo buried his face in his big brother's arms, feeling even more distressed. Elsewhere, Tiger Cub frowned at his phone. He had already tried all his backup phones, but none of them had received the crying baby's video or messages on WeChat. The fence-sitter, who had said he'd meet up with him, had vanished. Tiger Cub sat alone, his large figure looking hazy and somewhat desolate. Meanwhile, as he hurried along, Yuan heard a commotion not far away. Help! The breathless young man, clutching his waist, rushed forward. Who has seen my big brother? Chapter 110. Yuan could only see a commotion in the distance, but he had no idea what was happening. He touched Xie Yuan's arm and asked in a low voice, "What's going on up there? Did something happen?" Jian had said he was taking him to his father's workplace, and since they hadn't arrived yet, Yuan didn't want anything to go wrong. Xie Yuan looked at him, then at Jojo in his arms, and said calmly, "I don't know. If you want to see, I hold Jojo for you." Within Jian's place, Yuan could wander around without any problems. Yuan shook his head, declining the offer. He winked at Xie Yuan, indicating that Jojo needed some coaxing. He didn't know what was going on. Jojo hadn't even touched her phone today. Compared to Jojo, Xie Yuan had been concerned about only one thing from this morning until now. What happened to Yuan's wrist? Forget it. Yuan held Jojo tightly. Coaxing her was more important than watching the fun. It shouldn't be a big deal. If it was, we'd definitely know. He and Xie Yuan were now following Jian. No matter what Jian was planning, they wouldn't be unaware. Xie Yuan was also in contact with the West District. They hadn't sent any more rash personnel, but they still had people nearby. They were the ones who were supposed to pick up Yuan. The West District had picked up Chen Nan from the High School Student Alliance base last time. After being bitten by a zombie, she had volunteered to be taken away for research. But so far, there had been no progress in her research. The two zombies that bit her were a new strain of zombies. Before their mutation, they looked completely different from normal humans. Their wounds couldn't even be examined. One could also return to the main base, but the source of infection and symptoms of the new variant were still being sought and studied. The zombie king living in the base was also at a loss regarding the unusual zombies that had appeared. The research hadn't progressed, but the good news was that these two zombies, whose source could not be traced, were just a special case. This situation had never occurred elsewhere, not even in other districts. Xie Yuan. Yuan could sense Xie Yuan's emotions. He was now struggling to coax both the big and the small, and he was truly worried. "Talk to me, please." "Yuan, I can chat with you." Yan Ming, who was not far from Yuan, came over. She didn't hear much, but she happened to hear Yuan asking Xie Yuan to chat with him. From this, it seemed like something was wrong between the two. Yan Ming's affection for Yuan was genuine. She came over, bringing another tube of nutritional paste for Jojo. Yuan took the paste but didn't give it to Jojo. He said politely, "Thank you." Yan Ming lifted her hair and smiled, "You're welcome. If you need anything else, just let me know." She started talking, edging closer to Yuan. "Yuan, the more I look at the baby you're holding, the more I like it. Do you really like children?" Yuan hummed. Yan Ming glanced at Xie Yuan provocatively. "Since you like children so much, are you planning on having one of your own in the future?" Yuan, Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan gritted his teeth, finally unable to contain his disapproval. He sneered at Yan Ming, who had come to talk to him, and said bluntly, "We have enough children. There's no need to discuss this kind of family matter with outsiders." Xie Yuan was right. Their family had quite a few children to support. Yan Ming's expression remained unchanged, and she smiled as she asked, "What are the salaries like in the West District? If Mr. Xie wants to support a family, he have to be looking at tens of thousands a month, right?" Xie Yuan didn't answer, but instead asked, "Is Miss Yan's salary high?" Yan Ming's smile revealed her confidence. "Fortunately, we private doctors, and our employers are generally generous. The annual minimum is around 1 million. Xie Yuan, He was working for his father now, and the salary didn't seem very high. His father and Uncle Ruan's wealth was supposed to be passed down to him in the future. Not only was it the entire family wealth, but the entire West District would be his. But that would have to wait until later. Right now, the money he had saved for his wife and children wasn't enough. Seeing Xie Yuan speechless, Yuan suddenly spoke up. "Xie Yuan and I are raising our family together. Together, we can provide for our children. You." Before Yan Ming could finish another word, someone hurried over. "The doctor is calling you." Yan Ming gave Yuan one last look and turned to leave. After Yan Ming left, Xie Yuan frowned at Yuan. These days, why is everyone trying to steal my girl? Yuan blinked. Really? He and Yan Ming had no connection or friendship at all. So, in his opinion, Xie Yuan didn't have to worry about whether he was trying to steal her away. Thanks to Yan Ming, her intervention helped to break the ice between Yuan and Xie Yuan. Yuan freed a hand and hooked it with Xie Yuan's. Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan, Yuan thought about the previous topic and whispered, "No matter how much money you make, I love you, and so do the kids." After he finished speaking, he laid down on the drowsy Jojo in his brother's arms and interrupted drowsily, "You have to make a lot of money, Jojo, and spend it on you, brother." Yuan, feeling both amused and annoyed, patted his back. "Close your eyes and get some sleep." Their little socially anxious Jojo was only fit to stay home. Although Yuan said he didn't care about money, Xie Yuan still took notice. He had a deeply ingrained belief. If he had a wife and children, he would definitely take good care of them. Time slipped by. The commotion ahead subsided temporarily, and Yuan was led forward by Xie Yuan. Just now, Xie Yuan hadn't taken Yuan with him because he was still in a bad mood. Now that they were reconciled, Xie Yuan would accompany Yuan, not just to eat some melons, but even if he wanted to just wander around the melon field. In the front, Ying Jian was wary of anyone coming after Yuan again. The young man who called Yuan big brother didn't look well either. Adhering to the principle of less trouble is more trouble, Ying Jian dismissed him, saying, "We don't have the person you're looking for here." The young man didn't believe it. He stared at Ying Jian's face, his initial softness slowly fading. "You won't let me see my big brother." "What did you do to him?" The young man had found this place, so he was naturally certain that his big brother was here. Ying Jian wanted to dismiss him easily, but it wasn't as easy as he imagined. The two men locked eyes. The young man glanced at the people behind Ying Jian and forced a faint smile. "I don't want to block your way, and you don't want to get in my way." Ying Jian keenly detected the dangerous aura emanating from the young man. Something suddenly occurred to him, and he looked at the young man again. The young man allowed him to scrutinize him, his expression seemingly calm, but his eyes grew increasingly cold. The atmosphere was in a silent stalemate. Ying Jian naturally had no shortage of protectors around him, and the two men stood in stark contrast. "I ask again, where is my eldest brother?" The young man lost his patience. With almost ghostly speed, he stood before Ying Jian. Their eyes met, and the next second, the young man's hand gripped Ying Jian's neck. Ying Jian remained calm, not even allowing the men behind him to attack. He simply said, "Your eldest brother still calls me uncle." With those words, the young man's clenched hand loosened again. He squinted at Ying Jian. Perhaps because he didn't have a good impression of him, but because he didn't want to kill him, he was visibly irritated. Just as the young man was debating whether to kill him, two footsteps, neither loud nor soft, began to approach. In an instant, as if sensing something, the young man released Ying Jian's grip and shifted his stance in a split second. "I'm just here to see my big brother. Are you really going to chase me away?" Ying Jian, ? The tone wasn't right. The fence-sitter, who had come all the way to see his big brother, discerned his footsteps with keen awareness. He took 2 steps back, his right hand resting on his waist, his initial, lifeless look reminiscent of his initial state. Yuan, who had come to enjoy the melons, had been at ease, but upon hearing the familiar voice, his spirits jolt. "Seventh child?" Yuan took a few steps closer. Upon seeing the young man before him, his eyes lit up. "It's really seventh child." He was overjoyed. Although Cheesy had matured, Yuan could still recognize him at a glance. Cheesy slowly turned around, and the moment he truly saw Yuan, his nose still tingled. This time, he wasn't acting. "Big brother. Big brother, you're really awake." Yuan had a newly asleep Jojo in his arms, so he couldn't hug his own cub. He glanced at Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan, with a look of deliberateness, took Jojo from him. Then, Yuan embraced his own little Cheesy. "Cheesy, how did you find this place?" "I just happened to find it." Cheesy, with his keyboard still tucked into his bag, naturally wouldn't admit that he chased after the enemy by reading a post on the forum. Cheesy's expression was one of dependence in front of his big brother. Yuan's heart ached, especially when he saw Cheesy clutching his waist and complaining to him about being bullied. "Don't worry, you be safe with big brother." Yuan pointed at Xie Yuan and introduced him this. "This is my boyfriend. His name is Xie Yuan. He's very capable, and he protect you and the other kids from now on." Seventh Cub looked up and exchanged glances with Xie Yuan. Seventh Cub, who had cursed Xie Yuan on the forum until 6 or 7 of his accounts were blocked, looked at Xie Yuan and thought of someone else. He blinked and said urgently, "Hello, sister-in-law?" Xie Yuan rarely encountered such a friendly person on their first meeting. He responded, "Your big brother is right. If anyone really wants to bully you, leave it to me. Don't be shy. Just tell me if you have any problems." Seventh cub nodded and said sincerely, "Don't worry, I won't be shy." The fence-sitter drifted on and on, finally settling on his chosen side. Night fell. Cheesy stayed with Yuan, telling him about being pursued by a man. "Brother, my sister-in-law will definitely protect me and prevent me from being taken away. Isn't that right?" Yuan, without even thinking, affirmed of course. Cheesy recounted how pitifully he had been bullied, while Xie Yuan, beside him, gradually fell silent. An unknown amount of time passed. While Cheesy was washing up, Yuan recounted the incident to Xie Yuan. Yuan, naturally siding with his own child, angrily said, "My Cheesy has suffered so much out there all alone. He's not as strong as the first few, nor was he found by me early like Liuzi and the others. Xie Yuan, I really owe Cheesy so much." Yuan's tone was filled with bitterness. His Cheesy didn't have any particularly strong skills to begin with. He didn't know how he gotten by out there all these years. Xie Yuan glanced in Cheesy's direction, then at Yuan, who was looking at him with concern. He paused, a hint of unease in his tone. "Baby, Cheesy might not be as miserable as you think. He might not have had many hard times." Yuan was unconvinced. How could he not have had hard times? "Didn't you hear what Cheesy said just now? Baby, Cheesy's clothes and accessories combined must be worth a small sum of tens of millions." Xie Yuan added a specific reminder. "The watch on his wrist alone is worth at least 8 million. Yuan, eh? Yuan was completely stunned. He touched his ear and asked in disbelief, "Tell me, how much is that watch?" Yuan's own monthly salary was only a few thousand yuan. How many years would he have to work to buy his son a watch? Chapter 111. Although Xie Yuan himself didn't have much money, he often accompanied his father to important events, wearing custom-made clothes from head to toe. In addition to his father's contributions, Uncle Ruan wasn't short of money either. In short, Xie Yuan was quite knowledgeable about Cheesy's wardrobe. Yuan listened to Xie Yuan's introduction, his expression shifting from stunned to speechless. Seeing this, Xie Yuan patted his head and chuckled, "Okay, don't be upset. I think Cheesy was just a little over the top in front of you. He probably hasn't seen you in a while, so he's just being a bit too cute." Yuan's expression was as complicated as his feelings. After a while, Botsy crawled out of his pocket and whispered to Jiujiu, "Jiujiu, didn't you always love playing with Cheesy? Why aren't you happy that he's here?" Jiujiu shook her head and retorted, "I'm not unhappy." Botsy looked incredulous. He was puzzled and curious. "You've been unhappy all day. Did something happen? Did Big Brother spank you?" He saw Big Brother had been holding Jiujiu the whole day, so he probably hadn't spanked him. Jiujiu yawned and ignored eighth cub. The two cubs were chatting idly, while Xie Yuan and Yuan were also talking nearby. With so many cubs, Xie Yuan was trying to figure out how to arrange their accommodations. The cubs were clinging to Yuan, and Jiujiu and eighth cub still refused to sleep on their own. Needless to say, the cubs on the island were all very independent. This new cub, seventh cub, was probably just like the others, and Xie Yuan was mentally prepared. A while later, seventh cub returned. Having finished complaining to Big Brother, he was now in the mood to look at the other cubs. "Jiujiu, why are you so listless? Did Xiuba hit you again?" Seventh cub weighed the two cub supporters and said firmly, "I help you fight." Eighth cub has more tentacles, which actually gives him an advantage in a fight. Before Jiujiu could reply, eighth cub erupted, "You and Jiujiu are both bad cubs. Who said I hit Jiujiu? I'm not fighting anymore." Back when we were at the research institute, the cubs all gathered together, with little to do besides fighting among their small teams. So back then, the cubs fought quite a bit. Now that everyone's out, even the fiery eighth cub rarely fights anymore. He even remembers to tuck Jiujiu in at night. Seventh cub's face seemed a little regretful when he heard this. The night deepened. Seventh cub, as expected, echoed Xie Yuan's thoughts. He made a request. "I haven't seen Big Brother in ages. I want to sleep with him tonight." The two cubs reacted normally, seemingly not objecting to his staying. In the research institute, no other kid could monopolize their Big Brother's sleep. Xie Yuan looked at the cubs, Jiujiu and Xiaba, then at the young Cheesy. He took a step back. "Cheesy, the bed is too small for you. Would you like to learn from Jiujiu?" Cheesy frowned. He looked at Xie Yuan, then at their makeshift sleeping area. Indeed, It was too small. Xie Yuan was also looking at him, and he caught a glimpse of disdain in his eyes. For Cheesy, who was dressed in fancy clothes, sleeping here was indeed a disgrace. Not only could he not sleep in his own space, he was forced to go even smaller. And the most important thing was, "Sister-in-law, it's already so crowded here, are you going to sleep here too?" Cheesy looked up at Xie Yuan. Although he called her sister-in-law, he was actually trying to get her out. Xie Yuan said calmly, "Since you call me sister-in-law, you should know that big brother and big sister-in-law will definitely sleep together." Cheesy, Cheesy was speechless. Xie Yuan keenly sensed that this kid was calling him sister-in-law, but it didn't seem like it meant it. After everyone washed up and huddled together, Xie Yuan embraced Yuan and said softly, "After this is done, we should go back and buy a house. I buy a bigger house then. Prepare rooms for each of the kids." There were too many kids, and if they weren't assigned to separate rooms, he and Yuan wouldn't be able to have a private time together. Yuan looked at Xie Yuan's handsome face and nodded. He whispered, "But I don't know if the kids would like to sleep in a separate room." "Brother, I do." Seventh cub, who had squeezed in until now, suddenly interrupted in the darkness. He offered his heartfelt advice. "Sister-in-law, you don't need to be too big when the time comes. Our brother and the kids aren't spoiled. You could buy a small house of 800 square meters. That would be enough. I used to have a lot of clothes, but alas, I don't have any new clothes now. A small closet would be enough." As Seventh Cub finished his words, Jojo asked an ignorant question. "Brother, how big is an 800 square meter house? Jojo, does it have a closet? What is that caviar that Seventh Cub is talking about? Is it delicious?" Yuan, Xie Yuan, In the darkness, the two adults looked at each other, both falling silent. Cheesy finished speaking, seemingly lost in thought. "Sister-in-law, after you buy the house, I pay for the renovations. Our family will give you a dowry. Don't worry, we won't take advantage." Cheesy claimed he wouldn't take advantage, but Xie Yuan and Yuan were both genuinely worried about such a wealthy child. Rich children are hard to raise. Yuan clutched Xie Yuan's hand, whispered to his ear, and whispered in a whisper only the two of them could hear, "Don't feel pressured. I take care of my child." As the saying goes, a dog doesn't mind a poor family, and a child probably won't mind his older brother's poverty. Cheesy had no idea at that moment that his older brother and sister-in-law, who were whispering to him, would soon lead him into a truly hard life. That night, Yu Ando had brought home another cub, but his excitement was slightly dampened. Yuan was soundly asleep, while Ying Jian, on the other side, was still asleep. Before him stood Yin Ming. Yin Ming had been with Ying Jian for quite some time, so she was considered one of his most trusted confidants. She was discussing the current situation with Ying Jian. "The one Yuan brought home today must be a Sequence A mutant, doctor. If he has a few more Sequence A mutants, and there's also Xie Yuan, then we..." The rest was self-explanatory. Ying Jian knew it all. His expression was less friendly now, replaced by the irritation of facing trouble. "I should have gotten rid of Xie Yuan." Yuan's own identity was still unclear, and the cubs he was caring for were, to be frank, all mutants. It's not like Yuan couldn't control these deformed individuals. But with Xie Yuan added to the mix, everything was out of control. Xie Yuan was from the West District. The entire West District belonged to his father, and would remain his in the future. To expect Xie Yuan to change his stance and abandon the West District was a pipe dream. With Xie Yuan around, everything they did was inconvenient. "Doctor, why don't you tell the East District?" Yin Meng lowered her voice a little. "There's A01 in the East District. If he can come, we might be able to get rid of Xie Yuan." Ying Jian sneered. "A01. Don't you understand yet? These A-sequence mutants, for some reason, are as loyal as dogs to Yuan." "Not necessarily." Yin Meng offered a different perspective. If A01 really listened to Yuan, and now that Yuan is with Xie Yuan, why would A01 stay in the East District? Besides, the East District is openly challenging the West District. Ying Jian said calmly, "A01 is at odds with the West District, but that doesn't mean he's broken with Yuan." Yin Meng didn't quite understand. Ying Jian didn't bother explaining too much. He simply asked, "Have the nutritional cream and other items we supplied to the East District arrived?" "The first batch has already been delivered." Yin Ming replied, then continued, "Doctor, aside from the large one-time orders from the East District, our nutritional cream isn't very popular elsewhere. Even individual mutants living in the East District won't buy our nutritional cream. The number of mutants isn't large, but it's not small either. And nutritional cream is like a staple food to them. Logically, their demand should be high." But they simply preferred the fancy nutritional creams made by Wanku in the West District over their traditional ones. It's clear that consuming their nutritional creams would make them stronger. Ng Jian had already discovered the problem Yan Ming mentioned, but he didn't yet have a solution. He could develop many things. He was a genius in the lab, a student who could be hired regardless of Ai Nan's opinion. But he couldn't sell anything. Don't worry about that, Ng Jian said sullenly. What Wanku is making now is impractical. Aberrants should pursue strength, not gluttony. Right now, the aberrants are just looking for something new and are temporarily blinded by these gimmicks. When they realize what's going on, they still choose our products. Ng Jian's tone was filled with disdain for the new nutritional creams, but as Yan Ming listened, she inexplicably felt as if the doctor was trying to save face. The thought was fleeting. Yan Ming stopped herself from thinking about this rebellious thought. The topic of poor product sales was something Ng Jian didn't want to discuss. He glanced out the window and asked another question. How many of those in the West District have died? According to the monitor, there are only a few left alive. A few are quite resilient. Keep watching. Yes. Yuan's arrival with his family brought 2 more wrinkles to Ng Jian's eyes. The night was long. Yuan and Xie Yuan were sleeping when he suddenly felt a kick on his leg. Before he woke up, the octopus sleeping beside him tumbled to the ground with a thud. The irritable little octopus was thrown hard, and he flew into a rage, flailing his tentacles. Yuan was startled awake by the noise and turned on the light. The moment the light came on, Yuan caught sight of Jojo, half of his body already outside. He scooped Jojo up and looked at Botsy lying on the ground. What's wrong? Yuan asked, confused. Botsy, why did you fall? Botsy angrily said, Cheesy kicked me. The accused Cheesy, huff, huff, huff. He was still sleeping soundly. Yuan observed for a moment, then realized with a heavy heart that his usually well-behaved sleeper seemed to have changed. After Xie Yuan was also kicked, everyone woke up except Jojo. Under everyone's gaze, Cheesy, eyes closed, mouth slightly open, sprawled out, occupying his spot. As he occupied his spot, he would even toss over. Not only did he roll over, he even kicked. Yuan muttered, what happened to Cheesy? The way he sleeps. Did someone really bully him at night? Who could possibly bully him? He could still vividly remember the complaint Cheesy had made to him before bed. Cheesy had said he was being pursued by a man who bullied him. He was having a terrible time. As far as Yuan knew, none of his children were in a relationship. The fact that Cheesy was with someone honestly made Yuan silent for a moment. But Cheesy clearly didn't want a relationship right now. As the eldest brother, he naturally had to protect his children and prevent them from being forced into love. But right now, sigh. Yuan rubbed his face, looking at the soundly sleeping Cheesy. In the end, he could only make a separate blanket for Cheesy. Xie Yuan was even more ruthless. He simply wrapped Cheesy in the blanket. Cheesy was wrapped tightly, and Yuan had initially worried he might not be able to adapt. But unexpectedly, Cheesy kicked his legs, but when he realized he couldn't kick anymore, he stopped, not even waking up. Time passed slowly. Yuan took a look and announced, all right, back to sleep. After adjusting, everyone finally slept soundly. The next day, Cheesy woke up, completely unaware of what had happened the previous night. Yuan asked a few questions, but nothing came of it, and he didn't ask again. Forget it, he whispered to Xie Yuan, don't ask him. He won't know. That night, they slept uncomfortably, and Ng Jian didn't seem to sleep well either. But Ng Jian probably made a decision that night. Taking Xie Yuan, the unstable individual, with him, Ng Jian continued on his original route. The original route's destination was one of Gu Ainan's residences. He was a workaholic, and his apartment was even used as a studio. Yuan had originally had a bold idea. He thought Ng Jian would take him to Midden. Nen. Do you know this place? I don't know. Yuan shook his head. He truly had no idea where his father lived. He lived at the research institute, and his father usually came to visit him. The apartment had a password, and Ng Jian couldn't open it. He subconsciously glanced at Yuan checked the password and walked over. His first instinct was to enter his mother's birthday. No. He thought for a moment, maybe it's my parents' anniversary. Enter failed. He had already failed twice. If he failed again, this door would never open again. Ng Jian was already losing his composure. Yuan's palms were sweating. He stared at the combination lock, giving it his all. I try again. For the last time, he entered his birthday. Enter completed. Success. Chapter 112. The password worked, and the door, long closed, opened. Yuan stood there, still staring at the lock. He knew his father loved him, but he assumed his father would only set the combination lock to his mother's number. And then go in. Xie Qiyuan squeezed his palm, reminding him, Ingjian has already gone in. Gu Ainan's house didn't look luxurious. He held many enviable titles, and his annual salary was rumored to be in the high 9 figures. But now, upon arriving at his residence, there wasn't a single luxury item. Your father is quite a simple person. Xie Qiyuan surveyed the furnishings in the house for a moment, coming to this conclusion. He had originally wanted to see if there were any photos of Lil Yuan in the house, but sadly, there were none. Yuan also looked around the house. He opened the closet, but his father wasn't there. He opened the bathroom door, but still no father. Nowhere could he hide, but his father was missing. Chizi and Jojo came over and sat next to Yuan. Brother, do you miss Daddy? Yes, I do. While the others searched the room, Yuan sat on the bed, watching quietly. His eyes were slightly lost in thought, as he thought of his father. Seeing the other children accompanying Yuan, Xie Qiyuan turned his attention to Ingjian. Ingjian was searching for any traces of Gu Ainan. Dr. Ing. Xie Qiyuan followed Ingjian and spoke to him. Have you found any clues? Dr. Gu isn't here. Where do you think he's gone? Ingjian frowned and glanced around. Strange. This was the teacher's permanent residence, and he had been asking around for a long time before finding out. After learning about this place, he had someone come in. But the door had a combination lock, so it couldn't be forced. Gu Ainan had a very peculiar personality. Even his students couldn't fathom his thoughts. And he was extremely protective of his family's privacy. Ingjian thought the numbers on the combination might be related to his family, but he was at a loss as to who this family was. Yuan's presence saved him a lot of trouble. After finally getting in, Ingjian found the place spotless. Gu Ainan hadn't left anything important behind. Not even a single piece of paper. The teacher doesn't like to socialize. He's either at home or in his studio. I definitely find the teacher. Mr. Xia, don't worry. The teacher might not want to see you so soon. Gu Ainan certainly didn't like luxury, but his place was not too small. Especially the rooms. There were surprisingly many. The room was bare, with only a simple bed, a cabinet, and a desk, nothing else. Among all the empty rooms, Ingjian hadn't found anything resembling a laboratory. And then, Ingjian finally came over and asked, do you know if there's a secret room in your father's house? Ingjian looked worried. If we can't find any clues about your father here, we have to look somewhere more dangerous. Yuan shook his head. I never lived here, so I don't know if there's a secret room in this house. Ingjian's expression darkened. And then, are you unwilling to tell me the truth? Yuan was puzzled. No, I'm not lying. Ingjian was his father's student, after all. Although he didn't have a favorable impression of him, he wouldn't deliberately lie about looking for his father. You used to live here. Ingjian's words stunned Yuan. He pointed to a room not far away. That's your bedroom. I'm sure you live there. Yuan didn't believe it. He stood up and walked over to the room Ingjian mentioned. Sure enough, compared to the other empty rooms, the room was full of signs of life. Although, these were signs of a very long time ago. There were pillows on the bed, fairy tales on the cabinet, and in the small bathroom, there were unpacked towels, a toothbrush, and a cup. The wardrobe was open, revealing Yuan's clothes. Yuan said blankly, how is that possible? I don't remember living here. I lived in the research institute since I was 4. Yuan had no recollection of his bedroom, but he could confirm that these were indeed things he had used. Xie Qiyuan observed Yuan's expression, grasped his hand, and whispered soothingly, don't worry, take your time to think about it. It's okay even if you can't remember. There might be other ways to contact Dr. Gu. Yuan wasn't familiar with the area, and he couldn't help Ingjian. Ingjian was looking for work-related items left behind by his teacher, but he couldn't even find a study. Watching the time slip by, Ingjian gave up wasting time on Yuan. And then, Ingjian calmed himself down and said to Yuan again, if you come up with any clues, please let me know immediately, okay? My desire to find a teacher is the same as yours. Yuan hummed to him, not refusing. Since there were plenty of empty rooms, everyone could fit in here. Ingjian didn't linger around Yuan any longer, he kept searching, determined. He had joined last, and his time studying with Gu Ainan hadn't been long. But during that brief period, even a self-proclaimed genius like him had to bow down to Gu Ainan with conviction. If he was a genius, then Gu Ainan was a god. No one in this world could surpass Gu Ainan. The cubs each occupied a small room. After rolling around in his own, Ba Zi went to visit his friends. He first found Jojo, who wasn't very happy about him sharing a room. He was clingy, and not used to living alone. Stinky Chiuchi. 8th cub saw that he'd been sulking all day and couldn't stand it any longer. Are you having a fight with Woozy? Weren't you two fine before? He didn't even make you mad. 8th cub knew when Chiuchi video called him. He felt that Woozy was quite nice to Chiuchi. If it had been him, or Xiaolu or Shujio, who was calling Woozy, Woozy would have ignored them. Chiuchi lay on the bed, aggrieved. Meow. Woozy doesn't like me. He hates me so much. He only agreed to video call me because Big Brother was here. 8th cub, ? 8th cub dismissed it without a second thought. Impossible. The situation you describe absolutely doesn't exist. You're kidding. Woozy definitely wouldn't be the type to be coerced. He called Choju because he was nice to him. Botsy actually had a little beef with Woozy. He always felt it was Woozy who had put him in the sack at the research institute. But seeing Choju upset, he generously put aside his grudge for the time being. Choju, just call Woozy. Have Woozy come with you. Bots's face was stern as he offered Jojo advice. Send him the address and ask him to come. He'd definitely come. Bots's words were so decisive that Jojo felt completely lost in his determination. He hesitantly sent the message, following Bots's instructions. Send the address first, then the message. I'm sleeping here. Come find me. Even though Jojo had been upset all day, she still managed to stay tough when she messaged Woozy. After sending the message, he waited for Woozy's reply. 8th cub sat beside him, and couldn't help but ask sourly, how's your relationship with Tiger Cub? It's rare that we cubs can even get along like brothers. Deformed creatures are naturally exclusive. These deformed cubs, despite their serial numbers being next to each other and living together, truly lack the slightest bit of brotherhood. 5 cub and Jojo were the exceptions among them. Jojo, truly the angel among the cubs, reached out and touched 8th cub's tiny tentacle, saying with a forgiving air, 8th cub, don't fight with me anymore. I be your brother. 8th cub, 8th cub whined and turned his face away. He said stubbornly, who wants to be friends with you? You're even more scheming than Little 9. Do you still consider 7th cub a brother? He's fought for you before. Jojo thought about it and actually nodded. 7th cub is also a good cub. 8th cub became even more angry upon hearing this. This scheming little Jojo is truly good at winning over the cubs. Yuan had no idea how the cubs were getting along. He was still with Yuan, recollecting his memories of this place. No one came to disturb him. Yuan and Yuan stayed quietly. After an unknown amount of time, Yuan poked Yuan. My head is spinning. Come for a walk with me. Staying here all the time? He felt it was pointless. Yuan stood up, took his hand, and led him outside. Okay, I take you somewhere to relax. Keeping Yingjian around was useful. At least, he could take them to Guinan's place. It wasn't late yet. Yuan didn't bring his cubs with him. He and Yuan walked hand in hand outside. Yingjian knew they were leaving, but he didn't send anyone to follow them. The weather looked dismal, with dark clouds looming overhead, and a damp, stuffy air permeated the air. Yuan walked around the house, and as he did so, he suddenly realized, Yuan, this place is actually very close to Midden. The Midden Research Institute had been sealed off, and danger lurked everywhere inside. Yuan thought about the people in the West District, who hadn't been found yet, and for some reason, his heart suddenly sank. We searched all around here, but they're nowhere to be found. They're all here looking for Yingjian. Besides my father's house, Yingjian must be interested in the place closest to my father's workplace. Yuan's unease grew stronger. Yingjian came here, not to Midden. Yuan, do you think they could have been lured into Midden? As Yuan finished speaking, Yuan's face darkened. This possibility was very high. Yingjian had made it clear he didn't want to cooperate with the West District, so naturally, he wouldn't have a favorable opinion of the people from the West District who came to see him. Yuan, I want to go and see. Yuan pulled Yuan's hand. His father was very important to him, but the people of the West District, the people on the island, were also very important to him. He couldn't delay any longer. Yuan looked up at Yuan. Yuan rubbed his head and nodded. Okay, but if we go, we can't let Yingjian know. Yeah. The two reached a consensus and continued to discuss the next steps. Night fell. Yuan's room was finally free of the cubs, and it was the first time they could be so quiet. Are we leaving? Sure. Although Yuan didn't remember living in this house before, he surprisingly found a sense of familiarity. He could even carry Yingjian on his back, unnoticed, and jump out the window. Yuan and Yuan went off to do their errands quietly. Of the other cubs, only 8th cub remained, free and carefree, sleeping soundly. Seventh cub, a sleeper, stayed up late surfing the internet. He clutched his keyboard, searching Yuan's posts, wondering how good a fighter he was, and whether he would blindly protect his own people. In short, Seventh Cub was very busy. Jojo, who slept next to Seventh Cub, was also staring longingly at the window. He was an insecure cub who used to keep all the doors and windows closed when he slept. But this time, he took the initiative to open the window a little. After a while, he opened it a little more. As he kept opening the window, Jojo happened to see his eldest brother and Yuan running away. He opened his mouth, stunned. "Brother, are you going to elope?" Chapter 113. Yuan never carried his cubs on his back when he went out before. He always told them where he was going. Jojo stared blankly at his eldest brother's back, and suddenly remembered what eighth cub had said. "Jojo, we all sleep on our own from now on. Big brother and Yuan don't really like being around us anymore." Eighth cub sighed and told Jojo the truth. "They want to date, and we're just a burden." This scene, coupled with eighth cub's words from the day before. Jojo was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened. Is big brother going to throw these little cubs away? Jojo nervously tugged at the window, not worrying if the tiger cub would come. He followed big brother's figure and climbed out the window. Time slipped by. Yuan and Yuan were hurrying on their way, never realizing that a little cub had chased them out. It would be nice to have a car. Yuan breathed. That would save a lot of trouble. Perhaps Yuan was just lucky, because after he said this, the two of them actually found a motorcycle. The motorcycle lay sideways on the side of the road, covered in dust. Yuan inspected it, and found it was still usable. He took off his coat, put it on the back, and let Yuan sit. "Get in." Yuan was skilled at repairing motorcycles, and after quickly completing the inspection, he let Yuan sit on the back seat. Yuan had never ridden a motorcycle before, and he clung tightly to Yuan's waist. Yuan's waist was lean and powerful, and the mere sight of him exuded explosive power. "Hold tight, baby." Yuan hadn't ridden a motorcycle in a long time. He floored the accelerator, and set off with Yuan towards their destination. Jojo, who had been hiding and following them, had originally planned to leave after seeing them on a motorcycle. But before he could reach them, the motorcycle had already sped off at full speed. Jojo was anxious, tears welling up in his eyes. He called out, "Brother." Wait for Jojo. The night vision was poor, and they relied entirely on their flashlight for illumination. Yuan sat behind Yuan, his face pressed against his back. He glanced back and asked, "Yuan, did you hear that Jojo sound just now?" He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he thought he heard two sounds. But Yuan was driving too fast, and the whistling wind blurred his hearing. He wasn't sure if he had heard anything at all. Yuan's ears were filled with the sound of the wind, so he naturally didn't hear Jojo. But he did hear Yuan's. "Jojo is still sleeping in her room. There's no way she's here behind us." Yuan watched the cubs choose their new rooms. Besides the seventh cub, Fugui, Jojo, and the eighth cub were relatively simple and weren't picky about their rooms. As for the seventh cub, Yuan wasn't too worried. If he really couldn't afford to raise it, he could just give the Fugui cub to his father. His cubs were also his father's, so his father could probably raise them for him. Yuan's words dispelled Yuan's earlier suspicions. He shook his head, agreeing that Jojo wasn't likely to be here. Jojo's sleep quality was quite good. He would video chat with the cubs at night, and with the cubs soothing Jojo to sleep, it was impossible for Jojo to stay awake and come looking for him in the middle of the night. Both of them thought it was impossible, so they didn't turn around to check. Jojo followed the direction the motorcycle had disappeared, flapping its wings and trying to chase. The faster Big Brother and Yuan ran, the more insecure Jojo felt. He couldn't care less about the other cubs now. Big Brother was the only thing on his mind. Elsewhere, the tiger cub stared at the nearby window, then glanced down at his phone. He wasn't maintaining his tiger form, but instead appeared as a human man. He had signed several shipments with Ying Jian on behalf of the East District. Being accustomed to using his original form, he also appeared in his original form when he met Ying Jian. Ying Jian didn't even know he was there yet. Thinking about it, the tiger cub glanced down at himself again. He was actually a little uncomfortable with his human form. But right now, he had to come over. If he didn't, his original form would be too conspicuous and easily spotted. A moment later, the tiger cub pushed open the window and easily jumped in. He saw the blanket was bulging, but not even its head was visible. It was probably crybaby Chue still fuming. The tiger cub frowned, his face showing signs of irritation before he even began to soothe her. He wasn't good at soothing people, and he couldn't understand why he come here tonight. He had clearly decided from the beginning not to get too close to this crybaby Chue. He done that back at the research institute. But since they met again, he failed to do it again and again. The tiger cub, growing increasingly irritated, sat down on the edge of the bed. He touched the blanket, saying nothing, hoping to get the crybaby Chue out. The cub woke up quickly. When it noticed someone beside it, it froze. With Big Brother here, how could that pervert even get here? He remembered he had no tracking device on him. The cub tucked himself in silently, refusing to leave or say a word. The tiger cub outside the quilt could naturally tell the people inside were arguing. He didn't really understand why Crybaby had suddenly ignored him. The two of them remained silent. The tiger cub quickly lost his patience. He reached out and tugged at the corner of the quilt. He was very strong. If he exerted all his strength, he could definitely pull the quilt open. But the cub inside was anxious. He had worn clothes when he slept with Big Brother, but he usually slept naked. With this tugging and pulling, finally, the quilt, which had been sitting for a while, cracked with a sound, and a large hole appeared. The cub under the blanket erupted in anger. He sat up abruptly and cursed, "Don't you know I'm in a bad mood? Do you want me to chop off your hand? Do you have a dog nose? How can you find? Fuck fifth cub?" Seventh cub, who hadn't finished cursing, stared blankly at the tiger cub before him. The two cubs exchanged glances, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. "Why is it you? Why is it you?" they asked in unison, one calm, the other filled with disbelief. Seventh cub hadn't expected to mistake someone. After studying them for a few seconds, he grabbed the clothes on the bedside table and said warily, "What do you mean by sneaking into my room so late at night? I'm telling you, I don't date anyone from our group." Seventh cub remained principled. While the deformed cubs he lived with were all incredibly good-looking, each one of them was also quite capable. But perhaps because they'd seen each other for so long, there were still occasional minor conflicts. He genuinely didn't want to internalize them. Tiger cub, Even the most composed tiger cub revealed a hint of disdain at this moment. He clarified, "I have no interest in you. Where's Jojo's room?" "It's next door to mine." After answering, Seventh cub realized he walked into the wrong room. The wariness on his face was instantly replaced by gossip. "Oh my god, what are you doing in Jojo's room so late at night? Climbing into Jojo's room in the middle of the night, even pulling off the covers." This kind of relationship excited Seventh cub as well. Tiger cub, Tiger cub didn't bother to pay attention to him. After realizing he walked into the wrong room, he stood up and left without a second thought. Seventh cub had grown immune to his taciturn nature. Seeing he couldn't get any answers, he looked away with regret. TSK. The open window was closed again. Seventh cub looked at the tiger cub that had tumbled out and muttered to himself, "Fifth cub's human form is too fierce." With someone this fierce, who knows what kind of person he'd date in the future? Seventh cub's urge to gossip came, and went quickly. He quickly slid back under the covers, but this time, for no apparent reason, he couldn't stop thinking about someone. So annoying. Seventh cub covered his head, and continued to sleep. But he hadn't slept long when the tiger cub came in again, and pulled back the covers. "Fifth cub, even though I can't beat you, I'm no pushover. Believe it or not. Jojo's gone." Late at night, Seventh cub and Eighth cub were all woken up. Not only did they notice Jojo was missing, but they also noticed Yuan and Yuan were missing. The three cubs held an emergency meeting. The tiger cub asked them, "Did you see Big Brother and Jojo before bed?" The Eighth cub nodded. He recalled, "Big Brother saw me before bed. He told me to get some sleep and be good at night." The Seventh cub nodded and said the same thing. The Eighth cub pondered more. Could it be that Ing Jian kidnapped Big Brother and Jojo? I don't think Ing Jian is a good person. He doesn't give me a good impression at all. As all PhD students, the cubs were quite fond of Wan Ke, but none of them wanted to get close to Ing Jian. "It can't be him," the tiger cub said calmly. "Ing Jian isn't that stupid. He wouldn't touch Big Brother." Although the tiger cub said so, to be on the safe side, he decided to check on Ing Jian. "Don't act rashly. If Big Brother left without permission, he must be trying to keep it a secret. Eighth cub, go out and look for him. If anything happens, tell me immediately." "Okay." The cubs' meeting ended. Tiger cub went to test Ing Jian, Eighth cub went out to look for someone, and Seventh cub was temporarily covering here. The night grew darker. The rumble of motorcycles blended with the rustle of the wind. Yuan listened to the sounds, feeling a pang of itch. Yuan, I want to ride a motorcycle too. Motorcycles seemed even cooler than cars, and Yuan wasn't content just to ride. Xie Yuan didn't object, but coaxed him. When we're done here and back on the island, I teach you how to ride a motorcycle. Yeah. Yuan rubbed his face against Xie Yuan's back. He felt his boyfriend was truly amazing. It seemed like there was nothing in the world his boyfriend couldn't do. After riding for another 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance to the Mi Shield Research Institute, which was cordoned off. It was the West District, who had sent the cordon to prevent further intrusion. The interior of Mi Shield was too brutal. Even an elite military team would face certain death if they tried. To prevent other forces from forcing their way in, the West District had simply sealed the area off. It doesn't look like anyone has been in there before. Xie Yuan had his magnetic card with him, so he easily led Yuan through the roadblocks and to the main gate. Yuan was very familiar with this place. He raised his hand and touched the door. The last time he left here, Pacey was with him, so he didn't dare reveal his identity. He walked a long way and didn't even take a good look. Do you want to go in? Yuan asked. Xie Yuan drew his bone blade, ready to forcibly break the door. The Mi Shield gate was very sturdy. Even if he tried to break it down violently, it would only leave a short gap. Not long after, the door closed again. Seeing Xie Yuan's reaction, Yuan held his hand. Xie Yuan. Yuan asked, puzzled. If you want to get in, just look for me. I lived in Midden for a long time. I can open this door. Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan was also stunned. He hadn't expected to open the door, and then find Yuan. Under Xie Yuan's watchful eye, Yuan fiddled with the lock for a while. A few minutes later, the door, which had to be blasted open by anyone entering, slowly opened. Yuan walked in first. There are a lot of traps here. Xie Yuan, follow me. Midden's security level is among the best in the world. Yuan had heard Selena talk about it, and was also taken by Selena to personally see the secret shield's traps. The various high-tech traps were enough to annihilate anyone without an ID badge, and not counted by the system, like a guinea pig. Xie Yuan had previously seen Pacey's report. Pacey's report contained a detailed account of their entry into the secret shield. The record showed that the various traps alone had caused heavy casualties to the team. Now, with Yuan leading the charge, Xie Yuan encountered no traps. However, he did encounter zombies trapped in the research facility. Zombies can survive for a long time even without food or water. While killing the zombies, Xie Yuan encountered several familiar faces. They were members of their West District team, the same ones who had followed Pacey in but had never returned. He showed no mercy. The zombies that pounced on him were no longer his team members. Yuan avoided the traps, while Xie Yuan cleared the dangers. The two men worked in perfect harmony, their progress smooth and unimpeded. Xie Yuan. After walking for quite a while, Yuan still hadn't seen anyone alive. He began to wonder, Jian hasn't been here many times. Do you think he really lured Yin Feng and the others here? I'm not sure. Let's check this place out first. The people in the West District had been missing for so long. Regardless of whether there was hope here, they had to search. Yuan remembered that there were many small deformities here. Although Xie Yuan wasn't afraid of them, if they were truly harassed by too many of them, their time would be wasted. Xie Yuan, keep your voice down. Yuan went to the control room and turned on the lights in the research center. Although many of the Institute's systems were out of order, some were still functional. The lights turned on. Yuan went to the monitoring room again, but unfortunately, the surveillance cameras there weren't working. There was another computer in the room, with a red, small, flathead fish on the cover. The flathead fish, cuddling its tail, was adorable. Yuan tried to open the computer, but found it wouldn't work. How strange. Yuan fiddled with the computer. When was this put here? I have no recollection of it. He then realized, I guess I slept too long, so I don't know. The Mi Shield lab had no shortage of computers. Besides these physical computers, there were also virtual computers. 10 years ago, before Yuan fell asleep, Mi Shield's technology was already quite advanced. If the computer still worked, it would be very convenient for us here. Yuan said, then suddenly had an idea. Xie Yuan, can you fix computers? Xie Yuan said helplessly, I only know some simple repairs. Like the computers at the Mi Shield Research Institute, that's beyond my ability. Then let's bring Duo and Chong Chong next time. Yuan was not discouraged at all. Mi Shield is full of surveillance cameras. If the computer can be restored, we can probably see the previous surveillance footage again. He could also see the truth about what happened in Mi Shield. Okay. Xie Yuan thought this was a good idea. Next time, let's bring them in. Baby, think about it now. Is there any place here that we haven't visited? Mi Shield is so huge. The 4 areas A, B, C, and D would take them a long time to search. Yuan didn't waste any more time, and began to lead Xie Yuan in his search. On the way, Yuan looked at the researchers walking like zombies, his heart growing heavier. Xie Yuan, tell me, besides the deformed ones, did anyone who was still in the institute at the time escape? The once clean and tidy institute was now a shambles. Those who had smiled at him, coaxed him, and treated him kindly no longer recognized him. They were all still in the institute, just in a different light. If we can restore surveillance, we know the answer. Xie Yuan already had a plan for his next move. He hadn't considered the possibility of restoring surveillance before. After all, getting in here was already difficult. Repairing the computer here sounded like a fantasy. Now with Yuan's little cheat, even that fantasy would be solved. Time ticked by silently. Yuan and Xie Yuan searched countless areas. When they passed Area C, Yuan even went in to take a look. Area C wasn't a particularly important area. Many of the deformed ones inside hadn't escaped. Hunger was driving them to devour each other. Yuan searched for a small deformity amidst the bloodstains. C66. Jiujiu's playmate, a small spider that was very kind to him. The little spider loved spinning silk, and Jiujiu loved knitting clothes. The two little creatures had always had a good relationship. Jiujiu would be delighted if 66 could be brought back. It was no wonder the cubs loved their big brother, and their big brother was always thinking about them. The remaining deformities had all been exposed to blood. They were so scarred by the bloodshed that their first instinct upon seeing them was to pounce and devour them. Yuan was not devoured. Their target was Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan, haunted by the small deformity, struggled for a while before finally freeing himself. Yuan finished his search. Number 66. Number 66, and no Yin Feng Song Jun, or the others. During his search, Yuan was completely focused on his target. Xie Yuan, unlike him, was also searching for other things. For example, did Midden secretly create deformities? What was their purpose? How many of their deformities had been leaked? Yuan had no idea. As they walked, Yuan would check the time from time to time. It's almost morning. Xie Yuan, if we can't get back, the cubs will definitely find out. I'm afraid Jiujiu will cry again. His crybaby Jiujiu was truly the cub he worried about the most. Just as Yuan was thinking about Jiujiu, Jiujiu couldn't find any trace of the motorcycle. He didn't have his phone or flashlight, and it was pitch black everywhere. Tears welled in his eyes as he flew aimlessly. Big brother. After flying for a while, Jiujiu would call out, Big brother. Unfortunately, he called out for half the night, but received no response. He flew for who knows how long. Suddenly, Jiujiu bumped into something. He rubbed his forehead and tried to stand up and continue flying. But when he took in the scene, he was completely stunned. The scene before him could only be described as tragic. There were a few faces on the small island in the West District that Jiujiu recognized. He saw them here. The socially anxious Jiujiu had never interacted with these people before. But this time was different. Jiujiu, who had stumbled upon them by mistake, hurriedly flew over, flapping his wings. When he got close, he called out anxiously, What's wrong with you? These people were covered in blood, surrounded by zombies and mutants. The traces of a fight were terrifying. Jiujiu didn't know what had happened to them. But he knew Song Jun. Song Jun, the psychic, had once been a cheerful young man. Jiujiu remembered him as someone who loved talking to his older brother, smiling and handsome. But now he saw Song Jun, his face covered in blood, his eyes filled with despair and cruelty, a startling sight. There were people in Song Jun's arms and behind him. Jiujiu could sense that the person he was holding was no longer breathing. I'm Jiujiu. We know each other. Jiujiu raised his hand and wiped Song Jun's face with his sleeve. He then pulled out a piece of jelly from his pocket and fed it to Song Jun. Take a bite, and then talk to me, okay? Jiujiu persisted in talking to Song Jun. He had lost his way and was a little scared of the place. Song Jun had been staring at him intently since he appeared. Jiujiu let him stare, constantly feeding him. Yuan didn't know yet that the person he and Xie Yuan were looking for had been accidentally found by his own child. They hadn't even searched half the lab. Baby, let's go. That night, Yuan found nothing, but Xie Yuan did. He discovered some data records from Mi Shield. In the records, the number of Mi Shield's aberrations had been increasing and decreasing. This data indicated that Mi Shield's aberration experiments had been going on for a long time. So long, that they had begun before Yuan arrived. Besides that, Xie Yuan asked a question. Baby, is the little fish, the logo of Me Shield Labs, referring to you? Yuan little fish. What a coincidence. Yuan stared back at him blankly. Even before I came to Midden, they were already using the little fish avatar. Xie Yuan paused, then uttered a hymn. The two of them hurried back. Midden Research Institute, a den of danger to others, was, for them, a place of ease. The motorcycle was still parked outside, and Xie Yuan drove Yuan back as fast as he could. Before the morning light fully illuminated, Yuan and Xie Yuan climbed back into the bedroom. They both breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan hurriedly washed and changed. He hadn't slept yet, but he planned to check on the pups first. On their first night in separate rooms, he wanted to see if they were behaving well. Xie Yuan, go to sleep. I'll be back after checking on the pups. Okay, I wait. Chapter 114. Xie Yuan was resting in bed, and didn't accompany Yuan. Yuan went to the next room alone. It wasn't locked, and after knocking to no avail, he simply pushed it open. Jiojio, are you awake? Yuan asked, walking towards the bed. Only when he reached it did he realize it was empty. Jiojio, a lazy sleeper, usually wouldn't wake up at this hour. Yuan was puzzled, but figured it might be because Jiojio was sleeping alone, so getting up early made sense. He then went to Cheesy and Bots's rooms. Botsy wasn't there, only Cheesy was. When Cheesy saw his big brother, the whole group was excited. Brother, you're back. Cheesy hugged Yuan, breathing a sigh of relief. It's good that you're finally back. Woozy, Botsy, and I were so worried sick. Yuan patted his head and smiled. Brother had something to do last night. How did you know I wasn't here? Cheesy said softly. It was Woozy. He came looking for Jiojio, but couldn't find her. That's when we realized you'd taken Jiojio out. Yuan, Yuan's smile froze. His gaze fell on Cheesy, and his voice barely audible. Cheesy, what did you say? Jiojio, I took Jiojio away? Yes. Cheesy offered a suggestion. Brother, next time, can you not just take Jiojio with you? Take Shioba and me too. Yuan's head was slightly dizzy from a sleepless night. He grabbed Cheesy's hand, and confirmed again. Jiojio is missing? Seventh Cub was bewildered. Didn't you take him with you? Yuan's vision darkened, his voice trembling. I didn't take him. I left with Xie Yuan last night. He had figured there was no need to bring any of the cubs, so he left them all alone. Now, it was Seventh Cub's turn to be confused. A few minutes later, Xie Yuan opened the door. He was wearing a baggy shirt, and his eyes were still a little sleepy. The sight alone was actually quite pleasing to the eye. But Yuan had no time to appreciate it. He was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. Xie Yuan, all our cubs are gone. Jiojio is missing. An eighth cub went looking for Jiojio, but he was also missing. Xie Yuan, ? Xie Yuan's sleepiness instantly vanished. He looked at the anxious Yuan and asked, what's going on? Don't worry, tell me slowly. Yuan and the cubs behind him entered the room and quickly recounted what had happened. The tiger cub had returned, but upon learning that Jiojio was still outside, he left without a word. The loss of the two cubs made Yuan want to cry. Ingjian kept pressing him, and then, you've been living here, and you still can't remember anything? Or, do you remember if your teacher used to work at home? Ingjian's goal seemed resolute. From beginning to end, he had been tracking Gu Ainan's whereabouts. To be frank, it was tracking his work. Yuan shook his head. My father doesn't talk to me about work. I always lived at the institute. I never lived with him outside. He had never lived outside before, so he naturally didn't know if his father worked at home. Ingjian frowned, a hint of repressed emotion flickering across his eyes. Uncle Ing, I don't know what happened to our little Jiojio, but he's lost. I'm going to look for him now. If it's convenient for you, could you lend me some help? After Yuan finished speaking, Ingjian's expression froze. Clearly, Ingjian hadn't expected Jiojio to be lost. He knew the little Jiojio that Yuan held all day, and he also knew that Jiojio and A05 had a close relationship. Okay, I help you find her. Ingjian had his sights set on Yuan, and he agreed to Yuan's request without hesitation. I send someone to find Jiojio. Thank you. Yuan's focus was on finding Jiojio. He and Xie Yuan were primarily focused on the spot where they'd ridden their motorcycle yesterday. Yuan remembered hearing Jiojio's voice there. But at the time, he thought he misheard. Ingjian said people to look for her, but he didn't go with them. He wanted to get on with his own business. Yan Ning followed him, unable to contain her curiosity, and asked, Doctor, why do you have to find Dr. Gu? He may be your teacher, but if he's gone, your future achievements will surely surpass his. When Yinming learned of Gu Ainan's disappearance, she felt a sliver of joy. She greatly admired Ying Jian. She felt that without Gu Ainan's barrier, Ying Jian's reputation would far surpass hers. What do you know? Ying Jian's tone was unhappy. The struggle to find Gu Ainan had nearly reached a fever pitch. In the past, he wouldn't have bothered to say much to Yinming, but perhaps because he was so upset, he vented a few words. Now that mutants and zombies are rampant, humans are completely helpless against them. To gain a foothold in this world, we need either power, wealth, or we have the technology. Technology to dominate mutants and zombies. If anyone in the world could master this kind of technology, it would definitely be Gu Ainan. Ying Jian even had an even bolder guess. Could the mutants now rampant and the sudden zombie outbreak be related to Gu Ainan? Ying Jian was still speculating on this. Even then, Yuan and Xie Yuan were already searching separately. They had their phones with them, so they wouldn't worry about getting lost even if they were separated. The cubs also dispersed, searching extensively for any trace of Jojo. An unknown amount of time passed. Yuan, holding onto a passing tree, breathed softly. What Jojo had experienced came flooding back to his mind, and the mere thought of it sent a wave of palpitations through his heart. Jojo? Yuan muttered Jojo's name, closing his eyes, and trying to connect with her. Although this connection sounded unreliable, Yuan had no other options. Half an hour later, Yuan found a few black feathers in a clump of short grass. The black feathers were small, inconspicuous against the grass. He carefully twirled the feathers, his eyes brightening. They were Jojo's feathers. Yuan put the feathers away and continued searching for new ones. Jojo sheds a lot, but if he looked carefully, he might still be able to find them. Jojo, being searched for by everyone, seemed to sense his elder brother. He glanced a little further away, then looked down at Song Jun. Brother Song, we need to get out. In Song Jun's arms was Ho Ying, and behind him was Yin Feng. Psychics have superior physiques compared to normal humans. These days, he had been single-handedly supporting his teammates. Before Jojo arrived, he had fed Yin Feng his own flesh and blood. Yin Feng's breathing was weak, as if his last breath was about to fade. Jojo carried food with him, bringing timely rations to Song Jun, who was stretched to his limit. There was nothing good about any of them. Jojo didn't have healing powers, and no one in the world had ever heard of such a person. So, seeing Song Jun and Yin Feng dying, and Ho Ying already dead, Jojo was helpless. Chuju. Song Jun's voice was hoarse and calm. He looked up at Chuju. We can't get out. This is the simulated training ground. When the East District tampered with our training ground, I nearly died in there. I didn't expect that I end up here. The simulated training ground was full of potential scenarios. Song Jun encountered a hellish difficulty level where no one survived. Chuju had never been to the training ground before. He had stumbled in by accident. After hearing Song Jun's words, Chuju asked blankly, So, can Big Brother find us? I can come in, but can Big Brother come in too? Song Jun's eyes were filled with bitterness. He hugged Ho Ying tightly in his arms. I hope your Big Brother doesn't come in. The simulated training ground was controlled by someone. Entering it was like being controlled. Song Jun didn't want Yuan to appear. The only one capable of breaking into the training ground was Instructor Xie. But how could Instructor Xie possibly find them? Song Jun didn't want to run into Yuan at all. Yuan's presence would be tantamount to seeking death. Jojo, however, desperately wanted his elder brother to come in. In this situation, he said seriously, my elder brother can save us. Song Jun couldn't help but internally add, will he cry for help? The simulated training ground was far too ruthless. This method of tampering with the training ground was a tactic the East District had used before. This meant that the East District and Ying Jian had a very close partnership. With the East District around, Ying Jian naturally wouldn't go back to the West District with them. Song Jun could accept Ying Jian's refusal to return to the West District, but he hadn't expected him to be so cruel. He had sent everyone from the West District to the training ground. And they were all injected with a syringe. The syringe contained Ying Jian's new product, which was said to allow humans to directly evolve into superpowers. Song Jun was already a superpower, so he didn't take it. After taking the syringe, Ho Ying died soon after. Yin Feng had managed to hold on until now, still breathing his last. The others also couldn't hold on after the fight. Hold on. Jojo grasped Song Jun's hand, his wings growing larger, tightly covering Song Jun and the others. If any more zombies or bad guys come, I fight them off for you. He encouraged Song Jun, just wait a little longer, my big brother will be here soon. Song Jun said nothing. What if Yuan came? He didn't even have superpowers, and if he did, He just watched them die. Jojo still had unconditional confidence in his big brother. The training ground's health meter seemed to be able to measure health points. After Jojo's arrival, several more rounds of attacks followed. But the mature Jojo wasn't afraid at all. He fended off all attacks, accompanying Song Jun, waiting for his elder brother to arrive. After waiting for a day and a night, Jojo finally arrived. Yuan had come in alone, without anyone else. Jojo saw his elder brother, and happily went to greet him. He pulled Yuan closer, not even bothering to exchange pleasantries, and asked his elder brother to check on Song Jun and the others. "Brother, can you save them? They're dying." Yuan squatted down, about to check on them, when he heard Song Jun, as if giving his final words, say, "And an Ingjian isn't a good person. He teamed up with the East District to get us here. He gave us medicine called Qingmu." Song Jun was wasting no time, spilling everything he knew. At the end, he stared at Yuan without blinking and offered his blessing. "You and Commander Xie are a perfect match. You must get out. You and Commander Xie must live happily ever after." Yuan didn't let him finish the rest. "Don't worry, we can all get out. It doesn't matter if you took the drugs. I heard of Qingmu. My father participated in its first generation of development, and the Midden Research Institute also has an antidote. You won't die." Yuan said this with conviction. He wasn't surprised that Ingjian had bad intentions. He just hadn't expected Ingjian to be more ruthless than he thought. "Once we get out, Xie Yuan and I will kill Ingjian, and then go to the East District. We remember all these grudges?" Yuan, the vengeful one, had come online, and he had already memorized every one of them. Jojo heard them talking, and then heard that his eldest brother was going to the East District. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, "Brother, Dazi is in the East District." "Yuan, Yuan, question mark." Yuan was completely stunned. Jojo pursed her lips and continued, "Dazi is in the East District. Wuzi and Dazi are both in the East District." Yuan thought about the series of suicidal acts in the East District, then thought about his eldest son. Impossible. His eldest son couldn't be so rebellious. Chapter 115. Jojo, how did you know Dakwi was in the East District? After the shock, Yuan still felt a tinge of disbelief. He and Tiger Cub didn't talk every day, but whenever they video called, Yuan would usually lean over and say a few words to him. If Tiger Cub was with Dakwi, why hadn't he told him for so long? Jojo looked up, confident. "I know. They're together. Brother, I saw Dakwi a long time ago." Jojo remembered the past, and his memories included Dakwi. It's just that those memories weren't very clear, so he hadn't thought of telling his brother. Now that they were talking about the East District, he couldn't hold it in any longer. "I was captured. They cut off my wings, drew my blood, and put me in a very uncomfortable incubator. I couldn't escape. Later, Dakwi came and saw me. He didn't take me away." When Jojo said this, there was no sadness in her tone. He had spent years with Dazi at the Research Institute, so he knew his character. He had never expected Dazi to save him. "I'm in so much pain, Dazi, heal me." When no one was around, he gave me all his blood, even cutting himself. Aberrants can increase their strength by devouring each other, though this process carries risks. But for an aberrant of A01's level, if he sincerely allowed others to devour him, there would be no risk, only enormous benefits for the devourer. As Yuan listened to Jojo's story, he felt increasingly confused. "Big Cub, what exactly does he want to do?" And then Song Jun spoke, drawing Yuan's attention back. "The East District is too dangerous. You mustn't act rashly." He hadn't seen Xie Yuan, and now, he didn't hold much hope that Yuan could escape. Xie Yuan was powerful enough, so he could force his way through this training ground. But Yuan didn't believe it. Song Jun didn't yet know Yuan's identity as a little zombie. He only considered him a teammate training with him. Although Yuan's growth rate surpassed all of theirs during training, he was still only human, without superpowers or a body of steel. Song Jun stopped talking. Song Jun's vitality seemed strong right now. If he died, Yuan felt that he and Jojo wouldn't be able to handle the burden. "I get you all out." Yuan gently patted Song Jun's shoulder and said firmly, "Trust me, we all get out alive." Song Jun took a breath, nodded, and murmured, "Okay." Yuan wasn't bragging when he said he'd get everyone out alive. He looked around. If Xie Yuan hadn't arrived a little later, he might have been able to break into the training ground they tampered with last time. "Big Brother." The Jojo follower saw Big Brother surveying the area and promptly reported, "I checked. I can't get out of where I flew in." At first glance, this place looked like a perfectly normal little place. Sky, clouds, grass, trees, and buildings. It looked exactly like anything in the normal world. Yuan instructed Jiujiu, watch them first. Big brother, go look around. Be good. If you run into danger, remember to protect these brothers. Jiujiu nodded solemnly, I know. These people were all from the island. Although Jiujiu hadn't played with the islanders, he knew they were all very kind people. Hoing, the lifeless figure in Song Jun's arms, was the first to call Bazai Big Brother. His nickname was Monkey, and he loved to tell people he was the Monkey King's monkey. He stuffed Bazai with snacks, claiming they were protection money. When Bazai brought the snacks back, he boasted, look, how obedient this little brother of mine is. He'd be under my protection from now on. Jiujiu looked from Bazai to the pile of snacks, feeling that Bazai was being teased. But Bazai gave him most of the snacks. The foodie Jiujiu puffed out his cheeks at the snacks, but ultimately said nothing. Brother Song, I want to see Monkey Brother again. Jiujiu had long sensed Ho Ying's lack of breath, but according to Song Jun, he had stopped breathing a few days ago. But during those few days, his body had been soft, without any mutations, nor had it stiffened like a normal corpse. He was in a state as if he were asleep. It was precisely for this reason that Song Jun had been so fiercely protective of him, refusing to let go. He was bitten by a zombie and swallowed by a mutant. I cut open that mutant quickly, so I snatched him back. Ho Ying was in a far more miserable state than Yin Feng. Jiujiu lowered her head and carefully cleaned his body. After a long while, Jiujiu couldn't see anything wrong, so she said, let's take him out. Maybe we can cure him. As long as Ho Ying wasn't completely reduced to a corpse, they could still cling to a glimmer of hope. Song Jun silently tightened his grip and whispered, whether he lives or dies, I'd be with him. In their team, Yin Feng would always be their captain. Now that the captain's life was hanging by a thread, the responsibility of protecting his teammates fell on him. Jiujiu followed his eldest brother's instructions, and obediently watched over his brothers. Yuan's explorations were expanding. Perhaps it was a psychological factor, but he felt as if he had unknowingly become more capable than before. For example, in the past, he might have cowered and hidden away in this situation. But now, he inexplicably felt he could handle it. It was as if, for some reason, he had suddenly become confident. Thinking of this, Yuan rubbed his cheeks. Alas, I'd better keep a low profile next time. After exploring for over an hour, Yuan, who had been insisting on keeping a low profile, resorted to the same violent tactics Xie Yuan had employed last time. He didn't have a weapon he was comfortable with, but having raised aberrations before, he knew that aberrations could be used as weapons. Jiujiu, come here. Yuan took out the saber he always carried. The letter X was engraved on the hilt. It had been given to him by Xie Yuan. We need to find a way to create more aberrations. As Yuan spoke, a faint, inexplicable tremor trembled in his hand, gripping the hilt. The tremor didn't come from fear, but from the sudden stimulation his body felt. Jiujiu obeyed his elder brother unconditionally. The simulated training ground was filled with all sorts of monsters. Jiujiu rushed around like a bee, making a lot of noise. The noise triggered some monsters to appear. It's like playing in a haunted house. If you're willing to die, you attract the ghosts that will kill you. More zombies and aberrations were lured out, and Yuan rushed forward with his saber, fearless and unfazed, like someone picking cabbages at the market. The aberration's superpowers lashed out at him one by one. He stood in the place where he and Jiujiu had first strayed into, fighting against these aberrations. The short knife slashed through the aberrations' bodies, leaving blood stains on Yuan's clothes. Jiujiu had initially been trying to help his big brother fight, but gradually, he realized. Even without him, his big brother could control the situation. Yuan had never truly fought another aberration before. He had raised a bunch of aberration pups, and he had a natural filter for them. As long as the aberrations weren't being too violent in his presence, he wouldn't provoke them. This time was different. Yuan stared intently at the attacking aberrations. He had no special powers, only a short sword. The aberration surged like a tide, causing Yuan to feel a slight strain. He had a small scrape on his cheek, and several small wounds on the back of his hand and neck. These minor injuries barely caused any pain. Yuan's speed and attacks grew faster and faster. He seemed like a wild animal. Song Jun watched him from a distance, filled with confusion. The attack method Yuan was using now was definitely not something he had learned on the island. Chirp. Song Jun called out to the nearest chirp. He asked, did your eldest brother receive training elsewhere? Jiujiu was bewildered. I don't know. He was the youngest cub at the institute. When he arrived, his eldest brother wasn't in good health. His eldest brother was frequently ill, and each time he fell ill, he had to rest for 10 days or half a month. Of all the cubs at the institute, the eldest cubs spent the most time with their eldest brother. However, the older cubs ignored them. They wouldn't even be brought to the occasional cub meetings. Thanks to his angelic personality, Giorgio was quite popular with the cubs at the institute. He once overheard the second and fourth cubs chatting. The second cub frowned and said, "Wasn't the eldest brother willing to treat his illness before? Why isn't he willing now?" The fourth cub was silent for a moment, then said, "He went out alone that time." "Did he encounter something?" The second cub shook his head. "I don't know. The eldest brother was gone too long ago. He used to tell the eldest brother where he was going, but he didn't this time." The two cubs talked about the last time, and Giorgio was confused. He didn't even remember his eldest brother going out. The second and fourth cubs were saying something strange. "My eldest brother has never fought before." Giorgio stood in front of Song Jun and said, "My eldest brother is very gentle." Song Jun, Song Jun looked at Yuan, who had chopped off one of the deformed creature's legs, and felt as if he had lost the meaning of gentleness. He stared at Yuan blankly, muttering, "If Anan keeps going like this, will Instructor CS still be able to defeat him? Anan used to be known as a cute little guy, but how come he turned into a cool little guy when he started fighting? Giorgio loves Big Brother, whether he's gentle or cool. My Big Brother is so awesome." Unable to help, Giorgio looked at Big Brother with sparkling eyes. Just as Yuan was being the cool guy, Ingjian also received the news. "Doctor, Yuan and A10 have entered that place." Yin Ming's expression was solemn as she reported, "There are still survivors in the training ground. If Yuan encounters them, then we..." Ingjian knew what she meant without having to say anything else. "Dr. Ing, we got the training ground from the East District. How about we just put the blame on the East District this time?" Ingjian said coldly, "Do you think A01 is stupid? Even though he didn't get involved in the training ground incident, he can't take the blame for it for me. Those who died in the training ground were all from the West District. Thanks to Qi Yuan, Yuan's relationship with the West District was visibly close. If Yuan finds out about what happened at the training ground, he'd definitely hold a grudge. So what do we do now?" Yin Ming looked at Ingjian nervously, her voice strained with forced calmness. "We need to find Dr. Gu, and we still have to rely on Yuan. We can't just get rid of him." "Not that we can't." Ingjian suddenly interrupted him. "Gu Einan won't stay out forever. Instead of waiting for us to find him, why not use a fake Yuan to lure him out? I remember one of the aberrations had the ability to camouflage." Seeing Ingjian's words grow increasingly dangerous, Yin Ming couldn't help but whisper, "Doctor, we can't touch Yuan. You said before that behind him are all the A-sequence aberrations. If anything happens to him in our hands, those A-sequence mutants will not let us go." "Let Yuan out. Yuan will never let him go. If Yuan isn't allowed out, the A-sequence mutants won't let him go." Ingjian's face darkened. Only now did he realize that his decision to target Yuan had been a complete mistake. Yin Ming didn't push him, but quietly waited for his decision. Time slipped by. Inside the training ground, the smell of blood grew stronger. Yuan's aura subtly changed with each attack. Another mutant slowly fell. The training ground finally gave way and collapsed. Yuan wasn't surprised at all. With so many mutants and so many supernatural attacks, a training ground couldn't possibly hold up. Giorgio transformed into an adult to carry him. He carried Hoing over. As they held Hoing and tried to fly out, Giorgio whispered encouragement to him, "Brother Monkey, I eaten your snacks, and I promise Bazai I protect you. Be strong. We're getting out." They all received their shots. The most important thing now is, of course, to get them to Midden and give them the necessary injections. As soon as they left, Yuan didn't forget he still had a high-tech gadget, a cell phone. He called Xie Yuan, and upon learning that Xie Yuan had found the 8 cubs, his heart felt a little relieved. Now that the cubs were safe, Yuan needed to make arrangements for the ones he had brought with him. Soon, Yuan reunited with Xie Yuan, whose motorcycle couldn't carry so many people. He had originally suggested asking Ingjian for a car, but Yuan declined. "If we go to him, not only won't we be able to borrow a car, he'd probably even stop us from rescuing people." Just as they were struggling with transportation, a luxury RV caught Yuan and Xie Yuan's eye. The sight of a luxury RV in such a remote place seemed strange. But at this point, they didn't care about the strangeness. Xie Yuan was the first to try to stop the car. After stopping the RV, he exchanged some words with the other party. It didn't take long for the other party's RV to pull up in front of them. The man in the back of the RV was working at a computer. Xie Yuan transferred Song Jun and the others up and explained the route to the driver. "Our situation is urgent. Please drive faster." The fact that the driver had accompanied his boss to this place showed that he was also a ruthless person. After hearing the request, he agreed calmly. "Boss, please bear with me for a moment." He addressed the boss, who was typing away at the keyboard. The handsome, taciturn boss promptly put away his computer after receiving the notice. Then he fastened his seatbelt. The driver was quite capable. Yuan clutched Yuan's hand, nearly fainting several times. "Hey, who are you?" To avoid motion sickness, Yuan began to distract himself. After all, they had borrowed the other person's RV, so chatting was considered polite. "My name is Tan-John," Tan-John said calmly. "An ordinary person." Yuan, Though Yuan didn't know much about the property, he knew this luxury RV, which was so stable even on mountain roads, must be worth a fortune. A man without an RV like this is definitely not ordinary. Yuan wanted to have a friendly conversation with the other party, at least to exchange basic information. But it was obvious that the other party had no such intention. And then, Yuan called him, stopping him from asking further questions. "Tell me what happened just now. How did you find them?" Because of the outsiders present, Yuan hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and briefly recounted what had happened, focusing on the key points. He didn't mention that he had been involved in a group fight, only that the East District and Yingjian were allied, and their relationship was not simple. And then, there was the situation of Song Jun and the others. As their instructor, Yuan was naturally worried about their safety. Since meeting Yuan, Yuan's conversation with Yuan had revolved entirely around Song Jun and the others. "I know where the injections are. If we get them, and give them the injections, maybe they can be saved." "Well, then it'll all be up to you later." Me Dun was Yuan's home. Whether they were looking for something or simply going in and out, they could only stay safe with Yuan, their little cheater. Yuan said softly, "That's what I should do." He frowned again. "I heard from Selena that injections like Qingmu were sealed and no longer used. Yingjian shouldn't have them." Yuan lowered his head to apply medicine to the back of his hand, saying calmly, "I take Yingjian away once we get out of Me Dun. I originally wanted to use him as bait to see what I could catch, but now it seems that hazardous waste needs to be recycled promptly." Yuan nodded in agreement. Or perhaps, he wasn't decisive enough at first, thinking that Yingjian, after all, was his father's student and couldn't be that bad. It now seemed he shouldn't trust people he hadn't properly interacted with. The car sped along. As they neared their destination, Yuan thought of Wuzi and Cheesy. The two were still out searching, so he had to inform them. Cheesy hadn't done anything naughty, and was still a good kid in Yuan's eyes. But Wuzi? Yuan pursed his lips, staring at his phone screen, not sending a single message for a long time. He first notified Cheesy, then, after a long hesitation, sent Wuzi a message. "I found Jojo. I'll be back later." After sending this message, Yuan thought about Wuzi's lack of knowledge, pondered for a few seconds, and added, "By the way, do you have any news on Dazi and the others?" Wuzi was also Yuan's favorite cat. For this furry cat, Yuan was willing to give him a special chance. If Wuzi could change his ways and answer properly, he wouldn't implicate anyone else. But a few minutes later, Yuan received a reply from the fifth cub. "Not yet. But I saw traces of the second cub last time. When I find him, I bring him back." Yuan suppressed his emotions and, for the first time, responded coldly to the cubs. "Oh. Tiger cub, For some reason, Tiger Cub suddenly had a very ominous premonition. He stared at the screen for a few seconds, then immediately messaged the eldest cub. "Are you sure you want to keep this a secret from Big Brother? I was just chatting with Big Brother, and something felt off." When the topic of Big Brother came up, Big Brother's message was even quicker than usual. "Keep it a secret. Big Brother won't know my whereabouts. The relationship between the East and West Districts is sensitive right now, and I don't want to see Big Brother at this time." Even the oldest child wouldn't dare act too arrogantly in front of their elder brother. As one of the children the elder brother had taken care of earlier, some dark past. "Let's not talk about it." Seeing that he was still insisting, Wuzi didn't say anything. But the bad feeling in his heart never dissipated. A moment later, Wuzi saw a WeChat Moments post from Yuan 2 minutes ago. Not a single like, perhaps some permissions had been set. The WeChat Moments post contained only one line of text. "Yuan, the children have grown up, and each one is starting to rebel." Wuzi stared blankly at the post, while Yuan had already opened the door to the secret shield. With him leading the way, everyone entered smoothly. The owner of the RV didn't follow them in, he waited outside, apparently intending to continue leading them when they emerged. Yuan glanced back, puzzled. "I don't think Tan-John is a warm-hearted person." Why is he still waiting for us? Yuan succinctly revealed the answer. I promised to pay. Yuan choked. Thinking of the luxurious RV, he didn't think Tanjan was someone who needed money at all. But some people just love making money. As long as everyone benefits, Yuan doesn't have any extra opinions. The RV brought them in just in time. Song Jun was still breathing, while Yin Feng had lost his breath, but thankfully, his breathing slowly returned after the interruption. All of you follow me. Don't open random rooms. Some of the zombies and aberrations in the room hadn't been cleared out. If they were to provoke them, they would be the only ones in trouble. Under Yuan's guidance, they finally reached their destination. Bring them over here and lie down. Yuan had arranged a large, capsule-like object for them. This is where I lie down while I'm being treated. I checked it last time, and it's still usable. This place felt like Yuan's home turf. He methodically arranged each task, while outside the institute, Tanjan, sitting in his RV, was checking the bills he had just collected. Why are you so poor? He thought of Yuan, with whom he had just bargained, and frowned. It seems the military salaries aren't very high. With this salary, Yuan had actually managed to find a partner. And judging by the winged pups that accompanied her partner, Yuan had to support more than one. At that moment, Tanjan felt genuine sympathy for Yuan. With a partner who had so little money, could he and his pups ever have enough to eat? Chapter 116. Yuan bustled in and out, oblivious to the sympathy he was receiving. Song Jun and Yin Feng were still breathing, so they were staying in the same treatment chamber Yuan had been in. Their vital signs were no longer visibly declining. The problem was Ho-Ying. Ho-Ying isn't breathing. Yuan found time to tell Yuan, I find the medicine and give him the injection later. If he still doesn't have a heartbeat, I have to put him in a hibernation chamber. I have a hibernation chamber my dad made for me. Yuan hummed. He had already called Tangy, and had someone escort him here as quickly as possible. Yuan wasn't a doctor, Tangy was. Time passed slowly, and after following Yuan for a while, Jojo and Botsy felt like little burdens. So, the two burdens held hands, and planned to explore other places. Big Brother said, there are still many mutants here who haven't left. Let's go check them out. Bakub took Jojo's hand and said, maybe there are some we know who stayed. Jojo's heart was instantly moved. He hadn't even found his friend 66 yet. We need to go talk to Big Brother. Jojo was an obedient person, especially after being separated from Big Brother for another day and night. This still had a bit of a psychological impact on him. Bakub nodded. After the two cubs finished speaking to Yuan, Yuan didn't refuse. He only warned, be careful, and don't stray too far, or Big Brother won't be able to call you. Okay. The cubs agreed and ran out. Midden had been their home for many years, and back here, they were naturally fearless. A cub. Jojo had indeed seen the former mutants, but he whispered, have you noticed how ferocious they become? Not only had they become more ferocious, but their aura was also different. When they saw a cub and Jojo, their eyes were filled with greed, the ravenous desire to eat. They knew that devouring these two of their kind would make them even stronger. But their kind were already too powerful, so they didn't dare attack rashly. Jojo looked at them, feeling worried. A cub, what do you think will happen to them in the future? They eat human flesh, and no one's watching over them. Their natures will only become more and more bestial. Aberrants are essentially beasts, but cubs like them are the offspring of a Big Brother. So, their animalistic nature is completely suppressed. The desire to please their Big Brother, the desire to be with him forever, would have given them a bit more humanity. But these mutants before them, they didn't have that. They won't be any better. Compared to Jojo, a cub was even more hardened. His small tentacles wrapped around a nearby mutant. Rather than leaving them trapped here with no hope for the future, let's finish them off. At least, their value will be increased if they die in our hands. Bots's value meant value that was useful to him. He devoured the mutant he had entangled. Jojo. Jojo covered his mouth with a snap. Big Brother said, no random eating. The mutants Botsy devoured were generally not as strong as him, so the rejection reaction wasn't as severe. Half an hour later, Botsy plopped down on a chair in the hallway and burped. He looked at Jojo wondering, Stinky Jojo, why aren't you eating any of them? Even if you don't, humans will kill them all when they come. These mutants have eaten too much human flesh, and with no one to discipline them, they're beyond saving. Jojo shook his head, his face pale, and told the truth, they're so ugly, I don't want to eat them. Jojo was used to all sorts of nutritional creams, and all sorts of snacks invented by humans. His palate had become quite picky. The mere appearance of a bloody mutant was enough to make him unpalatable. Botsy was a tough kid, he didn't care. He just knew that eating these would make him stronger, and he loved the feeling of being stronger. If only Shujio were here. Botsy, eating alone, rubbed his stomach and said regretfully, with Shujio here, we definitely wouldn't waste food like this. The research institute covers a vast area, so you can imagine how large it is. The cubs used to be locked up most of the time, and even when they went out, they were always watched. This was a rare opportunity for them to wander around freely. Chirp, let's go for a walk. Okay. The cubs were still exploring the area ahead, while Yuan slowly inserted the injection he had found into Yinfeng's arm. Yuan couldn't guarantee that the injection would be 100% effective, as it had been stored for so long, but they didn't have to worry about it right now. Alright. After finishing all this, Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had spent some effort finding the injection. Now we've done everything we can. Now we just have to wait. He glanced at Yuan. When will Dr. Tang arrive? He's a professional. Let him take a look. He'd probably do a better job than we can. They're on their way. Yuan pulled him to a chair and sat down. Take a break. Tangy is on the plane now. Pei will bring them over as soon as they get off. Yuan had originally called Pei so that he could take Yuan away. The mention of Pei reminded Yuan of Yuan's arm, which had been bitten by a mutated zombie. He lowered his head and rolled up Yuan's sleeve. Does it still hurt? No. Yuan looked at his arm with him. Look, it's scabbed over. Once you peel off the scab, you won't be able to see anything. It was strange. Yuan's arm had always been painful from the bite. But ever since the night when the wound had mysteriously appeared on his wrist, the pain had subsided. Yuan still couldn't explain the night. His chirping had entered maturity, and a wound had appeared on his wrist, and the pain in his arm was gone. Yuan analyzed these unusual symptoms for a long time, but couldn't figure out the cause. He suspected it was Ying Jian's food, but he didn't think it was. Next time you're in danger, put it on me. Yuan kissed his cheek, drawing his attention back. Even if you're a little zombie, I can't be completely confident. Zombies aren't immortal. Yuan hoped his little zombie would always be fine. Yuan rubbed his hand, but didn't agree. Yuan, I'm also very capable. When danger strikes, I can share it with you. Although he had no experience in love, he felt that the best love wasn't one-sided. Love requires two people to go head-to-head. The process of waiting is always difficult. Yuan would often go over to check on him, worried that everything he was doing would be in vain. And then, Yuan saw how anxious he was, and knew that if he stayed here any longer, he would surely grow increasingly anxious. So, he shifted his focus and asked something else. Who performed your treatment at the institute? And what do Jiujio and the others do at the institute? Yuan was suspicious of the Midden Institute, but he also knew that Yuan considered it home. So, he didn't ask too directly, hoping to find out more through indirect methods. I have a medical team who are working together to treat me. Yuan replied honestly. The kids don't do anything. They live here like me and have regular checkups. Yuan frowned calmly. Soon. Another question occurred to him. Have you met the director of the institute? The directorship of the Midden Institute is said to be a rather ominous position. Every director in this position has died young. Yuan was stunned. He raised his hand, pressed his head, and tried to think. I think I asked Selena, and Seklina said the director isn't here. Yuan thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with much information about the director. Seeing this, Yuan resorted to a simpler method, searching online. He didn't go to the kind of website accessible to everyone, but rather the internet. On the West District internet, he found information about the director of the Midden Institute. The director was a woman who looked nearly middle-aged. Her name was Qin Sang. Qin Sang was an entrepreneur. Before she took over Midden, Midden was just a small, unremarkable research institute. After she took over, Midden's scale grew steadily. But Qin Sang kept a low profile. Her relationships didn't include any information about any relatives. At the very bottom, there was only one unconfirmed rumor. Qin Sang's relationship with her husband broke down after their marriage, and they divorced. Her husband left the house, leaving Qin Sang with all the property and custody of their children. Yuan wanted to search for her husband or children, but their names seemed to be deliberately hidden, and he couldn't find any information on the internal network. Your director is a boss. After reading the information, Yuan put away his phone. Why would she, a big boss, invest in a research institute? This boss, Qin, did have a pharmaceutical business under his wing, and it was indeed profitable. Could it be that she set up this research institute because she saw the potential for profit in medicine? Yuan wasn't particularly interested in the boss. After all, he never met him. Why are you asking about the director? Yuan didn't even look at his phone. Selena said that the words of the several PhDs in our institute are very influential. They have shares. Well, my dad does too. He thought of this and sighed again. Alas, it's a shame that all the money my dad got was spent on me. With shares, you get a share of the money. The other PhDs can spend their own money. Only his father gets all the money. My dad has a very hard life. Yuan leaned into Yuan's arms. Thinking of his father, he couldn't help but add a few words. Other fathers can have healthy children, but he doesn't. Yuan's heart tightened at this. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he thought of little Yuan sick. Aranan is very healthy now. Yuan whispered to him. Besides, Aranan is so pretty. She must have been like a doll when she was little. Your father must have loved you so much. He wouldn't consider you a burden. The people in the treatment room all closed their eyes, acting as perfect third wheel. Yuan and Yuan sat next to each other, chatting casually. The children outside were getting more and more engrossed in their exploration game. It was unknown how much time had passed. Yuan's phone rang. It was Tan-John outside the research institute. How much longer will it take you? As Tan-John spoke, he glanced at his watch. His watch wasn't too expensive, just a few $100,000. He originally wanted to buy another watch, and this one came as a bonus. It'd take a while. Yuan replied, we'd be out before dark. Tan-John frowned. He urged, slightly impatiently, can't you come out now? I'm pressed for time, and I have other things to do. Yuan thought for a moment and said, I pay more. Tan-John, Tan-John was silent for a few seconds, then asked, how much more? Yuan pressed his hand to his temple and bargained, another 500. I really can't go any higher. We're going to go over our budget this month. Tan-John considered his financial situation, paused, and said compassionately, hurry up. I wait for you until dark. How pitiful. He should just give a good deal. Tan-John thought he was being kind, but after hanging up the phone, Yuan turned to Yuan and said, you really can't judge a person by appearances. That Tan guy out there has the face of a noble young man, but he seems obsessed with money. Yuan also knew that Yuan had paid for his ride here. He pinched Yuan's face and coaxed him. Some people just like to make money. He helps us, and we pay him. It's a mutually agreed upon transaction. It's just a little pricey. He rolled his eyes and suggested, next time I go and bargain with him, I can talk him down and get him to charge less. Yuan's handsome face darkened slightly at this. He buried his face in Yuan's neck and asked, Anan, I don't have much money right now. Do you feel wrong being with me? Yuan tugged at his ear. I don't have much either. We live according to how much money we have. There's no need to compare ourselves to others. If Yuan were alone, he wouldn't have compared himself. But now that he had a wife, he couldn't help but overthink things. He buried his head in Yuan's neck for a moment, mumbling, wait a little longer. My position can rise. And there's a little that my father, and the others left for me. It's in the safe, and I haven't opened it yet. Yuan was like a dragon, who had married his beloved little prince. To please him, he racked his brains to count all the jewelry he had, then carefully gave it all to his little prince. But the little prince didn't like jewelry, he liked this dragon. Yuan. Yuan saw that he was always thinking about supporting himself, so she tried to ease his pressure. Be my wife, and I support you. That way, you won't have to constantly worry about whether you can afford it. Yuan, ? Yuan narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Baby, do you need to be punished? Yuan groaned in protest, but was eventually silenced by Yuan. It was almost dark. Yuan had received several calls from Cheesy, but he hadn't asked them to come. The RV was spacious, but Tan-John charged per person. If his little Cheesy had come, he'd have to take a car back. Each Cheesy would cost hundreds more. I go get Botsy and the others. Let Botsy and Jojo watch the treatment chamber tonight, while we go finding Jian. Okay. The two agreed, and Yuan got up to go find the children. He texted Jojo for their location, then went over. Jojo and Botsy struggled for some time, until they found themselves in the small dark room. The small dark room was the place most feared by the aberrants. Selena said that aberrants, who had committed serious offenses, and needed to be taught a lesson would be sent there. Aberrants, who entered the small dark room would behave well. Yuan's pups were occasionally mischievous, but generally well behaved. For this reason, none of his pups had ever been to this place. At this moment, in the small dark room. Jojo crouched, his pale face still fading. Botsy, are you sure you didn't see that? Botsy's face was also heavy. I wasn't mistaken. The pups fell silent. After a moment, Jojo muttered, the small dark room is so scary. How could Big Brother have been here? Big Brother didn't do anything wrong. The two cubs, wandering aimlessly, stumbled upon a short video clip from the dark room. The video showed their eldest brother. There were no detailed images of what his eldest brother had experienced in the dark room. But other fragmented images showed other aberrations being punished there. In the video, they saw some aberrations appearing to be hallucinating, or perhaps driven by other factors. They gnawed at their own bodies, eating them bit by bit. Although Ba Zi had eaten his own tentacles before, they had been barbecued and delicious. Now, for no reason, he absolutely refused to be eaten alive. The bloody video made the two cubs feel heavy. Ba Zi. Jojo tugged at Ba Zi's tentacle. Talk to me. Ba Zi was filled with worry. The two cubs looked at each other. Finally, the brainless A cub made a decision. We can't let Big Brother remember such a bad thing. Jojo hesitated. Big Brother said, no matter what happens, we can't hide it from him. A cub, listen to me. I'm right. I'm doing this for Big Brother's own good. Jojo Jojo remained silent. Just as the two cubs were at a stalemate, Yuan approached. Jojo, A cub. Are you guys done playing? Yuan walked over, picked up the shrunken Jojo, and placed the tiny A cub on his shoulders. Big Brother has something important to discuss with you. Yuan led the cubs, talking to them as they walked. Pacey will be here soon, and so will Dr. Tang. You guys watch over the treatment chamber. Xie Yuan and I will be back after we finish this. Okay. Okay. Since Big Brother had such an important request, Jojo and Botsy naturally agreed. Back in the room they had been in, Yuan pointed at the treatment chamber and patiently said to Jojo and Botsy, close the door. No matter what you hear, don't open it. We'll be back early, and you can continue playing when we get back. The treatment chamber needed to be supervised. Yuan and Xie Yuan had important matters to attend to, so leaving them to watch over it was the best option. Secret Shield was no stranger to the little ones. The lingering mutants and the remaining zombies were no match for them. Just as Yuan was about to leave with Xie Yuan, Jojo suddenly launched himself towards them like a cannonball. He threw his arms around Yuan's neck and told Big Brother what he had been hiding until now. Brother, why did you go to the dark room? Jojo's tone was filled with sadness. I didn't want you to go to the dark room. Yuan was stunned. He lived in the research institute, so he naturally knew what the dark room was like. Jojo, why do you think Brother went to the dark room? Ba Zi and I saw it. Because Jojo had told him so late, Yuan didn't even have time to go inside the dark room. He rubbed Jojo's head and listened to Jojo describe what she had seen. Then he replied, wait until Brother comes back to see me. Don't be afraid, everything's fine. She said that, but Jojo was still clearly a little worried as she held him. Yuan spent several minutes comforting Jojo before following Xie Yuan away. On the way out, Yuan briefly explained the purpose of the small dark room. He scratched Xie Yuan's palm, coaxing him, don't be so stern. I'm fine. With Chi-Chi's prompting, Xie Yuan was finally able to share some of his suspicions about me done with Yuan. Yuan's reaction wasn't as unacceptable as Xie Yuan had expected. He was silent for a moment before replying, I grew up here. This place is like home to me. Xie Yuan, when we come back, I visit the small dark room and other places as well. Right now, I don't want to talk about this. Okay, let's not talk about that. Xie Yuan rubbed his head and led him to the RV outside. The RV's owner kept glancing at his watch, his expression revealing obvious impatience. Mr. Tan. After Xie Yuan got in, he politely said, sorry, we're a little delayed. Tan John didn't exchange pleasantries, simply telling the driver drive. Yuan gave Xie Yuan the address. After giving it, Yuan felt as if Tan John raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it was an illusion. The driver continued driving. Yuan, curious as he was, inquired about the driver's salary. Does your driver take you wherever you want to go? If he's like that, how much does he get paid? Tan John had turned off his computer, his eyes closed as he reported a figure. After he finished, Yuan said blankly, that's twice what I make. Tan John opened his eyes and looked at Yuan. I have a vacant position here. If you're interested, you can come work for me. Before Yuan could reply, Xie Yuan took action. He put his arm around Yuan and said calmly, no need. Our Inen won't work for anyone. Tan John glanced at him, but didn't comment. Neither of them was talkative, and there wasn't much conversation along the way. As they neared their destination, Yuan began to pay Tan. "Give me Alipay. I'm out of change on WeChat." Tan pulled up Alipay. As Yuan paid, he added, "You don't look like someone who needs money. Why are you still trying so hard to make money? Do you have a money-making addiction?" Tan denied it with a cold expression. "I don't have that addiction." Yuan? Tan continued, "I have a money-making addiction for my wife." Yuan? Who was he referring to? Tan seemed oblivious to Yuan's scowl. He calmly collected the money. Whether it was Yuan or Yuan, he was cold and distant, never skimping on the money he owed. Regardless, whether they ever see each other again was uncertain. "Alright, let's get out." Yuan pulled Yuan's arm, reminding him, "Seventh Cub is getting impatient." They hadn't seen Seventh Cub all day. Seventh Cub stayed with Fifth Cub, and no one knew what the two cubs were doing. "Goodbye, Mr. Tan." After Yuan pulled Yuan out, he said goodbye to Tan. Tan followed him out, intending to get some fresh air. Yuan, led by Yuan, walked forward together. At the front, Seventh Cub, who had waited until the grass had dried, finally saw his eldest brother. He excitedly poked Fifth Cub, reminding him, "Look, Big Brother's back." Fifth Cub stiffened and looked up at his eldest brother. Yuan watched the 7 cubs galloping towards him from afar, and the initial annoyance he felt about facing Jian faded somewhat. "Big Brother." "Hey." Yuan responded, quickening his pace. And behind him, Tan. Chapter 117. Yuan hurried over. He saw only Chitsue, and the other cub had come. Looking at the tiger cub standing there, he understood something. "Brother, why are you back so late?" Chitsue was very dissatisfied. He complained to Yuan, "Next time you go out, you can take me with you. Otherwise, I think you didn't want me anymore." Yuan pinched his face, his eyes narrowed. "How could I not want you?" His cubs were all his precious ones. Even if some of them were having a rebellious phase, that was okay. "Next time we go out, I definitely take you with me." Yuan calmed the cub down and began to ask, "Have you seen Jian? Is he still there?" "He went to look for you." Chitsue recalled, "He left early?" "You didn't tell me you were looking for him." Yuan didn't tell Chitsue in advance because he was afraid he'd be discovered if he went to spy on Jian. They already knew Jian wasn't a good person. If he were to attack one of his left-behind children, Yuan couldn't guarantee their safety. "I know where Jian is." Wu Zi, who had been listening to their conversation, suddenly interrupted. He glanced up at Yuan, then looked away. "Brother, are you going to go find him?" Yuan naturally knew Wu Zi would know Jian's whereabouts. Song Jun had told him that Jian was collaborating with the East District, and Wu Zi and Zi were both from the East District. It was very likely that this collaboration had some trace of these two children. Now it seemed to be true. Wu Zi finished speaking, but his brother didn't respond. He looked up again and hesitantly called out, "Big Brother?" Yuan hummed. He walked over. In the past, he would have petted Tiger Cub's head. After all, he, like Jojo, loved fur. But this time, he didn't. "Where's Jian going?" "We need to find him now," Yuan asked bluntly. Tiger Cub was keenly aware of Big Brother's strange attitude towards him, and his heart sank. From Big Brother's circle of friends to Big Brother not petting his head. Big Brother must have known something. "Come with me." At this moment, Tiger Cub's mind was a bit fuzzy. He couldn't focus on the overall situation, nor on Sean and Big Cub's plans. He simply lowered himself and let Big Brother sit up. "I take you there." Tiger Cub had originally wanted to carry Yuan on his back. But there were too many people, and there wasn't enough room. Yuan got his motorcycle out again. Yuan wanted to ride, and Cheesy, following his eldest brother, also wanted to ride. The left-behind Woozy? "Okay, that's just a relief for him." "Big Brother, I can sit behind you." Cheesy found a spot for himself, his eyes sparkling with a hint of excitement. "Sister-in-law, can I ride your motorcycle for a while?" No boy can resist a cool motorcycle, not even Cheesy. He wanted to try it for a long time, but never had the chance. Yuan thought about Yuan's similar excitement, then looked at another excited kid. This one, big and small, looks quite alike. Woozy led the way, and Cheesy sidled up. They hadn't even entered the house when, just as they were about to leave, an RV pulled up in front of them. Yuan saw the RV and said, Didn't they pay enough?" Cheesy's first reaction when he saw the RV was to run. But when he looked up and saw Yuan and Yuan, he quickly changed his route, and hid behind Yuan. Sister-in-law is a good fighter and can protect him. Sister-in-law? Cheesy hid behind Yuan, calling her sister-in-law more heartfeltly than ever before. He grabbed Yuan's clothes and lowered his voice. Someone's coming to arrest me. Get rid of him. Yuan was stunned. Before they left, Tan John, whom they had just met, got out of the car. Why are you here? Yuan wondered. We didn't book a car this time. We have our own motorcycle. Tan John's charges were too high, and hiring a car was stressful for them. Tan John's Adam's apple rolled, and he seemed to be a little off. His eyes stared fixedly in one direction, the suppressed emotion beneath them inexplicably unsettling. Qibao, come here. There was a hint of hoarseness in his voice, and his deep, mixed-race eyes seemed a little red. Yuan frowned. He subconsciously said, What are you talking about? We don't have any Qibao here. Before Qibao could even finish the word bao, treasure, Yuan suddenly realized something. He was stunned. The treasure you're talking about, isn't it my Cheesy? He turned around to look at Cheesy, who was desperately trying to hide behind Yuan. What else could he not understand? Cheesy? Yuan, still a little incredulous, called out to Cheesy, This is the dogman you were talking about? At the word dogman, Cheesy shuddered, and Tan John's eyelids twitched. Big brother, I don't know him well. Cheesy had never imagined that even after throwing away all his tracking devices, the other party would still be able to find him. This was simply irrational. Cheesy huddled back, refusing to come out. He grabbed Yuan's clothes and urged, Don't we still have to look for him? Hurry up, or they be gone. Yuan's eyes were complicated. He looked at Tan John, then at his own son. In the end, emotion overcame reason, and his balance tilted in favor of his son. Mr. Tan, I'm Cheesy's big brother. Our son doesn't really want to see you right now, you see. Big brother. Tan John shouted without hesitation, I've been looking for Qibao for a long time. No matter what you say, I won't leave. His calm and natural way of calling him big brother irritated Cheesy to death. Take my car, Tan John offered. Besides the RV, I have several other cars parked nearby. You can take any of them. Yuan hesitated for a few seconds, then couldn't help asking, Do you want money? Tan John, Tan John's expression froze. He cleared his throat and said, No. If he had known earlier that Yuan and Yuan were in such a relationship, he wouldn't have taken a penny of the money. Doing business with one's family is just bad luck. Tan John offered to provide the car, and although Yuan was tempted, he didn't want to take it for the sake of his son. The stalemate continued. Cheesy saw that his cheap sister-in-law wouldn't fight for him, so he poked his head out and said angrily, Go away. My brother, and I have things to do. Don't bother me. Cheesy's words were harsh, but Tan John made it clear he wasn't going to leave. Cheesy couldn't curse anyone with all his might in front of his big brother. Time slipped by. Seeing the delay was imminent, Cheesy gritted his teeth and compromised. Big brother, let's take his car. It's a jerk not to take advantage of a good opportunity. His car is quite comfortable. Yuan had no problem with any car. He didn't want his little one to be wronged, but Cheesy had already seen that now was not the time for him to deal with trouble. Let's take his car. Cheesy stepped out from behind Yuan and angrily called out to him, Yuan, let's go. Just a moment ago, he kept calling her sister-in-law, but now he kept calling her Yuan. It had to be said that this fence-sitter's face-changing skills were still top-notch. Yuan raised an eyebrow and took Yuan to get a ride. The tiger cub wasn't used to riding in a car, and his speed was no slower than any other vehicle. The fifth cub led the way, with the driver trailing behind. The atmosphere in the car was indescribably strange. The seventh cub clung to Yuan, while Yuan chatted with Tan John. You have quite a lot in this car. Yuan watched him skillfully arrange the fresh fruits and snacks from the refrigerator, then take out some milk tea from a cabinet. He teased, We've been in this car several times, and we haven't even noticed this. Tan John placed food and drinks in front of him. Try it. Before Yuan could eat, the seventh cub had already grabbed a plate and handed it to the eldest. Brother, this is oranges. They're very nutritious. Try it. The seventh cub placed all 7 of the oranges in front of Yuan's mouth, and he took one. It was sweet and sour, and indeed delicious. Yuan lowered his head to eat his fruit. Unconsciously, Tan John approached. He looked at Cheesy and whispered he lost weight. Didn't you eat well out there? Cheesy didn't say anything. Before he ran away, he had been impersonating the delicate, graceful persona. But as he ran, his persona began to crumble. I ordered the latest game console, And the clothes you ordered are ready. Do you want to go take a look? Though Tan John lowered his voice, no one present was deaf. His voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. Xie Yuan silently watched him display his wealth. Money proved useful. After a brief struggle, Cheesy finally stood up. He said stubbornly, "Brother, I go take a look and be right back." Okay. Yuan had known from Xie Yuan's reminder that his Cheesy was a wealthy child. After observing him for the past 2 days, he discovered that his wealthy child was also a lazy, carefree child. Clearly, someone had to contribute to transforming a carefree child into a wealthy one. Poor Big Brother couldn't do that. The man who was earning Big Brother's money seemed to be shouldering the responsibility. Cheesy followed Tan John to the small, separate room in the RV. Yuan looked at Xie Yuan and lay down in his arms. It seems Cheesy and Tan John's relationship isn't that bad. I saw that a long time ago. Xie Yuan glanced at the door of the small room. He pinched Yuan's fingers, playing with them nonchalantly. Don't worry about them. Looks like someone will take care of our wealthy child from now on. He glanced at the items Tan John had just taken out. It was just a bottle of mineral water with an Angel Wings logo, and it cost over 2,000. Such a rich kid should just get married off right away. Cheesy's troubles had escalated into a minor family conflict, and Yuan and Xie Yuan's attention was completely focused on Ying Jian. We should have arrested Ying Jian the moment we first saw him. Yuan regretted, we shouldn't have lingered around him for so long. If Ying Jian had been apprehended sooner, perhaps they could have located Song Jun and the others sooner. If Song Jun and the others had received treatment sooner, their condition might have improved. Yuan had assumed too many possibilities, and Xie Yuan softly counseled him, what's happened can't be changed. And then, we just need to look forward. Yuan, When Yuan heard this, something clicked in his mind, and he suddenly asked, can't what's happened be changed? No. Xie Yuan replied, because you can't go back to the past. Yuan was stunned. Xie Yuan was still trying to instill in him the idea of looking forward. No one can go back to the past, but we can look forward to the future. And then, are you listening? Xie Yuan personally made chicken soup for his baby. He thought it was fragrant and rich, but Yuan didn't seem to like it much. A while later, seventh child, dressed in new clothes, appeared before his eldest brother, gleaming with gold. His hair was a little messy, and his lips were a little swollen. But he looked very healthy. Xie Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Tan John behind Cheesy, his eyes clearly saying, okay, brother. In just a short while, it looked like he'd taken advantage of quite a bit. Tan John gave him a reserved look. What was wrong with him? He was just performing normally. Although the incident with the seventh cub had occurred, it didn't affect the car's speed. An unknown amount of time passed. The tiger cub leading the way suddenly stopped, and the driver, seeing this, also stopped. We're here. Yuan stepped forward first. He glanced back at Tan John, hesitated, and then changed his address. How about I just call you by your name? Given the unclear relationship between Tan John and their seventh cub, calling him Mr. Tan sounded strange. Okay. Tan John's attitude was no longer as aloof as before. He politely said, Big brother, please call me Xiao Tan. Xiao Tan sounded too much of a step down, so Yuan thought for a moment and called out, Tan John. You and Cheesy can stay in the car for a while. Xie Yuan and I will go down. Yuan heard Tan John introduce himself as a businessman. To survive in today's world, he must be a skilled businessman or have a wealthy family. He didn't appear to have any special abilities. His daily life was like that of a normal nobleman. Yuan and Xie Yuan were going down to settle accounts with Ying Jian. Ying Jian was no weakling. The fact that he had killed so few people who came to him that they barely survived told him he was a tough opponent. Yuan didn't intend to ask a wealthy young man like Tan John for help. Seventh child, wait here for Big Brother to come back. Yuan admonished his fence-sitter, his son, repeatedly saying, don't come here unless Big Brother calls you. Seventh child was dressed beautifully. If he went into a fight, his new clothes would probably get dirty. Yuan didn't waste much time. After explaining everything to Cheesy, he went downstairs with Xie Yuan. Before leaving, Xie Yuan pinched another cherry and fed it to Yuan. It's quite sweet. I buy you 2 baskets when we get back. Xie Yuan and Yuan looked relaxed. Seeing that they weren't nervous, Cheesy no longer felt so worried. After going downstairs, Yuan took a few steps and stopped. Xie Yuan held his hand, wondering what's wrong. Did you forget anything? No. Yuan embarrassedly expressed his concerns. Cheesy really doesn't want to stay with Tan John. Do you think it would be a bad idea for me to leave them in the car? No. Xie Yuan was confident. Cheesy isn't as repulsive to Tan John as you think. Yuan was used to being a big brother. Even as the eldest brother, he worried about the concerns of a father. He couldn't help but worry about every aspect of his children's lives. Roar! A low growl echoed from the tiger cub up ahead. Yuan trotted a few steps and reached his side. They're over there. The tiger cub pointed in a direction. He had dealt with Ing Jian before, so he knew him better than his older brother. It won't be easy to take Ing Jian away by force. Yuan briefly explained Ing Jian's actions to the tiger cub. He had killed many people in the West District. Yuan was determined to avenge this. The tiger cub didn't try to stop him. He simply offered Yuan some serious advice. If we use a gentler approach, it might be easier to catch him. What gentler approach? Yuan asked casually. The tiger cub was silent for a few seconds. Ing Jian's traditional nutritional paste had always been in cooperation with the East District. He had more than just the nutritional cream. He also had a ton of other things that the East District was very interested in. The East District didn't want to see anyone get into trouble. But Tiger Cub glanced at Yuan again and said, I can lure Ing Jian out. We met before, and he's not that wary of me. Once we meet, I just take him away. Tiger Cub had a good idea, but Xie Yuan wasn't too hopeful. Since Ing Jian knows you, he can't be unaware of your relationship with Nin. If you go to him at this time, he'd just be wary of you. Tiger Cub insisted, let me try. It wasn't that he was afraid of a fight, he just didn't want his eldest brother to get involved. He hoped his eldest brother wouldn't get involved unless it was absolutely necessary. At Tiger Cub's insistence, Yuan agreed to let him go first. Soon, Tiger Cub's figure disappeared from their sight. Yuan and Xie Yuan watched nearby, unsure what Tiger Cub would say to Ing Jian, or whether his plan would succeed. I should have let Tiger Cub carry a listening device, so we could know what was going on inside. Wu Cub is very strong, don't worry too much. But Song Jun isn't weak either. He has superpowers. Several superpower users died in the training ground. Those superpower users, unlike Hoing, though not breathing, were still alive. There was absolutely no chance of saving them. Thinking of the faces that died in the training ground, Yuan frowned. He wanted to kill Ing Jian. Not far away. Facing Ing Jian, Tiger Cub, whose superpowers hadn't yet activated, heard Ing Jian coldly ask, have you forgotten how important I am to the East District? The Tiger Cub paused. Ing Jian stared at him intently, as if he saw through his intentions. You want to take me to Yuan? Have you told A01 about this? The Tiger Cub didn't say anything. Ing Jian chuckled sarcastically. I won't harm Yuan, and I haven't even touched Xie Yuan, who Yuan brought with him. A05, you better think about whether you're on the West District or the East District side. After Ing Jian finished speaking, the Tiger Cub did indeed remain silent for a long time. But when he did, his superpowers had already activated. A05 superpowers were powerful and violent, and he charged straight at Ing Jian. The vertical pupils, suddenly cold and indifferent due to the activation of his superpowers, reflected Ing Jian's face. His body was as massive as a mountain, and his cold voice was filled with murderous intent. I believe that even if A01 were here, he would make the same choice as me. The Tiger Cub didn't like to talk too much nonsense. His hind legs were slightly bent, in an attacking stance. The next second, a tiger roar pierced the sky. Ing Jian's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. Yuan listened to the roar, then glanced at the situation nearby. His brow furrowed. Are the cubs fighting? Isn't he planning a sneak attack? Xie Yuan wasn't surprised at all. He stretched his muscles, and drew out his bone blade. Baby, just watch your husband. Don't fight unless you can. Yuan nodded. Their target was clear, Ing Jian. But as expected, Ing Jian had no shortage of protection. The cub's fury was so devastating that Ing Jian, who had been in front of him, had moved some distance away. Ing Jian had survived until now, so he must have a hidden weapon. Doctor? Yin Ming had stood beside Ing Jian at some point, whispering, let's evacuate first. Yuan and Xie Yuan must be nearby. Our spatial abilities are useless against Yuan. Last time, Yuan had somehow managed to enter the spatial realm and bring Xie Yuan out. Ing Jian cherished his life dearly. There was another important reason he survived until now. He never acted arrogantly in life or death situations. Let's go! Ing Jian packed up his important belongings and said calmly, let them continue to cling to him. Ing Jian wanted to retreat, but Tiger Cub naturally refused. But Tiger Cub was entangled by too many obstacles, unable to escape. At the crucial moment, Xie Yuan, with a bone blade, cleaved through the obstacles in front of Tiger Cub. He said calmly to A05, quickly end this, don't linger. Yuan had previously only slain aberrations, but now he was fighting alongside them. A 05 and Yuan, in full force, were ready to slay any who stood in their way. Jian didn't even spare a glance, he simply hurried away. Yuan glanced over. To keep Wu Cub and Yuan at bay, Jian had retreated with only a handful of men. He stared in Jian's direction and, without a second thought, chased after him. Time slipped by. Jian stopped when he heard footsteps approaching from behind him. Without turning, he asked meaningfully, "And an uncle hasn't done anything bad to you. Do you really have to push him like this?" Yuan, who had caught up, replied without a second thought, "Stop pretending. You haven't been kind to me." Jian sighed. Yuan didn't have a bone blade, only a saber he was comfortable with. He gripped the saber and swung it at Jian. Jian didn't even blink. Next to Jian was a fire-attributed psychic, whose flames instantly burned Yuan's clothes. Yuan tore off the cloth and continued his attack. Jian watched coldly, saying to Yuan, "And then, you regret protecting the West District like this one day. Once the West District finds out what Mi Dun is doing, I don't need to tell you what will happen to you, a member of Mi Dun's family." Jian's words were all unpleasant. Yuan tried hard to keep his mind focused, completely absorbed in engaging the fire-attributed psychic. The flames licked his skin, the pain unavoidable. But slowly, the fire-attributed psychic sensed something was wrong. He couldn't burn the man before him. "Doctor, what exactly is he?" "I don't know." Jian truly didn't know, but a wave of doubts suddenly welled up in his mind. All the psychics remaining in Jian's body attacked, and Yuan began to struggle. Fighting a large group alone, injuries were inevitable. Blood dripped. Yuan didn't even bother to look. He seemed to be getting carried away, his eyes growing increasingly fierce. "You must stay today." Jian didn't want to stay. He glanced at Yin Ming, who understood and stepped in front of Yuan. She had no psychic powers, but she stood firm in front of Yuan. "Doctor is your father's student, your elder. He won't harm you, and he hasn't. Don't let the West District fool you. They're not good people. Get out of the way." Yuan spoke calmly. He hadn't lost much blood, but a strange feeling of dizziness gripped his head. This dizziness made him feel as if his soul was being controlled by another self. This other self was resolutely carrying out its predetermined goal. His saber stabbed at Yin Ming. Just as the gleaming blade was about to slice Yin Ming's throat, Yuan's eyes flickered and his hand retracted slightly. He struck Yin Ming's neck with the handle of the saber. Yin Ming was knocked unconscious on the spot. When Hu Cub and Yuan arrived, they saw that Yuan had already tied up Jian. Jian and the psychics he had brought with him were all unconscious. Yuan took off his coat, which was stained with blood. Yuan's heart leaped into his throat. He took a few steps closer to Yuan and examined him closely. "Are you hurt? Why did you come here alone?" Yuan obediently allowed himself to be examined. After a moment, Yuan suddenly leaned forward and kissed Yuan. "Yuan." He stared at Yuan intently and said, without thinking, "You're here." Yuan rubbed his head and whispered, "Of course I came." Yuan nudged him again, saying nothing. But in his heart, he was thinking. How strange. The moment he saw Yuan, he felt as if he had suddenly returned from a world of ice and snow to the sun. Yuan had no idea how Yuan, protected by a superpower, had managed to knock Jian down. He didn't have the energy to figure it out for the time being. "Let's go first." Yuan picked up Jian and tossed him to Wuzi. "Wuzi, please bring him up here." Wu Cub hummed and took the man with him. With Jian in their hands, it was obvious they would get a lot of valuable things. Yuan and Yuan took the man away. On the way back, Yuan looked at Wu Cub, who had been so anxious. Since he had been working so hard, he finally spoke to him kindly. "Tiger Cub, tell me honestly, have you and Jian been working together for a long time?" Tiger Cub tensed and nodded. Yuan snorted, then asked, "You're not the kind of cub who can cause too much trouble on your own. Among the cubs, the ones capable of causing trouble are the eldest and second cubs. Are they working together?" Tiger Cub shook his head and replied, "No, the second cub isn't in the East District. The second cub, like the eldest, was a very smart and ambitious cub. But they hadn't worked together, and they had never met." Yuan glanced at Tiger Cub and continued, "Are you and Big Cub the only ones in the East District?" Tiger Cub, Tiger Cub's body stiffened even further. He had never told his elder brother that Big Cub was in the East District. Since Big Cub had warned him long ago, he had kept it a secret for Big Cub. Now that Yuan could so accurately reveal Big Cub's location, there was no doubt they couldn't keep it a secret any longer. Yuan thought about the lining of the bladder Big Cub had dug out on the island last time. He was so angry that his teeth were itching. At the time, he had thought Big Cub was being held hostage, but now it seemed that no one could hold him hostage. Tiger Cub, perceptive enough to sense his elder brother's agitation, straightened his stance, and nodded honestly, "It's just Big Cub and I in the East District. No other cubs." Yuan was silent. Tiger Cub's urge to survive took over, and he began to confess. "Big Cub actually hasn't been in the East District very long. He didn't let me tell you, not because he was hiding it from you, but because he wanted to find a good opportunity to tell you." Tiger Cub observed his expression, and in a few words, he quietly revealed, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's Big Cub who won't let me." As expected. After he finished speaking, Big Brother became even more furious, but his anger was only directed at Big Cub. Tiger Cub breathed a sigh of relief. He had been saved. Chapter 118. The Tiger Cub, guided by the motto "If the eldest cub dies, then the fifth cub will die," successfully protected himself. He carried the unconscious Ying Jian and asked Yuan, "Brother, where are you taking Ying Jian?" "Me done." Yuan was returning to Me done. He couldn't leave Ying Jian somewhere alone. So, taking him one step at a time was the best option. The Tiger Cub was diligent and down to earth. After learning the location, he didn't ask any further questions. In the car, Seventh Cub was actually getting a little anxious waiting. He followed his brother's advice and didn't follow. But with no one coming back, Seventh Cub was still worried. "They're here." Tan Zhan glanced outside and informed Seventh Cub, "Don't worry too much now. They seem fine." Seventh Cub jumped to his feet upon hearing this. He hummed, "My eldest brother is incredibly capable. Of course he be fine." Tan Zhan hummed, not denying his words. It was always like this between the two of them. Cheesy would occasionally say some nonsensical nonsense, and Tan Zhan would just respond with yeah, fine, fine. These responses were the source of Cheesy's antics. Cheesy thought he was being too perfunctory. If he was being so perfunctory, he must be treating him like a toy. Cheesy finished his grumble, and got out of the car to greet his elder brother. His sharp eyes spotted the bloodstains on his elder brother's body, and his expression instantly turned anxious. "Brother, why are you hurt again? Didn't you say you call me? Why didn't you call me?" Cheesy didn't often fight. This fence-sitter mostly chose sides, sat back, and watched from the sidelines. Yuan patted his head and smiled. "Brother, it's okay." After getting in the car, Cheesy filially led his elder brother to the small room. The wardrobe inside wasn't small, but rather large. It was filled with all sorts of new clothes and jewelry. "Big brother, wash up a bit. I find you some clothes." Cheesy was a fashionable kid, and he had a great sense of style. Yuan loved cleanliness and really didn't like getting dirty. After a quick wash, he walked over to Cheesy. Cheesy had already taken out the clothes he had chosen. He gestured solemnly at his elder brother. "This is it, big brother. Try it on." Yuan choked up slightly as he looked at the colorful outfit. He had always worn simple clothes. He had never tried anything like what Cheesy was holding. At Cheesy's urging, Yuan gritted his teeth and changed into his outfit. Although it was casual, it was meticulously designed by a top designer. Yuan and Cheesy were of similar build, so the clothes fit perfectly. There was a mirror in the small room. Cheesy pushed Yuan toward the mirror. He then took out his phone to take a picture of his older brother. "Brother, you look so good in this." It was so good that he felt the Siegai wasn't worthy of his older brother. Yuan looked at himself in the mirror, who had suddenly become expensive, and felt a little embarrassed. He straightened his clothes, and stopped Cheesy from taking any more pictures. After finishing in the small room, Yuan and Cheesy went out together. In his new clothes, Yuan had a noticeable change of style. He was naturally good-looking. It wasn't the clothes that complimented him, but he complimented the clothes. Xie Yuan stared at Yuan intently, a thought taking root and sprouting wildly in his mind. Sometime in the future, when he gets the chance, he dress Yuan beautifully like this every day. No. Not later. Once things are settled here and they return, he start letting Yuan follow him around and enjoy the good life. Yuan's ears flushed as he met Xie Yuan's gaze. He sat down next to Xie Yuan and whispered, "Xie Yuan, is this weird for me to wear?" "No." Xie Yuan's Adam's apple rolled as he murmured, "Mine looks good in anything. Even the most fashionable clothes, his and can pull off." The car continued to drive. Yuan and Xie Yuan were talking, and Cheesy couldn't get a word in. As they talked, Tan Zhan was beside them, soothing Cheesy, who had begun to sulk again. The driver quietly worked as a helper, ignoring the conversations of the others. Soon, the driver pulled outside of Midden. He wasn't going in with his boss. The car had been specially modified, making it very safe to stay inside. Tan-John hesitated and asked Yuan, "Can I come in with you?" Cheesy was determined to go in. If Tan-John didn't follow, he would have to wait outside. Yuan thought for a moment and looked at Cheesy. "Cheesy, there are still many dangers inside Midden. If Tan-John wants to come in, you must keep an eye on him." Cheesy said bluntly, "I won't be watching him." Yuan didn't argue and simply gestured for Yuan to open the door. Of their group, only Yuan could open the door safely. Even a freak wouldn't be able to open this door easily. The door opened. The tiger cub locked Jian in a sealed room and locked it from the outside. Yuan hadn't seen Jiuzhou and 8th cub all night. He quickened his pace and headed for the treatment chamber. Before leaving last night, he had solemnly warned the 2 cubs, "Don't open the door, don't run around." In the end, both cubs ran away. Yuan's blood pressure soared. He gritted his teeth. It's okay for 8th cub to disobey, but why did Jiuzhou follow him? 5th cub was behind Yuan. Upon hearing this, he said, "Brother, I go find them." Okay. The people in the treatment chamber were in the same condition as yesterday. Song Jun, a psychic, should have better physical fitness, but after entering the chamber, he was like the others, not even opening his eyes. When will Dr. Tang arrive? I call and ask. Yuan went to make the call. Cheesy and Tan-John remained where they were. Yuan looked at them. He was confident in Cheesy, but not in Tan-John. Tan-John looked like an ordinary person, and the Mi shield wasn't friendly to ordinary people. "Brother, I want to go for a walk." "You can go, but don't take Tan-John with you." Yuan deliberately lowered his voice and said to Cheesy, "The Mi shield is too big, and there are still many aberrations that haven't been cleaned up." He didn't need to say the rest. Cheesy understood what he meant. Cheesy hesitated, as if he wanted to say something, but finally nodded and agreed, "I understand." Without the doctor, Song Jun and the others couldn't easily move. Yuan waited for Yuan to finish his call. They both remembered the incident in the dark room. 5 and 7 were still unaware of this matter. 7 and Tan-John are outside. Yuan watched Yuan approach and asked hesitantly, "Would you like to come with me to the dark room?" Yuan nodded. Yuan's expression was conflicted. He suggested, "How about I go first? I think Jiuzhou and the others might have seen it wrong. I don't remember ever being in the dark room. I go with you." Yuan wouldn't let him go alone. Jiuzhou mentioned the dark room, and Yuan wanted to see for himself what it looked like. Yuan couldn't persuade him, so he took him with him. When they left, 7 and Tan-John were nowhere to be found at the door. Yuan glanced around and muttered, "I just told 7 not to take Tan-John around." Tan-John was a human being. If anything happened to him, 7 would probably cry. Yuan thought about Tan-John and felt he wasn't an ordinary person. But since they weren't familiar with each other yet, Yuan didn't delve into him too deeply. "Don't worry about it. Nothing's wrong." Yuan rubbed the back of Yuan's head and urged, "Take me to the small dark room." Okay. Yuan hadn't been to the small dark room often, he only been there once. Selena had told him not to go in there casually. Yuan was a relatively obedient person, he generally wouldn't do anything Selena told him not to. It wasn't long before Yuan brought Yuan to the small dark room. From the outside, the small dark room didn't look like anything special. It was just a small dark room. Yuan walked in, his nose twitching. His eyes darkened, and he tilted his head to ask Yuan, "Do you smell a strong stench of blood? It's everywhere in this small dark room." "Yuan?" ? Yuan sniffed hard, then said, bewilderedly, "No." Yuan's hearing and sense of smell were very sensitive. While he wasn't a qualified little zombie, he did have some characteristics. Yuan smelled a strong scent of blood, filling the entire dark room. He squatted down in a corner. The image Jiuzhou had described remained in the dark room. It was unknown how much time had passed. Yuan saw the image clearly, his face tense and horrifying, as if he had already imagined Yuan's experience in the dark room. Yuan, having suppressed his speculation until now, spoke out again. "There are too many problems with Secret Shield. I plan to ask my father to bring people to seal off and enter this place." Yuan was stunned. "Enter here for what?" Yuan replied, "To thoroughly search and study this place." His words were a naked expression of his suspicion of Secret Shield. Secret Shield had mutants, and no one knew how many had been cultivated or exported. The original source of the mutants was no longer traceable. They had already appeared when Qin was young. However, in those years, the mutants were well controlled and did not cause any major disturbances. The current outbreak of the virus has given the mutants an opportunity to appear in large numbers. Xie Yuan wanted to investigate not only the mutants, but also the virus, whose source had yet to be determined. In the small dark room, Xie Yuan, squatting on the ground, met Yuan's gaze before him. Xie Yuan felt a little uneasy. His suspicions about Mi Dun were too deep, but Mi Dun was, after all, where Yuan had lived since childhood. Xie Yuan felt increasingly uneasy. He wanted to explain something. He didn't want to start a fight with Yuan. But before he could finish, Yuan interrupted him. If the people from the West District come to investigate, I open the door for them. Yuan's tone was free of complaint. He squatted down, meeting Xie Yuan's gaze at eye level. I also want to know if something's really wrong here. Xie Yuan stared at him intently. After a moment, he raised his hand and hugged the person before him. And then, Xie Yuan closed his eyes, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him, but he didn't know how to begin. At this moment, he simply felt grateful. How fortunate he was to have this precious child in his arms. The two continued searching for clues in the small dark room. Outside, the cubs finally quieted down one by one. The irritable eighth cub, along with Jojo, had slipped away, only to be found by the fifth cub. His face was filled with dissatisfaction, and he looked eager to fight the fifth cub. But the fifth cub was indeed a better fighter, so he could only suppress his dissatisfaction. Jojo lay on the tiger's back, his face buried in its fur, and remained silent. Fifth cub, can't you let me sit for a moment? Eighth cub muttered to the tiger as they walked. We known each other for so long, and I never even sat on a tiger. The tiger cub looked down at him, a hint of contempt in his eyes. Seeing this, eighth cub held his breath even more. Jojo lay there silently. He hadn't even meowed since they met. As they were walking, Jojo's ears twitched. He looked toward one of the closed labs and said, There's movement in there. Eighth cub was too lazy to move. It's probably a mutant. I can't eat anymore. I'm so full. Jojo was still watching. The tiger cub noticed his gaze, and took a few steps over. But the moment he pushed the door open, he saw seventh cub inside through the gap. The next second, the tiger cub turned and left. Jojo was taken away before he could even see what was happening inside. He frowned and tugged at the tiger cub's fur in dissatisfaction. I haven't seen it yet. The tiger cub didn't even turn his head, nothing to see. The cubs were found. Yuan, upon seeing eighth cub, grabbed him and said, Why did you and Jojo run out? Didn't I tell you to stay and look after these brothers? Eighth cub flapped his tentacles and defended himself. Jojo and I didn't leave until daybreak. I was hungry, so we went out to eat. We closed the door when we left. Eighth cub fluttered and looked at Jojo. Stinky Jojo, hurry up and get me down. Jojo hesitated and looked at his eldest brother. The eldest brother hit eighth cub twice more before putting him down. Eighth cub whimpered, used to being spanked. The cubs were all here. According to Xie Yuan, Dr. Tang would be here soon. The group settled down at the research institute. Xie Yuan spoke to his father on the phone. Rwanka happened to be there when he spoke. Rwanka hadn't seen Yuan for days, so he called her over. And then, are you all right out there? I see you lost some weight. Is it because Yuan hasn't been taking good care of you? Yuan hurriedly shook his head. He leaned closer to the camera, letting Rwanka see the soft flesh on his cheeks. Look, I have a lot of flesh on my face. Yuan's cheeks were so soft and pinchable that Xie Yuan, seeing him flaunting his little bit of flesh, couldn't help but lean over and give them a pinch. Yuan slapped his hand away, saying sternly, Don't mess with me. He was video chatting with his elders. He couldn't be so rude. Watching them like this, Rwanka's smile widened a bit. He urged, Enan, be careful out there and come back early. By the way, your Uncle Ian was worried you wouldn't have enough to eat, so he brought you some food while Dr. Tang was gone. This time, when Yuan was away, Commander Ian packed him a lot of food. However, Yuan had been away for so long that there wasn't a single drop of food left. Luckily, he had a large food reserve with him. A big one. He occasionally be given a bite of the fragrant Big Head, especially after he'd been injured, when Big Head needed to nourish him. Thank you, Uncle Ian. Yuan felt a little embarrassed. Actually, I'm not hungry. No need to bother bringing me food. Dr. Tang had come to save someone, and asking him to bring food would make him seem greedy. The phone call lasted for a long time. Yuan was very fond of Rwanka, and they talked a lot. Even Chief Ian came to look at the camera and reminded Yuan to be careful. Wait for the call to end. Xie Yuan hugged him from behind and teased, Baby, you and them are becoming more and more like family now. I think in a while, They all want you and not me. Yuan denied. No, they won't. Xie Yuan was truly Chief Yin's child, and they were only being kind to him because of him. Yuan knew this clearly. In the video, Xie Yuan had already reported the situation here to Chief Yin and requested a team be sent back into Minden. They chatted about family matters, leaving out everything they needed to say. Time slipped by, and night gave way to day. Yuan and Xie Yuan hadn't gotten enough rest, so before Dr. Tang arrived, they found an empty room and rested for a while. During their break, Yuan suddenly remembered, didn't we see Cheesy and Tanjan just now? They haven't returned yet. Could something have happened to them? Nothing. Xie Yuan leaned over and whispered something in Yuan's ear. After that, Yuan was completely stunned. He opened his mouth in disbelief. Tiger? Did Tiger Cub really say that? Their Tiger Cub wasn't the curious type, and he never liked gossip. Yuan was quite surprised that he could tell Xie Yuan this. The cubs are all grown up. With the exception of 8th Cub and Jojo, we can keep an eye on them. We can let go of the others. I'm not used to it. Yuan buried his face in his arms, his voice muffled. Before I woke up, my cubs were still by my side, needing my care. How come when I woke up, my cubs don't need me anymore? Xie Yuan patted his back, soothing him. Don't worry. Our silly 8th Cub and crybaby Jojo will always need you. The other cubs, including the teasing little Nineth Cub, could grow up freely if they were allowed to go out. Xie Yuan was worried just looking at these two cubs. Yuan listened to his words of comfort, feeling mixed emotions. The cubs knew their eldest brother and sister-in-law needed to rest, so they didn't bother them. Soon, Yuan fell into a deep sleep, clutching Xie Yuan's clothes, sleeping soundly. Outside, in the corridor, the cubs sat together. The Tiger Cub looked at his phone, then at Jojo. The atmosphere between Jojo and the cubs was still a bit tense. The 8th Cub had hit a wall with the Tiger Cub and didn't want to talk to him. The 7th Cub and Tanjan had also formed their own barriers, too busy to talk to the cubs. The Tiger Cub held his phone, hesitant. Finally Jojo spoke. 5th Cub. Still angry? The Tiger Cub interrupted Jojo, now in the form of a mature human. Although his body was no longer furry, it still suited Jojo's aesthetic. Jojo pursed his lips. He lowered his head, not changing his words. Instead, he confessed, I told Big Brother. I told Big Brother that you and Dizzy were both in the East District. Tiger Cub, If it weren't for Jojo's confession, Tiger Cub would still have been unaware that it was Shujo, his little friend, who had sold Dizzy in the first place. He reached for his phone, about to call Dizzy to warn him, but stopped himself. Forget it. GZ had his own destiny. He believed that Dizzy could be strong on his own. Jojo, don't tell Big Brother about Dizzy's whereabouts. Don't tell anyone but me. Tiger Cub silenced Jojo, preventing him from revealing the secret. After he finished speaking, 8th Cub interrupted, Jojo has already told us. Tiger Cub sneered at him. Was I glared at him? He glared until his eyes hurt, then he averted his gaze, and continued to lie on his back, like a sleazy octopus. In the Research Institute, adults sleep with adults, and children play with children. As for the imprisoned Ing Jian, no one paid any attention. The next day, Xie Yuan was awakened by the ringing of his phone. He unlocked it, and glanced at the screen. It was a message from Pei Si. He stood up, wanting Yuan to continue sleeping, while he went to pick someone up. But as soon as he sat up, Yuan grabbed his wrist. I want to go too. Yuan's eyes were hazy, and his words were slurred. He used to be grumpy when he woke up, but perhaps because Xie Yuan had held him for so long, over time, he had gradually lost much of his grumpiness. Pei Si has picked up Tang Yi. They're not far from us. I can go pick them up by myself. I go with you. Yuan wasn't fully conscious yet, but he was clinging to Xie Yuan. He always looked like this when he woke up, eyes half open, his gaze fixed on Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan loved his clinginess. Good girl. He lowered his head, and kissed Yuan on the lips, sweet and soft, just like Yuan himself. I help you get dressed. Close your eyes for a while. We leave soon. Yuan hugged his neck and said, After a quick tidying up, Yuan regained consciousness. He left his son behind, and went out with Xie Yuan alone. On the way to meet someone outside, Xie Yuan casually asked, When do you plan to deal with Dazai's matter? Yuan, already having thought it through, replied, I think Wuzai has already informed Dazai. I'm waiting for him to contact me. What if he doesn't? Yuan, Yuan's face tightened, and he said stiffly, Then I go find him myself. After discussing Dazai, they got in the car that Tanjan had left outside, and set off to meet up with Pacey. The driver, as usual, performed remarkably well, getting them to their destination safely. Yuan followed Xie Yuan, waiting for Pacey to get out. A few seconds later, Pacey got out first, followed by Dr. Tang, wearing a white lab coat. While Dr. Tang's social anxiety was less severe than Jiujiu's, he also really didn't like traveling. Seeing his sour face, Yuan didn't dare to approach him for a moment. Xie Yuan, however, looked calm and walked over. "Old Tang, you're here. Come rest up in our RV. It's got everything you need." Tangy wasn't particularly interested in the luxury RV. He stared at Xie Yuan and suddenly asked, "What exactly is my little butterfly?" "Yuan?" ? Yuan frowned. Chapter 119. Before Xie Yuan could speak, Yuan stepped in front of him and asked Tangy unhappily, "Who said you raised the little butterfly?" "The little butterfly is mine." His little butterfly cubs had never been given away. Tangy looked up and met Yuan's gaze. Yuan had always been very polite to Dr. Tang. Now, the issue of the cub's ownership was at stake, so his courtesy had slipped. The atmosphere was tense for a moment. Yuan thought about Dr. Tang's long-held desire for his little butterfly. He asked cautiously, "Where is my little butterfly now? Did you bring him here?" Tangy's face grimaced. He shook his head and replied, "No." Yuan said, "Oh," and thought to himself, "It's a good thing he didn't. The little butterfly and the little mushroom stayed on the island, so they could look after each other. If Dr. Tang brought the little butterfly, the little mushroom would surely come too." Yuan was out on a business trip, and bringing his family, especially so many kids, would make it feel like a family outing. They picked up Tangy. Pacey's team also boarded the bus. Once they were all inside the RV, it instantly became bustling with activity. "Brother Xia, you really enjoy life, don't you?" Pacey looked around the luxurious RV with an air of innocence. "When did you start dressing like this?" "Alas, having a wife is different. You start to get hung up on quality of life." Pacey was filled with envy of the RV. The others in the team were also amazed, praising Instructor Xia for his thoughtfulness. Only Dr. Tang, who hadn't gotten the answer and was still a bit upset after getting in, saw through the situation. "This car isn't your Instructor Xia's." "Pacey?" ? Pacey sternly rebuked, "Nonsense. I'm telling you, don't look down on our brother Xia like that. Our brother Xia is definitely a rich second-generation kid." Rich second-generation Xia listened to their back and forth and finally impatiently interrupted, "Shut up. So much nonsense." Tangy had never liked talking to them in the first place, and now his argument with Pacey seemed more like a way to vent his anger. It didn't take long. Yuan led everyone into Midden. Pacey still had only a vague idea of Yuan's identity. Seeing Yuan open the door so skillfully, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. After Yuan entered, Pacey couldn't help but pull Xie Yuan back. As the two walked behind, Pacey glanced at Yuan's back and asked Xie Yuan, "Brother Xia, what's going on with little Lucky Bag? Why is he like he's back home when he enters me done?" Xie Yuan replied calmly, "This is his home." "Pacey?" ? Pacey's mind went blank. He was stunned. "How is that possible? I saw him in me done." Before Pacey could finish his words, he suddenly realized something. He had always thought Yuan was some poor little wretch who had followed someone into me done and barely survived. Unexpectedly, Yuan actually lived there. From Yuan's perspective, it was just them and their men who had suddenly barged into his home, abducted him, and told him, "We're here to take down me done." Thinking back on this whole sequence, Pacey felt so embarrassed that he felt like he was crawling into a hole in the ground. "Oh my God," Pacey muttered, rubbing his face. "So it seems I was the one who forcibly abducted little Lucky Bag." Xie Yuan patted his shoulder and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you for bringing him back to me. I definitely toast you at our wedding." Pacey felt a pang of sadness. He thought he was truly great, having come so far to bring him back to his brother Xie. He himself was still single, even after all this. Xie Yuan treated Pacey like one of his own, and so did Yuan. Since he was one of his own, Xie Yuan didn't hide anything from him, and simply told him everything about Yuan. From the moment Xie Yuan began to speak, Pacey's shock never ceased. In his eyes, the lucky guy was just a cute, lonely boy. But in reality, the lucky guy was the only son of top Dr. Guinan, raised in Midden, personally raised 10 mutants of the A sequence, bitten by zombies, and possessed a unique physique. The layers of buffs piled on top of each other, leaving Pacey slightly dizzy. He steadied himself by supporting Xie Yuan's arm. "Brother Xia, it seems you're marrying above your station with that little lucky guy." "Goodness me, Brother Xie said that all 10 mutants raised by an are obsessed with their brother. So, it seems Brother Xie isn't safe with this guy. As they walked, Pacey caught up on Yuan's story. Before stopping, he turned his head and whispered to Xie Yuan, Brother Xie, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about An's situation. None of An's stories had been spread yet. It was clear that the West District didn't want them to spread. With the arrival of Tang Yi, the professional doctor, the few people in the treatment chamber finally had time to rest. Is there any hope for them? Yuan, standing next to the treatment chamber, asked Tang Yi nervously, I don't know if my treatment chamber will be effective for them, but they haven't gotten any worse in the past few days. Tang Yi lowered his head and examined it carefully. He examined the treatment chamber thoroughly, then spoke, this is a good thing. We can keep it for them. Mi Shield was worthy of being Mi Shield. The treatment chamber alone was far superior to the equipment in top hospitals outside. Though Tang Yi's dream was to be a veterinarian, he was not picky about medical equipment and was very interested in all kinds. Mi Shield had so many good things. With Yuan leading the way, Tang Yi was almost dazzled. He didn't take Song Jun and the others away, but treated them right there. Do you need help? After walking around Mi Shield for a while, and finding a bunch of things Tang Yi needed, Yuan didn't rush to leave. Instead, he asked Tang Yi if he needed help. Tang Yi didn't even bring an assistant. Yuan volunteered, I don't know how to treat patients, but I have many years of experience as a patient. Sometimes I treat patients while they're awake, so I witness many treatments. If you need me, I can stay and help you. Tang Yi glanced at him. If you tell me what the little butterfly is, I'd let you stay. Yuan, Yuan was confused. Why do you keep asking about my little butterfly? It's not like he give his little butterfly to anyone else. Tang Yi wasn't the type to press questions. He just kept asking this question over and over. If Yuan didn't answer, he stopped and asked again later. Seeing Tang Yi fall silent again, Yuan frowned. Out in the corridor were several of his deformed pups. He could keep it a secret if he wanted to, but he also could stop hiding it if he didn't want to. My little butterfly is just a little butterfly. Will it transform into a human? Yuan was stunned. His deformed pups always liked to maintain their original form. Especially on the island, little butterfly was a calm butterfly. He probably wouldn't change randomly. Tang Yi, seeing Yuan remain silent, said calmly, oh it will. Yuan wasn't a very good liar. He studied Tang Yi again and again. As Xie Yuan's personal physician, Tang Yi was naturally flawless. If there were any flaws with him, and he had done anything to Xie Yuan would have been dead long ago. After a moment's thought, Yuan nodded. His little butterfly pups had always been the most measured. Even if Tang Yi had brought up little butterfly's problem with him, he didn't think his pup would have any conflict with Tang Yi. Little butterfly won't hurt you. Yuan explained earnestly, I raised him, and he's never been naughty. Yuan looked at his own cubs through a filter 800 meters thick. Little butterfly was a proud and dignified cub among the others, never making a fuss. He assured Tang Yi that little butterfly was harmless. Tang Yi turned away and replied sternly, I'm not talking about personality. Have you ever taken a physiology class with your cubs? Yuan, ? Yuan was stunned. When he wanted to ask for clarification, Tang Yi had already changed the subject. Stay and help. I'm going to cut them open. Yuan's attention was diverted for a second. He looked at Song Jun and the others and asked anxiously, will they survive after the cut? Tang Yi said coldly, I performed cesarean sections on Xie Yuan numerous times, and he's still alive and kicking. Yuan thought about his boyfriend. He was indeed alive and kicking, able to eat and drink, and in excellent physical condition. Reassured, he began to assist Tang Yi. Xie Yuan and Pacey were stopped outside and prevented from entering. Pacey sat in the hallway, looking at the slightly smaller tiger. He knew the tiger was related to Yuan, but he hadn't considered that everyone from 01 to 010 was related to her. Hi, see you again. Pacey had a fondness for the majestic tiger, and he couldn't help but ask, aren't all of you deformed beings able to transform into human form? Why don't you ever do that? Tiger remained his usual taciturn self, ignoring his words. Jojo, however, didn't seem to mind the tiger's aloofness at all. He was riding the roller coaster on its back. The tiger half lay on the ground. Jojo climbed up and slid down his back. When he was about to sit on the ground, Xie Yuan scooped him up. Ba Cub was envious of this little game. He hid nearby, occasionally waving his tentacles to cause trouble. Xie Yuan was caring for the two cubs, playing with them professionally. Pacey was amazed. Brother Xie, if you want to change careers, teaching in a kindergarten would be a great option. Xie Yuan said calmly, I only play with my own children. He had little interest in other people's children. Jiujiu was the happiest one playing, but as they played, he started to clash with Ba Cub. The two cubs almost started fighting again, but Xie Yuan was there to mediate. Brother Xie. Pacey leaned against the wall in the hallway, his long legs slightly bent. Your children are so handsome. What kind of son-in-law are you planning to get? Do you think I'd be a good match? Pacey, driven to the brink of singlehood, said shamelessly, I've been calling you dad a lot. Why don't you just hire me? I'm not bad either. Xie Yuan, without even a second thought, said dismissively, don't daydream. You can't marry into our family. Pacey continued shamelessly, Dad, I can marry into your family. Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan, get lost. The people outside the hallway had nothing serious to do. After playing with the children for a while, Xie Yuan told Pacey, watch for me for a while. I'm going to find the bathroom. Okay. Xie Yuan turned and left. After walking around a corridor, he opened a door. Inside was Jian. Jian had been incarcerated until now, looking completely miserable. He had always had plenty of people around him, and since the outbreak of the virus, he hadn't experienced any hardship. Now, everyone around him was gone. This was the first time he'd been in such a situation. Dr. Ying, how do you feel about being here alone? Xie Yuan pulled up a chair and sat down. He said casually, the West District originally treated you as a distinguished guest. It's a pity you didn't want to be one, insisting on choosing this method to formally contact us. Jian had been left here, unable to even get a full meal. He raised his eyes, and glared at Xie Yuan with hatred. The West District is full of hypocrites. If I ever went there, you wouldn't be very polite to me. Xie Yuan's expression was indifferent. If it had been before, he might have explained things to Jian in detail, but now, after Jian's hand had stained someone's life in the West District, he no longer had any patience for the doctor. It's a pity for you. Xie Yuan looked at him, not saying what he meant by pity. But Jian could sense it. You want to kill me? Xie Yuan smiled. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have kept you alive until now. The two of them locked eyes. Jian didn't discuss the question of whether to kill or not. He simply asked, what do you want to ask me? About Guinan or Yuan? Xie Yuan, is your relationship with Yuan strong enough? If you discovered that the person you loved was a complete monster, could you two still be together? Jian's eyes were filled with malice. He stared at Xie Yuan intently and said slowly, don't you realize? Yuan, that little monster, can't hide anymore. Jian had seen Yuan fight with a superpowered person and knew very well. Yuan was no soft, innocent little lamb. He couldn't hide. Just one fight was enough to make Yuan lose control. Perhaps even without a fight, he would turn back into that little monster. Xie Yuan scoffed, saying disdainfully, never mind a little monster. Even if he turned into a piglet, he'd still be my wife. Jian choked. Xie Yuan arrived, sat down, and didn't ask any crucial questions. He simply looked at Jian coldly, listening to Jian's uncontrollable stream of words. Don't you want to know? Don't you want to know what Yuan is? I know when it's time. Xie Yuan remained calm, looking at Jian as if he were a lost dog. An unknown amount of time passed. Jian could no longer hold back. He threw things and threatened Xie Yuan, let me out. My connection to the East District is deeper than you think. The East District will never allow you to detain me here. The East District had already passed regulations for the legal cultivation of mutants, and mutants from the East District's laboratories were currently being exported. He possessed not only traditional nutrient pastes, but also numerous other technologies. He had signed several cooperation agreements with the East District, and now that they were in the cooperation phase, the East District would never abandon him. Jian was confident that he could be saved. But Xie Yuan was even more certain. I guarantee you be the East District's outcast. Jian's face was filled with disbelief. Xie Yuan seemed to be there just to get a grip. He curled his lips and told Jian, just wait and see how the East District will give up on you. Jian, Jian's eyelids twitched. Without waiting for him to say anything more, Xie Yuan finished his job and left without lingering. Jian stared at his back, feeling a sudden surge of anxiety. He began to recount the grudges between him and Xie Yuan. This time at the training ground, many people from the West District had died. He remembered that the dead were from the West District team, and there were several young faces in that team. Some of the young people had called out Xie Yuan's name when they died. Xie Yuan had been the West District's instructor. Those young people were his students. Xie Yuan, what exactly are you going to do? Ing Jian had heard of Xie Yuan's reputation for ruthlessness, but before this, he hadn't thought Xie Yuan would seek revenge on him for a few students. He was of great value. He was worth more alive than dead. But it wasn't until the moment Xie Yuan walked out that he suddenly had a hunch. Xie Yuan truly didn't care about his value. He really wanted him dead. 10 minutes later, Xie Yuan returned to the corridor he had been in. He glanced at the still closed door and asked Pei Si, "Hasn't he come out yet?" "No." Pei Si's expression didn't show any sign of abnormality, but in reality, everyone was feeling uneasy. Many people had fallen at Ing Jian's hands this time, and the few Tang he had saved were the only survivors. Time slipped by. Yuan, who was resting on Tang Yi's body, sweat was already beading on his forehead just from watching the scene before him. He ignored his own sweat and focused solely on wiping Tang Yi's sweat. "It's almost over." Tang Yi lowered his head, his eyelashes long and thick, damp with sweat. He had changed his gloves several times, and the blood-stained pile on the ground was a shocking sight. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his announcement. He and Tang Yi had been standing for so long that his legs were practically numb. Tang Yi seemed to be standing very steadily. He had surgical experience, and standing for hours on end was easy for him. Nearly 2 hours passed. Tang Yi removed his gloves and plopped down on the chair Yuan had brought him. He tilted his head back and drank some glucose, slowly regaining his strength. "Dr. Tang, how are you doing now?" Yuan asked. Seeing that he was only drinking glucose, he pulled some Chi-Chi snacks from his pocket and said, "Here, these are quite delicious." His pockets were big, and they could hold a lot. Cheesy and Jojo were close, so in the RV, he deliberately stuffed his eldest brother's pockets with Jojo's favorite snacks. Fukue Cheesy even said generously, "There's more after you finish." "He have plenty." Tang Yi glanced at the snacks, silent for a few seconds, then reached out to take them. Song Jun is the worst off. He looks more energetic than the others, but he's actually the weakest. But you guys at Midden have a lot of good stuff, so he got a good deal. When he gets through this, his powers will be even stronger than they are now. As for Yin Feng, I gave him a blood transfusion. He either wake up as a psychic or a cripple. "Where's Ho Ying?" Yuan pressed. And Ho Ying hadn't said anything yet. Tang Yi glanced at Ho Ying, lying in the back, paused, and then continued, "I'm not a Dalyu immortal. I can't restore someone who's already dead to their original state." Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Tang Yi continued, "Me shield is creating mutants, and I can do that too. I modified Ho Ying's body, and he has some genes incorporated into him. In other words, he become a new mutant." Yuan turned back to look at the 3 people lying there. This meant that the 3 of them had narrowly escaped death on this trip. They had survived, but each of them, to varying degrees, was no longer the same person they had been. Tang Yi was solely responsible for saving lives, not for anything else. He had done what he could now, and he felt that there was nothing left for him to do next. Wait another 24 hours. We can go back after that. For any doctor, the Me Shield Research Institute was a place they dreamed of visiting. But Tang Yi, still following Yuan, hadn't even finished the entire secret shield, and he had no desire to return. He glanced at Yuan and relayed, "Come with me. Little Butterfly is waiting for you." Yuan also wanted to go back to see his cubs, but conditions didn't allow it at the moment. He thought for a moment and replied, "We can go through the East District first, then return to Base 5 from there. From Base 5, we can fly to the island." Yuan laid out the route clearly. But Tang Yi had no interest in the East District. He planned to return directly. During the 24-hour observation period, everyone took turns keeping watch. While watching, Yuan spoke to each of them individually. Alas! Suddenly, he was no longer human. Yin Feng and Ho Ying might not have had this kind of experience. As someone who had been through it, he was able to offer some words of advice. Perhaps everyone's sincerity had worked, or perhaps it was their own hard work, but within 24 hours, they all woke up. Yuan was overjoyed. Xie Yuan had lingered too long, so he immediately led his men to evacuate. Midden's several treatment pods were also moved out under Tang Yi's command. Besides the treatment pods, Yuan played the role of a thief, searching for valuables. Xie Yuan, take all this back to the West District. Midden was deserted, and leaving the old items here would be a waste. It would be better to take them back to the West District and reuse them. The thief gave the place a rough cleanup, and then boarded the return vehicle. There were quite a few of them, and thankfully, there were plenty of vehicles. After halfway through the journey, Pei Si continued to escort Tang Yi and the 3 now weakened patients back home. Ing Jian was personally escorted by Xie Yuan and Yuan. They were to take Ing Jian to the West District headquarters. On the way, according to Yuan's instructions, they had to pass through the East District. Not far from the East District, Jai Man in the East District had already received the news. He frowned and asked, "Are you sure Ying Jian is in Xie Yuan's hands?" "Yes." The subordinate asked, "Should we send someone to rescue him?" Jai Man thought for a moment and shook his head. "Not just anyone can snatch someone from Xie Yuan. You don't need to worry about this anymore. I make the arrangements." "Yes." The subordinate left, and Jai Man went to see the person in the water room. To be honest, it was the python coiled in the water room. The giant python had recently lost A05 and was in a bad mood. After hearing the news, he opened his eyes, his cold-blooded eyes tinged with mechanical coldness. He shook himself and returned to human form. "I go getting Jian and A05. A01's opening words evoked an undeniable sense of oppression. He put on the clothes hanging beside him one by one, exuding an air of indifference. Jai Man hesitated. "Xie Yuan has Yuan with him. Are you sure you can do this?" A01 fell silent for a moment, then regained his composure. He said calmly, "Big brother is easy to talk to. I go get them, and he won't stop me." Jai Man, Really? For some reason, Jai Man, looking at the tall, cold man before him, had a bad feeling in his heart. Unable to contain himself, he warned, "Ying Jian still doesn't know how he offended Xie Yuan. Would you like to investigate the cause first?" "No need." A01 was quite proud. He said calmly, "No need to investigate. I asked Big Brother for the person, and he won't refuse me." Jai Man listened to his tone, considered his personality, and ultimately gave up trying to persuade him. Forget it. He had never seen a man fail, so he figured this time wouldn't be a big deal. Chapter 120. A01's decisions were always authoritarian. He had his own set of philosophies, and rarely allowed others to interfere with his choices. After confirming that he would be the one to go, Jai Man asked him, "When do you plan to leave?" "Xie Yuan isn't too far from us." Xie Yuan's itinerary was straightforward, without a trace of concealment. They stopped for a short break near the Eastern District border. They had found an abandoned house, and were resting there. If A01 wanted to find someone, it wouldn't take much effort. But he didn't go directly. He calculated the time and realized that, aside from the times he had secretly met his elder brother hadn't seen him in a long time. The two hadn't officially met yet. Normally, in this situation, A01 looked up at Jai Man. "Should I prepare a gift?" Jai Man, Jai Man pondered for a moment. Yuan was A01's elder, and meeting one naturally required basic etiquette, and a gift was essential. He replied, "I have someone prepare it now." "Yes." Meanwhile, A01 was still preparing a gift and thinking about how to respond to his eldest brother's concern. He knew his eldest brother well. He knew he missed him after not seeing him for so long. Perhaps, his eyes would even turn red. The Yuan A01 had imagined didn't have red eyes at this moment, but they were red at the corners. He was pushing his boyfriend, his breathing uneven. Okay, no more kissing. Although they didn't share the room with the children, they were right next door. Yuan had also tested it, and found the room wasn't soundproof. When Xie Yuan and Yuan first came out, he thought they'd find a chance to spend some quality time together. He even prepared an excuse to send Jiujiu and Bazai off to sleep. But who could have imagined that this trip would be filled with one thing after another, leaving him, and Yuan without even a moment of intimacy, let alone some time together? He was in his arms, but he still had to be careful with the baby. Bazai and Jiujiu can't listen to this. Yuan was concerned about his children. They're innocent. We can't lead them astray. He was also thinking about what Tang had said to him earlier. Dr. Tang also told me I didn't teach the children enough about physiology. Yuan felt very strongly about his children's education, so Tang's words had stuck with him until now, and they had taken them to heart. Xie Yuan's large hand was still sliding down his back, but the gentle atmosphere was shattered by the children's upbringing. He sighed, a sense of vicissitudes washing over him. Sigh. I never imagined he'd be married and have children so early in life. He said you didn't teach me, but did you actually do so? Xie Yuan held him, continuing to take advantage of him while discussing education with him. Yuan choked. He frowned and muttered unhappily, I didn't teach you. No one at the institute taught me, and I haven't had any problems myself. Yuan thought he might have been ill for a long time, which was why he hadn't experienced the physiological problems and reactions that normal boys face during puberty. In common parlance, not quite. It wasn't until he left the institute and met Xie Yuan again that his belated, normal reactions finally began to surface. He thought to himself that maybe now that he was finally outside and getting more exercise, his physical fitness would improve, allowing him to be like other normal people. That's okay. Xie Yuan rested his chin on Yuan's neck. To the other zombies, Yuan was a bitter little zombie, but to Xie Yuan, she was a sweet and soft wife. He kissed Yuan's neck and whispered, "I find time to teach them. Isn't it just a physiology class? Easy enough." Yuan imagined Xie Yuan teaching the cubs, and he choked a little. That's not good, right? The cubs probably don't want to hear you teach them. His cubs, including the youngest, Jiujiu, had already reached maturity. Yuan's plan was to find some information or videos for the cubs. As for Qi, the only cub who had found a partner, this probably wouldn't be necessary. Xie Yuan wanted to take on some of the responsibilities of an elder, but worried about the children's potential anger, he dismissed the idea. Xie Yuan struggled slightly in the covers. He threw his arms around Xie Yuan's neck and said sweetly, "You, find me some study materials. I want to share them with the children." Okay. Xie Yuan didn't have any study materials saved himself. He was obsessed with looks, and when he was dragged to watch them before, he'd be utterly disgusted. He didn't think the people in the study videos were good looking. But he didn't save any, but Pacey did. Xie Yuan didn't hesitate to tell Pacey off, "Baby, your husband hasn't even watched the study videos." Pacey loves saving short videos. After selling out his people, Xie Yuan began to try to get a bargain. "My husband has remained chaste for you for so many years. Shouldn't you show some appreciation?" No. Yuan blushed and pushed Xie Yuan's hand away. "The cubs are still next door." Xie Yuan didn't care. He argued confidently, "The cubs are grown up now. It's time for them to be considerate of Big Brother. Big Brother wants a wedding night. The cubs need to understand." Yuan's ears flushed red this time, and he shouted, "I don't want a wedding night." He felt that being close to each other was fine for now. Although Xie Yuan had no plans to eat meat right now, he couldn't be a vegetarian forever. He warned Yuan in advance, "Baby, next time you get the chance. You know?" Yuan was so restless that he couldn't sleep, and neither did the cubs next door. Jiujiu was originally sleeping with Ba Zi, but before bedtime, Tiger Cub wanted to take Jiujiu away. Ba Zi followed them, insisting on eavesdropping. Somehow, the three cubs ended up getting into a minor fight. No, it was the eighth cub, who was being pinned to the ground and rubbed. The irritable eighth cub, furious and helpless, said, "You idiot tiger, just wait. I beat you sooner or later." Once the eighth cub started swearing, he couldn't stop. He already set his own goal, but he still kept on swearing. "You found Jiujiu because you wanted to ask why Jiujiu didn't kiss you anymore, right? Humph. I'm telling you, he was just stupid before, and didn't remember how you treated him. Now he's remembered, and he kissed me instead of you." Although Jiujiu was willing to ride on the tiger's sled during the day, he still didn't meow like he used to when it came to the cubs. He called out to the tiger cubs, just like the eighth cub. The three cubs were pulling their hair out. The seventh cub had wanted to come out and see. But he leaned against the door and listened for a moment, curling his lips and saying, "Forget it, I'm not going out. They're so childish." He didn't even bother to stand in line for such a kindergarten-level superstar. The seventh cub heard the commotion, and so did Yuan. He was about to get up when Xie Yuan got up first. "You stay in bed. I get them to bed." Once Xie Yuan was outside, it wasn't easy to assign someone. The seventh cub shared a room with Tan Zhan, and from Xie Yuan's shrewd judgment, this cub's room was definitely not suitable for a third person. As for Jiujiu, the tiger cub wanted to take Jiujiu to his side, but the eighth cub, not to be outdone, wanted to snatch Jiujiu back too. Two cubs were fighting over Jiujiu at the same time. Xie Yuan rubbed his forehead, realizing that this was still a sought-after little Jiujiu. Tiger cub and eighth cub disliked each other, and refused to share a room. There was no other way. In the end, Xie Yuan had no choice but to resign himself to bringing Jiujiu, the troublemaker, back to his own room. In Jiujiu's heart, the eldest brother was naturally the best. So, Jiujiu was perfectly content to still be able to sleep with her eldest brother. It was midnight. Jiujiu fell fast asleep, and Xie Yuan cuddled Yuan into his arms again. They both heard Jiujiu's soft snores, and Yuan's lips curved as he listened. He leaned against Xie Yuan's chest, speaking softly, and said, "Back in the day at the Research Institute, Jiujiu was the one I worried about the most. Jiujiu is too soft. He's different from Jiujiu. Jiujiu is the type who won't take any loss, but Jiujiu is different. You have no idea how many times Jiujiu has cried since she was little. Back then, even while I was being treated, I was wondering which cub should take care of Jojo if I died. Yuan's words sounded gentle, but Yuan felt an inexplicable pang of heartache. He continued, fortunately, Jojo doesn't seem to be bullied anymore. Tiger cubs 8, and 7 will all take care of him. Yuan echoed, yes, you're right. This crybaby Jojo had suffered injustice and hardship, but from now on, as long as he and Yuan were around, Jojo would never go through what she had gone through. And not just this crybaby Jojo, the other cubs were the same. Time flowed quietly, and the night sowed the seeds of sleep. The earth was shrouded in silence, and everyone in the abandoned house slept soundly. The next day, Yuan and Yuan were in no hurry to travel, so they didn't rush to get up either. While Jojo was still asleep, the two of them cautiously clung to each other for a while. Yuan sighed softly, baby, our relationship feels like an affair every moment. Yuan pinched his face, a little harshly, you said you've been having an affair several times. Are you tired of it? Don't you think it's bad? Yuan laughed. He leaned over, bit Yuan's lip, and explained, I don't think it's bad. I just think it's quite exciting. Baby, do you want to play a game with me next time? What game? Yuan was curious. Yuan whispered the same 2 words into his ear again. This time, he added the word game at the end. Yuan was completely bewildered. Men out there really know how to play. Someone like him, who never seen the world, had never heard of anything like this. Yuan couldn't indulge himself for long. Soon, Jojo woke up. Jojo was dazed, the kind of dazed he could be stolen and sold at this very moment. Yuan applied a wet towel to his face, finally bringing him back to consciousness. After Jojo woke up, he went to the bathroom to clean up. Yuan, who had already cleaned up, was still talking to Yuan. Yuan asked Yuan, Dad still hasn't even sent you a text? At the mention of this, Yuan's face flushed. He was so calm, even a little slow, that he was actually waiting for Daijia to contact him. Forget calling, even a text would be fine. This matter involving Yingjian had involved the lives of people in the West District. Even if Yuan doted on his son, it wasn't completely unconditional and unprincipled. His relationship with Yuan wasn't intentionally high profile, but judging by the forum posts, their relationship was already well known. The East and West Districts had been keeping tabs on each other. How could the East District be unaware of Yuan's relationship with the West District, since Dazi knew about his relationship with the West District and was collaborating with Yingjian? Yuan couldn't think any further. He wasn't sure yet whether Dazi knew Yingjian had killed someone from the West District. But seeing that Dazi hadn't contacted him or taken any action, Yuan already had a bad feeling. He looked up at Yuan, seeking his opinion, and asked, do you think our Dazi doesn't want to acknowledge me as his brother anymore? Yuan choked. He and the East District weren't on good terms, and now that Yuan had brought this up, any more cunning would have taken advantage of it to sow discord. But who could resist seeing Yuan unhappy? So, the selfless Xie gave up on the provocation and patiently analyzed, he won't disown you. Don't forget, the last time we rescued Jojo, it was him who ripped out his own guts, gouged out his own flesh, and brought him to the island to save Jojo. Jojo said Big Cub had seen him before, but didn't save him then. In other words, our Big Cub is truly cold-blooded. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have cared about Jojo's life or death. It had to be said that Yuan's understanding of the aberrance was not exaggerated. He hadn't even met A01, but his analysis of A01's behavior was thorough and accurate. Yuan sat on the small sofa beside the bed, a look of worry on his face. Alas, their Big Cub was actually quite cute. When it's smaller, it can be wrapped around his wrist, which is incredibly beautiful. Even as it grows, the dark patterns are incredibly unique. But as cute as it is, pythons are inherently cold-blooded. As the adorable cub grows, perhaps, its cuteness is also diminishing. Don't worry too much. The A-sequence aberrations that Yuan had previously painstakingly tried to eliminate have completely changed his perception of them after encountering them one by one. In the past, he might have changed his expression at the mention of A01. But now, with Annette around, he's certain that even if A01 comes, she'd call him sister-in-law. If the cub doesn't come, we go look for him ourselves. It won't be too much trouble. Yuan and Dongsu were at odds, but they maintained a friendly facade. He persuaded Yuan, and Jojo cleaned himself up and emerged from the bathroom. Jojo's wings were wet, and he couldn't shake them clean, so he asked Yuan to wipe them clean. After Yuan finished, he picked him up and said, let's go see if the other cubs are awake. 8th Cub and Tiger Cub didn't seem to be awake. 8th Cub glared stubbornly at Tiger Cub, and Tiger Cub's annoyance was visible, growling threateningly at 8th cub. 7th cub didn't wake up. After opening the door, Tanjan said, "Wait a moment," and then slammed the door shut in Yuan's face. "Yuan?" ? Yuan waited for a few minutes. Tanjan was quick. He skillfully dressed 7th cub, whose eyes were still closed, and then changed himself before reopening the door. The door opened. Yuan watched as Tanjan cared for Cheesy like he was a disabled child, even putting socks on him. He tried to hold back, but couldn't help but remind him, "Our child is still capable of independence. You don't have to coddle him like that." Tanjan was stunned by this. Then, instead of looking at Yuan, he gave Xie Yuan a look that Yuan couldn't understand, but Xie Yuan did. Xie Yuan's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. Tanjan, Tanjan's eyes instantly turned to sympathy. How pitiful. Yuan didn't understand the cryptic exchange between their eyes. He was still earnestly instructing Tanjan, "Cheesy can do simple things like dressing, washing, and walking. He knows how to do that." So, Tanjan really didn't need to carry Cheesy even when he was walking. Not only that, but he also had to put a cushion under him when he put him down. This kind of pampered child was truly too much for Yuan, the eldest brother, to bear. Xie Yuan put his arm around Yuan's shoulders and vaguely reminded him, "Be good, don't worry about it. I serve you the same way from now on." Yuan frowned. "I don't want to." How could he not even be able to dress himself or walk? Xie Yuan sighed inwardly. Yuan's children were no longer virgins, yet Yuan himself had no experience in this area. After resting in the abandoned house, Yuan, no longer holding out hope that his eldest child would come, followed Xie Yuan directly into the East District. Xie Yuan's status was special, and Jaiman had to meet him personally in the East District. As Jaiman ordered Xie Yuan to be brought to the main base, he stopped someone and asked, "Have you prepared the gift Ling Yi requested last night?" A 01 didn't have a name, and he didn't want to give it one. Jaiman knew he'd been called Big Cub, but looking at 01's mature, cold face, he couldn't bring himself to call him Big Cub. For convenience, he finally settled on a homophone for him. 01 Ling Yi. The person being questioned quickly replied, "We're preparing, but Ling Yi wants too much, and we need time to sort it out." Jaiman disagreed. Having grown up in a poor environment and risen to his current position, he naturally understood the ways of the world more than 01. Don't listen to him. If you can't get all the random things he wants later, then forget about them. Jaiman rearranged the arrangements. First, pack up a few valuable gifts, including one for Xie Yuan. Also, arrange the best accommodations for them, and have lunch prepared in advance. Jaiman made his arrangements methodically. Finally, he said, "Go call Ling Yi and tell him to approach his older brother. Don't wait for him to come." A 01 probably didn't know that in the human world, children who approach their parents, even if they committed a crime, will receive fewer beatings. But if they wait for their parents to approach them, their anger level is usually already full. In that case, the beatings they receive might be doubled. Jaiman hurriedly gave his instructions, and went to meet them in front. In the living room, Jaiman had someone follow behind with a gift for Xie Yuan, while he walked in front, smiling faintly and greeting Mr. Xie, long time no see. When Jaiman saw Yuan accompanying Xie Yuan to the living room, he secretly thought something was amiss. He had just had the two separated temporarily. He had thought he would come to greet Xie Yuan, and use this opportunity to send 01 to find Yuan. Unexpectedly, Yuan had come along. No need to be so polite. Xie Yuan got straight to the point. "You should already know why I'm here. I'm accompanying my wife to look for our child." "Where's our child?" Yuan sat next to Xie Yuan, his face tense, and said something similar to Xie Yuan's. "I heard from our 5th child that our eldest is here. Mr. Shai, could you please call our eldest child out?" Yuan spoke politely, but Jaiman was an expert at reading people. He looked at Yuan's face, then listened to his tone, and was almost certain that 01 was going to fail this time. "Ling Yi is preparing a gift." Jaiman smiled, sat down across from them, and spoke for 101 was overjoyed when he heard you were coming yesterday. He said he hadn't seen his eldest brother in a long time, so he wanted to prepare some gifts for you. Yuan, oh. Yuan, no, I don't need a gift. He just wanted to see his rebellious son. Jaiman saw that Yuan was clearly not going to give in, and his eyes flickered, ready to change his words. But Yuan interrupted him. "If the eldest son comes out 1 minute later, I'd be angry 1 minute longer." "Mr. Shai, how long do you think I'd be angry?" Jaiman, 01 rest in peace. He really can't be saved. Jaiman's expression remained unchanged, and he sent someone to urge him again. A few minutes later, Jaiman's ears twitched, as if he heard something. He smiled gently and looked at Yuan. Mr. Xia, I wonder if you're into tea? I got some new tea. Why don't we go to the tea room, and I make it for you? Man deliberately sent Yuan away. Yuan caught a glimpse of a figure outside the door from the corner of his eye. He said calmly, Okay, let's go. The people in the living room left, leaving only Yuan. Yuan stood up, hesitating whether to follow. Just then, a dark figure slithered across the ground, then climbed onto him, attempting to coil around him. Yuan? Yuan was nearly choked by the coils. He narrowed his eyes, seeing through the situation. Big cub, stop trying to be cute. You're not the cub you were when you were little. Although the mature python had intentionally shrunk, it wasn't that much smaller. A python, as thick as a bucket, coiled heavily around Yuan. To an outsider, this scene would have been terrifying. But neither Big Meng nor the elder brother in question felt horrified. After hearing the elder brother's words, the python tilted its head expressionlessly. The large python's tilted head was devoid of beauty. Yet Yuan was almost touched by the cuteness. He sternly grasped the python's head and lectured it, I'm not buying it now. I have something else to ask you. Seeing the elder brother's continued seriousness, the python finally stopped coiling. Outside the door, Man, still worried after much deliberation, quietly returned. Seeing Yuan coiled in the python's coils, his face paled. His feet felt like they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. Yuan had followed him at some point. Observing Man's reaction, he whispered, You're afraid of pythons. Man's face was clearly grim, but he forced himself, I'm not afraid. Yuan was also determined to expose him. He only said, Didn't you say you were going to make tea? It just so happens I'm thirsty. Man slowly calmed his breathing, turned around, and followed Yuan. Yuan didn't discuss A01 with him, but instead discussed business. The West District's collaboration with the Zombie King seems to be very beneficial to humans. Aren't you guys from the East District planning to try this approach to deal with the current situation? A Zombie King versus a bunch of mutants. In the end, which do you think is easier to control? Yuan approached Man from the perspective of a human manager. But Man's reaction was somewhat different from what he expected. Man answered the latter. He said, the Zombie King wouldn't really side with humans. Their food is their own kind, and humans. Mr. Xia, your West District will suffer sooner or later if you cooperate with the Zombie King. Hearing this, Yuan also brought up the abnormals. The abnormals possess superpowers, and they're producing them en masse. Is this less harmful than the Zombie King? Neither side could convince the other. The West District had collaborated with the Zombie King and saved many lives. There was no way they would stop. The East District had used the newly created abnormals not only to stabilize and ensure the safety of their own base, but also to generate enormous profits by selling them to other districts. There was no way they would stop either. With their interests at stake, everyone had their own priorities. They continued their conversation in the tea room. Even if they couldn't convince each other, they could still have a chat. Man joined him in the conversation, and they both tacitly avoided mentioning Ying Jian. Man wasn't an idiot. He was collaborating with Ying Jian. There was no need to kill anyone from the West District. Yuan was a vindictive man. Killing someone from the West District for no apparent reason was like dancing on Yuan's grave. They didn't talk about Ying Jian, but Yuan did. Stop arguing, stand still. Yuan slammed the living room door shut and continued to watch his python cub. The python cub stood still. Its head, terrifying to others, was adorable to Yuan. He stood before the python cub, tallying up the details. What did you do to Jojo? How long have you been in the East District? Why didn't you come to see me? What's going on with Ying Jian? One question after another silenced the giant python. After a pause, the python finally spoke. Big brother, ask slower. When Big brother brought up these things, the cold-blooded python didn't feel much. But now, facing the interrogation, he felt a rare moment of weakness. Yuan was very patient. He looked at his python cub, his expression calm and steady. Speak now. I want to hear it all today. The python, Really? Yuan had the door locked, and now he was teaching his cub, unafraid of being seen. He pulled his chair forward a few steps, and plopped down on it. Big brother and Big Cub faced each other, but Big Cub was ultimately no match for Big brother. I know what Jojo has been through. If you hadn't gone there yourself to take Jojo away, Jojo wouldn't have been able to leave. I know you're in the East District, but I haven't finished my work yet, so I wanted to talk to you later. Big Cub's explanation grew more and more tense as he spoke. Finally, the eldest cub gradually fell silent. The door remained firmly shut. The python, not hearing the eldest brother's voice, stiffly raised its head and looked at him. His will to survive, relying on the closed door, meant he wouldn't be seen. He tilted his head again towards his eldest brother. The python's tilted head was so eerie and adorable. Yuan closed his eyes, trying to calm down, but it was no use. He stood up and rolled up his sleeves. The eldest cub had grown stronger and braver. No, he had already cut out his own gallbladder. Yuan's breathing became heavier as he thought about this. He raised his chin slightly and asked the python in front of him, "Do you still recognize me as your brother?" The python nodded immediately. Yuan nodded as well. He rolled up his sleeves and muttered, "All right, just recognize me as your big brother. Since he's still our son, and he's done so many rebellious things, he deserves to be dealt with according to our family's methods." A muffled groan came from inside the door. An unknown amount of time passed before Demang looked at his big brother, who seemed to be beating him up. Clearly, Big Brother's condition was more than just a case of being angry. He felt a chill in his heart, and his pupils widened slightly. This is bad. If Big Brother continues like this, he'd definitely be beaten back into a snake egg and reincarnated. Chapter 121. In the tea room. Xie Yuan noticed that Jai Man was becoming increasingly absent-minded as he spoke to him. He glanced up at the clock on the wall. An hour had already passed, and there was still no movement in the living room. "Mr. Xia, you seem to have been with Yuan for quite some time." Jai Man turned the conversation to Yuan, asking carefully, "I think Yuan has a very good temper. What does he do when he's upset?" "He hits people." Xie Yuan sipped his tea leisurely and explained to Jai Man, "Don't be fooled by our aunt's cute looks. When she hits someone, she's very ruthless." Jai Man was getting a little restless. He looked outside, wanting to get up several times. But Xie Yuan seemed tactless. He held his teacup and chatted leisurely with Jai Man about tea. "My father likes wine. I think this wine has more flavor than tea." Xie Yuan was holding the wine and tea. Jai Man was in no mood to discuss this. He was still asking about Yuan. Yuan doesn't look like a superpower, so he shouldn't be that ruthless when he hits people, right? Xie Yuan shook his head slowly and replied, "Don't we have an old saying that goes, 'Don't judge a person by their appearance'? And it can raise so many deformed creatures. Do you think he can't handle them all?" Every word Xie Yuan said pierced Jai Man. After a while, Jai Man finally lost his patience. He suddenly stood up and said hurriedly, "I suddenly remembered that I left something in the living room. I go get it." Before Xie Yuan could reply, Jai Man had already stood up and left. He stared at Jai Man's back, a look of deep thought in his eyes. Strange. When Jai Man saw the giant python earlier, his entire body stiffened and his face turned pale. His reaction was a genuine fear of pythons. But upon hearing that the giant python was about to be beaten, he became incredibly nervous. What kind of relationship was there between these two? Xie Yuan had originally assumed they would be partners, but now he suddenly sensed a slight unease. At this moment, in the living room, A01 watched his eldest brother, whose blows were becoming increasingly harsh, and felt a vague sense of transport back in time. He was the eldest brother's first cub, and he had little experience raising cubs back then. He could give him all the goodies, but he could also, when angry, whip him without mercy. In the world of aberrations, the strong were always respected. So, when the eldest brother raised the aberration cub, he used aberration-style education. Big brother. The giant python, beaten to the point of barely lifting its head, slowly wrapped itself around the eldest brother's arm. He rubbed his big head against his brother's arm, trying to calm him down. "I know I was wrong." Based on his extensive experience with beatings, and with no one else around to watch, the giant python didn't care about saving face. He used the quickest way to calm his brother down, an apology. Yuan's face was icy. He held the giant python's head with one hand, a hint of red in his eyes. "Will you still be so rebellious?" "No." "Are you going to have someone chop off Xiaoshi's wings?" "No." "Come back to the West District with me." Giant python, The giant python, who had been admitting his mistakes, gritted his teeth and stubbornly uttered a single word, "No." Yuan's eyes narrowed, and the hostility he exuded seemed even stronger than A01's. A 01 size and powerful aura would have frightened anyone to their knees. But right now, Yuan forcibly suppressed his aura. The python's refusal infuriated Yuan, whose fury hadn't yet subsided. He said coldly, "If I don't take you away, you kill yourself sooner or later." The python remained silent. Just as Yuan was about to continue his lecture, the living room door was open from the outside. The person used a key, and locking it from the inside was useless. Almost the moment the door opened, the python, which had just been beaten to a pulp, wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth, wiped off the dirt on its body, and stood up, looking completely unharmed. Yuan frowned. Light from outside filtered in, and behind Jai-Man, the sound of Xie Yuan's footsteps could be heard. Yuan, whose expression had been previously icy, caught the familiar sound of footsteps. His ears twitched, and then, with visible speed, his anger dissipated, his expression becoming harmless. "I'm so sorry, I left something here that I urgently need." Jai-Man's tone was filled with apology, but his eyes were fixed on the rearing python. The python, noticing his gaze, calmly hid itself behind its eldest brother. The eldest brother thought he was adorable, but the humans didn't seem to think so. Yuan had just given the cub a good beating, but when Xie Yuan and Jai-Man arrived, his attention was distracted, and he didn't bother to continue. And then, Xie Yuan took a few steps towards him, and first took his hand to examine it. Yuan's skin was delicate. He'd been working so hard for so long, so he had to be careful not to hurt it. While Xie Yuan whispered to Yuan, Jai-Man adjusted his breathing and quickly prepared himself mentally. Then, he slowly moved closer. Even if you know a dangerous python won't hurt you, the fear it brings from the visual shock is still there. Jai-Man, overcoming his fear, carefully inspected the giant python for any external injuries. But the python's color was so dark that even if it had sustained any bruises, they wouldn't be visible. He lowered his head, so focused on inspecting the wound that his hand unknowingly touched it. The python's body tensed, its tone steady. "I'm fine." Jai-Man glanced at Yuan, who was still talking to Xie Yuan. After a moment's thought, he lowered his voice and asked, "Did you get beaten?" "Python, eh?" Python said calmly, "No." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan smacked him on the head. "Are you embarrassed now? Why didn't you think about the beating you get when you disobeyed?" "Python, eh?" The python said nothing, but the base of its tail was red. Yuan glanced at the base of its tail and murmured knowingly, "Ashamed." Xie Yuan watched with amusement. If it weren't for Yuan, his meeting with A01 would definitely not be like this. It wasn't exactly heartwarming, but it was quite amusing nonetheless. The python, utterly undone by its elder brother's attempts to sabotage him, felt withdrawn and didn't want to say anything. Yuan still remembered how he struck him. He wanted to check, but after seeing Jai-Man checking, he hesitated and didn't proceed. "Can you two excuse me for a moment?" Jai-Man politely asked. "I have something to discuss with Ling Yi. If you still want to talk to Ling Yi, I have him come later." Yuan, ? Yuan felt his words echoed those of Dr. Tang. Dr. Tang had the same tone when he spoke of his little butterfly. Jai-Man politely inquired, and Yuan stared at him for a few seconds. Finally, Xie Yuan touched Yuan's arm and whispered, "Let them go first." His eyes were sharper than Jai-Man's. He spotted the marks on the python's body immediately. Jai-Man thanked him and, with the python by his side, walked towards the door. Yuan watched them leave, pressing his hand against his temple. He sat back in his chair, angrily saying, "Did I spank the cub too hard just now?" Xie Yuan clearly could have sat in a chair all by himself, but he insisted on squeezing in with him. "Big cub is strong, you can't hurt him." Xie Yuan consoled him, while questioning what he had just said to Big Cub. Yuan was pinned against his lap, facing each other. This intimate proximity eased Yuan's annoyance a little. He told Xie Yuan, "I just asked him something." After collaborating with the East District, Jian requested access to the training grounds. But Big Cub hadn't gotten involved in this, so he had no idea Jian was planning to use it to kill people. Xie Yuan hummed. "Just as I suspected. No matter how rebellious A01 might be, he was still Yuan's son. Although he had been a bit cold-blooded in the matter of Jiuzhou, he had saved Jiuzhou's life. Based on this, there was no need for him to go so far as to collaborate with Jian to kill the people from the West District. Finally, Yuan brought up the most important point. "I want to take Dazi with me, but he won't go with me." He remembered asking Dazi earlier, and how Dazi, despite the pressure of being beaten, had insisted on staying here. Xie Yuan saw Yuan's brow furrowed, looking anxious. He smiled. "If Dazi wants to stay, let him. He's already such a big kid, you can't force him to stay with you." Yuan, ah. Yuan's frown deepened. He raised his hands, wrapped them around Xie Yuan's neck, and pressed his face against his. "I can't tell what Dazi wants to do. Look, he's not getting any peace in the East District. I don't want him to stay here." Dazi and Jai-Man seemed to have a good relationship. If that was the case, then Dazi must have known about and been involved in the East District's legalization of deformed people. Yuan truly couldn't understand Dazi's motives. Xie Yuan had a guess in mind, but it wasn't confirmed, so expressing it was pointless. And then, there's no rush for Dazi. Xie Yuan's large hand cupped the back of his head, soothing him. Dazi is different from Jiujio. Jiujio depends on you and clings to you, but Dazi is different. Let him choose for himself. Xie Yuan knew that if Dazi stayed in the East District, he might get up to some trouble again. But forcing him to the West District wouldn't necessarily end well. Right now, the East and West Districts only have different ideologies, not outright hostility. Each district has its own path to follow. The East District's aberrations are used to ensure human safety, just like we in the West District use the Zombie King to ensure the survival of more people. Yuan took Xie Yuan's words to heart. He still felt a little uneasy. What if later? If there's a problem later, I think our 4 districts will face it together. Xie Yuan whispered in his ear. The upper echelons of each district are basically still human. As long as this group of people are human, they will definitely continue to work for the benefit of humanity. Yuan, convinced by Xie Yuan, gradually felt at ease. By the way, he asked, looking up, where are Jiujio and 7th and 8th cubs? When they arrived, he and Xie Yuan had gone to look for the eldest cub, while the younger cubs had been sent out to play. Even the socially anxious Jiujio, who didn't want to play, was carried off by the tiger cub's back. 8th cub went after the tiger cub, and 7th cub joined in the fun. After chasing for a few steps, Tanjan grabbed him by the back of his collar and brought him back. The kids are playing, don't worry about them for now, Xie Yuan said, not wanting to sit here any longer. The kids were all having fun, so he and Yuan should take this opportunity to go for a walk. The East District headquarters is a very good choice of location. The scenery and location are both beautiful. Xie Yuan had traveled to many places over the years. He seemed to be a life of fighting and killing, but there was actually a bit of an artistic spirit in him. He enjoyed admiring the scenery and writing lyrical poetry. Yuan didn't have much artistic talent. Xie Yuan led him, and after several detours, they arrived at a beautiful lake. This lake is very famous. Xie Yuan told Yuan anecdotes about the lake. His story was very interesting, and Yuan listened attentively. After hearing the last part, Yuan squatted down and touched the water curiously. Are there really fairies in here? Xie Yuan said that there were fairies in this lake where you could make wishes. The clear water could be used as a mirror. Yuan squatted by the water, itching to go in. He glanced back at Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan, can I go in? No. Xie Yuan stopped him without a second thought. The water's cold. Just touch it a couple of times, you can't go in. Yuan wasn't much of a swimmer. He already drowned on the island. Although he'd been taken to swimming lessons since that incident, Xie Yuan still worried. Xie Yuan preferred to stay by the water, embracing Yuan and talking about love in this poetic setting. What a shame. Yuan wasn't very cooperative. One of them wanted to go down and play, the other wanted to be romantic by the lake. A stalemate ensued, each looking at the other, neither willing to compromise. Finally, perhaps remembering his rebellious eldest son, Yuan's eyes rolled, and he, the older brother, began to rebel as well. Just as he kicked off his shoes and his feet hit the water, suddenly, a crocodile darted in. The crocodile opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. It was clearly targeting Yuan, but it probably didn't realize that Yuan was a real treat. Before the crocodile's teeth could even touch Yuan, Xie Yuan had already chopped it apart. The once clear lake water instantly turned blood red. Yuan was stunned. He stared at the crocodile, its belly turned upside down in the lake, its eyes wide open, wondering, how did the fairy in the lake become a crocodile? Xie Yuan choked. He put away the bone blade and changed the subject. This crocodile doesn't look wild. I'm afraid someone released it here to feed it. What sinister intentions? As Xie Yuan spoke, Yuan was surprised to discover not only one crocodile, but also several large aquatic animals in the lake. What's going on here? Yuan walked along the shore, and soon came across a sign that read no trespassing. He looked at the sign, then at the lake, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Xie Yuan, this is where my eldest son lives. He pointed at the things in the lake and said firmly, this is his food. Xie Yuan, this is outrageous. Such a large lake, and yet it became a buffet for his eldest son. But Yuan's speculation made sense, and after a moment of shock, Xie Yuan finally accepted the reality. He sighed, baby, it's good to leave the eldest cub here. At least the food and drink will be of good quality. Yuan raised his hand and rubbed his face, a look of deep worry. Neither the 7 wealthy cubs nor the wealthy eldest cub looked easy to raise. Thankfully, the other cubs in their family were easy to raise. Siechiyuan. Yuan stood by the water, looking intently at Siechiyuan. Now that the East District has legalized the production of aberrations, are you planning to stop this? Siechiyuan was silent. Naturally, he wanted this legalization to disappear. But Jai-Man showed him the information, which showed that the legal production of aberrations could actually save many lives. The East District's use of aberrations was, in some ways, similar to the West District's use of the Zombie King. Forget it. Between the risk that hadn't materialized yet and the life that could be saved now, Siechiyuan chose the latter. He smiled at Yuan. If anything ever happens to the deformed form in the future, no matter how big it is, I fix it. Yuan stared at him intently, then threw herself into his arms. I help you solve it. Siechiyuan rubbed his head, chuckled, and kissed him on the lips. A breeze caressed his cheek. The lovers were together, finally experiencing a moment of romance. Night fell. Before bed, Yuan saw Z, who hadn't transformed into his original form. He would use his original form in front of Yuan, but in the presence of others, he had learned to use his human form. After experiencing some things, he belatedly realized his original form was the only person in the world who found it adorable, his eldest brother. It's quite handsome, worthy of being our cub. Yuan was very pleased with the Z's human form. While not as adorable as a python, this form looked handsome too, especially to Z wearing a well-tailored suit. Siechiyuan had also worn suits, and his style was both abstinent and alluring, making one envious. And Z in formal attire exuded a wild aura. Like a beast in human skin, dangerous yet captivating. After a moment, after Yuan finished admiring Z's human form, he began to ask about his body. Does it still hurt? Z shook his head. Yuan remained silent. He remembered the way he had hit Z. He himself wondered why he had hit him so hard. It seemed as if he had lost control of his strength. Z, I ask you again. Yuan sat down in front of Z, looking at him seriously. Are you sure you don't want to come back with me? I have several cubs back there. If you go back, we can still live like before. At the mention of their past lives, Z's eyes flickered for a moment. He replied, Brother, I thought it over. I want to stay in the East District. Yuan had expected this outcome. Thankfully, Siechiyuan had counseled him beforehand, so he could now confidently give the cubs freedom. You can stay in the East District, but don't do anything bad. Okay. Call me every now and then, or even video chat. Tiger Cub often video chats, so I can see him. You should learn from him. Z was silent for a moment, then nodded again. Okay. Even if Z didn't mention Fifth Cub, he still remembered him. Ever since Z brought the cubs to the East District, Fifth Cub hadn't seen him once. While he was being beaten during the day, he heard his eldest brother say, I known you were in the East District for a long time, but you've been able to hold it in for so many days, without saying a word. Fifth Cub already tipped you off, so why didn't you contact me? Eldest brother beat him, and Fifth Cub betrayed him. Eldest Cub endured his beatings and bore Fifth Cub's grudge. If he hadn't been busy that afternoon, Fifth Cub's peaceful escape from Jiojio would have been impossible. Big Cub. After giving him a bunch of instructions, Yuan suddenly reached out and stroked his hair. You're the most strong-willed and opinionated person. But I still hope you remember that you have Big Cub. With Big Cub around, you can rest whenever you want. As the eldest cub listened to his elder brother's instructions, a familiar voice suddenly flooded back to him, whether in his ears or in his mind. Cub, from now on you're mine. Don't try to be violent. I protect you. I told you, I'm your elder brother. Don't you believe me? Are you hungry? Come here, bite me. Cub, you're not some unwanted little snake. You're my little snake. No matter where you go, no one will dare touch you. The past words and the present warning slowly intertwined. The eldest cub leaned forward slightly, allowing his elder brother to rub his head. Yuan didn't plan to stay in the East District for too long. He and Siechiyuan still wanted to return to the West District as soon as possible. They had a lot of things to do. They didn't know what had happened to Song Jun, who had been taken back for recuperation. Ingjian also wanted to get some information out of him, asking how far along the West District's cooperation plan with the Zombie King was. Also, there was the research on zombies. Although the 4 districts didn't seem to agree on the truth, they all agreed on one thing: developing a vaccine that could inhibit the zombie virus. Zombies were constantly evolving, and research on them was changing almost daily. The experts and doctors involved were so anxious that their hair went bald. One thing after another, the burden piled up on the heads of each district, and in turn, on Siechiyuan's father. Sooner or later, Xie Yuan would have to shoulder his father's burden, so these matters were also his. He and Yuan had never gotten married or held a wedding, but they both believed that the other was the one for them. The couple was inseparable, and they shared the pressures. The night grew darker. Yuan told the children they were leaving tomorrow. Seventh cub was still awkward with Tan Zhan. He tried to get Xie Yuan to send him away, but Xie Yuan, after picking up a few gift boxes, patted Tan Zhan on the shoulder and declared him his brother. Seventh cub was so angry he nearly died when he saw this. Eighth cub was excited to go back. After being away for so long, he really wanted to go back to the island and have some fun. With little 6 and little 9, plus Jojo, there would be plenty for the 4 of them to do. Most importantly, he could get away from the tiger cubs. None of the cubs felt any pain at the separation, only Yuan had a rough night. The next day, he woke up. He and Xie Yuan packed up and were about to leave. Before leaving, he asked the tiger cubs, who were still staying. Jojo, who had finally reconciled with the tiger cubs, was stunned by the news. He asked blankly, "Meow, aren't you coming?" The tiger cubs shook their heads. Jojo was instantly dejected. Seeing this, Yuan picked her up and whispered, "It's okay, Jojo. You can video call like before." Jojo rested on Yuan's shoulder, looking at the tiger cub with a pitiful look. Without further delay, Yuan and his group left. The cub, who had previously vowed to claim Ingjian, now simply pretended the incident had never happened. What Ingjian? I don't know him. Ever since entering the East District, Ingjian had been confident he could be rescued. It wasn't until he was taken away again that he realized what had happened. Impossible. Ingjian roared in disbelief. There's no way the East District will give up on me. There's no way A01 will give up on me. What did you do? What on earth did you do? Xie Yuan watched him collapse and said nonchalantly, "We didn't do anything." And then just beat A01 up and made him admit his fault. Ingjian was so devastated that he was completely dazed. Xie Yuan locked him up and continued on his way. He brought Ingjian back to the West District, but he accompanied Yuan to the island first. There were still the left-behind children on the island, waiting for their big brother. Yuan was puzzled. Why did Dr. Tang mention Little Butterfly's physiology class to me? Was he mocking their child for being a poor student who lacked this kind of education? Chapter 122. Although Xie Yuan and Tangy had known each other for a long time, they had rarely had a peaceful chat. Dr. Tang's lifelong dream was to become a veterinarian, so Xie Yuan, a patient, naturally fell outside his professional interests. The two had spent years together, but looking back, they were probably the most unfamiliar of acquaintances. Mr. Tang has a somewhat eccentric personality. You don't need to take his words to heart. After Xie Yuan finished speaking, he glanced back at the cubs. Without the cubs, 8th cub had indeed gotten Jojo to play with him again. He looked at Tan Zhan again, wondering, "Tan Zhan, don't you still have business to attend to? How can you run around with us like this?" Tan Zhan said calmly, "Yes, I'm used to working remotely." Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan sighed, "It's not easy for you either. When I have time, I help you persuade Cheesy." Tan Zhan didn't want to accept his sympathy, so after Xie Yuan's sigh, Tan Zhan casually added, "No need. Qibao likes to run around a bit during the day, but he's pretty well behaved at night." Tan Zhan's well-behaved wasn't referring to Cheesy's personality. He was saying that he and Cheesy had a nightlife, after all. Xie Yuan, who had never had a full nightlife, frowned for a second and didn't want to continue the topic. When they reached the island, someone soon came to pick them up. Botsy didn't take the boat, he just dove into the water. The originally tiny octopus quickly grew larger, reaching the size of a tiger. It excitedly waved its tentacles and knocked on the cabin. "Big brother. Stinky. Do you want to sit on me?" The octopus displayed its enlarged body and tiny tentacles. "I can even fasten your seatbelts." "Little tentacle seatbelt, you're trustworthy." Yuan wasn't particularly interested in riding a fish, he was afraid he'd get sick. But Jojo was caught by the octopus's 2 strongest tentacles, and then tucked onto its body. "Go!" The octopus splashed in the water, carrying the still-dazed Jojo, swam toward the sea. 7th cub, sitting next to his eldest brother, saw this and asked, "Brother, 8th cub is so reckless. Can you call him back? He might flip over later." Yuan, also sitting outside, watching the sea, curled his eyes and smiled. How could a fish flip over in the ocean? 8th cub isn't that stupid. Their 8th cub was just a little unintelligent, not a complete fool. 7th cub sat next to his eldest brother, while Xie Yuan and Tan Zhan were both in the boat. The two seemed to be chatting, but their conversation was dull, practically meaningless. "Cheesy, Are you and Tan John in a relationship? Yuan had been curious about this question for a long time. He truly couldn't understand Cheesy and Tan John's relationship. It was precisely because he didn't understand that he hadn't intervened. Cheesy puffed out his cheeks and complained, "He's robbing me." Yuan, really? I didn't notice. Cheesy thought for a moment and added, "He doesn't respect me." Yuan, ? Yuan frowned. Tan John seemed to be treating Cheesy well, but if he truly disrespected someone, he wouldn't be around. His face grew serious, and he began to interrogate Cheesy. "Tell me, how does he disrespect you?" Cheesy tugged at his eldest brother's clothes. After a few seconds of silence, he finally replied, "He doesn't care what I say. He just does what he wants." Yuan, be more specific? Cheesy continued to hold his words in for a while, his face nearly turning pale. Finally, he managed to find the wrong word and gave his elder brother an example. For example, I told him I didn't want to sleep right now, but he insisted. "You say, he's very disrespectful to me?" Yuan was stunned. Cheesy really couldn't tell his elder brother too much, because it was he, the fence-sitter, who had started the affair with Tan John. In the end, he had enough of his flirting, only to find he couldn't leave. If he said too much, he might be exposed. He still wanted to be a good kid in his elder brother's eyes, so he couldn't let himself ruin his image. Yuan watched him give several examples, but they all seemed insignificant details. As he spoke, Cheesy buried his head in his elder brother's lap, determined to throw a tantrum. "Brother, I don't care. I'm going to find someone else. I'm going to find a second life." Yuan was silent. After a while, he lifted Cheesy's head and lectured him. "Child, your thinking is deeply flawed. We can't be so fickle in our relationships. Besides, we only have one partner, and we shouldn't be looking for another." Cheesy didn't say anything, and it wasn't clear if he heard him. A while later, seeing they were almost at their destination, Yuan prepared to call Botsy back. "Botsy!" Yuan called out to the sea. As soon as Botsy got in the water, he felt like he returned to his happy home. He was carrying Jojo, and had been nearby just moments before, but now he was nowhere to be seen. Yuan called out several times, but Botsy didn't swim back. His throat was dry, and he looked like he was about to get angry. Cheesy loved playing with Jojo, but not with Botsy. Seeing that 8th cub hadn't returned, 7th cub bluntly fanned the flames. "Jojo is a bird, not a fish, and can't swim. Brother, don't you think 8th cub threw Jojo overboard? He's hit Jojo before." Yuan pinched his face in exasperation. "Why do you always want to pick on 8th cub? He wouldn't throw Jojo overboard." 7th cub snorted, "You never know." Yuan couldn't worry about resolving the feud between the cubs right now. He had to hurry and fish 8th cub out of the water. "I remember there's a horn on the boat." Yuan instructed 7th cub. "7th cub, go get it." 7th cub said, "Oh," and retrieved the used horn from the boat, handing it to his brother. Loudspeaker in hand, Yuan raised it and called out to Bazai with all his might. "Bazai, it's time to come back." After another 5 or 6 minutes of shouting, Yuan and Tan John, who were sitting on the boat, were called out. Yuan even brought out some water. Yuan gulped down the entire glass of water, and his throat finally felt a little better. "What's going on? Bazai and Jojo haven't come back yet?" "No." Yuan's shouts hadn't gotten a response yet, and his expression had grown serious. This shouldn't be right. Even if Bazai didn't want to come back, Jojo wouldn't have stayed out this long. Yuan scanned the sea. There was no sign of Bazai. He didn't follow Yuan's lead and shout for help. He called the people on the island directly. "Start a sea search. Bazai and Jojo are missing." It had to be said that their Jojo was truly unlucky. He had come out alone to look for his big brother, and he'd been lost twice, not to mention that he'd been missing twice. Now, Bazai was being dragged down to swim with a fish, only to lose it while swimming. If these experiences happened to anyone else, they would probably become socially anxious. The island monitored the sea surface 24/7, and soon, news arrived. A video clip was sent to Yuan's phone. Yuan and Yuan opened it at the same time. In the video, Bazai was swimming freely and steadily with Jojo. Jojo, nervous at first, gradually relaxed. The two cubs had originally been swimming near the large boat, but as they swam, Bazai's courage grew. He gradually explored further afield. Logically, as long as he could swim back, even a little further wouldn't matter. But in the video, Bazai never made it back. He stopped behind a reef, then placed Jojo on the rock and said something to Jojo. Jojo waved at him and watched him sink into the sea. Yuan paused after seeing this spot. The video could be zoomed in, So Yuan zoomed in on a spot and pointed it out to Yuan. Look here, there's something in the water talking to Bazai. Even after Yuan zoomed in, it was still blurry. But both of them could make out a faint outline within the blur. It looks familiar to me. Yuan stared at the blurry silhouette, lowering his head to study it carefully. After a long moment, Yuan finally confirmed, this is the bighead carp. The same bighead carp that had come to the island to take him away. After Yuan's comment, Yuan also recognized a familiar presence. The two of them studied it head to head for a while, but they couldn't figure out where the bighead carp was taking Bazai. At the end of his investigation, Yuan suddenly realized, wait, Bazai has put Jojo on the rock. From the footage just transmitted, Jojo was still there. He decided, let's bring Jojo back first. Bazai had followed the bighead fish, but Jojo couldn't swim, so he had to hang out on the rock. Yuan ordered the boat to reach Jojo's location as quickly as possible. 20 minutes later, Jojo, hanging out on the rock, waited for his eldest brother. The rock Bazai had placed Jojo on was huge, so big that Jojo had fallen asleep on it. As luck would have it, when Yuan approached, Jojo was dozing off and about to turn over. Alarmed, he jumped in to retrieve the cub without even thinking. But Chizai was quicker. Chizai stood behind Yuan, vines extending from his palms. Just as Jojo was about to fall into the water, Chizai's vine suddenly swept him up. Jojo dazedly opened his eyes. Seventh cub placed him on the boat, and Yuan and Yuan gathered around. Yuan thought he'd been on the rocks for so long, and he'd probably be dehydrated. Jojo, drink some. Yuan gave Jojo some water. After giving him the water, Yuan saw that he stabilized and asked Jojo, where's eighth cub? Jojo shook his head and said slowly, eighth cub went to be the leader. Yuan, ? Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling, and he pressed the issue. Jojo, explain clearly. Where did eighth cub go to be the leader? Jojo continued slowly, in the sea. Yuan took a deep breath, telling himself not to rush. He and Yuan carried Jojo directly back to the cabin and stuffed him with his favorite snacks. Jojo relaxed completely. After patiently asking questions for a long time, Yuan and Yuan finally understood what was going on with Bazai. The bighead fish, who had been following Bazai, had waited for days until they finally caught the boss. The bighead fish complained heartbrokenly, Boss, someone's messing with us in the sea. There are many aberrations among marine creatures, but A08's position in the ocean is unchallenged. Among the aberrations, the A sequence is the strongest. There are no aquatic creatures that rank above it. There is A01, but A01 has no interest in dominating the ocean. So, Bazai, considered not very bright by the boss, is actually an undisputed leader in the sea. Now that the leader's authority was challenged, and his underling had been beaten black and blue, the leader was naturally furious. After the leader's outburst, his older brother, who had listened to the entire incident, also became furious. How many times have I told you not to start a fight outside? Has it been a while since I last beat him up? Over a week. Yuan even counted the time carefully. Yuan was furious. He sank down in his chair, feeling that these troublesome little brats were sometimes shaving 10 years off his life. I can guess what the eighth cub is thinking. Yuan analyzed, none of us can swim. He's going to the bottom of the ocean. Anything that could cause trouble there would have to be a marine aberration. Even if he told us, we couldn't go with him. So, after a brief moment of deliberation, Bazai, the leader, decided to go out and do a job on his own before returning. He didn't think he'd fail, so he went out without hesitation. Yuan thoroughly analyzed Bazai's situation. But Yuan just wanted to know, when will this rebellious kid come back? Jojo, chewing on a potato chip, quickly answered, he said he'd definitely be back within 2 days. By the way, he asked me to give you this. Jojo pulled a small round metal object from his pocket. Yuan couldn't tell what it was, but Yuan recognized it. It's a GPS. The usually reckless Bazai wasn't completely clueless. He also considered that his big brother might be worried about him, so he obediently installed a GPS. Bazai said that if this red dot stays lit, it means he's safe. After Jojo finished explaining the small round metal object, Yuan felt a little more at ease. The small metal object's red glow indicated that Bazai was temporarily safe. It's easy with the locator. Yuan soothed Yuan. I have someone wait at the location indicated by the locator. Eighth cub isn't just any other cub. Before you find him, he wouldn't even flinch against me. Yuan treated his cubs as cubs, so he sometimes forgot that they were powerful A-sequence aberrations capable of standing up to Yuan. Eighth cub, in particular, had extensive experience fighting Sichuan. Although he lost a few of his tentacles, at least he always come away alive. Sichuan's effective reassurance calmed Yuan. But despite his composure, he remained principled. When 8th Cub returns, he'd definitely get a beating. Even the most powerful leader out there couldn't escape a beating from his parents when he returned home. The boat continued sailing. This time, nothing went wrong. As soon as Yuan disembarked, he heard a crisp cry. It was Josie, who rushed towards him. Big brother. You're back. The little mushroom had waited for Big Brother until its umbrella was almost drooping. Yuan hadn't seen his own little Geo in a while. He picked little Geo up and couldn't help but rub his head. Little Geo happily clung to Big Brother. Sichuan watched their reunion from the side, a smile in his eyes. He teased the little tea mushroom. Little Geo, you only miss Big Brother and not Big Sister-in-law at all? To maintain his status with the other children, Sichuan called himself Big Sister-in-law, and he did so with aplomb. After all, it was just a title. Back in the room, Enin was still his wife. Shujo glanced up at Sichuan, then back away. His teasing voice resurfaced. Brother, you looked very tired on this trip. If I were here, I wouldn't have let you go so hard. Brother, have you lost a little weight? Is there someone taking good care of you? If only. All right. Sichuan, unable to bear it any longer, brought the little tea mushroom over. His mouth twitched as he spoke. Your brother and I just got back. We're incredibly tired from the journey. Just be quiet for a while and start things later, okay? Shujo, Shujo was about to cry. When did I start something? Sure enough, what they say online is right. Stepmothers always dislike their children. Sichuan poked him on the forehead, gnashed his teeth, and admitted his mistake. Okay, I give up. Just shut up. Yuan didn't want to watch them bicker, so he took Shujo back and pointed at Cheesy behind him, reminding him, Cheesy is back. The two cubs were reunited after a long separation, and both were filled with emotion. Cheesy envied Shujo's freedom, and Shujo, looking at his wealth, felt a moment of confusion. Yuan didn't let them reminisce outside, but took the cubs back home. On the way, he wondered, Shujo, why didn't Liuzi come out? So they were a little late, but Liuzi shouldn't have missed him. The last time Dr. Tang had spoken to him, he said Liuzi missed him. Shalu is in the room. Shiojo explained. He might have forgotten you were back today. You see him later. Yuan's confusion grew. Soon, they returned to their previous room, where Yuan had spent the longest. Upon returning, he first took a good look around his room. The cubs were living there, and the room was exactly as it had been when he left. Yuan quickly washed up and changed into more comfortable clothes. He couldn't find Xiao in his own room, so without hesitation, he decided to look for him in Dr. Tang's. Sichuan was also shoved away by Yuan. There are other people on the island. Uncle Ron also came back yesterday. Go talk to them first. We see you later. Compared to Sichuan, Yuan seemed less sentimental. Sichuan seemed rather reluctant to be shoved away. Shujo, on the other hand, was very pleased with his eldest brother's performance. It seemed that the Xies weren't so favored after all. Yuan, worried about his son, grabbed Shujo and set off to find Dr. Tang. On the way there, he asked Shujo, what happened to Liuzi? I've been back for ages, and he hasn't even shown up. Without anyone else around, Shujo dropped the ball and whispered the truth into his brother's ear. Liuzi is possessed. Yuan was stunned. Although creating something like distortion was a subtle challenge to science, but possessing someone was absolutely impossible, Yuan didn't believe in the idea of possessing someone. Seeing he didn't believe her, Shujo described Liuzi's symptoms. Liuzi suddenly felt unwell. It was like he had a fever, and his body felt like a furnace when he slept at night. I turned on the air conditioner, but it didn't help. Yuan's eyes were complicated. Shujo, have you ever considered that Liuzi isn't possessed by an evil spirit, but is just sick? Shujo shook his head solemnly. He's not sick. I initially thought he was sick, so I sent him to see Dr. Tang. But Liuzi's reaction was strange. He refused to go, insisting that Dr. Tang was a quack. Ever since Dr. Tang had treated Liuzi a long time ago, Liuzi had always viewed him as a quack. What happened in the end? Did Liuzi finally go to see Dr. Tang? Dr. Tang came to see him and took him away. After that, Liuzi became even more strange. He was often absent from the room, and his symptoms didn't subside. It was clear he was possessed by an evil spirit. Angie walked a little faster while carrying Liuzi's body. A few minutes later, Yuan knocked on Dr. Tang's door and got straight to the point. Where's our little butterfly? Is he here? I take him back. Dr. Tang paused, then stepped aside to let him in. He's inside. As soon as he entered, Yuan was greeted by the rich fragrance of flowers. He nearly sneezed. He hadn't realized Dr. Tang had such a sense of camaraderie. The little butterfly lay on the bed, looking exactly like its original self. He was soundly asleep, his shimmering wings still stunning even with their wings closed. Yuan walked over, but instead of rushing to take the little butterfly away, he asked Dr. Tang, "Is our little butterfly sick?" Dr. Tang's face tightened, and his handsome, mixed-race features seemed to contain a hint of uncertainty. He probably didn't expect Yuan to be so close to him, and still not understand what was wrong. "Your little butterflies are in breeding season." "What did you say?" While Yuan was stunned, Xie Yuan was also talking to Ruan Ke. He had changed his clothes, and was looking reasonably neat and tidy. Ruan Ke asked him about Yuan's situation, then moved on to other topics. "After you left, the West District began interrogating Ying Jian. He's being stubborn, so it's unlikely any results will come out soon." Ruan Ke first gave him the latest update, then continued, "But there's no rush. There's no one the West District can't get their mouths shut. Your father said he won't let him go after we're done with him." Ying Jian had the lives of those in the West District on his hands. Those young men on missions were still calling out for Xie Yuan before they died. They were waiting for their instructor, Xie, to save them. The West District would never let this blood feud go unpunished. Their conversation revolved around business. There were a few issues that were giving the West District a headache, and after Xie Yuan rested, he'd personally take care of them. The atmosphere on the island was relatively harmonious. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. Only in a distant stretch of sea, the leader, ZZ, was leading his subordinates with a swagger, looking for trouble. The subordinates had gone from wailing and complaining to sobbing, making ZZ extremely upset. Alas! Crybaby Jiujio was still the most beautiful when he cried, his eyes red and pitiful. Unlike his subordinate, who was crying so hard that the boss was almost in a state of isolation. "Boss you, if you don't come out, we're all going to die." The big head fish choked up, narrating the severity of the situation. "I even had the other fish bring out your name, but they called you seafood." At this point, the big head fish stammered in anger, "We're all seafood once we get ashore. Who's more noble than the other?" Chapter 123. As soon as Big Head Fish finished speaking, 8 Cub glared at him. Although he considered himself a good boss, who cared for his younger brother's words still made him feel disgusted. He snorted, thinking to himself, "Of course, there are noble and less noble seafood. No one wants someone like his younger brother, whether steamed or stewed. He won't want him. He's noble, and he's expensive." Yuan still had no idea what was happening at sea with 8 Cub. He and Xie Yuan had already dispatched personnel from the island to track the real-time location of the locator, and to wait for the octopus to go down to the sea. For the time being, there was no need to worry too much about the expensive 8 Cub. Yuan was only concerned about the little butterfly he had brought back. Dr. Tang's words just now echoed in his mind. The little butterfly is in its breeding season. That short sentence had left Yuan in a daze. He didn't understand. He was deeply shocked. "7th Cub, come here." Yuan didn't say much to Dr. Tang. After bringing the little butterfly back, he closed the door. When 7th Cub heard his elder brother calling him, he immediately went over. Jiujio, knowing they must be discussing the little butterfly, joined Jiujio in the conversation. As expected, after carefully placing the little butterfly on the bed, Yuan composed himself and spoke. "Has 6 Cub ever experienced a breeding season before?" He vaguely felt that his memory was flawed. Otherwise, how could he not remember whether 6 Cub had experienced a breeding season before? Shuji shook his head and assured Yuan, "Big brother, 6 Cub doesn't have a breeding season. He's not an ordinary butterfly, he doesn't have one. At least, he didn't have one when he was at the research institute. He hadn't reached maturity when he was at the research institute." Yuan struggled to think of a reason. Could it be that once he reaches maturity, he also enters his reproductive phase? Shaoqi still shook his head. "I don't think that's likely. They were all lab products, no waste. They didn't have any particularly burdensome flaws." Xiao Jiu overheard their conversation, and he finally understood the reason for Liu Zai's anomaly. "Brother, once Liu Zai's reproductive phase is over, won't he be like this now?" Xiao Jiu was practical, and approached the problem from a direct perspective. Yuan raised his hand, and wiped his face. He said wearily, "I don't know when Liu Zai's breeding season will be over." Xiujio blinked, and said something startling. "How about we go catch some butterflies, and mate them with Liu Zai? There's just one problem. Should we catch female or male butterflies? If we catch a female, will she get pregnant?" Yuan, Before Yuan could finish his words, Liuzi, who had just regained some consciousness, angrily slapped Shijio's wings. A red mark instantly appeared on Shijio's snow-white face. Never one to be wronged, Xiaojio naturally wouldn't take a beating in vain. He pinched the little butterfly's wings and spoke slowly and calculatingly, "Oh, Liuzi doesn't like butterflies of his own kind? There's another solution. Human cats and dogs can be sterilized. Liuzi, would you like to try?" Seeing the fight about to escalate, Shuqi's eyes sparkled. He held Jiujio and calmly took a few steps back, preparing to eat some melon, or perhaps even a feast. But with Big Brother around, this feast was destined to be uneatable. Yuan separated the two cubs that were about to fight. He didn't care about teaching them anymore. After telling them not to fight, he took Little Butterfly in his hands. His palms burned hot. Yuan frowned, examining the little butterfly in his palm. "Cub." His voice was filled with worry. He was worried that with the other cubs around, this proud little butterfly might not tell the truth. So Yuan cleared the table. He sent the other cubs outside to play. Seventh cub hugged Jiujio, a look of regret on his face. Alas, a fresh melon now out of reach. After the other cubs left and the door closed, Yuan could sense that Little Butterfly had relaxed a little. He walked back and locked eyes with Little Butterfly. "Sixth cub, is it breeding season?" "I'm not." Sixth cub turned his gaze away and replied stubbornly, "Don't listen to that quack. I never had a breeding season before, so how could I have one now?" He emphasized firmly, "Brother, I'm just not feeling well. I'm sick, and that quack couldn't diagnose it, so he just lied to you." Yuan stroked his still-burning wings and remained silent. The atmosphere grew tense, and the little butterfly grew increasingly uneasy. Finally, in front of their big brother, they both began to rage. "That damn quack, I never wanted him to treat me in the first place." The usually reserved and proud little butterfly was so enraged that he cursed like 8 cub, clearly showing his deep prejudice against the quack Tang. Yuan tried to comfort him. "Zizi, Dr. Tang treated you before. Even if he's wrong this time, you can't say that to him." Yuan still attached great importance to Zizi's education. He sat in his chair, his eyes fixed on Little Butterfly the entire time. He was worried. Dr. Tang had said that besides having a burning sensation, Little Butterfly was also very sleepy. He could sleep for many hours a day. That was comparable to the lazy third child. Yuan remained silent, and seventh child gradually fell silent too. After a while, Yuan asked him, "Zizi, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Sixth child was still trying to be tough, but after meeting his eldest brother's gaze, his eyes suddenly reddened and he flew to his brother's neck to rub against him. "It's uncomfortable." Little Butterfly, so arrogant in front of others, completely let down his guard in front of his eldest brother. He didn't have the skills to act like a spoiled child like Little Nine, nor was he as innocent as Jiujio, who acted like a spoiled child without realizing it. He choked slightly and told his eldest brother, "I took a cold bath, but I'm still burning." "Brother, am I dying?" Under normal circumstances, a mutant wouldn't be in this state. He was a sequence A mutant, the most powerful. How could he possibly be so unwell? Yuan soothed his little butterfly. He wasn't known for his empathy. In fact, his emotional perception was a bit slow. But with his cubs, his empathy was strong. He could sensitively perceive their pain, discomfort, and grievances. And then, he felt heartache. The torture that the little butterfly had endured for days, in this moment, transformed into grievances that she could complain to her eldest brother. An unknown amount of time passed. Under Yuan's patient soothing, Little Butterfly sniffed and finally calmed down. He was determined not to allow Dr. Tang to treat him again, but Yuan said with embarrassment, "Dr. Tang is a doctor after all. Big brother can't treat illnesses." He had read simple medical books before. He could treat injuries, but not illnesses. After all, when he was raising the deformed cubs, he had expected them to get injured, but never imagined they could get sick. There was another stalemate. Yuan finally came up with an idea. He asked, "I take you for another checkup. Let's go to the main base in the West District. I checked there not long ago. The people there are very nice." Little Butterfly hesitated, but finally nodded. He would rather be sent for research than fall into the hands of a quack again. That damn quack was so disrespectful, deliberately not wearing his clothes properly in bed. He, such a noble butterfly, must not be deceived. Yuan and Liuzi agreed and didn't delay any further. He patted Little Butterfly's head again and whispered, "Do you still want to sleep?" Little Butterfly had been awake for a moment, but now she was feeling a little sleepy again. Yuan told her to go back to bed and turn the air conditioner to its lowest setting. "I tell Dr. Wan." If Dr. One has time, we can ask him to come with us. The main base has more comprehensive equipment. We have Dr. One treat you. Okay. Perhaps because they lived on the island for so long, the cubs have a good relationship with Dr. One. This time, Little Butterfly had some physical abnormalities, and they kept it a secret from Dr. One. Yuan settled the Little Butterfly down before heading out. Outside, 3 cubs sat casually on the ground, playing with a deck of cards they had gotten from nowhere. Jojo kept losing, so his face was covered in notes. Big brother. Seeing Yuan emerge, the cubs quickly put down their cards. They all looked at Yuan's 7th cub, representing the cubs, took the initiative and asked, "What kind of butterfly is 6th cub planning to find? Is it a male or female?" Yuan smacked him in annoyance. "Do you want to be spanked by 6th cub too?" He instructed the cubs, "Don't mention the breeding season in front of 6th cub. I have to take 6th cub out to check." Little 9 grumbled, "It's clearly breeding season. Catching a few butterflies would solve the problem. Why did he have to go out?" Little 9, a lonely little mushroom, had no breeding season and wasn't interested in romance. In his opinion, if he were a butterfly, he would simply follow his biological instincts, find a butterfly he liked, spend the breeding season together, and then part ways. That would be convenient and hassle-free. But Yuan ignored his advice. He walked out, saying to the cubs, "You guys go play first. I need to find Dr. One." Yuan had things to do, and dragging these cubs along would be a hassle. 7th cub rolled his eyes, and began to woo 9th cub. "Little 9, do you want to come play with me? I'm bringing someone back this time." 7th cub started his antics again. Yuan was completely oblivious, and had no time to bother with him for the time being. When they arrived at Ruanka's place, Yuan hadn't left yet. Yuan was having his test tubes cleaned by Ruanka, and the two chatted idly about Yin Qin. "Your father meant that it would be great if District 4 could completely unify its stance. Does father want to swallow up the other 3 districts?" Before they could finish discussing this, Yuan walked in. Yuan looked up, and upon seeing Yuan, the corner of his mouth curled up. He put down the test tube in his hand and walked towards Yuan. "Why are you here? Didn't you go see the cub?" "I already done that." In front of the elders, Yuan felt embarrassed to be too intimate with Yuan. He pushed Yuan's hand away, then said to Ruanka, "Uncle Ruan, there's something wrong with my cub's health. I want him to go to the main base for a checkup." "What's wrong with the cub?" During the time Yuan and Yuan were away, Ruanka hadn't been on the island all that time. That's why the cub's condition was so easily hidden from him. This time, Yuan didn't hold back. He explained the cub's condition in detail. After he finished speaking, Ruanka immediately nodded in agreement. "I understand. I go with you to the main base. I personally examine Liuzi." Yuan was still hesitating about how to tell Ruanka, wanting him to examine him. To his surprise, Ruanka had already taken the initiative. He breathed a sigh of relief. Ruanka saw his expression and smiled. "And then, have you forgotten that we're a family now? Liuzi is also our child. I arrange everything for Liuzi's examination. Don't worry." Yuan nodded. Ruanka's expression was gentle as he continued, "By the way, if you go out, take Jojo with you. Your Uncle Ian really likes Jojo." Jojo, the socially anxious kid, unexpectedly caught Yin Qin's eye the last time he accompanied Yuan to the main base. Yin Qin glanced at him with concern, but unfortunately, the little Jojo was too shy to approach him. Yuan hummed a sigh of relief and, as he prepared to leave, told Jojo to stop being so shy. They didn't stay in the lab for long. Having said everything they needed to say, Ruanka waved them off, saying, "It's getting late. You should go back first." Before leaving, Ruanka suddenly said, as if remembering something, "And then, you should get another checkup this time." Yuan was stunned, wanting to say he didn't need one, but Yuan beat him to the punch, saying, "Okay, let's get a checkup while we're at it." Leaving the lab, Yuan scratched Yuan's palm. "Hey, why did you have to check me again? I'm fine, aren't I?" He had already checked me out the last time he was at the main base. Yuan pulled back his sleeve, looked at his arm, and whispered, "After being bitten by that zombie at the base, your arm hurt for quite a while. It wasn't just the pain, I thought you were acting a little strange. I was worried you might be affected, so it would be safer to check it out." Yuan explained the reason clearly, and Yuan felt uncomfortable being awkward with him. He rolled his sleeve down and muttered, "You're just too nervous. I don't think I'm okay. We tell you after we check it out." Although it was already late, Yuan still took Yuan to see Songjun. They were lucky. Although they had all experienced changes to varying degrees, at least they were still alive. Upon seeing Yuan, Songjun, who had been sitting uncomfortably on the bed, straightened up in a split second. He cleared his throat and hurriedly smoothed his hair. "And then you're here?" Song Jun greeted Yuan. He had met Yuan again in a life or death situation. Including the last time, Yuan had stood by him twice. They say love blooms most easily in difficult times, but Song Jun didn't have the guts to try to steal Xie Yuan's love. When Xie Yuan wasn't looking, he asked bitterly, "Didn't Instructor Xie say before that even dogs don't talk about love? Why is it that when it comes to an end, he only calls her wife? If Instructor Xie hadn't acted so soon, he would have fought for himself. One fight, and his teammate would become his wife." "Deputy Captain Song, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling any worse?" Yuan felt only for Song Jun as a teammate. He even brought some fruit as a gift for visiting his teammates. Song Jun's recovery ability was remarkable. After surviving the initial observation period, his recovery rate improved day by day. "I feel great now, and my abilities seem stronger than before. And then, thank you so much for this. If you hadn't found us, we would have all died in there." "You're welcome. Xie Yuan was also there to look for you." Yuan didn't take credit for himself. Xie Yuan also played a role in finding Song Jun and the others and rescuing them. Although Xie Yuan wasn't there immediately, he was also searching at the same time. Xie Yuan was usually aloof during training, and Song Jun and the others had a natural fear of him. With Xie Yuan present, Song Jun and Yuan were more reserved in their conversation. But even so, after leaving Song Jun's ward, Xie Yuan sensed something was amiss. "And then, why do I feel like Song Jun is a little overly enthusiastic towards you?" Yuan casually retorted, "Really? I don't think he's any different from before." Song Jun was naturally very enthusiastic. After seeing Song Jun, the two of them went to visit the remaining patients one by one. Yin Feng and Ho Ying were also recovering, and their parents had arrived. With family and friends by their side, they were both calmer. Especially Ho Ying's parents. His father had also served in the military for many years, and later remained in the army. This tough guy, who had served under Commander Yin, burst into tears upon learning his son was no longer breathing. The Ho family's parents only had one child, Ho Ying, and they rushed over, practically crying themselves dry on the way. Fortunately, Ho Ying survived. He had fused genes stored at the Midden Research Institute, becoming a new mutant with the lowest sequence number. Ho's parents didn't care at all that their son had become a mutant. All they wanted was for him to be alive. When Yuan approached, Ho's parents, upon seeing him as their benefactor, immediately knelt before him. Yuan was terrified. Xie Yuan let him hide behind him while he helped Ho's parents up, saying, "Uncle and Aunt, you really don't have to be like this." Xie Yuan had met Ho Ying's parents before, and he intervened to calm them down, eventually calming them down. When Yuan returned to the ward, he was stunned by the sight of Ho Ying lying in bed. He couldn't help but rub his eyes. Xie Yuan was much more blunt. Taking advantage of the fact that Ho's parents hadn't come in, he asked directly, "Have you become a pig mutant?" Ho Ying was almost furious. He looked at his instructor. He was no match for him. With such a huge disparity in power, Ho Ying's rage was gone, and he could only vent his anger by ripping his pillow. After venting his anger, he lowered his voice and explained, "It's all because of my mom. She was scared by me this time, and she thinks I suffered a lot and lost weight. These past few days, ever since I could eat, they've been feeding me non-stop. Every time I eat, it's like it's stuck in my throat. They make me 4 or 5 meals a day, not counting the tonic soup. Look, I'm so fat, and they still think they're not feeding me enough. My mom was still calling me skinny this morning." Yuan, Looking at Ho Ying, who had grown as fat as they had in such a short period of time, Yuan deeply understood that parental love can sometimes be very heavy. Xie Yuan hesitated, sighing again and again. Forget worrying about whether Ho Ying was a deformed person or not. His biggest worry right now was how to handle his mother's feedings. Yuan and Xie Yuan stayed a little longer, waiting for Ho's mother, who was preparing the soups on time, to each of them drink a bowl of the tonic soup. Mother Ho also thought Yuan was quite thin, so after feeding him the soup, she served him a bowl of pork rib noodles and a bowl of egg custard. There were other things, but Yuan, unable to eat any more, tugged at Xie Yuan's sleeve, asking him to refuse them on his behalf. After leaving Ho Ying's place, Yuan, supported by Xie Yuan, felt his legs weaken. "How terrifying," he muttered. "What kind of life is Ho Ying leading?" It was truly terrifying. Xie Yuan suppressed a laugh and reached out to touch his swollen belly. "What you eat here in one meal is enough for 2 days normally. And then, how about I tell Aunt Ho to let you come over for a meal, and gain a few pounds. Yuan pinched him hard and refused with a sullen face. If you dare do that, I won't let you kiss me anymore. Not even hug me. Yuan's refusal was firm, but Xie Yuan rubbed his chin, pondering the feasibility of this. The last person to look at was Yin Feng. Yin Feng also had someone to take care of him. A few days ago, Commander Yin had even come to see him in person. Yuan repeated his words of concern. Yin Feng wasn't as talkative as the previous two. Yuan, after trying to find a topic for a while, became dry and lost for words. Xie Yuan, noticing this, took over the conversation and chatted with him for a few more words. As he was about to leave, Yin Feng suddenly said, "Brother, I actually started to have feelings for you earlier than you did. If I'd been more proactive, the outcome might have been uncertain." Xie Yuan understood this incoherent remark. He raised an eyebrow, and while handing Yin Feng the apple, he leaned over and whispered, "I started earlier than you, I just reacted a little late." But even before he realized it, he was already paying close attention to Yuan. Yin Feng, worthy of being from the same family as Xie Yuan, was a member of the same family. If anyone else had said this, they probably wouldn't have had the guts to do it, but he did. Once he said it out loud, he felt completely relieved. Yuan didn't notice their riddle. By the time they finished seeing the three patients, it was completely dark. "Let's go back home." Xie Yuan took his hand without hesitation, and they slowly walked back. A refreshing sea breeze blew, brushing against his cheeks, damp and wet, like the sound of rain. Yuan's comfort suddenly faded. He thought of the octopus cub that had gone into the sea. "Xie Yuan, our octopus said he's only out for one night, right? Will he be back tomorrow?" Xie Yuan analyzed and assessed. He should be able to come back. He's a leader in the sea, and I can't imagine anything that could pose a threat to him. As the two walked, newcomers to the island didn't recognize Yuan and kept glancing at him. Yuan felt uncomfortable being seen. They ran into other instructors along the way. After greeting them, Yuan watched Xie Yuan chatting with them while he went to wait. "Hey, is he the Yuan from the forum? He looks pretty, but I heard he has no skills at all, just a pretty face." "Who says he isn't? Commander Xie is so strong. Why is he paired with a useless beauty? What a pity, but he and Commander Xie haven't been dating for long, have they? They probably break up soon. Commander Xie will definitely find someone more compatible by then." The gossip of the newcomers reached Yuan's ears clearly. Yuan squatted there, ignoring them. He pulled weeds from the roadside, his mind wandering to himself. He wasn't useless at all, he was still a capable fighter. It's just, his identity wasn't impressive. He had no special powers, not even a human identity. After pulling out a small patch of grass, Yuan clapped his hands and stood up. "Baby, we're done talking. Let's go." Xie Yuan walked over and took Yuan away. As they walked, Xie Yuan asked, "What were you doing squatting over there?" "Nothing, just pulling some weeds." After returning, they stood at the door of the room. Neither Xie Yuan nor Yuan opened it. With their hands still linked, Xie Yuan lowered his voice and asked, "Baby, it's too crowded over there. Do you want to live with me?" Yuan struggled. Their little butterfly wasn't feeling well, and he wanted to stay with her. But Xie Yuan's grip on his hand was also annoying. "Baby, it's so rare for us to be home. Can't you really stay with me tonight?" Xie Yuan liked to hold Yuan to sleep, but the conditions outside were limited, so the most he could do was kiss. Even kissing was restrained, to avoid getting angry. Just as Yuan was making a difficult decision, the door opened. It was Cheesy. Cheesy looked at Xie Yuan, then at his eldest brother, puzzled. "Brother, sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Standing at the door, looking strange. Xie Yuan cleared his throat and spoke, "Cheesy, what is Liuzi doing?" Cheesy replied, "Liuzi is sleeping. Xiujio said he can sleep until tomorrow. Are you going to ask him out?" Hearing that he could sleep until tomorrow, Xie Yuan's lips curled up. Yuan's ears instantly blushed. "Cheesy, eh?" Cheesy was completely confused. How could Liuzi, who was just sleeping, have woken up his eldest brother and sister-in-law? Such an ambiguous atmosphere. Yuan also coughed and instructed Cheesy, "Well, you guys go to sleep tonight. The beds in the room can't accommodate so many people. I'm going to Xie Yuan's for the night." After Yuan finished speaking, Xie Yuan gave a few simple instructions, and then pulled Yuan into the room. The door to the next room slammed shut. Cheesy, startled a little by the slamming door, paused for a few seconds before realizing, "Wait, I'm here to complain to Big Brother." He was going to complain, but Xiujio was adamant that Liuzi was in her breeding season, so after trying to catch butterflies in vain, he had captured Dr. Tang and given him to Liuzi. Yuan's door was tightly shut. Cheesy hesitated for a moment, then decided to leave his complaint tomorrow. As the night grew darker, Yuan finished his shower and carefully fixed his hair in the bathroom. After everything was packed, he half opened his robe, like a peacock spreading its feathers, ready to spread them out before his beloved. Baby, no one's coming to disturb us tonight. Chapter 124. Yuan, like a peacock, fluttered his feathers for a long time, but received no response. He looked down at the small bump on his bed and asked, desperately, "Anan, are you asleep? Or are you just pretending?" Before he went to shower, Yuan was still curled up in bed, playing with her phone. It had only been over half an hour, and she was already buried in the covers, not even poking her head out. Under the covers, Yuan was browsing a forum. From the moment Yuan pulled him into the room, he had a feeling Yuan was in a dangerous state tonight. He didn't mind a little flirting with Yuan, but Yuan didn't seem quite satisfied with just flirting. So, he urgently logged onto the forum and started posting. "Help! I'm staying with my boyfriend tonight, and he's showering. He seems a little overexcited. What can I do to calm him down?" As soon as this post was posted, even in the middle of the night, a group of onlookers flocked to it, excitedly commenting, "Don't do anything, just lie down. Ha ha, do you really not understand? Or are you just using this opportunity to show off your affection? Your boyfriend's already showered, so of course it's time for you two to have a good night out." Yuan had been cuddled by Yuan for many days, but since the environment didn't allow it, their sleep was very simple, and Yuan thought it was very simple. Yuan refrained from doing anything more outrageous. He said he would teach Yuan, but after that, he never really taught her properly. Yuan didn't have any study materials himself. Last time, Yuan said he would get some materials from Pei and send them to the kids. I don't know if the kids received them, but Yuan didn't. Not long after the post was posted, a living bodhisattva finally sent Yuan a different message. "I feel like the OP is playing hard to get in order to get something. Add my contact information and I send it to you." Yuan, unable to contain his curiosity, actually added the other person's ID. Soon, his friend accepted. Yuan hadn't posted anything on his moments, so he wasn't worried about others seeing it. The enthusiastic netizen, rarely gossiping about private matters, instead sent Yuan information out of kindness. A few minutes after opening the information, Yuan's footsteps could be heard approaching. Yuan, having only read the beginning, felt compelled to bury himself under the covers. "Baby?" Unable to even see him, Yuan temporarily relinquished his magical powers, sat down on the edge of the bed, and tugged at the covers. "Be good, I know you're not asleep. At least leave me a gap in the quilt." At Yuan's urging, Yuan hid his phone under his pillow and then opened the quilt a little. Yuan didn't seem to mind, simply pulling back the quilt and sliding himself in. He had just showered, and the scent of shower gel still lingered on his body. He didn't normally like using these things, but tonight he made an exception. He thought it would be better. Our house is soundproof after all. Yuan pulled Yuan into a full embrace, his chin resting on Yuan's shoulder. With a slight tilt of his head, he could kiss Yuan's cheek. Yuan was a little breathless from being held so tightly. Yuan tried to find a few topics to talk to him about, but received no response. He wondered how he could have turned his own baby into a mute when he went for a bath. A long while passed. Yuan, having dawdled for a while, finally turned and looked at Yuan. He nudged Yuan's handsome face and said sweetly, "Yuan." Yuan lowered his head, his nose touching his. "I'm here." The quiet room was quiet, no clingy child disturbing them. The two lovers finally had time to indulge in their affection. They didn't worry about their cheesy love talks being overheard. Yuan relished this time with Yuan. He felt content just by doing nothing but holding her. But at times like this, there was no need to be a gentleman. "Anan, are you sleepy?" "No, not sleepy." Yuan stammered, "I'm not sleepy." The next moment, Yuan rolled over and embraced him. The damp sea breeze outside at night was indeed a weather warning. The rain was pouring down. They were some distance from the beach, but they could still faintly hear the crashing of waves. Yuan wasn't afraid of rain, but he didn't like it this heavy. He preferred a lighter rain. It was refreshing and didn't affect his travels. It was his favorite weather. The rain was getting heavier. Yuan suddenly remembered Bazai, who had gone to the sea that day. He propped himself up with his arms and tried to sit up. Bazai is still up there. According to Bazai's locator, someone was already waiting on the island. Yuan listened to the increasingly rapid rain and couldn't help but want to go there himself. But it was the middle of the night, and Xie Yuan wouldn't let him go out. Be good, wait until tomorrow morning and we go together. Xie Yuan patiently coaxed Yuan, who was about to get up, and soon, Yuan was calmed down by Xie Yuan. He grasped Xie Yuan's wrist, thinking about the information he had read, and for some reason, his emotions suddenly became aroused. Xie Yuan, do you want a kiss? Yes. Xie Yuan never liked too many kisses. He leaned closer, but just as he was about to kiss, Yuan dodged. A few minutes later, Xie Yuan closed his eyes, sweat beads forming on his forehead. A long time passed. Yuan left Xie Yuan and ran to the bathroom. The faucet in the bathroom was running, blending in with the sound of rain outside. Xie Yuan heard him rinsing his mouth. Meanwhile, Xiujio and Jiujio were alone in the next room. The sound of thunder could be heard, but Xiujio was so deep in sleep that he didn't feel a thing. Occasionally, when the thunder was too strong, he would roll over and go back to sleep. Jiujio, awakened by the thunder, had wanted to call Xiujio. After failing to wake him up, Jiujio sniffed, tearfully reached for his phone, and made a call. It was a video call. In the middle of the night, the other party actually answered his call. Meow. Jiujio, wearing polka-dot pajamas, saw Tiger appear on the screen and hurriedly complained, "It's raining here, and the thunder is really loud." Tiger Cub, interrupted from his sleep, showed no emotion at all. He was looking at Jiujio. Jiujio rubbed his eyes, trying to shake off the crybaby label. He emphasized, "I'm not crying. I just woke up, so my eyes are a little red." Tiger Cub didn't contradict him, only asking, "Aren't you sleeping with Big Brother today?" Jiujio shook his head. "Big Brother said it's too crowded here, so he moved next door." Tiger Cub, It was obvious without asking that Xie Yuan must also live next door. Jiujio clutched his phone, gradually relaxing as he chatted with Tiger Cub. He wrapped himself tightly in the quilt, and lay on his side, his phone right in front of him. Go to sleep. Tiger Cub's deep voice was even more melodious at night, perfectly satisfying his voice control quirk. He hypnotized the crybaby to sleep, just as he had before. Jiujio half closed his eyes and muttered, "I want to hear your story." Tiger Cub had no talent for storytelling, so he opened a reading app, randomly clicked on a book, and began reading in a steady voice. This hypnosis was indeed effective. Tiger Cub didn't wait long before he saw Jiujio had fallen asleep. His face was so close to the screen, so close that his thick, curled eyelashes were clearly visible. His eyelashes were wet with tears. Tiger Cub didn't hang up, and he didn't know when he would. He half lay on the floor, staring at his phone. That night, only the lonely Xiujio slept the best. The next morning, he woke up, stretched, and greeted Jiujio with a carefree hello. "Jiujio, good morning." Jiujio, still asleep, said, "Hoo." Xiujio leaned over and pinched his face several times. Cheesy had been taken away by Tanjan last night, but before that, Cheesy and Xiujio had already come up with a lot of bad ideas head-on. Xiujio narrowed his eyes. With so much to do, he didn't want to stay in bed at all. The first thing he had to do was get his eldest brother out. He didn't know when Cheesy opened the door last night. If he had known earlier, Xie Yuan wouldn't have been able to take his eldest brother away so easily. He knocked on the door for a long time. Xie Yuan never opened it. Xiujio's mood began to sour. After confirming he couldn't crack the door open no matter how hard he tried, he went to find Cheesy. Cheesy said he and Tanjan had no feelings for each other, and that they were just playing by force. But when he reached Tanjan's room and pried open the window, he saw the same kid who'd been saying he hated Tanjan, still cuddling him tightly in his sleep. Tanjan seemed to want to get up, but Cheesy wasn't pleased. With his eyes closed, he started cursing a jerk husband. A jerk husband is still a husband. Xiujio's face turned green. He reached the last room he targeted, Dr. Tang's bedroom. He had tied Dr. Tang up tightly last night. Then, he placed the bound Dr. Tang with the breeding season Liuzi. He expected a bloody storm here this morning, but unfortunately, everything inside had been peaceful so far. After wandering around all morning, Xiujio returned to his room in vain and looked up. Oh no! Jiujio still hasn't hung up on the video call with the tiger cubs. All the cubs have someone to keep them company, even their eldest brother. Only he, on the verge of turning evil, is a lonely, murderous little mushroom. Chapter 125. Perhaps it was because Xiujio woke up too early that he saw so many things he shouldn't have. Just when he was about to explode with anger, Jiujio woke up in the bed. He yawned, patted the empty space beside him, and called to Xiujio. "Jiuzi, aren't you coming to bed?" Xiujio, Xiujio, humph. Crank Geo had the tiger in the video to keep him company, so why would he be called? Jojo didn't understand his mood and, still half-lidded, spoke to him. It rained and thundered last night. You were sleeping so soundly, I couldn't wake you. Jojo emphasized, thunder is terrifying. Shujo was stunned. He pointed at Jojo's phone and asked, did you call Woozy because you couldn't wake me? Jojo nodded obediently. Seeing this, Shujo finally paused his darkening process. He climbed into bed contentedly, snatching half of Jojo's blanket. His tone was much calmer than before. What's so scary about thunder? It won't strike us anyway. Jojo hadn't fallen asleep yet, and while talking to Shoujo, he couldn't keep his eyes open again. He rubbed his cheek against the pillow, his voice slurring with sleep. Of course we're afraid. We little birds are afraid of thunder and rain. Shujo hummed, you're not a bird flying around right now. You're a pet bird. There's nothing to be afraid of. Jojo seemed to hum, and when Shoujo looked at him again, he had already fallen asleep. It was early in the morning, and without Shujo knocking on the door, the others were quiet. In the next room, Yuan had heard the knock on the door, but he ignored it. Not only did he ignore her, he even reached out and covered Yuan's ears, fearing that the still sleeping Yuan might hear the noise. When everything quieted down, thankfully, Yuan hadn't woken. Yuan did, however. He looked down at Yuan's sleeping face, then recalled the memories of last night, feeling as if he were soaked in honey. Being in love is wonderful. Having a wife is wonderful. Yuan couldn't get enough of looking at her. He couldn't help but lean in and carefully kiss Yuan's cheek, nose, and lips. Thankfully, Yuan was so tired last night that she didn't wake up from the kisses. The rain had stopped after a night of rain. On a morning like this, a lion is the most comfortable. Yuan didn't sleep in, but indulged in kissing and taking photos. He took many photos of Yuan sleeping. Yuan was beautiful, beautiful from every angle. Yuan only took pictures of his face, not his neck. After taking the pictures, he began to think about which cover photo to use. His phone wallpaper and chat dialogue backgrounds all used Yuan's photo. Before Yuan could figure out the answer, Yuan, who had been sleeping all this time, finally opened his eyes. As soon as he woke up, he instinctively looked at Yuan's neck. Last night, Yuan insisted on giving him his food reserves and even offered to feed him. Yuan, faced with his rations, had gorged himself with his fill. Does it still hurt? No. Yuan let him touch it. The marks on his neck were no longer noticeable. On the other hand, Yuan himself had a number of marks on his neck and collarbone. The two of them exchanged glances. The base of Yuan's ears gradually turned red. Under Yuan's gaze, his palms felt hot as he touched Yuan's neck. Baby, what are you thinking about? Yuan seemed oblivious to his reddened ears, and continued to ask him slowly, you're lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Yuan, Yuan thought he was playing it safe. The two of them stared at each other, and finally, Yuan put his arm around Yuan's neck and whispered, Yuan, were you satisfied yesterday? Yuan felt he had worked hard enough. He'd gone to such lengths to pamper his boyfriend, so naturally he wanted some good feedback. To his surprise, Yuan smacked his lips for a long time before mumbling, not bad. Yesterday, something was missing. It was just the finishing touch. But he wasn't one to treat himself badly. He tried every trick in the book. At the end, Yuan was so angry she almost wanted to bite him to pieces. You're too greedy. Yuan scowled and stopped hugging him. He pushed Yuan away, reprimanding him for his ultimately unrealistic approach. What we have now is enough. Don't even think about anything else. They tried last night, and they already failed. Yuan didn't mind the final failure. He simply ran out of time. Besides, he found gradual progress quite interesting. Baby? Yuan had his own progress bar, whether in love or anything else. He was firmly in control of the current progress bar. Don't worry, I teach you something even more interesting. Yuan covered his ears, closed his eyes, and muttered, don't listen, you idiot. They lay there in bed for a long while, until Yuan wiped his hands again, and Yuan finally let him get up. Yuan also took a tissue and wiped slowly, sniffing it afterward. Yuan? Yuan picked up a pillow from the sofa and threw it at him. Why are you so unrefined? He was practically disgusted. Yuan, completely forgetting his past as a bit of a germaphobe, dodged the pillow and teased Yuan, it's yours anyway, why should I be so particular? By the time they both finished washing and getting ready, it was already mid-afternoon. Yuan went out to look for Bazaar, not forgetting to ask Yuan, ask the people with Bazaar if they seen him. Bazaar said he was going out for the day, and calculating the time, it was almost 24 hours. Xie Yuan agreed, while Yuan went to check on the left-behind cubs next door. As soon as he entered, he asked Jiujio, Xiujio, how's Liuzi? Is he awake? Jiujio heard his elder brother's voice, and looked up, bewildered. We don't know if Liuzi is awake yet. Yuan, ? Yuan was stunned. Jiujio, Liuzi didn't sleep here last night? Jiujio shook her head and replied honestly, I didn't see Liuzi. Xiujio, sitting across from Jiujio, playing a game on Jiujio's phone, had just finished a game when he saw his elder brother. It took him a few beats to realize what his elder brother had asked. When he finally realized what he was talking about, the usually astute little mushroom remained silent for a few seconds. After a few seconds, he cleared his throat and said, Liuzi is with Dr. Tang. He's been there the whole time since you came back. Yuan wasn't sure how Liuzi had gotten to Dr. Tang, but Dr. Tang wasn't a bad guy. He was actually quite kind to Liuzi. I go get him. The 6 cub situation couldn't be delayed, so Yuan wanted to take them all out after he collected them all. Xiujio had already been left behind last time, so he couldn't stay behind this time. They hadn't taken 2 steps when the little deformed creatures, Duo and Chong, who were also on the island, came running over. Duo clung to Xie Yuan's legs and said in a soft, babyish voice, you're back. Duo was a waste-deformed creature mass-produced in the laboratory. If it weren't for Chong holding him, he would have been destroyed long ago. The harsh environment in which he was born and raised had shaped his fear of people. But after living on the island for so long, the kindness of everyone had eased Duo's fears a little. He wasn't as afraid of people as he used to be, but the person he was closest to and loved the most was still Xie Yuan. Perhaps it was because Xie Yuan was too powerful, giving Duo a strong sense of security. Xie Yuan picked Duo up and spoke to him. Yuan rubbed Chong's head and asked him about his studies. He and Duo were both about to start kindergarten. The human education journey had only just begun for them. After staying there for a while, Yuan went to look for Liuzai. He left Xie Yuan behind to watch Chong and Duo. He also checked on Jiujio and the others. Xie Yuan would be in charge of the children, while Yuan would go find them. Xiujio had originally wanted to follow his elder brother, but considering Liuzai's situation, he wasn't sure what would happen. If Dr. Tang complained to his elder brother, he would definitely be punished by his elder brother in front of Liuzai. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiaojio pretended not to notice his elder brother leave. He stayed and casually pinched Chong's face. Chong and Duo were both genuine cubs, having been in the factory for just over 3 years. He could have grown into a mature form much earlier, but he preferred the cub form, so he remained in his current state. Xiujio bent down to touch the face of the real cub before him, then squeezed his hand, finding it better than his own. Elsewhere, Yuan went alone to look for Lu Cub. He was familiar with Dr. Tang's residence, but at this hour, Dr. Tang should already be in his infirmary. He passed by the infirmary and paused briefly. Coincidentally, someone passed by. "Nen, are you looking for Dr. Tang?" the other person asked, noticing him peering into the door. Yuan nodded. The other person smiled and said, "Then you probably have to wait a while. Dr. Tang isn't here right now. I wanted to get some medicine from him, but I couldn't find him. If he's not in the infirmary, then he must be in his room." Yuan could knock on Dr. Tang's door, but no one else on the island could. It's common knowledge that Dr. Tang hates being disturbed. Yuan only had this privilege thanks to the little butterfly. Quickly, Yuan arrived at Dr. Tang's door and knocked. As he knocked, he realized the door was shaky. Yuan, shock! Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he quickly stepped back. Sure enough, just as he stepped back, he fell to the ground after being hit several times. Yuan's eyes widened in shock, and he reflexively clarified, "I didn't do it. I didn't use any force at all. It was the door that was hitting me." He argued loudly, but didn't wait for Dr. Tang's response. He took a closer look. Oh no! Dr. Tang was tearing things up. The floor was a mess, with broken bottles and jars scattered everywhere. The most outrageous thing was that Dr. Tang himself was injured. Dr. Tang was wearing only light-colored pants, his upper body exposed. He had a typical mixed-race face, with deep, handsome features and a tall stature. Usually, in his white coat, you couldn't tell who he was, but today, without it, he looked quite impressive. But Yuan still thought her boyfriend was the best looking. He raised his hand to cover his eyes, cautiously. "Dr. Tang, were you robbed here? I see you're injured. Were you beaten?" After asking this question, he suddenly remembered. His baby was still here. Dr. Tang, I'm here to pick up my little butterfly. Is he here? Yuan didn't bother to be cautious. He walked in, carefully avoiding the debris on the floor. Dr. Tang had bruises on the corners of his mouth. As soon as he spoke, the corners of his mouth twitched. Hiss. Yuan didn't ask him for the baby anymore, but went to look for it herself. The bedroom was just across the small living room. Wait. Yuan's hand had just touched the doorknob when Dr. Tang called out to him, seemingly unwilling to let him open it. But Yuan pretended not to hear. The bedroom door had been badly bashed in, impossible to lock. With just a gentle push, it opened on its own. Yuan looked up. The next second, he froze in place. Tang-yi! Yuan's voice almost changed tone. He turned his head and demanded, his voice trembling, "What did you do to my baby?" Dr. Tang's expression wasn't much better. Amid Yuan's questioning, Dr. Tang muttered, "I didn't intend to do that. Someone kidnapped me yesterday. And then I saw him. He wasn't in the right condition at the time. I was forced." Before Dr. Tang could finish his explanation, Yuan slammed the door shut and sauntered over. Forced? You mean in your room, with my sick son? I forced you to sleep with him. Yuan's blood boiled, and he'd barely managed to avoid fainting. As he spoke, he had already rolled up his sleeves. Tang-yi had already been beaten severely, and seeing him roll up his sleeves, he instantly took 2 steps back. The one in the bedroom had beaten him up when he woke up. If he weren't in good shape, this morning next year would have been his death anniversary. He'd been beaten, and now he'd been beaten again. Tang-yi couldn't fight back, so he could only avoid it. I'm not lying. I really wasn't the one who did what happened yesterday. Tang-yi couldn't really explain how everything went down last night. First, he was tied up, and little butterfly wasn't in the right state. After that, and then after that, there wasn't anything ambiguous between them. But at some point, the two people, already on edge, suddenly fell onto the bed. Perhaps little butterfly's angry scolding of the mediocre doctor had infuriated him, or perhaps the mediocre doctor sneered and said little butterfly lacked physiological knowledge. In short, it was a mess. Yuan took a few deep breaths. He had always had a natural fondness for doctors, but from this moment on, Dr. Tang was permanently on his blacklist. My son would never do something so coercive. Yuan gritted his teeth, the anger intensifying in his eyes. Tang-yi stared into his eyes, and he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt something strange about them. Before he could fully grasp them, another noise emanated from the bedroom. Yuan's vision instantly returned to normal, his attention drawn to the bedroom, and he turned and walked into it. Baby? Yuan quickly walked to the bedside. He looked down at the baby, now in human form, heartbroken. Be good, change back. Big brother will take you away. For deformed individuals experiencing physical discomfort, returning to their original form was easier to recover. The young man, his cheeks still flushed, opened his eyes, a hint of confusion in them. He had only faintly heard his big brother's voice that had brought him to consciousness. He heard his big brother sound like he was about to hit Tang-yi. He wanted to say, no need, because he already done that. But his throat was so dry and sore that he couldn't call for help. Don't be afraid, dear. Big brother will support you. Under Yuan's patient soothing caress, Liuzai finally drowsily transformed into his original form. A tired little butterfly nestled obediently in Big Brother's palm, gently wiping it with a handkerchief. Big brother, I want to sleep. Okay, go to sleep. Yuan held the little butterfly in his arms. To avoid disturbing it, he ignored Tang-yi after leaving the bedroom. He held a grudge. He would get to the bottom of this. As Yuan brought the little butterfly back, Little Mushroom was also frowning, thinking about them. Little Mushroom belatedly realized that he had been wronged. He had kidnapped Tang-yi and given her to Liuzai. Wasn't that just giving him a temporary wife? He was still alone. From the beginning to the end, the thought that 6 Cub might be someone else's wife never entered Little Mushroom's mind. A 06 personality wasn't as flexible as 7th Cub, nor as innocent as Chiu. When a 06 got ruthless, he was a freak who would take on anyone. When he fought Xie he could chop Xie without blinking. And he himself didn't even utter a sound, as a butterfly's wings were torn apart. Little Mushroom knew exactly how ruthless he was. We should still catch butterflies. It seems easier that way. Little Mushroom regretted his carelessness for 3 seconds. Half an hour later. Yuan called Xie. Has 8th Cub not come out yet? Our 6th Cub symptoms haven't subsided yet. We can't keep him any longer. 6th Cub's initial symptoms strongly suggested the arrival of breeding season, but after this recent ordeal, Yuan had completely ruled out that possibility. If Tang-yi didn't work, it meant this wasn't breeding season. Although Yuan still bore a grudge against Tang-yi, he couldn't help but admit that it was through Tang Yi that he completely ruled out the possibility of Liu Cui entering breeding season. Let me ask. Xie Qiyuan considered Liu Cui's situation and proposed the most efficient approach. He arranged, we first take Liu Cui to the boat, then take him to the location indicated by Bakui's locator. Once we find Bakui, we don't need to return to the island, we can leave directly. This route was approved by Yuan, who quickly began packing his luggage, including Shijio's clothes. Jiujio was already familiar with this process. He sat on the edge of the bed, watching his eldest brother busy himself. Shijio, looking at the little butterfly sleeping in the box, fell into deep thought. Is Six Cub so fierce? Has he exhausted himself so much he can't even get up at this hour? While Shijio was distracted, Yuan had already packed everything. Xie Qiyuan had packed even faster, and was waiting for him at the door. They had to go find 8th Cub first, so they didn't board the same boat as Ruan Ke. Soon, the boat set off, and Xie Qiyuan sat beside Yuan, staring at the little butterfly in the box. Its wings fluttered slightly with its breath, revealing a truly beautiful and precious little butterfly. Yuan hadn't yet told him about his own cub and Tang Yi. He hesitated, deciding to choose his words before speaking to Xie Qiyuan. Speeding up, they quickly reached the location indicated by 8th Cub's locator. What a coincidence. When they arrived, the people guarding 8th Cub were diligently salvaging something. Yuan approached, ready to ask if they needed help. Their Cheesy was pretty good at catching things, and Shujio was okay too. Brother, what are you catching? Yuan couldn't quite see what the unidentified object floating on the surface of the sea was, but from a distance, it looked a bit like marine debris. The man casting the net saw it was him, and immediately shouted back, "We're catching your octopus." Yuan, why are you keeping an octopus? Yuan, ? Yuan didn't even need to say anything. Cheesy was already standing beside him, extending a vine to retrieve the overturned cart, the carrier Botsy. A few minutes later, the carrier was successfully salvaged, and Cheesy patted his belly, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of water. After spitting out the water, the octopus slowly woke up. Seeing himself surrounded by his eldest brother and the other cubs, 8th Cub was dazed and asked, Am I hallucinating? 7th Cub heard this, and immediately slapped him to verify whether it was a hallucination. Octopus shuddered at the slap, and was about to fight 7th Cub. Luckily, Yuan stopped him. No fighting. 7th Cub was the one who just pulled you out. After rescuing 8th Cub, Xie Qiyuan didn't waste any time and headed straight for the West District headquarters. On the way, 8th Cub naturally couldn't escape interrogation. He swore confidently, I won the fight, but I was just too tired at the end, so I fell asleep. Even if 7th Cub hadn't pulled me out, I would have known to get back after I woke up. 8th Cub described himself as incredibly strong and powerful. When he was almost exasperated, everyone fell silent for a moment, then nodded, yeah. You're right, you're the best. After the boat trip, they transferred to a car and then a plane, all traveling at a brisk pace. Xie Qiyuan and Yuan each took charge of a key cub. Yuan wanted to take advantage of 6 Cub's improved condition to ask him about what happened with Tang Yi. Xie Qiyuan, on the other hand, wanted to inquire about 8th Cub's affairs at sea. Each of them worked hard, but before they could come to a conclusion, they arrived at their destination. 6th Cub was taken for an examination. Yuan accompanied him, and, at Xie Qiyuan's request, also went to the examination room. The people in the examination room still remembered Yuan. Oddly enough, the blood they had drawn for Yuan's examination had somehow vanished. Xiao Xia, when are you and An planning your wedding? While Yuan and 6th Cub were being examined, Xie Qiyuan was standing in the corridor, outside, when a passing elder approached him and asked about the wedding date. Xie Qiyuan smiled and replied, soon. He was actually hoping to settle down with Yuan soon. This way, he could legitimately perform the Zhoulong ritual with Yuan. No, in modern parlance, it's called fulfilling husbandly duties. Then I'd be waiting for your wedding. The kind elder smiled and teased him. I give you a big red envelope then, so you can use it as your own pocket money. Xie Qiyuan's father gave all his salary to his wife. So, Xie Qiyuan, inheriting his father's legacy, knew without a word that he would likely follow his father's example. A passerby would talk to Xie Qiyuan, and he would naturally respond. Borrowing something, he leaned against the hallway and recounted his romantic love story with a faint voice. By the time he finished, the entire hospital knew the depth of his and Yuan's love. Chapter 126. Yuan, in the examination room, was unaware of her boyfriend's affectionate display in the hallway. He simply closed his eyes and skillfully accepted the comprehensive examination. Here in the West District, he had already stripped off all the necessary layers, so he felt no pressure to undergo any examination. His examinations were always quick. Last time, it had only taken a short time. This time, it took a little longer. Ranku wasn't on the same boat as them, but he arrived just as late. Ranku was the one currently busy in the examination room. With Ranku in charge, Xie Yuan felt a little more at ease. After an unknown amount of time, Xie Yuan sat on a bench in the hallway, his long legs slightly bent, his eyes fixed towards the examination room. The man he had been questioning all along the way, Ba Zai, came over and sat next to him. Xie Yuan glared at him. "Aren't you avoiding me? Why are you here again?" Eighth Cub glanced at him, his mouth still stuffed with an expensive brand of lollipop. He snorted, "I'm not here to see you. I'm here to wait for my big brother." Not only was Xie Yuan watching over Yuan, but the other cubs Yuan had brought with him were also not far away. Tan Zhan was a ruthless man who made sure the seventh cub enjoyed the most comfortable environment wherever he went. Xie Yuan didn't even know how he always had fresh food and fruit in his RV. Besides the delicious food and fun things, the beds in the RV were so good that Xie Yuan didn't want to move from them. Following seventh cub's rise to prominence, the other cubs also enjoyed a life of luxury and extravagance. Even eighth cub, who was usually rough around the edges, started wearing designer clothes. "Your eldest brother will be fine. The chairs here are hard. Go find seventh cub and the others." "I won't." The rebellious eighth cub never listens. He sat down firmly on the chair next to Xie Yuan. After a while, he thought he was being completely invisible and leaned closer to Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan didn't even raise his eyelids. He wanted to see what this little octopus was up to. After getting close enough, the octopus finally quieted down. He glanced around, and when he saw no one was around, he cleared his throat. "Xie." No one paid any attention. Xie Yuan. Still paying no attention. "Hey!" Eighth cub was furious. He extended his little tentacle and poked Xie Yuan hard. After a few pokes, he cried out in frustration, "Sister-in-law." Xie Yuan finally glanced at him. "What's wrong?" Eighth cub, Humph. Eighth cub held his breath for a long moment before grumbling, "Humans are in so much trouble. If you insist on being their protector, you'd definitely be in trouble." The little octopus wouldn't say such things for no reason. Xie Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he shrewdly guessed the truth. "What did you encounter at the bottom of the sea yesterday? Was it related to humans?" Eighth cub didn't say anything, but his eyes were full of desire, clearly implying, "Come and beg me. Beg me and I tell you." Xie Yuan only begged his own cubs at certain times. He wouldn't beg a cub who was already in need. Eighth cub. Xie Yuan used threats and inducements, striking a deal with eighth cub. "Are you often annoyed by the other cubs? Next time you two start a fight, I take your side." Bazai, "Oh no, I'm a little tempted." Xie Yuan took his time, then offered his chips. "And the next time your big brother wants to beat you up, I help you get a free pass." Babazai, Babazai was silent for 2 seconds, his face grim. "Deal?" He desperately needed this perk. The two of them agreed on the terms, and Bazai told the story of yesterday. "I went back to the seabed because someone trashed my place, and a new aberration has arrived." "What kind of aberration could possibly make you lose?" Xie Yuan frowned slightly. Babazai, furious, emphasized, "I told you I didn't lose." Xie Yuan replied perfunctorily, Yeah, you didn't lose. Go on." Babazai choked. He paused, then continued, "The new mutants aren't native to the sea, they're scrapped." Xie Yuan, question mark. Xie Yuan, "What do you mean?" Eight Cub sneered, "You're so stupid." He explained to his stupid wife, "They look like that, they're not marine species at all. I even saw a mark on them, a red X. This mark on a mutant signifies scrap." Eight Cub glanced at Xie Yuan and blurted out, "I was also an unwanted mutant. If Big Brother hadn't taken care of me, I probably have died or turned into a monster like them. Untended mutants will eat anything to survive. It's not uncommon for these wild mutants, raised freely from a young age, to grow increasingly bizarre as they evolve." Xie Yuan knew Yuan had raised them, but he had no idea what the childhoods of these now famous mutants were like. Botsy wasn't close enough to Xie Yuan to tell him all about his childhood. After reporting on the events at sea, Botsy reiterated, "I didn't lose a fight. Those useless mutants formed a group. I'm not afraid to take on a whole group alone." Botsy was very concerned about his reputation. He had won the fight this time, but something went wrong, and his victory wasn't particularly impressive. So, he couldn't bear it, and didn't want to be mentioned again. After the story was told, Botsy jumped off his chair and muttered, "It's not a big deal. Just stop littering, humans. Otherwise, being the boss is going to be very tiring." Whenever something happened at sea, he, the leader, had to go back to work. Very tiring. Xie Yuan hummed, watched him leave, and immediately called his father. 2 hours later. Yuan's examination was complete, but his blood problem was completely exposed. Wanka looked at Yuan, who had sat up in bed, and asked, "And did you always get blood tests during your physicals?" Yuan nodded yes. Blood tests were a routine part of physicals. He had been having them drawn frequently since he was a child. Wanka didn't hide anything from him, but got straight to the point. "We discovered a problem during these 2 examinations. Your blood evaporates after more than half an hour. Even if it's kept in the refrigerator, it will still evaporate." After explaining the situation, Wanka asked, "Are you aware of this problem with your blood?" Yuan was stunned. He shook his head. "I don't know. If he was fine, he wouldn't cut himself, let some blood out, and then see how long it would evaporate, right?" Wanka had guessed he didn't know about this, and his previous question was purely a test of luck. If Yuan knew the reason himself, it would save them a lot of trouble in their analysis. Part of your physical examination results are in, and part isn't. Wanka wanted to reassure him, but Yuan was an adult, and he couldn't just fabricate a false test report and tell Yuan about it. While Yuan was still pondering the blood issue, Wanka gently reminded him, "Your results this time are a little different from last time." "Yuan?" ? Yuan's heart sank. "What's different? I had an illness before, but now I'm a zombie. Can zombies get sick again?" Yuan also told Wanka about his previous illness. It was a very rare genetic disease, with a 99.9% incidence rate. If the disease hasn't flared up, the patient can function normally, without any unusual symptoms. But once it flares up, it's a sure thing. After a flare-up, even with the best treatment, the patient likely won't survive more than 2 weeks. To date, there's no known cure for this disease anywhere in the world. Wanka speculated that Yuan's continued existence stemmed from his childhood, having never experienced a flare-up of the disease. During his years at Minden, he likely received some preventative treatment. "Uncle Ron, am I still sick?" Yuan truly hated his illness. The treatment he received since childhood had taken a toll on him. Wanka hesitated, then replied, "According to the examination results, while you haven't recovered, your illness won't affect you in any way." Yuan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He murmured, "Thankfully, I won't get sick again. When I was sick before, the uncles and aunts from Minden treated me. They're no longer with us." Wanka had just heard the first half of his statement, and couldn't help but retort, "You haven't been sick before. The treatment those people from Minden gave you is just a preventative measure. Curing Yuan's illness, based on current technology, is simply impossible. No, even in the future, the chances of it happening are slim." Yuan was stunned, but insisted, "I've been sick for a long time. The doctors at Minden can treat it." Wanka rubbed his head, somewhat helplessly. "Impossible? If Minden truly could cure this disease, they wouldn't be hiding it. If they could just release the cure, they'd become famous overnight." Wanka didn't believe what Yuan said. The results of the other tests would be out later. Yuan looked down at his arm. He had a lot of blood drawn from it, and there were still bruises. "Uncle Ron, how's my little 6th cub?" Yuan's own examination was just a side job. His main concern was his little butterfly. Wanka led him out, talking as they walked. 6th cub is definitely not in reproductive age. He's just lacking the growth hormones necessary for abnormal growth. According to the test results, this growth hormone deficiency started several years ago. A few years ago, Liuzai left Minden. Yuan felt uneasy. "Uncle Ron, Liuzai used to eat traditional nutritional paste in Minden. After he left, I don't know what he was eating. If he continues to eat traditional nutritional paste now, will it help him recover? There are many types of growth substances in the body of a deformed person. Traditional nutritional paste contains the most comprehensive substances, but long-term consumption can also be harmful to the body." After asking this question, Yuan suddenly thought of his other cubs. His frown deepened. "My other cubs haven't had traditional nutritional paste for a long time. Will they be in trouble like 6th cub?" Wanka pondered for a moment, then carefully explained to Yuan, "It's not the nutritional paste. We also studied other mutants. We concluded that the growth substances in the A-sequence mutants are different from those in other mutants. 6th cub is currently lacking one of the growth substances required for the A-sequence. We need to further analyze and investigate the cause of this deficiency." Yuan listened patiently, then asked, "Can 6th cub receive treatment now?" "Yes," Wanka replied in the affirmative. He knew how much Yuan valued these cubs. If something truly happened to Six Cub, Yuan wouldn't be able to accept it. And then, Chi Yuan has been waiting for you outside. Go find him first. Although Wanka hadn't been out much, he knew what Chi Yuan had done. Yuan nodded and left. The door closed. Wanka looked at his disappearing back, and suddenly raised his hand to press his temple. Alas! His sigh was soft, like a whisper, inaudible. What he had just said to Yuan was all good stuff. A 06 can currently be treated, but these seemingly powerful aberrations can present such a problem. Given his years of experience at the Research Institute, and his husband's experience as the head of the West District, he'd been exposed to it, and had more experience than others. He had a hypothesis. These powerful aberrations of the A-series couldn't do without the secret shield. And the secret shield's method of controlling them was probably to allow them to leave, or they would die. Wanka hadn't yet shared this hypothesis with Yuan. Outside, Yuan looked at Chi Yuan, who was waiting in the corridor, and quickly walked over to him. Chi Yuan, I'm done. Chi Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw him emerge. How did the examination go? Chi Yuan kissed his forehead and asked. Yuan curled his eyes and replied, the test results haven't come back yet, but it doesn't look like anything serious right now. Wanka said his body wasn't like a normal human's, but it also didn't fit the characteristics of a zombie. So, he was a new breed of zombie. Yuan accepted the test results well. As long as he wasn't completely dead, it didn't matter how he lived. Six Cub has started treatment. Uncle Juan said they can treat Six Cub here. Yuan was most concerned about the cub's health. Now that his problem was resolved, he relaxed. Not far away, several cubs gathered around. Jojo was picked up by Yuan, and he immediately saw his eldest brother's arm. Big Brother's sleeve wasn't pulled up properly, so when he was lifted up, a little of it just showed. Big Brother, you got the shot? Jojo stared at his arm without blinking, asking, does it hurt? Yuan shook his head. It was just a little blood draw. It shouldn't hurt. Jojo was afraid of the pain, so after a moment's thought, he leaned over and blew on Big Brother's arm. Since the six cubs couldn't leave for the time being, Commander Ian simply arranged for them to stay here. Yuan was very satisfied with this arrangement. He wasn't particular about where he lived, nor about the quality of the accommodation. As long as he could live with someone important, even if it was a thatched hut, he was content. From the time they rushed from the island to the time they had to undergo the examinations and treatment, none of them had gotten a good rest. Chi Yuan told the cubs to rest on their own, and those who couldn't sleep could go out for a walk. The main base was large, so they didn't have to worry about being bullied. Before leaving, however, Chi Yuan sternly warned them, when you go out to play, don't bully others, okay? The cubs gave him a little face, and reluctantly agreed. As long as no one messed with them, they wouldn't bully. Chi Yuan thought for a few seconds, then pulled out his wallet again, rummaging through the money inside. By the way, there's a vendor outside. I give you some money. If you like anything, go buy it. Bozzy immediately reached out his hand, unceremoniously saying, give me more. I also need to buy some octopus balls. Chi Yuan, Chi Yuan gave him an extra 100 and said with genuine admiration, you're quite a tough fish. Seeing Bozzy reach out for the money, Jojo hesitated and reached out as well. But Cheesy grabbed his hand. Cheesy looked at Chi Yuan's wallet with pity, seemingly puzzled as to how someone could be so poor. He said to Chi Yuan, no need to give it to Jojo, I have money. Chi Yuan, Chi Yuan looked at Tan John, who hadn't followed him, but was still a few dozen meters away, and remained silent. Judging by the way Tan John was raising Cheesy, Cheesy truly had plenty of money. Cheesy paid for Jojo's expenses, and glanced at Shijo. The fence-sitter started to think again. After a while, he patted Shijo's shoulder and said seriously, I pay for Shijo's pocket money too. Let's keep Chi Yuan's money to support their eldest brother. The kids saved both trouble and money, but Chi Yuan wasn't particularly happy. As soon as the kids left, Chi Yuan hugged Yuan and buried his head in his neck. Baby, Cheesy must have been complaining about my poverty again. Yuan rubbed his fur and soothed him. No, don't overthink it. Cheesy didn't mean that. He's just grown up and wants to take care of the other cubs. Yuan's words were a bit of a lie, but Chi Yuan wasn't sure if he believed them. It was dinner time. In Chin took Chi Yuan and Yuan to dinner again. Wanka wasn't there. In Chin had originally wanted Yuan to bring the other cubs along, but they were all out having fun, and it would be difficult to find them all. In Chin felt a little regretful not being able to see all the cubs at once. Seeing this, Yuan offered, if you have time tomorrow, I can bring them to see you tomorrow. Chen's usually stern face finally cracked a smile. He replied, I'm not very busy tomorrow. After making plans for tomorrow, the two began to eat. It must be said that the banquets Chen arranged always hit Yuan's exact preferences. Yuan ate until his belly was full before he finally put down his chopsticks. At the table, Chen didn't chat much with them, only asking Yuan about some family matters. For example, about Yuan's family, he already knew that Yuan's father was Guinan. Yuan treated Chen as an elder and answered all his questions. My dad and the boss of Midden probably don't know each other. I haven't heard Selena mention that they know each other. I only heard others say that the boss of Midden just treats Midden as an ordinary research institute that makes money, and she doesn't even bother to manage it herself. At Midden, at least for Yuan, the atmosphere was relaxed. Selena also said that the boss was very nice. Many experimental projects at Midden, once submitted, were generally approved, and not only approved, but also provided with sufficient funding. Have you met the head of your institute? Chen asked again. You've been living there the whole time, so the head should know about it. Since she's letting you live there, wouldn't she want to see you? Yuan shook his head without even thinking. He was certain, I haven't met the head boss. He's very busy, and I heard he's in poor health. Even if I lived there, I'd only be a child. She definitely wouldn't be interested in a kid like me. Yuan was only 4 years old when he moved in. A 4-year-old kid certainly didn't hold much appeal for the head of Midden. Chen was still chatting with Yuan about the head boss, while Yuan was a little confused. They had previously investigated the boss's identity, revealing she was just a divorced, powerful woman, nothing particularly noteworthy. This powerful woman might not even be involved in Midden's experimental projects. But Chen wanted to ask, and Yuan couldn't stop him. After the meal, Chen ordered a fruit plate for Yuan. These are all fresh fruits. If you don't want to eat them right now, just pack them up and take them home. Yuan chose to pack them up without hesitation. Before leaving, Chen added, and then, we're looking for your father. Perhaps only someone like your father can resolve the zombie crisis right now. Once we find him, I hope you can help convince him to develop a vaccine that can cure the virus. Dr. Gu's status and strength were unquestionable. To resolve the source of the zombies was to completely eliminate the virus. Naturally, Yuan wouldn't refuse this request. He said solemnly, if I could really find my dad, he'd do it all on his own, without me even asking him for help. His dad was a good person. He wouldn't just stand by and watch what was happening. After leaving the restaurant, Yuan and Yuan didn't go out for a stroll. They went straight back to their apartment. At this hour, their nightlife was very different from the kids. In the room, Yuan, who had just discovered the smell the night before, didn't even want to bathe alone. He hugged Yuan and coaxed her, we're barely making ends meet now, baby. We have to learn to save money. The first step to saving money is saving water. Yuan struggled. I don't want to bathe together. You're hurting me. Yuan lowered his head and kissed her, then lied with his eyes wide open. You're mistaken. The bathroom had a bathtub. It would be too big for one person, but 2 people would get a little crowded. The water gurgled. Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling. He also knew Yuan had a progress bar. When to kiss, when to cuddle, the progress bar clearly arranged it for you. Thank you, Yuan. Yuan suddenly asked tremblingly, our progress bar, where are you at? They were just doing this, and that last night. Yuan wouldn't push the progress bar again tonight, would he? People can't, at least they shouldn't be so cruel. It proved that Yuan had no intention of being human. He smiled at Yuan. The progress bar is almost at the bottom. Yuan, baby, help. Yuan's progress bar was as efficient as ever, and soon, Yuan was starting to feel overwhelmed. Especially when Yuan returned to the bedroom and saw him tearing apart a small package. Yuan was completely stunned. Where did you get this? It clearly wasn't there yesterday. Yuan kissed the tip of his nose and replied with a smile. I asked for it at the hospital this morning. You were still undergoing the examination then. Yuan, ? Yuan's ominous premonition began to grow. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, he pressed. Were you relatively discreet when you asked for this at the hospital? After all, he didn't believe Yuan would be so shameless about doing something so shameless. Baby, I'm almost an old man. Yuan's expression remained unchanged, and he spoke with a clear conscience. I want a few of these things. They'd be overjoyed. Don't worry, they gave me plenty. It's enough. Yuan struggled to reach for the pillow, hoping to die with Yuan. He guessed it from Yuan's expression. When Xie asked for something, he wasn't exactly high profile, but he definitely didn't try to avoid people. Yuan felt like she was going to lose face. It turns out, finding a husband doesn't have to be this socially devastating. Yuan's force was suppressed by Yuan's kiss. Yuan bit his cheek amusedly. We're a couple, so doing this is perfectly normal. He spoke with considerable pride. Besides, I even knew to wait until I asked for something before I did it. Isn't a husband so hygienic? How considerate. Yuan, Suddenly, Yuan wasn't really interested in dating anymore. Chapter 127. Yuan looked at the expression on the person in his arms, and couldn't help but chuckle. Why do you look like that? Yuan spoke honestly, muttering, I feel a little embarrassed. Yuan, Really? Yuan was shameless, so he had no idea what shame was. His supplies were coming, so naturally, he wouldn't waste them. There was no rain outside tonight, but Yuan felt like he was getting drenched. He desperately tried to find a place to rest, but couldn't find one. The moonlight grew darker. The cubs, who had been playing outside, returned one by one, yawning. Jojo's arms were full of food, drinks, and toys, all bought for him by Cheesy. Shujo had also made a lot of money this trip. 8th cub and 7th cub disliked each other, so 8th cub had the nerve to not spend 7th cub's money. He only used the money Yuan gave him to buy things. The cubs all made a lot of money. After returning, Jojo stopped at his eldest brother's room. He hesitated, unwilling to leave, and even reached out to knock on the door. Shujo pulled him over and asked, Jojo, what are you doing? Jojo pointed at the door and replied, I bought a gift for my eldest brother, and I want to bring it in. Shujo choked. No wonder his eldest brother always called Jojo a warm-hearted little angel. Just now, when they were having fun outside, they were arguing while shopping and almost got into a fight. And in all the arguing, they'd forgotten to buy his gift. Shujo stopped him. Give it to my eldest brother tomorrow, he's asleep right now. Even if you knock, Yuan won't open the door for you. Locked outside, Shujo was quite experienced in this. Jojo glanced down at the gift in her arms, then back up at the closed door. He said, a little disappointed, all right. He felt that his elder brother was becoming less and less interested in sleeping with him. His elder brother was monopolized by Yuan. Alas, marrying a wife wasn't good at all. A disappointed Jojo was pulled back to her room by Shujo. The cubs were supposed to have their own rooms, but except for Cheesy, Shujo, Botsy, and Jojo all chose to live together. After watching Jojo return to her room, Cheesy hesitated and tried to follow. But Tanjan grabbed his wrist, preventing him from leaving. Cheesy, we're going to bed. Good night. Before closing the door, Jojo waved to Cheesy. After he waved, Botsy slammed the door shut, not wanting to even look Cheesy in the face. The door closed, and Cheesy's face fell. He muttered unhappily, these kids are so annoying. Only Jojo is a little angel. When the 4th one comes back, it'd probably be even more annoying. Ertz's personality was similar to that of the eldest, both focused on getting things done, so that didn't bother him. Sanzi wasn't a good-tempered kid either, but thankfully, he was lazy. When he wasn't angry, he only did one thing, snooze. Tanjan rubbed his head and said calmly, if you find them annoying, you can stop associating with them. I can take good care of you. No. Cheesy said without hesitation, I still want to stay with my eldest brother. He hasn't settled down yet, and I'm worried. Especially since the sister-in-law his eldest brother had found for them was Yuan from the West District. Before Big Brother and Yuan got together, they had no favorable impression of the entire 4th District, nor of the West District. And towards Yuan, not only did they not have favorable impressions, but some even harbored deep hostility. The West District was unstable now. If he didn't keep an eye on it, what if the cubs currently following Big Brother didn't trust Big Brother? If something went wrong, who would they turn to for justice? 7th cub was determined to stay with Big Brother, and Tanjan's expression didn't change. He simply agreed, okay. It seemed that no matter what 7th cub decided, he would only say yes. 7th cub had also noticed this pattern. He stared at Tanjan's expressionless face and suddenly asked, Tanjan, do you only say yes to me? Tanjan didn't answer. 7th cub didn't need his answer, he knew the answer from his face. Humph, I see how long you can pretend. 7th cub turned his head and walked ahead. As he walked he said, I don't believe you always be so obedient. The two walked away together. Although Inchin had prepared rooms for Cheesy and Tanjan, Tanjan still paid for another one himself. The cubs had been waiting until now, and they couldn't stand it any longer. Jojo pinched the edge of his pillow, looking at the two cubs in bed. He couldn't help but ask, Will Big Brother not sleep with us anymore? Botsy and Shijio's faces turned grave at this question. Though they hated to admit it, they had to admit it now. Yes. Big Brother will sleep with that little goblin from now on. Giorgio, Giorgio was confused. What little goblin? Giorgio, who recently watched some melodramatic family dramas, said solemnly, "He has seduced Big Brother away from us. He's what you call a little goblin." Giorgio suddenly understood. Botsy, who had watched the melodramatic TV series with Giorgio, also agreed with Shijio's point of view. He said indignantly, "Sia is so good at seducing Big Brother. In TV dramas, stepmothers like him always end up abusing the children. A stepmother and her children will never have a harmonious relationship." The atmosphere among the children grew increasingly miserable. Giorgio was so worried that she could hardly sleep. Late at night, in the next room, Big Brother could stay up even later than the children. A voice could still be heard. "Pour me a glass of water. I need some." Yuan's voice was hoarse. He begged for water, his eyes reddened. He spoke a few broken words, and tears rolled down his cheeks. They were natural tears. Yuan loved seeing him like this. After a few seconds of staring, Yuan finally averted his gaze. He stood up, not even putting on his clothes, and went to pour some water. The water was mixed with some dry chrysanthemum flowers, which were supposed to clear heat and reduce internal heat. "Baby, have a couple of sips." Yuan was helped to sit up. He held the cup, his fingertips trembling slightly. He gulped down the entire cup of water. When he finished, Yuan placed the cup on the bedside cabinet. He leaned over and kissed the corner of Yuan's mouth. "More water?" Yuan's throat felt a little better, and he shook his head. "No, I want to sleep." Yuan looked at him without saying anything. Yuan looked at him. In the silence, Yuan's eyes grew increasingly terrified. He asked in a trembling voice, incredulous, "Yuan, you can't be such a beast, can you? It's already this late, and you still don't want me to sleep?" Yuan's voice rose several notches as he asked the last question. Yuan smiled and asked, "Do you really want to sleep?" Yuan replied without hesitation, "Yes, very much." Though he was young, he felt his waist had become a worn-out one. The purple handprints on his waist made him feel sorry for himself. Yuan felt rather regretful. "Okay, let's sleep tonight." As he spoke, Yuan went to the bathroom. He returned with a wet towel and briefly wiped Yuan clean before embracing him and settling down. "Baby?" Yuan was so sleepy and exhausted that he almost fell asleep right there. But Yuan was energetic and not particularly sleepy. He held Yuan tightly and whispered, "I love you so much." Such lingering love words could no longer stir any emotion in Yuan. He closed his eyes and blocked Yuan. Yuan didn't go too far. After hearing Yuan's breathing, he stopped talking and closed his eyes. That night, they slept soundly, and the forum was bustling with activity. According to a hospital employee, Yuan had taken a large number of safety items from the hospital during the day. As he did so, Yuan remained calm and composed, evidently very experienced. With so much to take, it was obvious what Yuan was going to do tonight. Coincidentally, someone had posted a recent, high-definition photo of Yuan. Yuan wasn't wearing a suit, just casual clothes. His increasingly handsome face, his impressive figure, and his strikingly long legs had the fangirls of the forum swooning. It wasn't until this moment that I clearly realized that Yuan was someone else's husband. Haha, Yuan will break up sooner or later. The forum's tone, initially filled with envy and well wishes, somehow slowly shifted. More and more comments were urging people to wait for Yuan and Yuan to break up. The administrators, noticing the trend, simply began deleting posts. But the more they deleted, the more new ones appeared. It was as if the people whose posts were deleted were rebelling, and they started cursing. Is the administrator Yuan's dog? We didn't scold him. We just said he wasn't worthy of Yuan. Why, you can't stand that? The administrators looked at the new posts and immediately blocked the account. The forum went wild until almost dawn. Unfortunately, the people involved were completely unaware of all this. They remained calm and peaceful, continuing their lives. This night, long, will eventually pass. The next morning, Giorgio, still restless, knocked on the door again, carrying a gift. He stood at the doorway, cautiously calling, "Big brother, are you awake?" The door didn't open, and his brother didn't wake up either. Yuan, on the other hand, was more patient with Giorgio. Upon hearing it was Giorgio knocking, he casually threw on some clothes, for once, and came to open the door for him. "Giorgio, what's wrong?" Yuan opened the door a crack. holding the doorframe with one hand and pressing his temple with the other. Since he had only gone to bed late at night, he still wasn't awake. Jojo looked up at him eagerly. I'm here to give my big brother a gift. We went shopping again yesterday, and I bought him a gift. He added, I bought you one, too. Sietchiyuan smiled, his annoyance at being disturbed so early in the morning dissipating completely. He pinched Jojo's face, his voice tinged with laughter. Why are our Jojo so well behaved? What did you buy us? Jojo handed him the box containing the gift. Sietchiyuan took the box and said patiently, Thank you, Jojo. But your eldest brother isn't awake yet. I show it to him when he wakes, okay? Jojo nodded. Quickly, Jojo was dismissed by Sietchiyuan. Sietchiyuan stared at him, waiting until he went to look for the other cubs before withdrawing his gaze. He returned to bed and opened the gift box. Inside the box were a pair of couple's bracelets, made of imperial green, their value clearly visible to the naked eye. To get such fine goods, it went without saying that the rich 7 cubs must have paid for them. Sietchiyuan had vaguely heard that this kind of jade was very nourishing. It felt a little strange for him to wear jade himself. But to match Yuan, he had no choice but to give the bracelet to her. The other bracelet was placed on Yuan's wrist. Yuan's skin was very fair, and the imperial green jade against his wrist was so beautiful that Sietchiyuan couldn't take his eyes off it. He thought for a moment, and took another picture with his phone. He loved taking pictures of Yuan and documenting their tender moments. After taking the pictures, Sietchiyuan stayed with her, and continued to sleep. The cubs outside were all unhappy to see that Jojo hadn't seen their eldest brother. 7th cub frowned, showing them more experience. But he didn't say what he was thinking. A long while passed. Yuan and Sietchiyuan still hadn't come out, and Inchin's men arrived. Inchin made an appointment with Yuan yesterday, asking him to take the cubs to lunch. It was almost noon, so naturally someone would come early to invite them. After hearing what the other person said, Xiaojio spoke up. My eldest brother is still asleep and can't leave the house. Let's go with you. Don't call me eldest brother anymore. Okay. The young man who came to invite them said with a smile. Then we go together. The cubs left their eldest brother behind, and went to see Inchin together. Jojo didn't want to go, but if he was the only one not going, he would stand out from the crowd. He had no choice but to follow at the back, holding Chi Cub's hand. Not long after the cubs set off, Yuan woke up. He was awakened by hunger. Sietchiyuan heard his stomach growling, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he leaned forward. Baby, eat. Yuan, Having a husband who stockpiles food makes eating so much easier. Under Sietchiyuan's active coaxing, Yuan gave up and ate a hearty meal. After eating, he licked his lip and slowly regained consciousness. What time is it? 11:47. After Sietchiyuan announced the time, Yuan got up without a second thought. He frowned and complained, Why didn't you wake me earlier? We got up so late. It was almost noon when they finally got out of bed. After getting up, they still had to pack up before leaving. I already made an appointment with your dad. I'm going to take the kids to see him. Don't worry, the kids are already there. Sietchiyuan held up his phone and showed him the message. My dad's people just arrived. He's taking the kids there. We don't need to go. Yuan was already full, so there was no need to go get another free meal. But Yuan was worried about the kids. Your dad's eating with the kids, and I'm afraid they won't have much to talk about. None of these kids are very talkative. Sietchiyuan said generously, Don't worry so much. Just think of it as exercise. With Sietchiyuan's reassurance, Yuan gradually felt relieved. Captain Yin was Sietchiyuan's father, and in terms of seniority, he was considered an elder to him and the kids. It shouldn't be a problem for the kids to eat with him, even if he wasn't watching. 10 minutes later, Yuan, with Sietchiyuan holding his ankle, knelt on one knee to put on his shoes. Not only his shoes, but also his clothes and socks. Sietchiyuan was a night owl, and Yuan, the poor victim, didn't realize the severity of the problem until he was about to get up. He ached all over and couldn't even get up. Sietchiyuan seemed to have anticipated this, so he naturally went to get him his clothes, waiting on him from start to finish. As Yuan finished putting on his socks and shoes, he felt a surge of anger, unable to contain himself. He vented his anger by shoving Sietchiyuan in the face. I'm so annoyed with you. Sietchiyuan listened to his complaints, a smile still in his eyes. Yeah, I'm the one who's annoying. Yuan continued to scold. Are you born in the year of the donkey? Sietchiyuan denied and corrected him. I'm born in the year of the dragon. And my bone blade is said to be infused with dragon blood. Yuan bluntly explained. There are no dragons in this world. Museums only preserve dinosaur fossils. Where would you get dragon blood? Although strange stories do occasionally occur among the people, they often mention a dragon falling in some particular place during some particular year. But upon closer inspection, no one had fully exposed the dragon. Xie Yuan didn't discuss the dragon with him. Such things couldn't be discussed to the fullest. When the two emerged from the room, it was already past midnight. Yuan didn't go to eat, but instead went to Liuzi's hospital room. Liuzi was currently in the form of a small butterfly, but when he was examined, he would transform into human form. Liuzi still feels very hot. Yuan reached out and touched the small butterfly's wings. The butterfly seemed to sense his elder brother's presence, and its wings trembled slightly at the touch. Liuzi had a fever yesterday. I wonder if it's gone now. The intensity of the small butterfly's body heat varied. Ruanke saw him in his human form. Ruanke, being married, could tell at a glance what he had been through. His temperature was also somewhat abnormal, so Ruanke decisively gave him fever-reducing medication. After the fever subsided, Ruanke chatted with Yuan for a while. What happened with Little Butterfly? It must have happened on the island. Ruanke wanted to know who the person was, and what their relationship was to Little Butterfly. Yuan reluctantly told him, it's Tang Yi. He used to call him Dr. Tang, but now he doesn't. Ruanke was surprised to hear the name. How could it be him? He's never been sociable, and he said he hates finding a partner. As Ruanke spoke, he suddenly realized that Little Butterfly wasn't human either. He remained silent for a few seconds, then asked softly, did Liuzi volunteer? Although Tang Yi is our hired doctor, if he were to do this to Liuzi against his will, I would side with you. The mention of this made Yuan even more unhappy. With a stern face, he told Ruanke, when Liuzi woke up, he told me not to worry about him and Tang Yi. He said he would handle it himself. If Liuzi hadn't told him this in his brief lucid moment, he would have already taken action. Xie Yuan couldn't tell if Liuzi's fever had subsided. He didn't let Yuan stand there. Instead, he brought a chair over, patted it with a soft pillow, and had him sit down. You sit down and watch him. Yuan sat down and continued to watch the Little Butterfly. Ruanke said he was analyzing what growth factors the Little Butterfly was lacking. He would get the results as quickly as possible and provide treatment. Yuan had eaten his fill, but Xie Yuan hadn't. There was a cafeteria in the hospital. Yuan sat for a while, then sent Xie Yuan off to eat. You go to the cafeteria. I stay here with Liuzi. The ward needed to be quiet, and even if Xie Yuan stayed, he couldn't make a noise to disturb it. He looked at Little Butterfly lying on the bed, then at Yuan, and finally, lowering his voice, asked, do you want me to bring you some more food? Yuan hurriedly shook his head. He simply couldn't eat any more. After Xie Yuan left, Yuan closed the door and began examining Little Butterfly, meticulously cleaning her. Little Butterfly, like him, loved cleanliness. No one had bathed or wiped Little Butterfly last night. Yuan was very skilled at this. He concentrated on wiping Little Butterfly's wings, his mind racing with thoughts. What was missing from his Little Butterfly's body? Nutrient paste, culture medium. Yuan muttered to himself about the things Little Butterfly had been able to eat at the research institute. His brow furrowed even more as he pondered. Just as Yuan was about to come up with a plan, Little Butterfly woke up on its own. He had been groggy since his physical exam. To this day, he still didn't know the results. Big Brother. Upon waking and seeing Big Brother beside him, Little Butterfly's mood brightened noticeably. After calling him Big Brother, he asked directly, what are my results? Yuan hesitated, but finally, at his urging, told him the results. Kid, we need to review your diet to determine what you're lacking. I told Uncle Juan that we have the other kids checked as well. If you're all lacking something, we need to find out quickly. Yuan's eyes burned with anxiety as he watched one of the 6 kids suffer. If all the kids were in this situation, Yuan couldn't imagine what he'd be like. After Yuan finished explaining the test results, the Little Butterfly suddenly fell silent. Zizi, I get a pen and paper, and we start checking now. You talk, I write. Is this okay? Brother, I don't need treatment. Liuzi didn't look at Yuan. He simply fluttered his wings slightly, and said in a weak but firm voice, I don't need treatment. I'm not sick. Yuan frowned again, and he scolded, what are you talking about? He wasn't blind. How could he not see whether his own Liuzi was sick or not? Besides, Ruanke's test results were already clear. If you're sick, you need treatment. In the past, when Yuan disciplined the cubs, they would quickly obey. Even the stubborn second cub, this one was truly stubborn, even more stubborn than the eldest. But surprisingly, this time, 6 cub refused to obey. He simply insisted, I don't want treatment. I want to go out. I'm not sick, Big Brother, take me out. He kept repeating his desire to go out, until Yuan was practically pissed off. Yuan's face was sullen, silently muttering to himself that he couldn't possibly take the cub out. Yuan wouldn't allow him to go out until the cub recovered. The stalemate didn't last long, as 6 cub couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a coma again. After he fell asleep, Yuan's mind, which had been a mess from his anger, slowly calmed down. As he calmed down, he realized the problem. 6 cubs' refusal to seek treatment came only after hearing the test results. Wait. Yuan's eyes flickered, and he looked back at 6 cub. If 6 cub knew what he was lacking, then what about the other cubs? Do they know the answer, too? Yuan didn't bother to call P91. He left the ward and went to find the other cubs. In the dining room, the cubs got along pretty well with Yinchin. Jiujiu sat to Yinchin's right, and Yinchin peeled all the seafood in his bowl for him personally. Yinchin was very kind to the cubs. 7th cub saw Yinchin peeling shrimp for Jiujiu and thought it was quite interesting. He took a few photos and posted them on WeChat Moments, adding a caption. Our Jiujiu is such a heartthrob. Photos x3. In the 3 photos, Yinchin peeled shrimp for Jiujiu, and 8th cub opened a crab for Jiujiu. Yinchin had never seen a cub as soft as Jiujiu. His sharp eyes told him that the soft and adorable Jiujiu was soft in a different way than Jiujiu. Cheesy posted the photo, and then stopped looking at it. Little did he know that the tiger cub, who was his friend, was staring at his moments, speechless, his silence as hard as a cold rock. His silence didn't last long when his elder brother's video suddenly came through. Yuan was on his way to find Jiujiu and the others when he called the tiger cub. Tiger cub, I have a question for you. Don't hide it from me, the other cubs have already told me. I want to know how you're doing. Are you feeling well? The tiger cub shook his head, and he replied, I'm fine. Brother, why are you asking that? Yuan stared at him, not blinking. No problem. Are you really fine without your elder brother? The tiger cub was startled. Yuan observed his every expression, and after a moment, his mind settled. He had guessed correctly. Yuan was still playing tricks on the cubs. Elsewhere, P91, emerging from the hospital cafeteria, hadn't yet found Yuan when he suddenly heard an urgent, piercing alarm. The alarm emanated from the very restaurant where Yinchin and the cubs were dining. Chapter 128. P91 rushed over immediately after hearing the alarm. He wasn't as fast as Yuan, who was already on his way. Yuan's expression changed midway through a video call with Hu Cub, and he quickly said, There's something wrong in the restaurant. Jiujiu and the others are still there. I go check. Before he could finish his words, Yuan had already hung up. He ran the rest of the way. A cordon was set up at the restaurant entrance, and armed guards stood in front of the red tape. Yuan took a few steps closer and said to the guard, Our cub is inside. They're having dinner with Commander Yin. I need to go in and take a look. The guard, armed with a gun, saw him and his face darkened. Sorry, you're not allowed in at this time. Yuan stood there, feeling increasingly uneasy. Who's in there? Yuan already had a guess about what had happened, given the commotion. He glanced past the guard, trying to peer inside, but couldn't see his cub. I want to go in. Yuan reiterated that he didn't want to clash with the guard, but if he continued to try to stop him, he wouldn't mind forcing his way in. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, P91 arrived. He took Yuan by the hand and led him inside. The guard who had stopped Yuan opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, his companion pulled him back. Shut up, the companion whispered. Commander Xie is here now, so this is under his control. The guard, who had stopped Yuan, still looked dissatisfied as he watched Yuan disappear along with P91. Yuan didn't look back at them, but instead hurried with P91 to find Yinchin's private room. After a few steps, they saw someone. Yinchin lay with his eyes closed on the sofa provided for guests to rest, while a doctor was giving him first aid. Not far from Yinchin stood a few cubs. The cubs had been watching Yinchin, but when Yuan approached, Jiujiu quickly released the 7th cub's hand and ran towards him. Yuan hugged him, squatted down, and asked Jiujiu what happened. The other cubs also gathered around. Jiujiu looked at Yinchin, who was being treated by the doctor, his face still a little bewildered. He gathered his thoughts and began to honestly explain to his eldest brother, There's someone at the window, and he's trying to kill Commander Yin. Where's he? Assassinating Yinchin is a serious crime. Especially in the West District headquarters. With such a dangerous individual, it was a serious threat. Jiujiu hesitated, then replied, he ran away. After Jiujiu finished, Xiujiu chimed in, he ran very fast, he's not human. Well, that's evident from the way he attacked Commander Yin. Yuan glanced at the open window. He frowned. With all of you here, how could the murderer escape? Xiaojiu continued. He disappeared after entering a dimension. Brother, none of us can track him down. Only their eldest brother could freely enter and exit anyone's dimension. No one expected Yin Qin to be attacked. Upon learning of this, Ruan could quickly silence the relevant informants and maintain the normal operations of the headquarters. While Yin Qin was receiving treatment in the hospital, the 7th and 9th cubs worked together to draw a portrait of the attacker. Xie Yuan took the portrait and hurried off to examine it. He didn't have the time or energy to say anything more to Yuan. He simply reassured her, "Baby, you and the cubs shouldn't go anywhere. Just wait until I'm done." "Okay." Yuan agreed. Not wanting to cause trouble for Xie Yuan, he obeyed and returned to his quarters with the cubs. As he was about to leave, he heard someone arguing with Xie Yuan. But Xie Yuan's firm attitude silenced the other person. A moment later, Yuan returned to his quarters, his mind a jumbled mess. All the events that had happened at once were piled up in his head, and he felt exhausted. The cubs, sensing his distress, were kind enough not to argue with him. Yuan remained silent for a moment. After a long pause, he rubbed his temples vigorously. After rubbing the tiger cubs, he didn't call them again. After all, he couldn't always trick one of them. Now that the cubs were all together, he simply asked directly, "Cubs, what did you eat when you were at the research institute?" "Nutritional paste." 8th cub answered first. After mentioning the nutritional paste, he listed other foods one after another. These foods all sounded normal. After 8th cub finished speaking, Little 9 pondered for a few seconds and then copied the answer. "We eat the same food as 8th cub. We don't have any special snacks." Jiujiu was hesitant. He whispered, 66 gave me snacks. They were human snacks. None of these answers were what Yuan wanted to hear. He sat down in his chair and glanced at the cubs. The cubs were all staring at him, seemingly confused as to why he suddenly asked. Yuan didn't beat around the bush and spoke bluntly again. "Are you sure there's nothing you missed? For example, me?" The moment Yuan said this, the atmosphere in the room fell silent. Only Jiujiu was still confused. He poked his eldest brother's arm and asked, doubtfully, "Brother, what do you mean?" Jiujiu clearly didn't understand. But just because Jiujiu didn't understand didn't mean no other cubs could. But Jiu also looked confused. His bewildered expression was like that of a mentally retarded child who couldn't react. But Qijiu and Shujiu were different. Qijiu, a fence-sitter, had always been the most adept at adapting to the changing circumstances during his time at the research institute. He was able to stay on his side without falling out, so he must have been quite smart. And Xiaojiu, not to mention, had always been quite intelligent. After scanning their expressions, Yuan turned his attention to them. "Tell me, why didn't you tell me?" He had finally gotten the news from the tiger cubs that he had indeed been in their food. But he wasn't sure how he fed them. Now that he lost the video call with the tiger cubs, he could only seek help from the 2 cubs. 6th cub had been miserable for days, and he didn't want to wait even a moment longer. Jiujiu, 8th cub, go play in the bedroom for a while. They lived in a small suite with a bedroom. Yuan didn't want the 2 still unaware cubs to overhear his subsequent conversation. Even though 8th cub was dumb, he knew his eldest brother was trying to avoid him. He was a little displeased. Jiujiu, however, leaned over and pulled him into the bedroom. The 2 cubs returned to the bedroom together, and Jiujiu even closed the door. 8th cub glared at him, his expression unsatisfactory. "Jiujiu, why doesn't Big Brother let us eavesdrop?" Jiujiu shook his head. "I don't know." 8th cub rolled his eyes and leaned against the door, trying to eavesdrop. But Jiujiu covered his ears, silencing him. Outside, Little 9 and 7th cub exchanged a silent glance. Before the dramatic 7th cub could begin his act, Yuan coldly interrupted him. "Stop fooling around with me." Yuan warned them in advance. "I may have forgotten some things before, but just because I forgot something doesn't mean I won't remember it forever. Big Brother hasn't fed you in ages. Aren't you hungry?" Little 9 and 7th cub, The 2 cubs didn't have time to utter a single word of quibbling. Under Yuan's gaze, Little 9 slid closer to him. He actually guessed what exactly was in the nutrient solution in the incubator they had to enter monthly. The cubs at the front of the line knew best. "I heard that when Big Brother was raising the first few cubs, things were even bloodier. Back then, incubators didn't exist." "Big Brother." Little Gio nuzzled Big Brother ingratiatingly, his face full of coquettishness. He buried his face in Yuan's palm, letting Big Brother pinch his face. "We have plenty to eat now. Some of the food we had before is no longer necessary." "No. Cubs, some food is very important to you. Just like Xie Yuan's blood, it filled Yuan's stomach. It wasn't just about being full in the stomach, but also mentally. After finishing Big Head's reserve rations, he felt a surge of joy. This was a joy no other food could replace. Yuan knew the cubs' feelings for him, so he understood their desire to take advantage of his amnesia to wean them off him as a food source. Cub, eat a little. Yuan raised his hand and stroked his head. His expression was calm, as if he had already remembered how to feed the cubs. Besides nutrient solution, there was a more direct method. Flesh and blood feeding. Xiaojiu knew about flesh and blood feeding, but he didn't want to eat. I'm not hungry. I just ate in the cafeteria. Big brother, I only like the nutritional paste. Yuan didn't indulge him. He said nothing, just quietly watching Xiaojiu. The 7 cubs, who hadn't been called out yet, cautiously huddled aside, trying to minimize their presence. Big brother only needed to force Xiaojiu, he mustn't see him. Xiaojiu, who had been facing the pressure head-on from his elder brother, finally gave in after a while. He lowered his voice and struggled to ask, brother, do you really have to do this? Yes. Yuan's tone left no room for negotiation. He looked down at Xiaojiu, not urging him, but also not letting him go. Time slipped by. Xiaojiu, with no escape, pursed his lips slightly, a bit bewildered. A few seconds later, he lowered his head and bit Yuan's wrist. Mycelium spread from Xiaojiu's body. Yuan was instantly engulfed in the mycelium, but Xiaojiu was only showing off. In reality, he had only broken a tiny sliver of Yuan's skin. Yuan, however, knew from his approach how to feed the cubs. After Xiaojiu finished biting, the entire cub was visibly distressed. He buried his face in Yuan's arms, his voice choking with sobs. I'm sorry, big brother. We're all bad cubs. Only bad cubs would eat big brother. Yuan looked at the dejected Xiaojiu and smiled. All our cubs are good, not a single bad one. Don't be sad, big brother isn't hurt. Xiaojiu's emotions were still venting, and he blurted out everything. Big brother, at first, I really didn't know the nutrient solution in the nutrient tank was mixed with your blood. I saw Big and second cub when I first came out. I guessed it from their conversation. They said they didn't want to be fed by you anymore. The cubs after them were fed more gently. As for Big Cub, they were fed little by Big Brother using his own flesh and blood. Yuan listened to Xiaojiu's words, feeling no real emotion. Feeding the cubs like this was just like feeding them, and he didn't feel anything at all. Though he couldn't quite remember what had happened before, he knew that the fact he persisted in feeding the cubs for so many years proved he never regretted this decision. Xiaojiu, that little mushroom, used to fake his tears, but these tears weren't fake at all. Big brother. Xiaojiu was still begging him, can you please stop feeding us like this? We're all grown up now, and we don't need it anymore. They were already mature, and didn't need Big Brother to do this for them anymore. Be good. Yuan wiped his tears, no longer as cold as before. He lowered his head to comfort the truly distressed Xiaojiu. We talk about this later. I need to go find Liuzi. Will you wait here for me? He made up an excuse. Liuzi's treatment is about to begin, and he needs someone by his side. I need to stay with him more. Liuzi was still lying in the ward, and the other cubs had seen his condition. So Xiaojiu didn't want to compete with Liuzi for the title of Big Brother. He nodded and let the Big Brother go. Yuan looked at him, thought for a moment, and decided to stay a little longer. He called Cheesy over to him. Cheesy was sniffling and feeling uncomfortable too. His palms and backs were all flesh, and the cubs were all his dearest. Yuan patiently soothed the 2 cubs. After he had comforted them enough, he got up and left. His room was not far from Liuzi. It wasn't long before he arrived at Liuzi's ward. Just then, a doctor, who had come for a routine checkup, was about to enter. Yuan raised his hand and pushed open the door. The next second, Yuan and the doctor's expressions changed. They looked at the empty bed, searched beneath it, and throughout the entire ward, and finally admitted that the little butterfly had flown away. Yuan's first instinct was to ask Xie Yuan for help. But he suppressed the thought instantly. Xie Yuan was probably already terribly worried, and he couldn't bother him with these matters. Where's the monitoring room? Take me there. After asking the doctor, Yuan went to check inside himself. He had just seen Liuzi that morning, 2 hours ago, to be exact. In 2 hours, a frail little butterfly might not be able to fly far. Yuan stared at the surveillance footage frame by frame, carefully searching for the route the cub had taken. As long as he could determine the direction, it would be easier for him to find it later. While Yuan was watching the surveillance footage, Xie Yuan also received his news. The man standing in front of Xie Yuan's expression darkened upon hearing this news. Captain Xia, I told you, those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Even though mutants are legalized, Other regions still treat them very strictly. They are merely tools we humans have domesticated. If we treat them too well, we will be the only ones to suffer. The man before him spoke passionately. After outlining the dangers of mutants, he immediately identified the murderer. Just as mutant A06 disappeared from the hospital, Chief Ian was attacked right after. Isn't it obvious who the murderer is? He was already pinning the blame on A06 by name. He even argued confidently, A06 didn't act alone, they must have teamed up with other aberrations. Only the A-sequence aberrations were present at the scene where Commander Ian was attacked. Too many coincidences is no longer a coincidence. This is a blatant provocation. Admittedly, at first glance, the A-sequence aberrations were quite suspicious in Ian Chen's incident. However, Yuan asked expressionlessly, "You insist they are the murderers, so what was their motive? Do aberrations need a motive to harm someone?" The man who accused the aberrations of murder was filled with indignation. They are inherently evil. No matter what evil they commit, they just do it. Yuan, Yuan looked at him with a look that suggested he was mentally retarded. Are you unaware of where these mutants lived before? Yuan patiently explained. They lived on the training island. The training island has always been the most important training ground in the West District. Anyone who could enter there was truly exceptional. It not only had a training ground, but also a secret laboratory. If the mutants lived in such a prominent location, they would have done so long ago if they really wanted to cause trouble. Besides, Ian Chen would go there from time to find Ruanku. After Yuan explained all this, he thought the other party would calm down. But he had underestimated the depth of their prejudice against mutants. Captain Xie, only the aberrations were at the scene, and one of them went missing at noon. They're currently the most likely suspects. According to normal procedures, they should be temporarily detained. If the true murderer is found, it won't be too late to release them then. Yuan's explanations fell on deaf ears. If this man hadn't held a high position, and had been with his father for so long, Yuan would have kicked him out long ago. Forget the aberrations. Go arrange security for the West Sector first. An enemy has infiltrated, and we only just discovered it. It's very likely that there's something fishy going on within the West Sector. He could kill his own cubs, and Yuan could also be certain that someone within their own West Sector was behind the incident. Entry and exit to the main base were strictly controlled. Even if the enemy was a cub or a psychic, they couldn't have sneaked in unnoticed. The cubs couldn't be the murderers. The real murderer must have had an insider. Yuan continued to handle the affairs of the West District. Ian Chen had mentioned to him long ago that he would take over the West District in the future. Now, that handover might have to be brought forward. Yuan didn't want to take over, he wanted to retire directly. In his plan, once he had saved enough money, he could take Yuan and the cubs to enjoy a life of luxury. Yuan was still busy, suppressing any resolution to detain the deformed cubs. In the hospital, Yuan, nearly blinded by vision, finally spotted a small butterfly stumbling out. The butterfly's direction. It was heading out of the West District. The West District wasn't safe at the moment, and Yuan, upon seeing this direction, immediately became restless. He practically ran back to his room. As soon as he returned, he called all the cubs. "Let's go find 6 cub." Yuan led the cubs out, and at the door, he saw the gatekeeper. Yuan hadn't set anyone to guard them. Those who were doing so were those who disagreed with him. Yuan didn't hold complete power, and his words weren't final. He believed in the deformed cubs, but most people didn't. Yuan was free to move around the hospital, but couldn't leave. After a stalemate, Yuan compromised. "I keep the 2 cubs here. With them here, I definitely come back. I have something important to do, and need to leave now." Yuan's compromise didn't win any concessions. After running out of options, he had no choice but to disturb Ruanku, who was also in the hospital. Ruanku was in a very bad state. Ian Chen remained unconscious, and Ruanku stayed by his side, refusing to move. Yuan saw him, bowed his head, and apologized. "Uncle Ruan, I'm sorry. If the cubs hadn't gone to dinner with Commander Ian, what happened today wouldn't have happened." Ruanku's face was grim, but he still had his wits about him. He said wearily, "I don't blame you, nor the cubs. The murderer is already in the base. None of us could have known when he was going to kill your Uncle Ian. Ruanku forced himself to get Yuan out of the hospital, but 8th Cub and Jojo couldn't follow. As hostages, the 2 cubs were temporarily restrained. Thankfully, the cubs were sensible, and didn't make much of a fuss. Yuan, with 7th Cub and 9th Cub, followed the direction outside the West District. Not long after they started, Yuan received a text message from Yuan. "Baby, I can't accompany you in the search. Be careful. Call me anytime if you run into trouble. Yuan read the message, replied okay, and continued his search. The original form of the little butterfly that flew away was far too small. Fortunately, Shujio could plant small green mushrooms and use them as labor. Seventh cub was even more useful. He squatted down, sensing the inconspicuous weeds along the roadside. We were all one kind, and we should always help each other in times of crisis. Tanjan, who was always close to Seventh cub, had disappeared and hadn't reappeared. Seventh cub was too busy searching for the little butterfly to bother with him. An unknown amount of time passed. As Yuan was about to leave, he ran into an old zombie who had arrived with a small group. The old zombie must have been living a good life. His face looked much younger than before. The two men met, and the zombie man paused. He recognized Yuan and said, "Long time no see." Yuan wasn't in the mood for polite conversation, but since he had already spoken, he could only give a perfunctory Seeing him there, the zombie old man casually asked, "Is Yuan back?" Yuan nodded, "Yes, he's busy." The zombie old man smiled, "I have something to ask him." "If he's busy, I go later." Yuan's eyelids twitched for some reason. He asked, "What do you want to talk to Yuan about?" The old man knew his relationship with Yuan, and didn't shy away from asking, "I'm able to cooperate with humans thanks to Yuan's connections. I'd like to ask Yuan if I can form a zombie squad. I keep them under control, and prevent them from harming humans." Yuan frowned. "Have you mentioned this to Chief Yin?" The old man gave a helpless smile, and glanced at the psychics following him. These psychics claimed to be helping him, but in reality, they were just watching him. He said frankly, "Chief Yin's acceptance of me isn't as high as Yuan's." So, Chief Yin had already rejected his proposal. The two stood face to face, very close. The old man suddenly said to him quietly, "Chief Yin isn't just unacceptable about zombies, he seems to have some reservations about other things as well." This was something only the two of them could hear. After the old man finished speaking, he followed the psychics out. Yuan glanced at his back, and averted his gaze. He called to seventh and ninth cub, "Hurry and find it. Sixth cub won't have gotten too far." "Yes." The cubs diligently searched. The transparent mycelium released by little 9 was everywhere. But seventh cub had a minor problem. He had intended to ask for information, but he encountered a plant with a dirty mouth. Plants can communicate with each other. The cub, who was once a fence-sitter, had long since become a spoiled child. "Spoiled little one, you absolutely can't be scolded." Seventh cub, his temper flaring, exchanged curses with the foul-mouthed weeds under the stone for half an hour. At the end of the quarrel, seventh cub gradually developed a murderous intent. Just as he was about to pull out the weeds, the cowardly weeds drooped and, with a deftness, pointed the way to seventh cub. "The butterfly you're looking for has crashed." It flew down with a thud. "Go pick it up now. Maybe you can even bring back a specimen." Seventh cub, Alright. I won't kill it just yet. Chapter 129. The dirty talk grass successfully saved itself just before being pulled out. Its blade pointed in a direction, telling the bad grass in front of it to hurry. Seventh cub stood up and relayed the dirty talk grass's words to his eldest brother. After listening, Yuan looked down at the direction of the blade. After that, he strode westward. There were many plants in this area, and the dirty talk grass only gave a direction. The little butterfly had to find its exact location on their own. Seventh cub, ninth cub, look carefully. Sixth cub is relatively small, so it's easy to miss it if you're not paying attention. Okay. The cubs searched diligently. After all, they could tell their eldest brother was anxious. Yuan also searched slowly. It had been raining a lot lately. It had been sunny this morning, but now it began to raindrops. The raindrops pattered on the plants and hit Yuan's heart. Yuan's movements grew increasingly hurried, constantly pushing aside the blades of grass, his eyes filled with anxiety. It was unknown how much time had passed. Shujio suddenly exclaimed, "We found it." Yuan and Cheesy immediately went to check. Spotting a small butterfly resting peacefully at the base of a thorn bush, they both reached out to grab it. "It's a thorn." Yuan didn't let them reach for it. Instead, he bent down and carefully scooped up the fallen butterfly. Thankfully, the leaves shielded it from the rain, preventing it from getting too wet. Yuan didn't bother standing there to clean him up. He simply carried him, and returned the way he come. On the way, Cheesy said to him, "Brother, someone has been following us since we left. Doesn't your sister-in-law trust us?" Cheesy had no friendship with Yuan. Not long ago, he had even cursed him on the forum. So, after this afternoon's encounter, Cheesy naturally assumed Yuan was suspicious of him. Yuan had long noticed someone following them, but he dismissed it. Don't worry, we just get back home as soon as possible. He couldn't get involved in the affairs of the West District, but he trusted Xie Yuan to handle everything. Soon, they returned to the hospital. Yuan went to Wanka's place and retrieved the 2 cubs who had been pawned there. When Wanka saw Yuan, he immediately asked, "Have you found Liuzi?" Yuan nodded and showed him the frail little butterfly. The butterfly's wings were still stained with mud, and the whole thing looked pitiful. Wanka handed Yuan a clean handkerchief and asked him to wrap the little butterfly. And then, why did Liuzi suddenly fly away? Wanka still had no idea why Little Butterfly left. And now that someone had raised suspicions about Little Butterfly, he needed to know the reason so he could refute them. I had a disagreement with Liuzi. Yuan's mind flickered, and for some reason, he suddenly found an excuse. He didn't reveal the real reason, simply that they had a conflict. Wanka wasn't sure if he believed it. After Yuan finished speaking, he was silent for a few seconds before continuing in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry to bother you and the cubs for the next few days. Stay in your rooms and try not to go out. The base isn't very safe right now. Wait until the situation is over before you can come out." Yuan had no objections. At this juncture, all he could do was keep the cubs out of trouble and not cause any trouble for anyone. Wanka glanced at Little Butterfly again. He pressed his temples hard, his tone apologetic. "And then, I said I get 6 cub treated as soon as possible, but now I might have to delay." Yin Qin was still lying in the ward, and Wanka was in no condition to treat Little Butterfly. Yuan had already found a way to help Little Butterfly recover, so he wasn't anxious at all. He comforted Wanka, "It's okay. Deformed beings have a strong ability to heal themselves. Maybe 6 cub will recover on its own in a few days." He then added softly, "Uncle Wan, you should take care of yourself too. Uncle Yin will definitely wake up." Wanka forced a smile and replied, "Yes, he's in good health, and I believe he will wake up." Yuan didn't bother Wanka too much. After retrieving his own cubs, he brought them all back to the room. The room had a living room and a bedroom, so it wasn't too small to accommodate them. Once they were in the room, Yuan quickly cleaned up the little butterfly. He gently wiped it clean and placed it in a padded box. Big brother. 7th and 9th cub guessed what he was going to do. They looked at the little butterfly and asked, "6th cub, is this the reason?" Yuan nodded. They all knew the reason. Only 8th cub and Jojo remained bewildered. 8th cub didn't like guessing. He glared at the Riddlers, a hint of irritation. "What are you talking about? What's the reason for 6th cub? I don't understand you." Jojo chuckled. "I don't understand either." Yuan didn't want to let them know just yet. The 2 cubs might not even know what had been mixed into the nutrient solution. If we knew now, it might be difficult to feed him later. "Nothing," Yuan insisted. "I'm taking 6th cub to the bedroom to rest. You can play in the living room. If it's too crowded here, go next door." Next door was Xie Yuan's room, and Yuan had the key. He placed the key on the coffee table, and then led Little Butterfly into the bedroom. After entering, he locked the door. The cub's eyes fell on the locked door. Jojo tugged on 7th cub's arm, and he kissed 7th cub a little. So he approached 7th cub and asked, "What's Big Brother going to do? I think Big Brother is acting strangely now." 7th cub cleared his throat. Of course, he wouldn't dare tell Jojo anything Big Brother forbade him to. Between friendship and Big Brother, he firmly chose the latter. Big Brother wants to take Jojo to rest, didn't he say so? After finishing his rambling, Cheesy decisively changed the subject. "By the way, Jojo, I have something else to show you. Let's go next door first. It's probably bigger." After Cheesy finished coaxing Jojo, he looked at Botsy. He frowned and took Botsy away with him. "I brought the game console. Botsy, with all those tentacles, what level can you get in gaming?" After some provocation, Botsy was successfully taken away. Yuan listened to the noises in the living room and felt a slight sense of relief. He lowered his head, patted the little butterfly soothingly, and said in a low, firm voice, "Botsy, we be fine soon. Be good, just hold on a little longer." Yuan now felt nothing but regret. He had always believed that the memories he had lost were useless, so he had never considered how to recover them. If he had known this earlier, his cub could have received medical treatment on the island. All those days of suffering could have been avoided. The more Yuan thought about it, the more his heart tightened. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm his thoughts. He had a saber with him. The saber was sharp, and it could easily cut through flesh. It wasn't that Yuan wasn't afraid of pain. He just watched his blood drip onto the butterfly's wings, then instantly vanished the moment it touched the wings. This discovery reassured Yuan. He had cut his wrist to draw blood. He couldn't explain why, but as he grasped the knife, it seemed as if it were a habit, and he cut his wrist with the blade. Ewan didn't cry out in pain the entire time. He only muttered softly, "Eat more, eat more." His blood, his flesh, could be fed to the cub. In the bedroom, the smell of blood grew stronger. In the next room, 7th and 9th cub were frequently lost in thought. Behind them, Jojo was video chatting with Tiger Cub again. Tiger Cub had been tricked at noon, and the call was hung up mid-sentence. He wasn't sure what Big Brother was up to, so when Jojo called him, he calmly asked, "Big Brother is resting with 6th cub." Jojo, caught off guard, revealed Big Brother's whereabouts. 6th cub flew away secretly, and Big Brother, 7th cub, and 9th cub went looking for him and found him. I wasn't there. 8th cub and I weren't there either. Jojo hadn't realized why Tiger Cub was asking these questions. He simply answered every one of them. The two people's video chat was on loudspeaker. As they finished their conversation, Cheesy couldn't help but turn around and look at them. Tiger Cub. Cheesy suddenly spoke, leaning closer to the video chat, frowning and asking, "Did you set me to do not disturb?" Tiger Cub, Tiger Cub was silent. Cheesy knew the answer from his silence. "I sent you a message." Cheesy gritted his teeth, furious. He told Tiger Cub about what happened today, but there had been no reply. It was only midway through Tiger Cub's video call with Jojo that he finally realized what had happened. "Take a look at the message I sent you," Cheesy reminded him, but then he didn't bother leaning closer. At his reminder, Tiger Cub finally lowered his head and began to search through his phone's list. After searching for a while, he found the message at the very bottom. At the very top of the message to Cheesy, there were 3 small words: "Do not disturb." The Tiger Cub didn't change his "Do not disturb" status, but instead read the message he ignored. After reading the message, the Tiger Cub's expression changed. Jojo was very sensitive to the Tiger Cub's emotions, and immediately sensed that something was wrong with him. "Meow, what's wrong with you?" "I'm fine," the Tiger Cub said, sending an audio file. His voice was calm, not gentle, but compared to his attitude towards others, he could indeed be considered gentle in front of Jojo. "I have something to do, so I might not be able to see you sleep today. I recorded the audio file in advance. It has stories you like to hear." After patiently admonishing Jojo, the Tiger Cub hung up early. The atmosphere between the cubs grew increasingly tense. Jojo clutched his phone, looking from 7th cub to 9th cub. 7th and 9th cub still had no intention of saying anything to him. Jojo thought for a moment, then lay down, closed his eyes, and began to listen to audio. 8th cub was absorbed in his game, his tentacles practically flying. There was no movement in either room. Outside, the guards stood at attention. The afternoon rain continued into the night. Ewan sat on the edge of the bed, his face pale. He glanced outside, thankful that Yuan hadn't returned so soon. If Yuan had returned sooner, he would have been exposed. In the late night, Ewan practically collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. He was so exhausted, too exhausted to even take a shower. Before falling asleep, he checked Little Butterfly's temperature. The scorching heat had subsided considerably, and the little butterfly wasn't as painful as before. Ewan was very satisfied with this result. The cubs who had gone to the next room had also returned. 7th cub took the lead, and they all slept in the living room. The 2 sofas in the living room were large enough for them all. 7th cub stayed, and Tan John came over, but couldn't take him with him. Around 2 or 3 o'clock, Yuan returned. Yuan didn't see Ewan in his room. After taking a shower, he simply used his key to open the door next door. They each had a key to the other's room. Yuan's movements were gentle, not wanting to wake Ewan or the cubs. He was exhausted and wanted to hold Ewan for a good night's sleep. The cubs on the sofa, sensing Yuan's presence, instantly lost their aggressive stance. They had turned a blind eye and allowed Yuan to come in. Big Brother feeds the baby. Yuan feeds Big Brother. Tonight, they're all willing to acknowledge Big Sister. Ewan and Little Butterfly were the only ones in the bedroom. Ewan, fearing she might crush Little Butterfly, had placed it in an open box. Yuan walked in and called out softly, as if to confirm, "Baby." Baby didn't respond. Yuan's mind was a bit fuzzy. He didn't turn on the lights too brightly, relying only on the dim light of the bedside lamp, as he placed the box containing Little Butterfly on the bedside table. Then, he pulled Ewan into his arms, and bent down to kiss his face. Ewan's face was soft and inviting. Last night, he almost kissed it until it was swollen. Not tonight. Tonight was too tiring. Lying in the familiar bed, holding the person who made him relax, Xie Yuan felt groggy. The tip of his nose twitched, and he could smell a hint of blood. But the window had been open for several hours, and the indoor temperature had already been completely reduced. The blood was so weak that Xie Yuan didn't get up to check immediately. "Baby, I'm so tired," Xie Yuan murmured, then closed his eyes. That night, few people slept well. Xie Yuan went to bed late, and woke up early. When he woke up, he skipped his usual cuddling with Yuan. After all, it was his father who was in trouble this time, and he was too busy. Thanks to Xie Yuan's busy schedule, Yuan's feeding of his own flesh and blood went unnoticed by Xie Yuan. Yuan's wrist was tightly bandaged, and he had deliberately worn pajamas with long sleeves. Even when Xie Yuan held his hand, he didn't notice his wrist. Coming out of the bedroom, Xie Yuan ran into a baby with its eyes wide open. It was Jiujiu. He walked over and picked her up. "Jiujiu, why are you awake so early? Aren't you going to sleep?" Jiujiu shook her head. Although he was awake, his reaction was still a little dull. After Xie Yuan finished his questioning, he slowly said, "I went to bed too early yesterday, so I'm not sleepy now." Xie Yuan held him with one hand, and used the other to bring him a bottle of milk. "Jiujiu, tell me, what did your big brother do yesterday? How is he feeling? Take your time, there's no rush. I still have some time." Xie Yuan couldn't bear to wake Yuan, so he could only question Jiujiu, who happened to be awake. Jiujiu sucked on the tube of the milk bottle, taking a sip and speaking a few words. He knew little, so naturally, he could say little. At the end of his speech, Jiujiu tilted his head. "Big brother looks very busy. I don't know what he's busy with. I tell you when I find out." "Okay, thank you, Jiujiu." The other cubs were fast asleep. Xie Yuan spoke to Jiujiu in a slightly lowered voice, and the cubs didn't even move their ears. The deformed cubs were naturally alert, and Xie Yuan's movements around them didn't wake them. This could only mean one thing. Subconsciously, they also considered Xie Yuan a safe person. So even with Xie Yuan around, they could still sleep peacefully. "Jiujiu, I'm going out to do something. You have to stay with Big Brother. Call me immediately if anything happens. I remember you saved my number." Jiujiu held the milk and nodded. Yes, yes, yes. He already memorized it. Miao Miao had told him the same thing. If anything happened, he should call immediately. For 2 days straight, Xie Yuan left early and returned late, investigating the entire West District. The murderer hadn't been found. They clearly sealed off the area quickly, but strangely, he seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. No matter how hard they searched, no trace could be found. 2 days later, the news about Yin Qin, which Xie Yuan and Ruan had originally intended to suppress, was completely gone. The current situation was dire, and the sudden absence of the workaholic Yin Qin would raise suspicions. Those who were more informed could roughly guess what had happened. Those who were less informed could only listen to increasingly bizarre gossip. The gossip even included rumors that Yin Qin was having a second child. Cheesy, who was surfing the internet, happened to see all this gossip. He showed his phone to his eldest brother and complained, "These people have such wild imaginations. Xie Yuan's first child is already so old, how could Qifeng possibly want a second?" The other kids couldn't resist gossip, but this one was a rotten one. Yuan's brows furrowed as he reported each of the online comments. Stirring up trouble now? Aren't these rumor-mongers from the West District? If chaos breaks out in the West District, it will only delight the other districts. District 4 appears to be collaborating and peaceful, but in reality, they can't stand seeing other districts living in peace. The more Yuan watched, the more he felt this was intentional. Cheesy saw him clicking the report button and blinked. "Brother, you're taking too long." Yuan was stunned. "Do you have a faster way?" These online rumors couldn't be spread any further, but he couldn't delete other people's posts except by reporting them. Cheesy glared at his elder brother with a smug look and said, "Of course I have a way. Isn't it just about making these rumors disappear? Easy. Whoever posted these, just hack their account, delete the post, and then deactivate it." Cheesy's explanation was very convincing, but when it came time to put it into practice, he didn't turn on his computer himself, but instead tapped his phone. "Tan John, get to work." Yuan, waiting to see Cheesy's impressive skills, responded with a question mark. What the hell? Cheesy had said so much, but he himself didn't know anything. Cheesy wasn't embarrassed at all. He felt that as long as Tan John knew, that was enough. If Tan John performed well, he would be proud. With the help of someone off the court, the online rumors were quickly cleared up. Yuan did his best to help Xie Yuan from behind, while Xie Yuan had to take over his father's duties at the front. No easy task. After the initial few days of wrangling, Yuan's patience completely ran out. He crushed those who opposed him with swift force, and then crushed those who attacked Yuan to the point of nearly losing their jobs. He was even more ruthless than Qin. Although Qin grew up in the military, in recent years he had been responsible for handling the affairs of the entire West District, and his style was no longer typical of his military days. Yuan, Qin's chosen successor, had more blood on his hands than anyone else. Many feared him. When Yuan took over the West District, Yuan, who had never left the house, finally waited for his little butterfly to recover. Little Butterfly's scorching temperature returned to normal, his breathing became smooth, and his wings fluttered, breathtakingly beautiful. Big brother. Little Butterfly was alright, though his voice was a little hoarse. He rubbed the back of Yuan's hand, whispering an apology. I'm sorry. Yuan was overjoyed to see him recover, so how could he possibly ask for an apology? No need to apologize. We don't need that. Yuan soothed him, a smile in his eyes. Seeing you're well, I'm satisfied. Little Butterfly, always proud, felt his eyes turn red at these words. He looked like he was about to burst into tears. Yuan didn't want him to cry, so he tried to start a new conversation. But Yuan wasn't good at changing the subject either. As soon as he opened his mouth, he brought up something else. Tangy called me a lot. He wanted to ask about you. 6 cub, I blocked him. Yuan stroked Little Butterfly's wings, using a new topic to distract Little Butterfly from feeding him. This method was quite effective. Tangy was Liuzi's minefield, and Yuan stepped on it until it crackled. Liuzi's face grimaced, but he couldn't help but talk to his eldest brother. He held it in for a long time before grumbling, just block him. Leave him alone for now. He must have been seriously ill at the time, which was why he acted so foolishly. Yes, that's right. Liuzi brainwashed himself, thinking that since he'd done something mentally damaged, now that his mind was better, the past naturally didn't count. Okay, big brother, I listened to you. In Yuan's eyes, the cubs were still young. Except for Cheesy, who was out of control, he hoped the others could live a simpler life. Dating is sweet, but it can also be full of troubles. Yuan lost himself in thought about his blood, then thought about Yuan. He should be honest with Yuan, admitting that he was a little monster that was getting weirder and weirder. Night fell. Yuan, whose sleep schedule was a bit more normal than usual, returned to his room. Yuan sat on the sofa, watching the animals in the zoo with the cubs. A small butterfly sat on Yuan's shoulder, occasionally fluttering its wings. Yuan walked in, and the cubs reluctantly moved away. Baby? Yuan bent down and took him away. I have something to discuss with you. After sending the cubs away, Yuan and Yuan faced each other. Yuan seemed in a good mood tonight, perhaps because Qin was finally showing signs of improvement. He raised an eyebrow and made a condition. Kiss me first. Yuan, Seeing Yuan didn't move, Yuan's tone changed. Reminiscent of Shujo. You've been spending more time with the cubs lately, and less with me. I know I can't compare to the cubs. Now I want a kiss, and you won't even give it to me? Yuan, ? Don't be like them, Shujo. Chapter 130. Yuan's ramblings were met with a wave of criticism from Yuan, who grabbed his flesh and snarled, Don't talk like Shujo. Yuan smiled and retorted, Why can't you talk like Shujo? Yuan, Yuan frowned, It feels weird to me. Normally, when Shujo talked like this, he didn't think anything was wrong. But as soon as Yuan started imitating Shujo, he sensed something was amiss. Yuan didn't cry out in pain, but freed his hands to pinch his face, earnestly reminding him, Baby, I listened to Shujo the same way you listen to me now. I told you before, Shujo is truly a tea mushroom. Yuan, nonsense. Yuan dismissed Yuan's words without even a second thought. Their Shujo was adorable, and it wasn't even a tea tree mushroom. Not at all. Ever since Yuan had heard him say that the eldest was adorable, he'd known the depth of Yuan's filter. He didn't expect to be able to break Yuan's thick filter on his own. Forget it. Yuan gave up on talking about the children. The other children gave them space, and without interruption, Yuan lowered his head for a kiss. The two hadn't been intimate much in recent days. Yuan was too busy, so when he came home at night, Yuan was usually asleep. He couldn't bear to wake her, so he just stayed asleep. Additionally, with so much going on around him, he wasn't in the mood to do anything. If he didn't do anything, Yuan would be the one feeling relaxed. Their first night together almost left a psychological scar on Yuan. After being tormented, Yuan closed his eyes, not in sleep, but in a daze. He pondered a question vacantly. If he couldn't handle it, and was bullied to death, wouldn't that be a shameful way to die? Yuan's physical condition wasn't too bad now, but facing Xie Yuan at night, he felt like a useless little salted fish, fluttering in the pot a few times, and then unable to move. Not only was the little salted fish unable to resist, but it also had to be flipped over from time to time. Okay, no more kissing. Yuan felt his kisses getting harder and harder, so he quickly stopped. If he kept kissing like that, he wouldn't be able to listen to Xie Yuan's story. You just said you had something to tell me. Yuan reminded him, you tell me first. Xie Yuan's face was pushed aside by Yuan, and he had to maintain his distance for the time being. The sofa was piled with the children's toys, so he made a small space and sat down with Yuan. I wanted to discuss this with you. Xie Yuan supported his waist and eased him into a sitting position on his lap. The zombie king has applied to form a zombie squad. He's the only zombie available right now, and he said he'd get tired. These days, the zombie old man has saved countless lives, even saving a city originally besieged by zombies. Xie Yuan and his father play the villain, one the good cop and the other the bad cop. Yin Qin keeps a close eye on the old man, and every time he goes on a mission, he's accompanied by a special psychic. Xie Yuan occasionally contacts the old man, listening carefully to his suggestions and expressing his willingness to consider them. Now that the zombie old man has made this offer again, Xie Yuan hasn't refused it yet. What the old man was about to do did carry some risk. But initially, working with him also involved taking risks. At this point, it seemed the old man posed little danger. Yuan raised his arm and wrapped it around Xie Yuan's neck. He tilted his head slightly upward and asked Xie Yuan, do you trust this old man? I feel like he has some issues with Chief Yin. That's normal. He applied to my father, and he rejected it, so he's not happy. Xie Yuan had long known that the old man and his father didn't get along well, but he mentioned it to his father before, and his father hadn't taken it too seriously. Xie Yuan suddenly had a bold idea. Could this old man be responsible for Chief Yin's misfortune? He has issues with Chief Yin, and that's why he wants him out. Yuan's reasoning sounded somewhat reasonable. However, Xie Yuan explained with a hint of resignation, it wasn't him. He only returned this afternoon, and he was being watched by a psychic, so he couldn't do anything. Yuan still frowned. Well, if it wasn't him, who else could it be? Yin Qin was never incompetent, and the West District had always thrived under his leadership. While other districts relied on purchasing mutants to improve base security, Yin Qin persisted in training and maintaining his troops. The West District's military never slacked off, and through training and actual combat, their strength was visibly increasing. Who would want to kill such a good leader? Yuan couldn't understand, but Xie Yuan didn't quite trust the people in the upper echelons. He rubbed Yuan's head and said, no matter how well my father did, there would still be people who wanted him dead. It's like this in every district. There are always those within, ambitious and eager to seize power. Yuan truly didn't understand human ambition. He rubbed Xie Yuan's palm, soothing him. Once Chief Yin wakes up, we know the murderer. Didn't the hospital say today that Chief Yin's condition is improving? Yes. Xie Yuan responded, returning to the point. Baby, let's get back to the old man. Yuan's constant barking at him successfully distracted Xie Yuan. He pressed his hand against Yuan's forehead and explained his plans. I want him to go on another mission, and then agree to his request. What mission? Of course, one that requires him to give his all. Xie Yuan, always adhering to the principle of not taking advantage of an opportunity, named a jerk. He named a location. There's another group going this time. I asked them to keep an eye on the old man. The old man doesn't know about my relationship with him, and I won't be sending anyone with special abilities this time. During the mission, he can do whatever he wants. Xie Yuan's mission this time was a new test. Yuan thought it was feasible. Although he disliked the old man, he had done a lot for the West District. He couldn't judge the old man based solely on his own perspective. Who are these people you're talking about? Yuan was curious. If this group were around, wouldn't the old man be wary? Xie Yuan shook his head. He wouldn't be suspicious. This group wouldn't appear before him. You know them too. They're from the Red Bird organization that Liuzi used to belong to. The Red Bird organization, under the guise of freedom, recruits everyone who's worth nothing. If Yuan had met Liuzi a little later, Liuzi would probably have risen to the position of second in command. Yuan still remembered this organization. He said oh for a moment and asked, will the magician go? The magician's space is very useful. Although there were other space-based aberrations or psychics, Yuan was most impressed by the magician's space. In particular, he had seen a mirror in the magician's space, and in the mirror, little Xie Yuan and little Yuan. What mission did they go to M City on? Yuan knew the location was M City, but M City was not part of the West District. Yuan had a vague impression of this city. It seemed to be a highly infected area. A distress signal came out of this place a few days ago. The distress signal said that M City had the first infected person. The first infected person was also the source of everything. If the initial infected person could be found, it would be extremely helpful for vaccine research. Yuan was stunned. He was puzzled. If City M really had its first infected person, wouldn't the other 3 districts send personnel? They should be taking it just as seriously. Yuan scoffed. They think this news is a rumor. The infection in City M is too severe, far worse than it was in City S. Even if a psychic went in, there's a high chance they die. They don't want to take the risk. All 4 districts had heard of the news, but only the West District had decided to go. The West District prioritized vaccines more than the other 3. The other 3 districts were all dealing with mutants. With them, they were no longer as anxious to eliminate the zombies. In their view, mutants were far superior to zombies. As long as they bought enough mutants, their district would gradually be free of zombies. We're looking for the source of the infection, so what are Red Bird doing there? Their target is somewhere near City M. I contacted Red Bird and asked them to go. As for what Red Bird was doing there, Yuan didn't ask further. After all, they hadn't been so open with each other before. The old man was about to be sent away. Yuan thought for a moment and confirmed, are we really not sending anyone to follow him? Yuan nodded. Yuan leaned into his arms, and said nothing more. Yuan now took over the West District. He only needed to agree with his decisions. With his father's guidance, Yuan had some knowledge of how to govern the West District. Unlike him, who hadn't even made class monitor in kindergarten. Besides managing his own children, he couldn't do anything else. The business was over. Yuan hugged him for a moment, then let go, whispering, it's getting late. I have to get the cubs to bed. 6 cub is just getting better, he can't stay up all night. After saying this, Yuan observed Yuan's current state of mind. After observing, he immediately added, 6 cub said he wants me to sleep with him today. He's a sick cub, and I have to fulfill his wish. Yuan, question mark. Yuan questioned, isn't 6 cub already well? When he came in, he saw the little butterfly flutter its wings twice. Yuan lied with his eyes wide open. Although he's physically well, mentally he's still a sick cub. He's been suffering for days, and he definitely needs some time to relax. Yuan wasn't satisfied with just bringing out the 6 cubs. He blinked and lifted Jojo up as well, and Jojo is the clingiest, you know that. I haven't slept with him in days, and he's a little down. Yuan, Yuan said calmly, if you don't sleep with me tonight, I be down. Downhearted cubs versus a downhearted husband. Between the two, Yuan chose the former without hesitation. It wasn't that she didn't want to pamper her husband, but if she took all the cubs away tonight, he felt he'd die in her husband's arms. Yuan had been a vegetarian for so many years, and he finally got to eat meat, and only once. He's been able to control himself until now, which is pretty good. Baby? Yuan, drawing on the talents of the cubs, continued his gossiping and played the role of pitiful. Look under my eyes, don't they have dark circles? I suddenly took over the West District, and a lot of people have been trying to pick on me in various ways. I finally managed to settle down, and I'm really exhausted. Baby, comfort me. Yuan's voice was low, and he deliberately leaned very close to Yuan while showing him the dark circles. Such a close distance, such a magnified handsome face. Yuan's heart began to pound. Yuan seemed oblivious to his heartbeat, still whispering in a low voice, Baby, are you okay? Yuan was so bewildered by the bewitchment that he nodded his head, like a chick pecking at rice. The cubs who had been driven away were prying at the door to listen for any noises from within. At the end, Cheesy suddenly remembered something and muttered absent-mindedly, another bastard. Yuan's tone was lingering and ambiguous, but on the surface, his words didn't sound out of place. Jojo and Xiaoba didn't understand at all. Jojo was still puzzled. Is Yuan cold? His voice is hoarse. 7th cub came to his senses and unhappily explained, no, he's got a cold. That's called a base. Humph, just putting on an act. You can tell he's not a serious person. 8th cub rolled his eyes, more thoughtful. He deliberately lowered his voice and expressed his opinion. Yuan talks like that, and Big Brother seems to have agreed and coaxed him. Shujio, do you think Big Brother would do the same to me if I talked like that? Little Gio gave him a cold look and said, don't dream. If Xia talked to Big Brother like that, that's called being playful. If 8th cub talked to Big Brother like that, he'd be asking for a beating. Little Six rested on Jojo's shoulder, not joining in their conversation. After a while, Yuan and Yuan came over. Luckily, the cubs dispersed quickly, so they weren't caught red-handed. They faced each other with their eldest brother and his wife, waiting for him to tell them about their separate rooms. As expected, Yuan cleared his throat, his eyes a little uneasy. I sleep at Yuan's tonight. You guys sleep here, it won't be crowded. The cubs were now free, and Chi Cub wasn't staying here anymore. He was taken away by Tan John as usual. Jojo glanced at her eldest brother with a hint of nostalgia, then obediently walked to the bedroom, carrying Little Butterfly on her shoulder. Little Butterfly didn't ask her eldest brother to sleep with her, as Yuan had told Yuan. The cubs were so understanding, and Yuan was in a good mood. Just as he was about to lead Yuan away, Bazai suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of him. Under the gazes of Yuan and Yuan, Bazai spoke gravely, Big brother, I want to sleep with you tonight. Send Yuan away. Yuan, Yuan, ? Has this octopus gone wild? Unwilling to listen, Bazai tried hard to raise his voice, hoping to achieve the same victory as Yuan. Unfortunately, he was scolded by his big brother and ordered to speak properly. Yuan also pinched his little tentacle and smiled faintly. It's been a while since I had seafood. Bazai choked. We're all Bay singers, so why should those with the surname Xie get preferential treatment? After dealing with the troublesome Bazai, Yuan and Yuan went to the next room. Bazai stared at the closed door, his heart breaking. Big brother has a sister-in-law, so he doesn't love his son anymore. Back in the next room, Yuan hadn't even managed to stand when Yuan pushed him against the wall and kissed him again. Before Yuan fell in love, she had no idea she had so many quirks. For example, Quirk 1 was being unable to resist Yuan's lowered voice. Quirk 2, a slight lust for his figure. Quirk 3, 4. It was all Yuan. In short, everything about Yuan tickled Yuan's fancy. Baby, are you counting the time? Yuan held Yuan, letting him hang on to him. Their breaths mingled, their temperature rising quietly. Yuan felt groggy, unsure of how to count the time. Yuan gave a short laugh, and Yuan became even more captivated. He didn't rush to explain. Instead, he steadily carried Yuan and walked towards the bathroom, whispering as he walked, count how many days have passed since the last time. Yuan, Yuan bit down, leaving a symmetrical tooth mark on Yuan's handsome face before he angrily let go. Who would keep track of such things? Yuan was shameless, answering confidently, I do. He pinched Yuan and then accurately counted the number of days. After saying this, he seemed quite superior. Baby, I took a note. He had already made notes about the dates between him and Yuan. Yuan didn't want to hear any more. Shut up. Yuan was silent for a few seconds, but once in the bathroom, he started acting up again. He had just said he would earn money for Yuan and give her all his savings, but once in the bathroom, he was so stingy that he refused to even waste water. I pay your water bill. Yuan's consciousness began to return as the water doused him. He stepped back, ready to run. Let's wash separately. I pay your water bill too. Yuan raised an eyebrow and said unreasonably, we both own our marital property now. Who allowed you to spend so lavishly? Yuan's eyes widened. Paying the water bill is considered lavish? Yuan nodded cheekily. The two of them stood in a stalemate for a moment. Finally, Yuan, not wanting to waste any more time, stopped his cat and mouse game. Baby, come here. I won't. Yuan's no was clearly of little use. Yuan, a man of many talents, had plenty of tricks to soften his own little one's heart. The water in the bathroom gurgled. Yuan was in no mood to think about wasting time. His eyes were red, and he looked like he was about to cry. Yuan kissed the corner of his eye, contentedly thinking, great. These little ones are quite useful after all. After emerging from the bathroom, Yuan forced himself to protest, thinking he was being fierce, but in reality, he was incredibly weak. Okay, time for bed. Yuan, I want to sleep. Yuan remained unmoved. Seeing this was futile, Yuan changed his approach. He nudged his wet face against Yuan's neck, his voice a coquettish one. Hubby, I'm so sleepy, can we go to bed? Yuan had never called him hubby. Although Yuan often mentioned the word, Yuan couldn't bring himself to do it, so he never did. At most, he would whisper it quietly in his heart. When Yuan called out husband, Yuan's arms tightened suddenly as he wrapped them around him. Then, Yuan saw Yuan's Adam's apple roll heavily. Even the way Yuan rolled his Adam's apple was quite charming. But Yuan felt a chill in his heart, a sudden sense of having dug himself into a hole. Baby? Yuan's eyes shimmered with unreadable emotion. His voice was low and husky, as if he was trying to control himself, yet also as if he could no longer contain himself. Call me again. Yuan's body trembled. His voice trembled, but he tried to appear calm. If you let me sleep, I call you again. No, I can call you 3 times. Yuan tried to bargain with him. But before he could even get to the bottom of the matter, Yuan interrupted him. Yuan wanted to hear what her husband said, and of course, he had to hear it. The night was long, and the moon, unknowingly having overheard something, quietly retreated behind the clouds. It shyly peeked out from under the half-hidden clouds, continuing to listen cautiously. Husband. The husband's sobbing voice pierced the night's silence. Thankfully, at this late hour, there were no outsiders outside the door or window. Only the moon and the clouds, having overheard everything, were too embarrassed to spread the news. As dawn approached, Yuan held Yuan and tidied up a bit. Thanks to years of exercise, Yuan was in excellent physical condition. After a tiring day, he could still continue his training at night. And even at this hour, he still wasn't exhausted. He turned off the lights, but the light leaking in from the window dimly illuminated the room. Even though Yuan wasn't sleepy, he still wanted to sleep. He needed a little rest to ensure he was in a better state to handle matters the next day. As he held Yuan in his arms, Yuan, with her eyes closed, flinched reflexively at the touch. Yuan leaned in closer, and could still hear him mumbling nonsense. Divorce? No, not anymore. I can't, woo-woo. I don't want to have a baby. Yuan repeated the last sentence over and over again. He whimpered like a pitiful little creature, a pitiful creature with a broken brain. Yuan felt both distressed and amused by the pitiful creature. He patted the pitiful creature's back and coaxed it softly and gently. I said no, I didn't mean to ask you to have a baby. Our family doesn't need babies anymore. We won't have any. Yuan's soothing voice seemed to have some effect. Yuan, sobbing in his arms, paused for a moment. But then, a moment later, Yuan closed his eyes and began to sob again. Oh, you lied. He said something. Yuan smiled, kissed his head, and finally whispered in his ear, You didn't lie to us, baby. Everything is cleaned up. You won't have any pups. Yuan was in no rush to explain the fact that boys can't have pups. After all, Yuan, who was already talking nonsense, was clearly confused. He simply followed Yuan's words, patiently coaxing and comforting him. After a while of soothing, Yuan, still holding Yuan's fingers, finally fell asleep peacefully. Yuan listened to his breathing become regular, and then he felt relieved and fell asleep too. In the night, as the temperature began to drop, the two of them hugged each other tightly, feeling no chill at all. Yuan didn't feel cold while sleeping, but in his dreams, he was frightened and shivered. He dreamed that his belly was swollen. Yuan held him, his hand caressing his belly, and gently told him, Baby, we're having a baby. Yuan, unable to escape the thought of a baby in her dream, burst into tears.